As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. What a scene it was Saturday night in Denver. Avalanche captain Gabriel Landeskog had missed nearly 3 full years rehabbing a knee cartilage replacement. In only his second game back after 34 months, the 32-year-old Swede buried his first shot for a goal. Welcome back, Landy. This is how you deal with adversity, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you off and rolling on this Monday morning. Well, start of another week, and obviously coming off, honest to God, it had to be about as active a sports weekend as I can remember in a long time. I mean, from the NFL draft, from the Eagles standpoint, to Shaddur Sanders, to NBA and NHL playoffs obviously going on. Phillies, they win 2 or 3 in Chicago, which was really good to see. I mean, we needed one of those series as a fan base to just feel a little more settled down. Now, how settled down, I don't know. We'll find out. But obviously a better weekend by the Phils. Look, we're going to get into all of it with you and certainly do it today on the phone lines with you at 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Scientists have found that the thickened back of a single-edged razor blade, which is scary, can be dissolved by the human body's stomach acid.
Wow.
Which is very impressive. The thickened back of a razor blade, we can dissolve with our stomach acid, which the pH of our stomach acid is 1 or 2, which is pretty intense.
I'm not going to try, though.
No.
I'm not going to. Nor are we encouraging anyone to try.
Don't go thinking it's okay.
No, don't go thinking that. What we are going to encourage you to do is react to the weekend. I mean, there are 10,000 different things you can weigh in on. So phone line's obviously wide open for you right now, start of the show. Hop aboard 215-592-9494. From the Eagles selections and how you view what Howie did, to the Shaddur Sanders situation, what you think of the NFL and Shaddur Sanders and that whole thing, to everything else, including the Phils. It's all on the table, 215-592-9494. John, the draft. Bunch of guys. Look, we go through this every year. It's a bunch of players to a large extent we haven't heard of.
Yeah.
Obviously, we knew the first round pick. We knew the prep quarterback that went, played at Ohio State, and then Syracuse, Kyle McCord. For the most part, many guys you really don't know much about. They walk away with 10 picks. They do not walk away with many early round selections. They load it up in the 5th and 6th round. Give a sense of this draft from a Howie standpoint, and what do you make of it, John? Because I'll tell you what, I had a couple of people complaining to me, like, oh, this is so boring. One of my brothers is like, what the heck? I thought we were going to have some picks earlier. And all these picks roll to next year. They got all these other picks next year. What do you make of what went on from an Eagles standpoint?
Sounds like your brother might just want something to complain about.
Maybe.
My overall impression is Howie's no longer being seduced by the numbers generated at the combine, by the how high can the guy jump in the vertical leap, and how far does he broad jump in the standing broad jump. That stuff, while that is exciting, I mean, knowing a guy can run a 4.29 in the 40 electronic, if he's your cornerback, it does give you a sense of, I don't know, added security that he's going to be able to hold up against the speed that the NFL generates. But Howie's no longer being seduced by the measurables, and the standing broad jump at Lucas Oil, that no longer seems to matter. And our last pick in this year's draft, the 6th rounder, Antoine Powell-Ryland, you look at him play, He's a gamer. Like he was third in the FBS in sacks, 16 sacks, even though he missed their bowl game.
Yep.
Just production, period. Does not have the measurables. I mean, like in any way, not extremely fast. He's 6'3", 258, sort of in between size wise, and just a guy who can play football. And you appreciate that. A guy who it looks like when you watch him play on tape, he loves playing football. That's the kind of stuff that matters. And I do think, like, how about I don't even know how to say the first name properly.
Schmeel? Yeah, I don't know. Schmeel, I don't know. I really don't, man.
I mean,
we're gonna play his phone call with Howie Roseman. I think we got that phone call with Howie and him. We'll get to that.
Munden. Should I just say Mondon Jr.?
I mean, it's a hard one to even take on. I'll tell you this:
he makes plays all over the place,
yeah.
and he's small, and
so is the safety. I like the way that safety. I mean, the clips they hand between Makuba in the second round.
Well, that's the thing. He's linebacker or safety.
Yeah.
Makuba is linebacker or safety. You've got Jihad Campbell, who is inside off-ball linebacker or edge rusher. Zach Bond, inside linebacker or edge rusher. You're blurring a lot of lines. And man, once upon a time, I can tell you from an offensive player's perspective, when the New England Patriots would blur those lines and make all their defensive ends and their linebackers wear random, 50 or 90. You couldn't tell that the 6'3", 275 guy was a defensive end who's supposed to put his hand down on the ground, or a edge linebacker who might be putting his hand down on the ground, depending on the look. It got so confusing, and Bill Belichick and company, they took full advantage of the confusion in offenses, and that generated sacks, that generated wins for that team. I think another huge factor you take away from this draft, lots of picks. Props to the guy who went to Michigan and Stanford. That's good thinking. Good thinking on that one. But you got a couple projects, like the Michigan Stanford guy, offensive line project guys for the greatest individual offensive line, position coach going, and how he picked players and did not unpick Dallas Goedert. He did not unpick Dallas Goedert in this draft. Yeah. That's a huge deal.
It's
Dallas Goedert makes us so much better. He, I think, is going to be on our team.
So, all right, there's a lot to react to, and you can do it all at 215-592-9494. Let me give you my three headlines. And then I do want to get to the Shaddur Sanders situation. That was a wild development all weekend on a lot of fronts. So there's a lot to get to today. Let me give you my three headlines from an Eagles standpoint with this draft as I perceive it. And by the way, this is admitting you never know, which guy later in the draft is going to rise up and be a great player, if anyone does. I mean, a lot of times no one is a great player. Sometimes you have a situation like Josh Sweat, who almost won MVP of the Super Bowl, who was, a little bit later in the draft. Sometimes you get a Jason Kelsey. Sometimes you get a Wilbur Montgomery. But you never know. Like in a moment like this, how the hell do any of us know if one of these six rounders is going to turn into the next Kelsey?
Well, the thing that's cool,
no ability to know that.
The thing that's cool is it felt like when I went back and did the research on these picks, the projected, I'm telling you, like projected round,
right? It
was always a couple rounds earlier than when the Eagles ended up taking
Which is probably why the Eagles got high grades. I don't want to say across the board, because I didn't see every single draft analyst breakdown. The ones I saw, Mel Kiper, ESPN.com with Tim McManus, Eagles got big grades. Yes. I mean, Eagles got high, A's and A minuses from a lot of the people that observe the draft in a hardcore way and then review it.
They did a good job in terms of value, getting the right guys at the right time.
And they certainly picked, other than tight end, and we'll get to that in a second, many of the positions you'd expect that they would want to get, they got. Now, let me give you my three headlines. Headline number one, and this one is a to be determined, but we're hearing more people say it. Jihad Campbell is an edge rusher instead of an inside linebacker. Now, this goes completely contrary to on Friday when John and I started the show, and for the first couple hours, how we perceived it. Because obviously, he had played inside linebacker near the end of his tenure with Alabama. And so we had the assumption that this was a Nakobe Dean replacement and not an edge rusher guy. And we were about 2/3 of the way through our show on Friday, and Elliot, when he was on with us, was like, hold on a second. You guys are misreading this. This guy's an edge rusher who, with his versatility to play inside, can, to the point John brought up earlier, create some confusion for defenses and mismatches and all that sort of stuff. And it's a chess piece for Vic Fangio. But Elliott was very clear. This is an edge rusher who can play inside, not an inside guy who can play edge. So that's like the single most important thing from this draft, as I perceive it right now, is that really how they'll use him on the edge? And then if so, what does that mean about Nakobe? Hopefully he's coming along better than who knows? We don't know. We don't know on the Nakobe status. But that was an interesting development, the first day of reaction. That was Friday. So that's number one. Number two, I thought the safety from Texas, I thought he looked, I think he looks like an exciting player. Now, let me be clear. I thought Davion Taylor 5 years ago looked like an exciting player.
He did look really exciting.
I mean, ESPN was showing that guy's highlights. I'm like, man, look at the way he strikes a guy.
Well, he looked really short, but he looked really explosive.
And this guy, you're saying Taylor or this dude?
Well, I'm talking
Taylor?
5 years ago.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because this guy also looks small. I mean, you can tell he's small. It's obvious. I mean, you could just see with the highlights that the safety from Texas, Makuba, is, not exactly Ronnie Lott. He's smaller, way smaller. But he does look like someone who can strike, and he does look like someone
probably about the same size. I wonder what Ronnie Lott's size was.
Well, the Ronnie Lott had very big shoulders and packed a punch. But look, this guy packs a punch. So bottom line is this guy a starter or not? My guess is they want him to be year one. Remember, Brian Dawkins, second-round safety, started year one. This team could use this Makuba guy to start year one. We'll see. Third headline. John touched on it. It is not an insignificant reality. No tight end drafted by the Eagles. What does that mean? Well, it certainly means Dallas Goedert has more leverage than he would have had if the Eagles had taken a tight end in the first or second round. For sure. And I find it pretty surprising that with 10 selections, none of them were tight ends. So listen, maybe this Goedert thing's going to work out. We're going to play the audio coming up shortly here of what Howie said in one of the press conferences over the weekend about Goedert. I mean, he didn't really change his tune, but the reality is that a lot of people, and John, I know you're one of them, don't want Calcaterra to be a starter. I am struck by the fact they were still playing at a high clip when Calcaterra was out there, but I'm also, with common sense, I know Goddard's better. I really hope it can work out because, man, I'm a big Goedert fan. He's been a heck of an Eagle, but they have been at an impasse. And we don't know that impasse gets fixed just because they didn't take a tight end. I was shocked, John. Not shocked that they didn't get a tight end in rounds 1 or 2. We knew that was certainly possible with what they wanted to do defensively. But, I mean, if you said to me on Thursday morning, Joe, what are the chances they make 10 picks and none of them are tight ends?
Yeah.
I would have told you less than 2%. I mean, I was really surprised by that.
Well, here's the thing. I was very surprised also. I expected some safety net, so to speak.
Yeah.
But then I look at the roster, man, the extended offseason roster. We've got a lot of tight ends that none of us know much about. Kylan Granson, Harrison Bryant, Nick Muse, EJ Jenkins, we know a little bit more about. Cameron Latu. These are players who have been around this league for a little bit. So, a few guys from San Francisco, guy from the Las Vegas Raiders, guy from the Indianapolis Colts, guys who, know how to play, and I have no idea how good they are.
Right, exactly. All right, look, all of it on the table for you. 215-592-9494. Phone calls up ahead. Also, the Shaddur Sanders situation, we're getting to that. Seltzer's out today. Rhea's out today. We got Devin in, Fran in for Seltzer. He got held up in a plane situation. Not held up. It's the wrong way to put it. His plane got delayed. He didn't make it back. And then no stick up. All right, Seltzer's fine. But he'll be back tomorrow. Ray is back, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday, something like that. All right, phone calls on all these topics. 215-592-9494. What do you make of what Howie did and what Howie did not do with the NFL draft? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just go to FanDuel.com/John R today, JONR. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/John R, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. That's FanDuel.com/John R to win big today. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it, with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Who's the man in a white plumbing bag?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter man.
If plumbing, drain, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
This Mother's Day, skip the pretty candles and give her something pretty amazing. Rest a renewal at Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Get $20 off a massage or facial gift card or $40 off when you gift both. Visit handandstone.com today.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today, plenty of sunshine and warm. I-76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Goedert Door and Window. Goedert will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Goedert today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GOEDER or visit them at goguida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Phillies beat the Cubs 3-1 in extra innings last night. Aaron Nola pitched 7 innings, and Jordan Romano pitched the 10th for his second save of the season. And the 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, and the Eagles walk away with 10 total picks, opting for defense for over half of their selections, including 6'6" defensive tackle Ty Robinson from Nebraska.
It doesn't take long to put on the tape to like Ty Robinson. He's got quickness. He can work edges. He's strong with his hands. He's got great elite character. He's a Philly kind of player. So again, he was a guy that we really were targeting yesterday at 96. Woke up and was really hoping that he was there at our pick, and that was one we weren't considering trading back from.
Shio Kapadia joins the show at 7:30, and Elliot Shore Parks in the 8 o'clock hour to break it all down. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at glathairctr.com. Weather today, sunny with a high of 75. It's currently 50 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, an absolutely bonkers weekend of sports. There was just more stuff going on than I can remember any weekend in a long time. Obviously, NFL Draft was the headliner, and your chance to react to what Howie did. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494, after a very busy weekend. Steve in Egg Harbor Township kicks us off. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I'll tell you what, the one thing I love with Howie's doing is, if you notice, it's the debacle of the Rager pick. And then he picked Jalen Hurts in that round. He's been doing nothing but hitting home runs. And he's been drafting out of the SEC and the Big Ten predominantly, which 35% of NFL players come from. And if you've noticed in the last, 10 years, all the national championship teams are coming from them conferences. So, he's drafting championship-type players who've been through the ringer of going through the college championship game and playoffs. And to me, that's a big deal. And I really love this third-round pick from Nebraska. It looks like an absolute beast. 300-pound defensive guy.
Yeah.
And I think this guy is going to be absolutely huge for us.
Well, I'm excited about the physicality of Ty Warren. Wait, is that how
no, Ty Warren's the tight end from Penn State.
Ty Robinson.
Ty Robinson. My bad. Ty, we don't have Ty Warren. Ty Robinson, the D tackle at 6'6" sometimes can work against you, but when you got the ability to bend and be an athlete and explode, sometimes that's a real nice thing to have because long arms come with that. You can bench press people off of you and create some separation in the trenches, and man, just can run. A guy that big, 6'6" or 290 pounds and runs a 4.8 and a 40. I know I shouldn't be fixating on the numbers.
Well, it's a factor.
I should be more focused
They say
on
he's strong
the
as an ox,
play,
too.
but they go together.
They do.
Because he plays fast. So I love that. Like it's a real warning sign when you got a guy who's big like he is, runs a great time in the 40, but then you don't see the production, you don't see the explosion on tape. That part of what I really feel excited about is, man, Howie and the rest of the scouting department, they're going for the guys who look great on tape, the guys who play great football. And that's what Ty Robinson does.
And come from the championship conferences, too, which is the biggest thing for me.
No question about it. All right, Steve, good call, buddy. Appreciate it. 215-592-9494. The Shaddur Sanders situation, we'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I now have been a patient for 2 decades. My mom a patient there for 3 decades. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists, both phenomenal with what they do. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're struggling with your teeth, major pain, perhaps, part of your life, that's no good. Or maybe it's a self-esteem issue. I know, Dr. Wolfinger's told me that a lot of people go just because they don't like the way they look and they want to look differently. And that, leads to the restoration. Just know you can do that also. No matter what your reason is to get in there, PI Dental Center can help you. Originators of the Teeth in a Day, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. Get yourself to PI Dental Center. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. Well, we have something very unique this weekend with the NFL draft, which was one situation that was so prominent that it just far and away became the most discussed sports thing in America for 3 days. And it's the Shaddur Sanders situation. I mean, in many ways it was, and I know it was coupled with the draft, but it was almost like bigger than the draft. Like it became like a referendum in a lot of ways from a lot of angles as people were discussing all sorts of issues. John, first crack at it. Shaddur Sanders, what do you make of it? What's your reaction to everything that transpired?
I watched them become a sympathetic figure. I did not expect that. I did not. I genuinely, I feel for him and for his dad, and I don't necessarily. I don't understand what happened. I don't know what.
Well, I'll say exactly what happened. The league found him to be arrogant and would have made him a first-round pick if they thought he was good enough to justify that. And remember, there's only a couple teams that flat out needed a quarterback, like starting quarterback, only a couple. And I think the reality is once you get past the teams that need a starting quarterback, and some of them picked other quarterbacks, including in the second round, then you can slide.
The Cleveland Browns selected a quarterback in the third round.
Yeah, exactly.
This year.
Yeah. And
the Cleveland Browns, Dylan Gabriel from Oregon most recently, is a higher draft pick on that team. Think about that.
I think
Shaddur Sanders, the guy who we were expecting, a lot of people, Mel Kiper was expecting could be the first quarterback taken.
Look, I think the league spoke volumes about two different things. One, they don't think he's that good, because if they did, they would have taken him in the first round and in the top 10. I mean, we've seen plenty of guys with any number of issues, including Jalen Carter, for instance, 2 years ago, who went in the top 10 after being involved in a situation where someone died. If they think you're that good, they'll go there. So number one, they don't think he's that good. Number two is, a lot of times then you can tumble because do you want to bring in someone who's perceived as arrogant as a backup? That's a tricky thing. Like here's to me the classic example. I was always struck. Terrell Owens went from being starter guy to somewhat declining to out of the league. Why? Because Terrell Owens could have played another 3 or 4 years. Of course he could have played another 3 or 4 years. What did head coaches not want? They didn't want Terrell Owens as their fourth receiver. Even though he could be one of their top 4 receivers, you don't want a fourth receiver who is perceived as being a pain in the ass. You don't. And what the NFL is telling you is they thought Shaddur Sanders was arrogant, and obviously some of what he said and some of what his dad said was arrogant. Now, with that said, I hope the guy climbs out of this and has a great career. We'll find out if he can. I mean, he actually ended up in a situation with a team that certainly is not settled down in their future for quarterback. So, and the irony is he actually may have gotten there in such an unconventional way. I would think that Deion Sanders, when he talked about having a list of teams he would not allow his son to play for, Cleveland was probably on that list. But when you get picked in the 5th round and that's the first team and the only team that chooses you, then I guess Cleveland should be embraced by the Sanders family. That's how I perceive the situation.
Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco.
That's wide open. Wide open.
Yeah, they have like 15 quarterbacks on the roster
and then
now.
Dylan Gabriel, their 3rd round draft pick,
wide open.
is there in front of Shaddur also. Deshaun Watson, who knows?
Yeah. But there's no one that you'd say 3 years from now, this guy is definitely the quarterback. There's no one, so he actually, ironically, has a situation that he's got a shot to go compete and over a year or two try to be the starting quarterback. Devin, what did you make of, and we haven't even gotten to the prank phone call thing, which was a disgrace.
Oh my gosh, so horrible.
An absolute disgrace.
Yeah.
And from that standpoint, John, that is part of where Sanders became sympathetic, part of it. The tumble was another part of where he became sympathetic. What did you make, Devin, of the twists and turns of Shaddur Sanders?
Yeah, I mean, kind of to what Richie said when we had our show on Friday and he wasn't taken in the 1st round, I kind of got it because, clearly these teams were not seeing something in Shaddur, and he comes with baggage, and that might not necessarily be his fault, but wherever Shaddur Sanders is going to go, there's going to be a lot of media and press and focus on him, whether he's a backup quarterback or not. And I think that has to, play into a team's decision. But then by the 2nd day, when he kept falling and the prank phone call happened, I felt awful.
Horrible.
And it was just so confusing. And then I thought the Eagles might get him. And I was like, oh no, oh gosh, this is going to be all we're going to talk about on WIP for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I think that he could be a good fit in Cleveland because he comes with a circus of, visibility and media and questions. And I think a team that's already pretty high profile and a popular team like the Eagles doesn't need someone like that, where someone or a team like Cleveland, where you have Deshaun Watson as the face of your franchise, and clearly that's not working out. I think he could actually be a good thing for the Browns.
Yeah,
so I think it worked out.
In net, look, he loses money from the standpoint he was not a 1st round paid guy.
I think he'll be okay.
He'll be fine there. I mean, he's going to, have his dad's got plenty of money and all that. But I think he ironically landed in a spot that's pretty good for him.
Yeah.
But, he can't, this is my opinion, can't disassociate himself with his own and his father's own role in the tumble. I mean, he had his dad as his agent. His dad's talking about he won't allow him to play for certain teams. Shaddur Sanders said in recent weeks that if you want to get me, you better be prepared to change the culture of your team. And
I think that really hurt him.
Well, think about the Eagles.
Yeah.
Why would now maybe the Cleveland Browns need to change their culture, right?
Exactly.
Why would the Philadelphia Eagles, with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni and Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman and Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson and Lane Johnson and all these guys that are like pros, why would the Philadelphia Eagles need to change their culture? So statements like that, he did himself such a disservice. And for, 48 hours, he was going through the ringer in part because of it. All right, look, you can react to it. What do you make of it all? 215-592-9494. Other aspects of the weekend, including some of the phone calls that Howie made to the draft picks when the Eagles selected some of these guys. We'll play some of that audio for you coming up next. Phone calls on all of it as well. Plus your chance to win a cool prize today. Concert tickets, that and more. Eagles draft, Shaddur Sanders. Phillies, we'll get to that. What a weekend. Shaddur Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
It's It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota.
Sell them for less.
Philadelphia proudly hosts the return of major championship golf with the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in May of 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names among golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets. That's pgachampionship.com/register.
So you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-down, pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Roto-Rooter. The 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, and the Eagles walk away with 10 total picks, bolstering the defense with their first 5 selections. Their offensive picks included 3 linemen and former St. Joe's quarterback Kyle McCord. Noticeably missing from the Eagles draft class was a tight end, leaving Dallas Goedert's future with the team up in the air.
Dallas is part of the team, as we speak. Obviously, as we go forward, we're going to continue to address things on this team. And right now, nothing further. Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that. But
Sheil Kapadia joins the show at 7:30, and Elliot Shore Parks in the 8 o'clock hour to break it all down. Phillies beat the Cubs 3-1 in extra innings last night, taking the series in Chicago before they return home to Citizens Bank Park to host the Nationals tomorrow. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Weather today, sunny with a high of 75. It's currently 50 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The pick is in.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Talk about it here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I hope you're having a great start to your day. All right. I don't want to be that guy, but Devin, it's St. Joe's Prep.
Oh, my
or
God.
the Prep.
Seriously?
What did you call it, St. Joe's?
St. Joe's.
Just
St. Joe's.
One more Prep.
I have to call it St. Joe's Prep.
Or the Prep. St. Joe's is like St. Joe's U. People hear St. Joe's and then they say, wait, what football player did Eagles draft from St. Joe's U? We get a LaSalle.
Okay.
Do we get a LaSalle college kid also? Like the actual college, not the high school? By the way, I got to rip Abdul Carter. I'm joking around, Devin. I got to rip Abdul Carter. Now, John, this is a tricky one for me. It's tricky. He's on one hand, local guy, good job. I mean, makes really good. Top 5 pick, the whole deal. Penn State, got to appreciate that. He did something this weekend. It's a no-no. And Abdul Carter's family, if you're listening, I'm sorry. And Abdul Carter, if you're listening, I'm sort of sorry, but not really because you're a Giant now. He asked Lawrence Taylor for his number. Can't do that. LT shut him down. I know Warren Moon gave a draft pick his number. First off, Warren Moon didn't play, what is it, the Houston Texans? No. Who is he? The Tennessee Titans. Well, anyway, I don't know if it was from the Houston Texans or the Tennessee Titans, but one of them, someone asked Warren Moon for number 1, and he said yes. All right, good for Warren Moon. And Warren Moon's a great player and a legitimate Hall of Famer and all that. John, if you're Abdul Carter, you can't ask Lawrence Taylor for his number. It's a no-no. What's your opinion, John, of the That's a bold request. Greatest defensive player of all time. LT guy, let me get your number. I need a ruling, John.
That's pretty bold.
I don't understand the hang-up that you have with this. I mean, I do.
You're not good enough to get number 1 defensive player of all time number.
He just got drafted by the New York Giants.
I got to start ripping this guy because he's a Giant now. Got to rip him.
What happens when a new player comes to town and he plays the position of one of the greatest players?
Yeah, but John, you asked Tom Brookshire for his number. This is asking Lawrence Taylor for his number. Was the next guy
who plays his position?
Next guy that goes to New England can answer Brady.
I think that this is normal.
Some guy's going to play for the Oilers and ask Wayne Gretzky for 99. Is that where we're at? This is nonsense.
Maybe. I do think that it's normal to try to encourage the old and the new, like the former greats,
not LT.
Mingle with the new guys.
Too far. All right,
I would not encourage LT to be hanging out with my new guys. Like, hey, new guy, here's how I did it back in the day.
Hey, all jokes aside, congrats to Abdul Carter. It's pretty cool. Now we are going to have to find a way to start loathing the guy because he's going to play for the Giants. Abdul
and he's
Carter,
going to be really good,
and Micah Parsons coming after Jalen for a number of years. So we'll see where it goes. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's also get to the Guided Door and Window to the weekend. There was an awful lot going on this weekend, obviously. I mean, to say the least. And brought to us by Guided Door and Window. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA. You can visit GOGUIDA.com. Well, this weekend had a lot of everything. First off, one of the most wild buzzer beaters I've ever seen in NBA history in a Denver win. I have never, ever, ever seen it. If you missed it, Denver at the buzzer on Saturday. This was insanity. Basically, the guy's got the ball in his hands, dunking it. And it's like, it is so simultaneous with going through. It was like in the basket, but not through the basket when the light went off to say game over. And I even thought maybe he was still touching the ball. Like the ball's in the basket, but it's not through the net. And so me and my buddies are watching it, and we're like, well, I don't know what the rule is. Like, I don't know what. No, it counted. And my thought was it's probably going to count. But, John, I never seen anything like it. Like the ball's in the basket, but it hasn't come through the net. Does that count or not? And I thought the ball might have still been on the guy's hands.
Well, that's the thing. As long as it's off his hand.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that it was.
Well, that's
but you can have
I would be concerned.
Well, you can have your hands on the ball in the basket.
That's true.
Because the basket comes down.
But that's not what he was doing.
It was really weird. Anyway, so that was wild. It was pretty entertaining NBA playoff weekend. Let's get to the Phils. And then right back to the phone line. So Phillies, obviously, the one bigger topic we haven't really touched on yet. Nice job by Aaron Nola last night. Really, really nice job. Bats didn't do a ton, but did enough. And John, you know what? The Phillies got 2 or 3 in Chicago. And given the way we felt Friday, we would have taken that for sure.
Absolutely. Getting back into the groove, so to speak, even though it does not feel like we're really even in close to a groove.
Right.
But we went to overtime.
Trey!
Yeah, sure. Trey can do some stuff.
Some call that extra innings, but
Yeah, my bad.
Extra innings.
This guy overtime. Went to the 10th.
What is this nonsense?
10th inning. Look, it did feel like that we fought, and that is
Jordan
a hallmark
Romano
of this team
coming through.
Romano making the quasi-athletic play. Kind of.
Quasi-athletic. What a great review.
I mean, he did knock it down and scramble and get that thing, and I felt so good for him that he didn't have to actually throw lots and lots of strikes at that point in time.
Well,
thank God we got away with the ball hitting him.
One thing I was thinking is, could you imagine if he blows this save?
When he went in.
Yeah, because I watched it.
I was like,
I
what?
was imagining it as the ball pegged him.
I almost turned it off because I knew we had to wake up early today anyways. I'm like, I know how this story ends. I know. I've seen this film before.
Ye
But
of little faith.
my second thought was like, is this a test? I felt like maybe it was a test from Rob Thompson. Like, okay, let's see if he can do it. Let's put him in. Let's see if he can, hold this lead and actually save the game. And he did.
Well, he did. Look, part of it going to him, and I'm sure it wasn't Rob Thompson's preference, but part of it was you pitch a ton of guys on Saturdays, Saturday, because Taiwan, didn't last long.
Yeah.
And then Sunday, you had already used the main relievers you trust, right? They'd already used Alvarado, Kirkgreen, and I'm forgetting which other reliever. But bottom line is they had used a lot of relievers over a couple of days. So at some point, you got to put this guy in there. It's 10th innings, extra innings. Look, he did the job. So good for him. Good for Trey legging out that infield hit that obviously increased the lead from 2-1 to 3-1 in the 10th inning. If you missed that, really nice job by Trey busting it down the line. That made a difference. And the Phils went 2-3. So hopefully we can kind of settle down a little bit. Look, it's going to be a topsy-turvy year. There's no question, just from this standpoint. People are going to get in a bad mood quickly, even if the Phils make the playoffs, a bad mood quickly when the Phils lose 4-7. And they're going to have their stretches this year when they lose 4-7. What you don't want to see them do is what they did the last 2 weeks where they were losing. I don't know quite what it was, but it felt like, it was a 2.5-week slump. All right. Phils on the table, Eagles as well, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Ed calling from Phoenixville right now. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Wanted to mention two bands of misfit toys. The first one being in Cleveland. I think there's no better way to say we're tanking for Arch Manning than looking at that quarterback room. I mean, my goodness. So not a great situation to be in. But my main concern, obviously, or not obvious, but is the tight ends with the Eagles. I mean, you got Grant Calcaterra and a bunch of dudes. So
there are a bunch, Ed.
A whole lot of dudes.
Yeah. Kylan Granson, Harrison Bryant, Nick Muse, Cameron Latu, EJ Jenkins. Lots.
Yeah, so I think it's important to kind of tie, my draft grades it's incomplete because they still need to do something with Goedert. We don't know who can really play outside of Jihad Campbell. Like, I need to see, Makuba in pads. They kind of reached for him at 2, but he can supposedly cover better than CJ. I appreciate what Howie had to do from a value standpoint, but and maybe it shows that I just don't know. I'm less dialed in this year than I was in years past, but in the years past, you had guys like Keely Ringo and Nakobe Dean who were first-round talents that fell to us, and it was really exciting. This year, not so much. Maybe it's just because we're expecting excellence. It's kind of a weird feeling.
Well, also remember this, Ed. I mean, they were picking last in every round with their own pick. Now, they had other picks in there, but, that was part of it as well. I mean, you're every round you got the last pick. So, it sets you back a bit. All right, Ed, good call, buddy. Appreciate it, as always. 215-592-9494. We ask you this Twitter poll question of the day today. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, do you like what Howie did in rounds 2 through 7 this year? So, we talked quite a bit on Friday about the first pick, obviously, Jihad Campbell at 31. We're going to put rounds 2 through 7 on the board. The choices are yes or no. John, I'm going to be honest. I really thought about having choice C. Who the hell knows?
Do you think? Yeah.
Right? Because let's be real. Who the heck knows?
There's a lot of players. We added a lot of players to our team,
Yes.
a lot of young players. Do you think that people from the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants who now have their Abdul Carter and Micah Parsons, do you think they're now looking at us and saying, the Eagles have Jihad Campbell and he's that all-around guy who can do it all. Remember,
I think
Jihad
they
Campbell.
say, they got Jalen Carter's. I think that's the they think.
Yeah.
But maybe, we'll see, John.
That's the thing. I can't even get my head around that. I doubt the teams in our division are feeling that way, but it's possible after this next season is all said and done, they're looking at it and saying, man, what a deal, Jihad Campbell.
Yeah.
Look at what he's doing. The Eagles are using him a lot like we are using Micah Parsons. If it's the Dallas Cowboys or the Giants, hey, a lot like we're using Abdul Carter. We'll see.
To be fair,
we'll see what happens.
No, I agree with you. But as excited as we are on Jihad Campbell, let's not go too crazy. He was taking 31, not 3.
But he was
Abdul Carter,
also, according to the Eagles, a top 10 player.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. And Micah Parsons is an example, and he was a top, 10 or so, but he wasn't top 5. And that felt like
13 or whatever.
Was he? So Devontae was 10 because Eagles went from 6 to 12 to 10. Yeah, I think he was 11. I think Parsons was 11. By the way, let's also give you a chance today to win a pair of tickets, and we're going to give these away all week. A pair of tickets to see Elvis Costello. How about it? Elvis Costello.
That.
Right, John?
Elvis Costello is amazing.
It's a classic.
Amazing.
Elvis Costello and the Imposters with Charlie Sexton on September 19th at Borgata in AC. For tickets, you can get yourself to Ticketmaster.com. That's the purchase tickets. Ticketmaster.com. You can also win them right here today by calling 215-592-9494 and giving us a great answer to this question. What was unbelievable? Why? Because the Shaddur Sanders thing had so many twists and turns this weekend. It was actually unbelievable. And we're going to play the audio of the prank call and the whole deal. It was an unbelievable weekend as it related to Shaddur Sanders and America taking it all in. Best answer ever provides something unbelievable. Best answer is going to win the Elvis Costello tickets. John Ritchie, what was unbelievable? And let me just say this. I'm thinking kind of in the ridiculous kind of way. Like the Shaddur Sanders, it's a circus kind of way. But I don't know.
Okay.
But listen, people can judge it as they want.
Okay.
John, what was unbelievable?
I got unbelievable. Remember May 25th, 1986? Maybe you don't. It was Hands Across America Day.
Yeah.
May 25th, 1986, during Memorial Day weekend. I remember, and I was 5th grade, and we were, it was a huge deal. We went outside our entire school and we linked hands, and apparently there was this chain that was going the whole way. It was going the whole way from one coast to the other coast.
I still find that hard to believe.
Well, apparently when it was all said and done, that's the fiasco of it all. It never did link into just one.
Nice theory.
And the organizers tried to fill the gaps in with chains and ribbons and stuff like that. It was an admirable attempt.
Sure.
And at the time, I thought it was the most unbelievable thing I'd ever experienced.
Hands Across America. Devin, what was unbelievable?
I'm going to keep it local with this one. The Colangelo burner gate with the 76ers.
Absolutely.
Absolutely unbelievable situation.
That could have won.
Oh, man.
Burner gate absolutely could have won. We got Fran in for Seltzer today. Fran, what was unbelievable?
I think one of the most bizarre stories in sports history, Manti Te'o.
Boy, that's another one that could have won. That was unbelievable. T.O. doing sit-ups in his driveway. It was just like, what is going on here? Someone help me out.
I was in camp. I remember walking into our room after practice. It was Carell, Brian Westbrook, and me, and we're just standing there looking at that. It was our teammate, and we were watching the sit-ups. And we're staring at each other, mouths agape. No words are spoken. We're just mouths wide open, staring.
That was, to say the least, unbelievable. Give us a great answer. Something unbelievable like the Shaddur Sanders weekend. Hit us up, 215-592-9494. Coming up, what Elliot Shore Parks said to us on Friday about how he thinks the Eagles will use Jihad Campbell. And it certainly was not what John and I initially thought. Phone calls on all these topics. Your chance to weigh in on the Phillies as well on 94 WIP.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tomorrow. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, or an elegant diamond pendant. My mom would love a gift from Benari's extensive collection of David Yurman. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship. Just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
What's up, baseball fans? Go Yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense reminds you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. New Giant Abdul Carter asked Lawrence Taylor about his retired 56. LT replied, "Get another number and make it famous." Meantime, Warren Moon personally handed Cam Ward a #1 Tennessee Titan jersey. And remember, folks, he played for Houston, technically not Tennessee. That's a classy response for sure. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, to the camera and John Ritchie. 94 WIP. Rhea and Seltzer both out. They'll both be back later in the week. Got Devin here. And Fran.
Fran.
Nice job filling in for Seltzer, man.
Yeah, you think so? You think he's doing a nice job?
Except you just stopped the music. Well, you stopped the music
Yeah,
after 3
bad
seconds.
job there, Franny.
No, just end all music after 2 seconds. Yeah, that's
like 10.
Well done. Yeah, really a good job. Fran, here I am giving you a little compliment, and you cranked the music
And
down.
he did, no slide of the
Come on, there's a
Well, I'm
slider.
just still getting a feel for
Come
it.
on,
I
slide
produced
the
you guys
slider,
back in the
man.
midday show like 3 years ago.
Slide
Yeah,
the
I gotta-
slider.
Yeah, come on, man. If Romano can put it together, you can. Right?
All right. Well, bad start, but better finish.
Okay. Well, like I said, better than Seltzer, that's for sure. All right, let's listen to Elliot.
He owned up to that, though.
He did,
Did you
unlike
see
James.
that?
Yes, unlike James.
He said bad
Accountability.
start. It really wasn't a bad start,
No.
man. Like,
Wasn't
we're
a bad
just
start.
kidding.
It was bad. No, I wasn't kidding. At 7:02, you did
He's
a bad
kidding.
job. Otherwise, you did good.
You're doing awesome, man.
He's doing
Even
fine.
though you went
Yeah.
corporate.
I was gonna
with
say, even though you called me
haircut.
corporate, you were kind of getting at me during the break. So
Oh,
I don't know.
Franny with the Franny's going so corporate,
There
but
you
you
go.
look really sharp.
Oh,
Really
thank you.
sharp.
Appreciate it.
Dressed up today too.
Yeah, just like you. Yeah, you're flannel.
Sort of.
Well, so that's a sort of to say the least. All right, let's listen on
What do
the.
you mean?
Well, if that's called dressed up, then
It's a collared shirt.
John.
You're not wearing a collared
No,
shirt.
but I don't claim to be dressed up. I mean, people on YouTube are
I'm
well
not
aware.
claiming dressed up.
Well,
Well, he has
I'm
an excuse. He's trying to rep.
collared shirt.
Yeah.
He's trying to rep Kyle McCord. So,
So
All
you're
right.
saying that you dressed up a little?
No, not at
All right.
all.
Yeah.
What I am saying is, let's get to this audio of what Elliot told. Because John, you and I came in on Friday convinced that Jihad Campbell was replacing the Kobe Dean.
Yep.
And then Elliot's like, yeah, I don't
Not
really.
so fast.
I don't
guys.
think so. Let's listen to Elliot. Fran, I need you to look at me. Let's listen to Elliot talking the other day about Jihad Campbell.
Howie says it has nothing to do with Nakobe Dean.
I agree with, by the way.
No way, Elliot. It means
100
Nakobe's not on the team in 12 months.
Does Nakobe Dean think it has nothing to do with Nakobe?
Well,
Dean?
look, Nakobe might not be on the team in 12 months, but to compare Jihad Campbell to Nakobe Dean, I think is misreading who Jihad Campbell is.
Well, only if you're right that he's going outside. If that is where
that is where he is going to play. That is where he's going. Now, look,
he's not going to play inside linebacker next to Zach Bond.
He'll play some of it in his rookie year, and I think that he'll take snaps there. But in my opinion, this is an edge player. That's how
he's on one edge and Nolan Smith is on the other edge?
Yes, I think that is how they view his best. I mean, just look at him. Like, does he look like Nakobe Dean? He looks much more like Micah Parsons. He looks much more like Abdul Carter.
I was shocked, John, when he said it. Shocked. But, maybe he's right. By the way, the piece of audio, I want to play some audio because there was something in particular that alerted him to that this was what it would be. Let me play Howie talking at the Thursday night press conference. This was late Thursday. This was part of what gave Elliot the impression that Campbell would be an edge rusher more than an inside linebacker. Here's Howie from late on Thursday night.
This is a guy who was recruited from IMG at Alabama as an edge rusher, hand and dirt edge rusher. They had some injuries at Alabama. They played him off the ball. You see his explosiveness and his speed. And really, you know what, it's kind of interesting, and we talked about this a lot. You see it. You see Penn State give them a lot of credit for what they've done. They've had guys off the ball move to edge rushers. Obviously, their last two guys who've been drafted really high, they started off the ball and they moved to edge rushers. Vic does a tremendous job with getting guys who have pass rush ability to be versatile players like that. And I think what's really fun is that those guys who have that versatility, who can go out on the edge and get pressure as a rusher, and he's got speed, he's got power as an edge rusher. He was trained as an edge rusher, and then he's got the versatility to play off the ball and blitz from depth and play in space, in pass coverage as an off-ball linebacker. And so the things that you can do and keep all these players on the field.
John, maybe Elliot's instincts are right.
Well, it sounds to me like he's.
If so, we misread it.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, what he's describing is a guy who's moving all around and off the ball and on the ball and doing versatile things, dropping to zones while also rushing the passer. Like we've seen this done. Micah Parsons off the ball. He stems up to the edge of the line of scrimmage and he becomes that, edge guy at times. It's just such a chess piece.
I was struck by Cooper DeJean, though. From what I sensed last year, he really settled into one role, which was the slot corner role. Yes. And my point is that, these players that have tremendous versatility, I think more often than not, an organization, particularly early in the career, wants to just assign them a role and have them do it. I'm not saying that there's not going to be some versatility to Campbell's game, but for instance, do I expect he's going to play 50% of the snaps as an edge and 50% of the snaps as an inside starting linebacker? No, I don't. I think they're going to assign him a role. I think you'll see some versatility within that role, but I don't think he's going to be back and forth guy. Like there's a substitution. Nolan Smith goes off the field and Nakobe Dean comes on the field and Jihad Campbell switches his position from first to second down. I'd be shocked by that. We'll see. Let's go to the phones. By the way, the Phillies in a wild card spot right now. Well, at least tied for one. If you don't know that, after winning 2 or 3. Phillies even had the tied for the wild card spot yesterday morning, I think with 5 teams. Now they're tied with 2 teams for a wild card spot number 3. Long way to go. To the phones. Let's get to George right now. George, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, Joe?
Hey, buddy.
Once again, and what's going on, John?
Hi.
Hey, once again, I disagree with you on this with the issue. Well, the whole thing is about his father. You know what I mean? What can his father do to the NFL team to destroy it? Nothing. 2, he's a first round or second round at best a quarterback talent. I'm glad for the Giants. They took the lesser of a talent. I'm happy for them. I'm happy the Giants took Jason Dart. You know what I mean? You're going to tell me Jackson Dart is better than Shaddur
Sanders, yeah.
You can't say that. Now you tried to make him a 4th round, 5th round pick. NFL did that, but his talent didn't do that. So when he goes,
Well, I think his mouth was part of that, George. I mean, if you're talking about, I'm going to change culture. Like, boy, that's going to turn off a lot of successful teams. That's going to turn off a lot of successful teams.
But you're trying to make him a backup that's going to be on a practice.
I'm not trying to make him. I'm not trying to make him anything. We'll see what he does. I don't know.
That's what you say. I'm just telling you what
you said. Wait. You said I never even mentioned the practice squad.
You made him a 5th round pick. That
wait, me or the NFL?
NFL.
You keep saying
you're mimicking the NFL. Okay. You're mimicking the NFL. So I get it. You're mimicking
George,
the NFL.
The NFL teams didn't want to draft him in the first 4 rounds. That's their choice. It's not my choice.
I get that part. You're mimicking. Why wouldn't they draft him? You telling me that Dart was a better prospect?
No, I don't know. I have
Gabriel was a better prospect.
George.
That's what you're telling me?
Me or the NFL?
The NFL.
There's a difference between. I am not the George. Hold on a second. You got to take a breath. Number one, Joe DeCamara is not the NFL, and the NFL is not Joe DeCamara. If you're talking about me, here's my opinion: who's better between Dart and Sanders? You ready? I have no clue.
Okay, you're gonna say that, but every expert has a clue, and they say he is better.
Well, apparently not. Mel Kiper thinks he's better. Apparently, the New York Giants don't, or at least think it's worth it. See, here's the deal: you can. There's quality of player, but then there is the issue of what baggage are you going to bring to the table. I mean, Deion Sanders talked about he wasn't going to let his son play for certain teams. That's part of the equation, right?
You make
right or wrong
about his father. It's wrong. And the last one I have to say
his dad is his agent.
I get it. But his dad is his agent. I get it. But it's about Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders can't bring down an NFL team.
Deion has done a lot to help him, but Deion hurt him in this process. He did. George, give me an answer, my man. What was unbelievable?
All right, you cut me off. All right, Ben Simmons.
The Ben Simmons. That's a good answer. That's a great answer.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable situation.
It was. The guy simply wouldn't, even when he was like 8 feet from the basket, he wouldn't shoot.
Then we had another guy who also wouldn't shoot.
If he combined them, that would have even been a better answer.
How did we, as a city, get both guys who, I don't know, like in the history of basketball,
it really is crazy.
Refused to shoot.
And it might have been a mental issue. It might have been a shoulder issue with the second guy. I'd never seen anything like it.
What did they call it with the shoulder?
It was thoracic syndrome, something.
Impingement
thoracic
or
outlet syndrome, I think.
Something like that. Yeah. All right, I want to get to Deion. Listen to Deion. This was leading up to the draft. Deion Sanders in I don't know if it was March or April exactly when it was, but Deion leading up to the draft, talking about Shaddur Sanders. Here's Deion.
Have you told him privately who you would like for him to play for?
It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's a couple teams that I won't allow him to play for. This is my profession. I know what's behind the curtain. We ain't got to get back there for me to understand what's not prominent for my son. I'm not doing it.
Look, that hurt him. That hurt Shaddur Sanders. Let me play one more piece of audio. This is Shaddur Sanders himself in the pre-draft process talking about culture and more. This really set Shaddur Sanders back.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
I felt bad for him from this standpoint. There's a lot to feel bad about for him this weekend. One of which is he obviously had certain advantages as his dad's son, training, economic realities, obviously a rich family and stuff like that create advantages. But a major disadvantage was the bravado that Deion has, that Deion could back up as a top 5 pick and perhaps the greatest NFL cornerback of all time. Not everybody is the greatest at their position of all time. Like Shaddur Sanders, there was such an arrogance to how he presented himself, and he got so much of that obviously from Deion. John, I think it really set him back.
But he
in this process.
also, according to those, the draft experts, was just extremely well liked and just a good teammate and incredibly tough. And
I've heard that too. He's accurate and tough. I know.
A leader who the guys respected because he led by example. He wasn't just talking. He was going out there behind a terrible offensive line and getting blasted every week, I might add. Yet showed up, played well, was accurate, somehow didn't seem to get the same, like, seeing ghosts things that a lot of quarterbacks get at times. Like it cost him how bad his teammates were around him. And I do think it's it's such a shame. He's better than where he was drafted. There's no doubt about it. The fact that a quarterback was taken 2 rounds ahead of him in this draft on the Browns.
Same team. I know.
Think about how crazy that is.
All right, coming up, more on the Dallas Goedert situation with no tight end picked by the Eagles. Also, we'll get to the Phils, more on the Phils. Sheil Kapati at 7:30. Phone calls on all these topics. Shaddur Cameron, Jen Ritchie, it's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Obviously, so many games going on these days, so many ways to bet and win, and all of it there for you with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. So many ways to go about it, and that means when you're talking about the NBA playoffs, player props, points scored, rebounds, assists, triple doubles, all the different ways you can bet, including game by game, who's going to win the game, point spread, and of course, in the end, who's going to win the championship. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. You can bet in-game, live betting in-game. You can also, of course, score big with a same-game parlay. So many ways to get about it, and all of it with you at the chance to get $250 in bonus bets. That's right, $250 if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. Find the better bets that works for you, including baseball. Obviously, games roll on day by day. Local squad always going to get back at it. FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
John is in a hot tub on his vacation. He earned 20,000 points by spending $2,000 with his Navy Federal Credit Union More Rewards card. To be clear, you don't have to vacation in a hot tub to redeem this offer. But John did, because the bubbles make him happy. Right now, you can earn 20,000 points when you spend $2,000 in the first 90 days. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org for details.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles training camp. Chickies and Pete.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Phillies beat the Cubs 3-1 in extra innings last night. Aaron Nola pitched 7 innings, and Jordan Romano pitched the 10th for his second save of the season. The 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, and the Eagles walk away with 10 total picks, opting for defense for over half of their selections.
Well, offensively, we have a bunch of starters under long-term contracts, starters who are in the prime of their career. So it allows you to really on the fly get young on that side of the ball. And we needed it a couple of years ago. And I'd say this year's draft, we were open to whatever the board told us.
Gio Capadia joins the show at 7:30 and Elliot Shore Parks in the 8 o'clock hour to break it all down. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh, Milan, and book your flight today at aa.com. Weather today, sunny with a high of 75 degrees. It's currently 52. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now, 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe to camera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Right-hander pitch. Swing and a bouncer towards third. Backing up Bruhan. He's got it. Long throw to first. It's not in time. Turner beats it out. And another run is home. Trey Turner put on the afterburners in the final sprint for the bag, and he beats the throw from third, and the Phillies now lead 3-1.
Well, that was a big moment last night. Sunday Night Baseball, Phil's on the national stage. And look, in the end, I guess they would have won anyway because Romano didn't give up any runs in the 10th, but it certainly changed the equation of how he could go about that 10th inning. That took a 2-1 lead and made it 3-1, and Romano hung in there in the 10th inning. And the Phillies won the game. Devin, are the Phils back? They're back! Are they back?
I mean, they won 2 games in a row.
Yep.
If they win tomorrow, that'll be 3.
They're also 2-5 in their last 7.
I think we can call that a streak. We're not going to focus on the negatives here. But no, I mean, I don't want to say they're back. It's still very, very early, but I'm glad that they strung together a couple of wins, especially against it. The Cubs are really hot right now offensively. So I'm happy that they've somewhat bounced back from the Mets this week.
John, what encouraged you the most with the Phillies this weekend? Is it the Nola thing? Because he did pitch well.
Nola was very encouraging.
That's probably the biggest
It doesn't
thing, right?
count as a win.
No, but it's fine. I mean, 7 innings, 1 run. Or was it slightly under 7?
He was throwing 92,
a little bit over 7, I believe.
93, like that. It seemed like the velocity that earlier in the season, man, sometimes that thing was dipping
full
90, 91. It was a little faster. He was throwing a little harder than what we had seen. It did look like he was a little more settled in. And, it's also a good sign that Trey Turner is showing some flashes and playing with a little more confidence. That's good to see.
It's important. No question. All right, so you can weigh in on the Phils from the weekend. They obviously took a backseat comparative to the Eagles and the draft and Shaddur Sanders, but it is notable. Phil's won 2 of 3. And I think most notable from the weekend that Nola pitched well. 1 run in 7 innings. A really good job by him. All right, let's also listen to, because we've got a lot of the audio of when the Eagles made a draft pick, when Howie and the brass would call one of these guys. And let's go back actually to Thursday night when they called Jihad Campbell. Now, of course, this would be right before the Eagles actually select Jihad Campbell with that pick, but they notify him they're about to. Here is the Eagles brass and Jihad Campbell on Thursday.
We got you. You are a Philadelphia Eagle. Officially, we're on the clock right now. We just made a trade. Congratulations. We are so excited, man.
Hey, Jihad. Unbelievable.
Hey, what's up?
We were trying to get you for the last hour. You fit right in perfectly. And unbelievable. Jihad, congrats, man.
Jihad, Coach Sirianni here.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, congratulations,
How
man.
you doing?
I'm doing good. How about
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Hey,
I'm doing good, man.
Let's go.
I'm just blessed, man. To add more value to the team, man.
Hey, and we know you're going to do that. Sorry you had to wait a little bit. Go enjoy your night. I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to spending time with you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Jihad Campbell, obviously a bird, the main dude from this draft for the Eagles, but we'll see how the other guys shake out as well. I thought the 2nd-round pick, Makuba, from what you see on film, looks to me like a playmaker. No time will tell how good he is. He's obviously a bit of a smaller safety, but looks like he's got some range. And really, John, hits. Really has. And it kind of reminded me of C.J. GJ in a lot of ways, because C.J. GJ was a dude that wasn't that big, but would hit. I remember some of the hits in the Super Bowl, the couple years ago Super Bowl, when the Eagles lost to the Chiefs. The way that C.J. GJ would throw his body around, this guy
that ignites a defense.
Kind of reminds me of him in a lot of ways.
I do think you need that. I hope that what you hear about Makuba is he's got the the ability to come up and strike you, but also, man, he can cover you out of the backfield, backs, tight ends, wide receivers. He's got enough size that he can control some of those tight ends while still having the athleticism to run with the best wide receivers. So that versatility, once again, versatility, the buzzword for
sure.
all of these defenders.
Yeah. All right, your chance to weigh in on everything from the weekend. Let's get to Dave and Ambler. Dave, good morning.
John and Joe, great show. Listen to you every morning and never miss it.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, buddy.
It's the Eagles' point, or I don't know. We came into the next two drafts with 20 picks, and I was growing a little frustrated when we would trade back.
Mhm.
Our first 5 picks were grabbing defensive guys that left us and addressing those positions. I guess, was it wise to pick up 2 extra picks when better players potentially were on the board, maybe not on the Eagles board?
Well, I'll say
Any thoughts on that about trading back out?
Listen, with how many picks they had, my instincts, Dave, similar to yours, I was surprised that it went that way. Now, what could it mean? It could mean Howie liked a lot of guys that he felt confident he could get later. That's one thing it probably meant to an extent. Probably means there wasn't a player he was dying for in some of those spots, which would seem unusual, but I mean, he probably wasn't dying for some of those players. I was a little surprised, though, with how it shook out. I will agree with you on that front. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we only netted, 2 more picks than the 8 we were going to get. And those 2 picks were at the back end, Kyle McCord. They could have probably undrafted free agent signed him.
Possibly.
Yeah, and so, but I mean, that's all I had. I mean, it was a successful draft. I was happy the first 5 picks did address the departures. So I can't complain at all. I'd like to see the Phillies bullpen keep getting stronger from this point on. As they say, when the weather gets better or warmer, the pitchers heat up as well. So I don't think the Phillies by any means are out of this.
No, they're not.
Crying out loud.
The Phillies are going to be in it all year. They may or may not make the playoffs, but they're certainly going to be in it for the whole season. I mean, 3 wild cards lends itself to that, as evidenced by the fact the Phillies really have not played that well this year for the whole, and they're tied for a wild card spot right now. Dave, give me an answer. What was unbelievable?
Well, it's going to be forever tied to Philly lore, but more importantly, I witnessed it 10 rows back for the inbound pass. Christian Leitner's catch and shot to win. That was unbelievable. I saw it live.
Wow.
I was there 10 rows up from behind the inbound. I'm thinking they got no shot.
Good.
To see it happen in front of my eyes was unbelievable.
Great answer, Dave. The Leitner shot was big time, to say the least, obviously in 1992, March of 92. All right, we're going to talk to Sheil Kapati in just a moment. Sheil, in 1 minute, joins the show. Hey, Tasty Cake. They've got a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans, they've got the candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Well, how about Crimpets? I mean, love Crimpets. The light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, you got options for days upon days. You got the frosted mini donuts. You got the powdered mini donuts with Tasty Cake. And, of course, do not forget the new Dippin' Sticks flavors. So many choices, so much greatness with Tasty Cake. I would imagine you, like me, been eating Tasty Cake your whole life. So many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But, of course, no surprise because it is Tasty Cake, except no substitutes. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. We'll be asking this one to Sheil in just a moment. Armin Chevrolet, Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, do you like what Howie did in rounds 2 through 7 of this year's draft? That's basically what the last caller was asking us. Do you like what Howie did rounds 2 through 7? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Let's give Sheil Kapati a vote right now. Sheil joins us, of course, all through the football season and certain parts of the offseason as well. Does great work for The Ringer. One of the best, both locally and nationally, breaking down the NFL and the draft, Mr. Sheil Kapati. Good morning, Sheil.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Super.
So, Sheil, do you like what Howie did rounds 2 through 7? What would be your answer to that poll?
I would say yes. You know, the draft is a crapshoot, and it's more about the process. Do the picks make sense? And really, the thing that stood out to me, both in the first round, but also in rounds 2 through 7, is what a luxury it is for this team to have Jeff Stoutland and Vic Fangio. Because I look at these picks, and I feel like if you had other coaches in those spots, you would question them a little bit more. But with this organization, you can say, all right, I trust that Vic Fangio has a vision for this player. I trust that Jeff Stoutland can develop some of these day 3 offensive linemen with size and athleticism and you see what comes from it. So really, that stood out to me, that how much those two coaches specifically have a role in the player acquisition period for this football team.
So, Sheila, let's do a dive here on Jihad Campbell. Our first chance to talk to you since they picked him on Thursday night. Now, we talked to Elliot Shore Parks on Friday. He had a different read on the Campbell situation than John and I initially had. I want to play this audio, and then you be the judge if Elliot is right or not, because clearly he's versatile, and obviously, to your point, Fangio is going to get his hands on him and try to figure out how best to use him. Here's what Elliot said the other day.
I think Howie could not have been more clear last night. He was recruited to Alabama as an edge rusher. He moved to that position because of injury. And also just, I know there's been a lot of reaction of, I can't believe the Eagles took an off-ball linebacker, first time in 50 years or whatever it is. Well, yeah, because he's not really an off-ball linebacker. Like, they view him as an edge that can do things. And I think that is a key to viewing this pick. He is an athletic edge rusher that has the ability and the athleticism to drop back. But I don't think he's someone that'll be playing the same similar snaps Makuba is.
So, Sheil, is Elliot right?
I gotta admit, I agree with ESP. I felt the exact same way. Now, when they picked him, I didn't feel that way. But then when I heard Howie Roseman's comments where he's volunteering, really right off the bat that, hold on, don't just put this guy in the bucket of off-ball linebacker. He can rush the passer, and he volunteered the comparison to the Penn State guys who are presumably Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter. Now, those two guys played off-ball linebacker at times in college, then made the transition to edge rusher, and obviously in the NFL are looked at as pass rushers. So I looked at that. I did some more digging. You look at Nolan Smith. When they drafted him, he was 6'3", 235. I think almost the exact identical measurables of Jihad Campbell. So yeah, I look at this and I feel like, would they really have been this aggressive for an off-ball linebacker after signing Zach Bond in the offseason? That's not something we've seen from Howie Roseman or this organization. So I tend to agree with Elliot. Now we'll see once he gets on the field, once they decide, all right, what group is he actually being coached by? But I feel like there's a lot to this that they feel like he can rush the passer, and that's a key reason why they drafted him.
That versatility really is. I guess it's a new level of versatility that we haven't even considered. I haven't considered in the past. And I thought that linebacker was my specialty, Sheil. Like those linebackers that I used to study, none of them could do this. None of those guys, like, I guess Junior Seau would be someone who could actually come up and stem up to the edge of the line of scrimmage and bring some pass rush for you. But man, that's just rare, that concept. So they're few and far between guys like this, or at least I thought they were. And now it seems like this is what guys are working toward. It just feels good to be part of that club. We got a guy who can do all this stuff. Now let's see what Vic Fangio is able to do with them. Sheil, how good is Makuba? A lot of strong safeties, they can be the boxy type that are more linebacker. And then you got strong safeties that are more the coverage type that, are more, slot corner type. What is he as a strong safety? How does he play?
Yeah, he is another one of these guys that I feel like if you look at all the draft boards around the NFL, it would really depend on scheme where they had Makuba rated. I think most teams probably had the first two safeties that went off the board as their top two safeties. And after that, like 3 to 10, it depends what scheme you run. So Makuba in college last year, he was mostly playing deep center, for Texas. He was not someone who played a lot in the box. He was not someone who played a lot in the slot. Now, he did that earlier in his college career when he played at Clemson, but this was someone who kind of played the deep part of the field, rangy, trying to figure out, watch the quarterback, get to the football, those types of things. And he really is a big hitter. The most interesting thing to me with Makuba is that he's only 186 pounds, but he plays like he doesn't care that he's only 186 pounds. I mean, he throws his body around. Now, really, that is a concern a little bit in the NFL where you say, hey, if you want to say this isn't going to work out, if you look into your crystal ball and say, hey, it might not work out, I do have some concerns about 186 pounds with his style of play. But, man, he survived it in college. at a big-time program. And so he's a really fun player in that respect. The versatility is interesting. You know, I've heard people make the comp to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and I do think play style, that's a good one. There are some mixed reviews about him when he's asked to cover slot receivers. You know, is he shifty enough? Is he athletic enough to do that? He didn't do a ton of that last year at Texas. Like I said, he did it previously. Is he going to be able to bring that versatility to the NFL? I think that's another thing that he has to prove. But a very fun player to watch who I think will pretty quickly become a fan favorite if he gets out there on the field.
So Ty Robinson, how well can he get to the quarterback? D tackle, we know that he'll probably be the 5 technique when we're in our base as a D end at times, but I mean, at least that's what his size suggests to me, and most probably. But the big thing with our D tackle last year, Jordan Davis, man, run stopper, but didn't get quarterbacks to the ground. How well does this guy do that?
Yeah, he's got pass rush upside. He hit the quarterback 11 times last year. That was the most of any defensive tackle in college football. So he had the production last year as a defensive tackle. Now, the question with Ty Robinson is, he was a super senior. I mean, this is like old school. I mean, he was a 6-year senior last year. So he's a 24-year-old rookie. So sometimes I look at that and I say, all right, is this a guy who just benefited from, he had been in a college weight room, a college program for 6 years. He's going up against 20, 21-year-olds, and he's going to have an advantage because he only had 5 sacks in his first 5 seasons, and he had 7 sacks last season. So he really made the leap. Now, monster of a man, 6'6", 288, has some pass rush upside. So I think it's a worthy swing to take in the 4th round. But you do need to see, is that pass rush going to translate to the NFL, or was this kind of a fluky thing where he was just bigger, stronger, and more experienced than everyone last year?
Sheil Kapadia with us right now. Sheil, let's kind of combine the next 7 dudes in one question because they got 3 in the 5th round and 4 in the 6th round. Of those 7, was there a pick you really liked, and was there a pick you didn't like? Like, who's Jason Kelsey here, and who's Donnell Pumphrey?
Oh my, poor Pumphrey's listening, being like, "Come on, man, you got to let that go."
Hey, Super Bowl champion Donnell Pumphrey.
There you go.
Super Bowl wasn't he on the 20? Was he 2017 or 2018?
I don't know. I don't know that he was on the.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was April 17. So I guess he got a ring. All right, but no, of these two, yeah, I mean, I don't think he played in the game.
I didn't remember that he was on the roster.
I think they carried him.
Really?
I think. Yeah, he wasn't cut in training camp. I think they carried him the whole year. Anyway, Sheil, is there a player you like and a player you think was not a good pick?
Yeah, I mean, the player I found most interesting was Cameron Williams, who was the offensive tackle from Texas. They take him in the 6th round. He just looks the part, 6'6", 334, long arms. He's only 21 years old, doesn't have a lot of experience. That's the type of guy I say, what I said earlier, that if you have an offensive line coach like the Eagles have, bring someone in with tools like that. You don't have to play him right away. Let's see what he looks like a year from now in next year's training camp, where you say, man, this guy has really improved quite a bit. And you're taking swings on day 3 at a potential Lane Johnson replacement, maybe 2-3 years from now, whenever he decides to stop playing. So that one I thought made a lot of sense to me. I don't feel that strongly about, hey, this guy can't play type thing. You know, the corner they took in the 5th round, Mac McWilliams, that was not a guy who was on my radar. And, you know, he's somebody who's 5'10". He's got short arms. So I think they have to have a vision for him that, is he going to play that Avonte Maddox role where he can play a little bit of, if you have a guy get injured, he can come in and play nickel. Maybe he can play outside in a pinch. Maybe he gets some reps at safety. So, that wasn't one where I said, wow, they nailed it. He's going to come in and play right away. I kind of need to see what their vision is for him.
So, Sheil, let's talk about Goedert, because I think there were 3 headlines from this draft. One is the 1st round pick, obviously. The second is the CJ-GJ replacement at safety. I think the next headline is they didn't take a tight end. So what do you think it means for Goedert? And is Goedert going to be the starter? Calcaterra going to be the starter? Or come on down from outside the organization, door number 3, to be determined in a trade, going to be the starter?
Yeah, I feel better now than I did a week ago that Goedert has a chance to really come back. And if he doesn't come back now, I feel like there's going to be quite an uproar. You don't have a replacement for the guy, and you're trying to win a Super Bowl, and he was your third most important pass catcher on the team last year, and he's a factor in the run game as a blocker. So I wonder now if they take a step back and they say, hey, let's figure something out contract-wise. You'll be able to test the market after next year. You'll be able to hit free agency like Josh Sweat did. Is there some kind of compromise they can come to, or does he have his heels dug in and he say, I just played really well for you on a Super Bowl winning team, and now you want me to take a pay cut? I don't think so. Sometimes pride gets in the way. Now, other teams that would potentially be interested in a tight end, that number has shrunk a little bit now because you had the draft and you had a team like the Indianapolis Colts who ended up getting a tight end in the first round. So I don't have a clear answer for you. To me, it feels like a situation where it could make the most sense for both sides to come to a compromise and say, let's keep this thing going for one more year. And then next year you go test the market as a free agent and you see if you can cash in then.
Is Tyler Steen still holding on to that right guard spot, Phil?
I guess so. It's a competition. That's an area where there were spots in this draft where I felt like maybe an offensive lineman got taken right before the Eagles are going to draft, and that's why they traded back. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but just looking at some of the guys they had interest in during the pre-draft process and then seeing them trade back, I thought, all right, maybe that's what happened here. But I think he's the favorite, but who knows? Maybe one of these young guys emerges. Maybe Kenyon Green is the next development project. Maybe they sign an additional veteran here in the weeks and months ahead. But yeah, right now, if they're playing a game this weekend, I would say it would be Tyler Steen.
How do you compare the offensive tackles that we took? Similar players, or a lot of times an offensive tackle, so you'll have a mauler or you'll have a finesse guy. Do we have a little bit of both? Are these versatile guys, or more pigeonholed?
Yeah, no, I think they're kind of similar. The two guys they took in the sixth round. I mean, they're both huge, 6'6", 6'7". They're both athletic. Now, Hinton, the guy from Michigan, has more experience, and he has also played left tackle and right tackle. So he's a guy who he could be your swing tackle going into next season. I mean, it's a sixth-round pick, so you don't know that for sure. That's a projection, but if there's sort of a best-case scenario, maybe he could do that. And who knows? I don't rule anything out, where if these guys develop in the offseason and Stoutland really likes them, maybe we're having a conversation in August saying, wow, that they're trying this guy at right guard to compete with Tyler Steen. So I would leave all possibilities open. But yeah, in terms of play style, I think they're pretty similar, with the guy from Michigan, Hinton, having some more versatility.
And Shield, final thing here, the Shaddur Sanders thing, and there was like 30 different elements to it. What'd you make of it? I mean, how good do you think he is? And what did you make of his slide?
Yeah, I wasn't totally surprised of day one. When I sat back and looked at it and said he didn't get picked, I said, okay, a lot of people had kind of a day two grade on him. When he didn't get picked in day two and the Cleveland Browns are taking a 5'10" quarterback from Oregon, I thought, all right, this is fishy, because his film is at least as good as someone who should get taken in the third round, maybe as a guy who can come in and you take a flyer on. In a league where, Sam Darnold is getting paid over $30 million per year. I mean, teams are so starved for quarterbacks. That did surprise me. So listen, I think there was stuff in the interviews. I think there was probably an expectation from Shaddur Sanders' camp about where he was going to go, and he didn't have to do everything in the pre-draft process. And maybe that caught up to him. But just as a player, I mean, he's a good player. He's not like his dad. He's not athletic. He doesn't have a monster arm. But in terms of knowing how to play and being accurate and those types of things and being tough, I mean, he showed that on film in college. So, yeah, I think it's a very interesting situation in Cleveland. And I got to say, when the Eagles were on the, about to come up there in the fourth round, I was wondering, would the quarterback factory get a surprise addition? Now, I think the reporting, it was Jeff McClain of the Inquirer, said that wasn't the case. But, yeah, I will admit, going into day three, I was wondering, is the value too good here to pass up on a guy like that? So we'll see what happens with his career.
Fascinating.
That is crazy. You think he'll start this year for the Cleveland Browns, Sheil?
No, I mean, the word out of Cleveland is like he's got to work to make the team. I mean, when you take a guy in the fifth round and you took a quarterback ahead of him, I think Joe Flacco's going to start for them. I think they got an additional first-round pick, and they want to get a quarterback next season. But that would surprise me if he ended up starting for them this year.
Wild. Really one of the more wild, if not the most wild draft scenarios ever in pro football. It was, I think, unprecedented, frankly. Hey, Shields, stay well, bud. Great job in the lead up to this draft and obviously our coverage with it. We really, really appreciate your contributions. Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon. Take care.
You got it, man. Shield from The Ringer. He does great work. All right, phone calls. We're coming right to you in 1 minute. Reaction on everything with this NFL draft.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earned the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point of sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, hope you're having a great start to your Monday morning. Another week, obviously. Phil's did a nice job this weekend. Nola in particular last night, going 7 innings, giving up only 1 run. Bats were not exactly totally alive, but they did enough. Of course, scored a bunch of runs on Saturday. You can weigh in on everything. And we're going to get to the Shaddur Sanders situation more in a moment because all sorts of audio, including some reports over the weekend, the prank phone call, we're going to get to that. That was disgraceful. There's a lot on the Shaddur Sanders thing on the table. We'll continue to discuss it. Let's get to JP in Plymouth meeting. JP, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's everybody doing? Devin, how are you? Did you guys have a good weekend?
Doing well, JP. How are you?
Yeah, all good, buddy.
I'm getting over a really bad stomach bug. That's why you didn't hear from me at all last week. But it's my first day back at work. I'm feeling great, ready to kick butt and take names.
There you go.
The draft. So I didn't really catch much of the draft because I was really sick. But I do love the Jihad Campbell pick. I really do. We'll see with like the other picks, how they pan out. But Howie Roseman knows what he's doing. He even said it. Like, quarterbacks nowadays are explosive, and this guy's going to get to those explosive quarterbacks.
Look, I'll just say this about Howie, JP, and I don't make this based on this statement based on this draft, but just his track record. If Howie Roseman was a free agent general manager with how many billions with a B these owners have, I mean, like if I'm the Atlanta Falcons owner, I'd pay him $25 million if I could.
JP,
I mean, why not? I mean, he puts together great teams.
JP, I don't understand what you're talking about, saying you were sick, so you didn't catch the draft. That's weird, man.
You couldn't remote control it. You couldn't lie in bed.
All you have to do is sit and watch.
If you're, he said he had a stomach bug. If you're
come
like,
on.
Maybe he couldn't have left the bathroom. Okay, like you might not have a TV in the bathroom.
I was in the hospital.
Sorry, JP. I'm.
man.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Well, that's another level.
Yeah, I was completely and utterly dehydrated. They had to give me like 4 bags of fluids. I was in bad
Jeez.
shape. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
The Phillies. Let's talk about the Phillies. They took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. And Nola pitched a decent game.
He did pitch well. Against the good team. Against the good team, by the way.
You're right, exactly, against a good team. A team that, before the season started, said, how are they going to face against the Cubs? How are they going to face against the Padres? How are they going to face against the Dodgers? What's too bad of these teams that they have to face?
He did a good job. All right, JP, give me an answer. What was unbelievable? You can win the Elvis Costello tickets.
So my answer is going to tie in with the Phillies. The Phillies' record today, as it stands, is the same record that they had in 2008 at this point, and the same record that they had in 1980 in this point.
No way.
All right. You know what the flip
Eerie.
Yeah, you know what the flip side of that is, though? They probably had this exact same record like 17 other seasons in their 140 years and
Yeah,
did not win
162 games. You got a lot of variability.
All right, let's get to Bam right now in Upper Darby. What's going on, Bam? All right, Bam is absolutely not ready to go. We go to Jordan right now. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning show. I want to start off by just saying thanks for letting me call in. Last couple of weeks, months is a new thing for me, and I talk on the phone all day for a living, and you guys are great. I've been listening. I feel like I'm part of a community now, and really like that feeling of community. So appreciate the show. Appreciate letting me call in and just talk for a little bit in the mornings.
Our pleasure, buddy. You're a good caller. Keep them coming.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I didn't see most of the draft. I was in Copenhagen this weekend, and I don't usually watch the draft. It's something training camp, I'll see who actually makes the roster. But I want to comment just on one thing regarding our tight end. This has a lot of elements to me of what the Phillies did with Bohm in the offseason, and I just don't like it. This guy's been a decent player, Goedert, for us. He helped us win championships. I think they got to keep quiet a little bit more, figure this out behind the scenes, show the guy a little respect, set some direction. I think both the fans and the player deserve it.
Well, I'm torn on that. So here's what I'll say to that. Love Goedert, but this is the business of sports. I don't think the Eagles have gone out of their way to publicize it. I think the Bohm comparison is interesting. That grabs my attention. But the reality is when you have so many great players, you can't pay them all. They're obviously in a financial standoff with him. And sounds like they wanted to try to move him. The league spoke volumes of being not that interested, which is similar to the Phillies thing with Bohm. The league wasn't that interested. Didn't make a deal that made the Phillies bite. Didn't make a deal that made the Eagles bite. And it's not all, listen, at some point, organizations got to take a stand against a guy and say, we think you're worth $5 million. We don't think you're worth $10 million. And that's not rude. That's just a salary cap world. That's what it is.
And I think it's fine to conduct those conversations behind closed doors.
Well, they have, but here's what I'll say to their credit. They have. Now, the reality is, per NFL rules, Howie Roseman has to go out there and address the media every once in a while. So he's going to be asked. So he answers. I thought Howie said some very complimentary things about Goedert over the weekend. I mean, Devin had in the update, very complimentary.
But it's the classic, you compliment a guy, you zing him, and then you compliment him again on the way out. I think they could choose to be a little more tight-lipped, and they're not. I personally like to see the guy on the team, good clubhouse guy, great player, and frankly, we have no other options right now. So you're not going to send Calcaterra out there as your tight end one. I just don't see that happening.
Well, I think Calcaterra is better than some people are giving him credit for. He's not great, but they've won games with Calcaterra starting. I don't think they fall off a cliff if Calcaterra's the tight end.
I think that's a fair assessment. Moving on to the Phillies very quickly. Number one, Romano in the 10th inning last night. I had a diverted flight to Dulles. I'm 7 hours late. I get in at 1 a.m. You're going to make me watch a Sunday night baseball game. Goes into the 10th inning. You're going to put Jordan Romano in as our savior, as our hero.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it because there's a K word of a player we don't say in our house. But he looked a lot with this motion and dangle in his arm, and the guy goes out there in a high leverage situation, and I'm just real happy that he didn't blow it. My big fix for the Phillies right now, the bullpen, I think it's going to work itself out. We got to make moves. I'm glad it's early in the season. Kevin Long, you're done, man. I'm sorry. I think your time in Philly is over. The bats are getting cold again. We got way too much money invested in our payroll to not have players perform at the plate to the standard.
Well, here's the one thing I'll say, Jordan. I was really struck by some numbers Rob Ellis put out there. I think it was over the weekend on the Phillies bats. I think entering Saturday. I saw a clip online. The Phillies were in the top 5 in baseball in on-base percentage. They were. This is as of 2 days ago, I believe, 21st in slugging percentage. Now, what does that mean? That means that I think Kevin Long has gotten them to change their approach a bit. Something that millions of us called for after last October. I compliment Kevin Long for the fact that there have been adjustments made. And I think we as a fan base, while frustrated with the lack of homers and doubles and all that, also got to give these guys a little bit of room to try to work out the kinks of an adjustment. You don't make an adjustment and then immediately be a wildly successful player the other way. I mean, now listen, is it unusual to be top 5 in one and 21st in the other? Yeah, that's weird. Because normally great hitter is kind of a great hitter and you can slug and you get on base and all that. But I'm not as quick.
Numbers aside, though, doesn't it feel like we're looking at the same team down the stretch last year at the plate?
Well, in the last 2 weeks it did.
Me.
But you got to admit, Jordan, if they're top 5 in on base percentage, it's nothing to sneeze at. The bottom line is Bohm has to freaking drive the ball. Trey Turner has to drive the ball. I mean, we're talking about guys whose slugging percentages have been in the 300s this year. That's a disgrace. I don't know that that's Kevin Long. I mean, Trey had a good game last night. Jordan, give me an answer. What was unbelievable?
Atomic science. The fact that everything around us is built up of billions of tiny atoms moving at an inconceivable speed is something that I will forever find unbelievable. And I hope John Ritchie does too.
All right, my man. You got it.
Sure is.
94.
Incredibly unbelievable. And how do we apply that to Alec Bohm? All of these elements, all of these particles assembling into Alec Bohm, who is giant.
Yeah.
He is gigantic.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking, that's a lot of molecules. We're talking about a lot of elements. We're talking about a lot of atoms.
Why atoms and molecules to
why can't he hit the ball out of the park? Like hit the ball far.
I know.
Hit the ball so it's elevated 45 degrees and just the trajectory carries it away and out of the stadium.
He just doesn't have...
Alec Bohm is gigantic. I mean, just look at the guy. He should be able, and I know that you said it's the sizzle chest.
No, I didn't say sizzle. I said concave.
Oh.
Concave chest.
Sizzle chest.
Yeah, this is what John...
What's a sizzle chest?
I don't even know.
Trying to stick me with sizzle chest.
All right. You said whatever it was.
Concave.
That was a couple years ago.
Yeah,
you know, like we're talking, you've had a lot of time.
I gotta admit, I wasn't wrong.
Working and building, lifting.
Guys, it's almost
strengthening.
It's almost May. He's got no home runs. He's the third baseman.
Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper have like more home runs than anyone else on the team combined. Some insane stat like that. I was talking to Ruben tomorrow about Kevin Long and the hitting on Saturday on WIP, and he had an interesting point where he basically said it could be paralysis by over analysis, basically that these guys are just overthinking and they need to clear their minds and just hit the baseball. And I think that is certainly the case for Alec Bohm. Like you can see them all just kind of overthinking up there at the plate, and you see glimpses of them, improving their bats. Like on Saturday, I thought their game and their offense was great, but then last night they won, but they should have won by more, in my opinion. So,
well, here's the thing I'll say about what Ruben said there. He may be entirely right, and he played MLB ball and I didn't. But I want them thinking up there. I mean, what they did versus the Mets was a disgrace, and I do think they're chasing less pitches. Now, do I think that's affecting them driving the ball? Yes.
I think there's a balance.
There is. And then
they have to find that middle ground.
And they're struggling with that balance.
They have not found it quite yet.
They are struggling with that balance. All right. Let's get to more of the Shaddur Sanders situation. Let's get to the prank phone call. If you haven't heard this yet, it's a real disgrace. 21-year-old punk kid.
I actually haven't heard it, and I'm kind of scared.
Yeah.
I didn't listen because I didn't want it. I feel like it would make me sad or something.
Yeah, no, it's not good. So we're only going to play a small portion of it. So the 21-year-old son of the Saints, it's the Saints,
Falcons.
right?
No,
Falcons. Falcons defensive coordinator a couple days ago had some of his notes out. Might have been written, might have been on an iPad. I don't know what it was.
Against this guy.
It was an iPad.
Ulbrich.
Huh?
It was an iPad. Yeah.
iPad. All right. So the poor defensive coordinator doing his job, studying for the draft, he's got information in front of him. The 21-year-old son sees the information with Shaddur Sanders' cell phone, grabs it, and says to himself, "With my friends, I'm gonna pull one on draft day," and he did. And this kid is a piece of garbage. So we'll play the beginning portion here. Listen to when the 21-year-old son of the Falcons coordinator initiates this phone call. This was day one with Shaddur Sanders.
Hey, is this Shaddur? This is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man.
This must be nothing to do.
But you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
I mean, and by the way, it wasn't day one. It was not the first day of the draft. All right, so John, let me start with this. I want to, because John, I've been waiting all weekend since hearing. I guess it came out yesterday. I've been wanting to ask you this question. As a father of three, how out of your mind with your son would you be if one of your children pulled this move?
Oh my gosh. I wow.
Right?
I can't even imagine. And Jeff Ulbrich, this defensive coordinator, I played against Jeff, like we're the same age ish, you know.
What
he's
awful situation.
Just incredible. An incredible invasion, an incredible desecration of something that is sacred to some degree. I'm not going to go overboard, and
it's such an affront to both Shaddur Sanders and the guy's dad. I mean, it's a real violation of his own. It's a tremendous violation of his own father.
Yeah.
I mean, he stole information from his father's iPad and pulled a prank.
And a lack of caring of what happens to his dad. Oh. If his dad was fired for that, he could have lost his dad.
No,
his
he
job.
wasn't. They're saying
he wasn't.
Yeah, they're saying no discipline. The
he
Saints
could have been though.
No, of course he could have been. The NFL and the Saints, NFL and the Falcons are saying no discipline for the coordinator because they know it wasn't his fault. I mean, I guess you can say next time lock and key with some information if you got a punk around that's your kid. But you get the point. I mean, it's not the dad's fault. He's got information on a desk. The freaking kid gets the information and pulls that and then goes public with it. Look, I don't know what can be done to the kid. I mean, I am no legal expert. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything there. I know this. If he was my kid, I don't even know how to finish the sentence. If he was my kid, I would be.
There is no punishment that's appropriate for this. When I was going into ninth grade, I totally messed up, and I had a bunch of friends over. My parents went away and trusted me.
Yeah,
I was grounded for the rest of the summer. It ended up being 3 months or whatever. I had to do all the laundry in the house.
Yeah.
I had to do all the, like the chores and everything.
3 months is serious.
Grounded,
that's a big punishment.
No TV, no radio, no electronic usage. It was like return to 1800. And I thought that was extreme. But there is no punishment that's even close to appropriate. I mean, ground him for the next 3 years.
Right.
You can't make it appropriate for what he's done here.
It's a disgrace. The kid issued us an apology. I mean, what's the point of even reading it? I mean, he apologizes, but what a jackass. I mean, seriously.
No, that's a good way to sum it up. What a jackass.
I mean,
you don't have anything better to do with your time if you're that kid. Also,
and to be clear,
why would you think that was a good idea?
Totally.
Ever.
And there are some, I'm not the guy that's not in a joke here and there, life is, you're supposed to have some fun and some laughs and stuff like that, but not like this. This was really, and by the way, it was also going around. There were any number of other people that got prank phone calls. So the league's got an issue. They're going to have to figure out a way. I don't know if they're going to have to do it where the league connects the teams to the players through, I'll use the word through a portal. They're going to have to figure out something because apparently, Shaddur Sanders was far from the only person that got pranked. It's not cool, man. It's really not good. 215-592-9494. All right. So the Eagles made a number of picks over the weekend. Matter of fact, from Friday and Saturday, they made 10 picks total in this draft, but 9 when you combine Friday and Saturday. The Eagles' second round pick was the safety from Texas, Andrew Makuba, who, based on the film, the guy looks like a playmaker. Now, we'll see in time how good is he. I mean, Doc was a second-round safety, couldn't have gone better. Jaquan Jarrett was a second-round safety, couldn't have gone worse. So, we'll find out what this Makuba guy has, but he looks like he throws the lumber around. And it looks like he's got some range. He's a smaller. It does kind of look like CJ GJ a little bit.
Throws the lumber around.
Yeah.
Like a young Joe to camera?
Sure. Yeah, like a young Joe to camera.
You know,
Yeah, you
Joe
were
played
throwing the
safety.
lumber around.
We're talking about a guy who knows what it means to stalk wide receivers in the secondary.
Wait till Fritz gets a load of me. All right, let's listen first off to ESPN's detailed breakdown of Makuba. When he was drafted on Friday night, Mel Kiper and the gang had a breakdown of Makuba. Here's what they said.
4-year starter at safety, had a huge senior season with 5 interceptions, strong against the run as well. All 3 of you guys absolutely love him. Began his college career at Clemson, spent 3 years there before transferring to Austin.
I'll tell you what, for his size, he plays like a much bigger safety. 5'11" and a quarter, 186 pounds. He hits like a linebacker. He's a smart football player, recognizes, diagnosed. He had 1 career interception in 3 years at Clemson. He had 5 interceptions at Texas in this 1 year, 69 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, Lou. I look at a kid who hits like a linebacker. Reminds me of the Raiders back in the day with Atkinson and Tatum. Wow, he will light you up.
Hey, he is everything you want in a DB. Everything. Instincts, competitiveness, tackling, man-to-man coverage, zone coverage instincts. That hit that he had in the SEC championship, oh my goodness. Talk to Steve Sarkisian about this young man. He said the only thing he doesn't have is idea size. That's it. Everything else he has.
That's very high praise from Louis Riddick.
Yeah.
Very high praise. All right, your chance to react to what the Eagles.
Safety himself.
Who was a safety?
Who knows the position better than anyone.
Also, apparently he was briefly roommates with Trotter Jr. when he was at Clemson.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
They got that connection.
All right, so what you make of what Howie did and did not do in the draft. Most notable thing he did not do was draft a tight end. So maybe Goedert stays. Time will tell on that as well. Also, more on the Shaddur Sanders situation, including something Tom Pelissero reported about the Shaddur Sanders in the pre-draft process. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics and more audio of some of these guys when they got drafted, their interactions with Howie and the Eagles brass on the phone. That's all up ahead. Your phone calls as well, 94 WIP.
Imagine a home that's consistently comfortable no matter the weather outside. With energy-efficient windows from Window Nation, that dream can become a reality. Say goodbye to those cold, drafty spots because Window Nation builds their windows with top-quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available. I can tell you, we feel the difference in my house. And we've got 3 new windows, Window Nation windows. My mom stayed in my son's room this past weekend. She kept telling me how much brighter everything looked, everything felt. I know the whole house feels warmer, and we love the inward tilt feature. I've cleaned these windows 6 times already because you can tilt them in. It's amazing. It really is something else. So I also know I'm going to save a ton on my heating and cooling bills. It's something. Don't just take my word for it, though. Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews. You know you're in great hands. And get this, right now, they have a buy 4, get 4 free sales. Plus, you can get 0 interest and 0 payments until 2027. And if you get windows for your whole house, they give you a free entry door. This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
From mock to reality.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Welcome to Philadelphia, Rook.
Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man.
The Eagles play here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's on.
Get ready for
your workouts.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com. Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Today's birthday shout-out goes to DeMarcus Lawrence. Last month, the 33-year-old four-time Pro Bowl defensive end signed a 3-year, $42 million deal with Seattle after 11 years in Dallas. The Tank lit up social media by saying he wasn't going to win a Super Bowl with the Cowboys. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. The 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, and the Eagles walk away with 10 total picks, bolstering the defense with their first 5 selections. Their offensive picks included 3 linemen and former St. Joe's prep quarterback Kyle McCord. Noticeably missing from the Eagles draft class was a tight end.
Surprised you didn't end up with a tight end, and what kind of factored into how that laid out?
Yeah, again, just trying to be as true as we could to the board. Every time that we had the opportunity to pick, we were looking at the board and really trying to reflect what that work to put those grades in really should be reflected in the outcome. So we didn't want to kind of drop down at some points. There were some points where it was close, but it was never at the time we were selecting the best player.
Phillies beat the Cubs 3-1 in extra innings last night, taking the series in Chicago before they return home to Citizens Bank Park to host the Nationals tomorrow. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather today, sunny with a high of 75. It's currently 52 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, ground ball back at Romano. He knocks it down, picks it up, flips to first, and the Phillies come back and win the series over the Cubs. After suffering their 5th straight loss on Friday on a cold and grueling afternoon, they come back and win the weekend, taking 2 straight, including tonight, a 3-1 final in extra innings.
Well, I know the Phillies took a back seat to the Eagles. I think for most of us this weekend, Phillies took a back seat because the draft is such a big deal. And you had both the Eagles situation and the Shaddur Sanders situation going on. But it was a nice weekend by the Phillies. They did what they had to do. And the biggest thing from a Phillies standpoint this weekend was seeing Nola pitch well. I mean, 7 innings, 1 run. That's a really good job by Aaron Nola, and hopefully he can keep that going. He certainly needed. Not that he had been horrendous in all the outings, but he hadn't pitched particularly well. ERA was high. He lost all the starts. So it was good to see the Phillies get a win. And in particular, him pitch really, really well. 215-592-9494. Eagles got an A- from Mel Kiper with his final write-up on their draft. And I want to just give you a little taste of some of what Mel said, talking about the guys from day 2 and 3. Mel said, I mentioned in my Friday night recap how much I like safety Andrew Makuba, whom Philly got at the end of round 2. He can play the role vacated by the trade of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He hits like a linebacker. On day 3, offensive tackle Cameron Williams could be a steal. If Philly can help him put all of his talent together. He started just 1 college season. I had him number 125 on my big board. Ty Robinson will join Fangio's deep front 7 and play multiple positions. Linebacker Shmuel Mondin Jr. can be a special teams demon.
Did you say Shmuel?
Is that what we're going with?
Well, what is it?
I thought it was
It's
like
definitely
Smile.
not that.
I don't think it's Shmuel.
Shmuel sounds dirty, doesn't it?
It reminds me of Schmeagol from
Let's sound it out.
Reminds
Lord
me
of the Rings.
Reminds me of Laverne and Shirley.
Let's sound it out. Smael.
Schmelly.
Smale.
Smale. I think it would be more Smale.
But I didn't hear anyone say Schmale.
Why did you go with Schmeal?
Well, you know what? We actually have the audio of Howie calling him. So let's listen to what Howie called him. All right, let me just finish this from Mel real quick, and then we'll get to that. Says he can be a special teams demon. Quarterback Kyle McCord is a solid number 3 QB. Roseman has done it again, selecting solid players throughout the draft.
Value.
Yeah, well,
at every junction, it felt like he was getting value. It felt like that player, holy cow, we got him in the 5th round and it was projected he was going to go in the 3rd. Holy cow, we got him in the 6th and he was supposed to be a 4th rounder. It really did feel that was consistent.
Yeah, okay.
Which is great for us.
I believe it is Smile.
No way.
That's what play the audio. That's what Google
That
said.
makes a lot of sense.
When he was drafted, they definitely
Smile.
said Smile because I remember I did a double take. I was like,
I
what?
like that. That makes a lot of sense.
All right, let's
Smile.
actually I don't have the audio of Howie with that guy. I'm sorry. I thought
No.
my fault. Bad job by me. Bad job by me.
Now we'll never know.
It's good that it makes sense that someone would have that name now. I was confused initially.
Yeah. All right, let's
His
listen.
name's Smile.
Well, I'll play one piece of Howie audio for you because the Eagles obviously did not trade up much at all, and they kept trading back and back. Other than in the first round, they kept trading back and back and back. Here's Howie when all was said and done on the fact that the Eagles did not trade up much.
It's Howie Roseman from the Eagles.
No, hold on. Wrong one,
Hey,
Fran.
how you doing?
Fran, wrong one.
You ready? Come.
All right, we're going to get to Howie talking about not trading up much and obviously trading back quite a bit. Here is Howie Roseman.
Would you have been surprised to come out still with all of your picks for next year, having used those?
Yes.
Nick, is that a market thing? Were teams less willing to take on future picks?
I feel like do we trade up once out of the five trades? Yeah. Yeah. So we traded up once. So usually those things happen when you're trading up. And there were probably other opportunities that maybe we were looking to trade up and that we would have included stuff, but we're gonna have a lot of picks next year.
Sure are. I will say I was surprised with how many picks they had this year and next year combined entering Thursday, that there weren't more packaged to get less picks but greater value up.
Yeah.
That was just struck me as an unusual way to go about it for a team that has so many great players already.
Well, they tried like you mean like to trade up more?
Trade up more.
Yeah, I think because they remember they were trying to trade with the Chargers in the first round.
I mean, think of it this way. What are the chances that 10 guys the Eagles just picked make their team?
Right.
I mean, I think part of the theory was let's have 6 or 7 better players than 10 players.
There's 0%. 0%
I
chance
agree.
that happens.
That's why I was surprised that they walked away with 10 players instead of 7. You know?
Why? I think it's really wise to the breadth concept.
Well, if you're going to be cutting guys, I mean, we're going to cut 3 or 4 guys.
Throw 10 guys and compete it out. You'll get the best.
I was surprised and or actually somewhat shocked by that. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup truck and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question. Do you like what Howie did in rounds 2 through 7 of the draft? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Coming up in about 5 minutes, an individual that will be at the White House today, Mr. Elliot Shore Parks. Eagles team goes to the White House today. It'll be interesting to find out the Milton Williams and the Josh Sweats and the CJ GJs. John, you would show up if you weren't part of the team anymore, right? Like that's a weird dynamic. Like team gets back together. Like is Goedert going to be there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like is Goedert and Howie going to be standing next to each other when they're in a standoff? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just
it feels like this is one of those things where bygones are let be.
Look, Milton Williams got paid $100 million.
Themselves.
He certainly can't be mad at the Eagles. But we'll talk to Elliot in a few minutes and find out, some of those guys that aren't on the team anymore, are they going to be there or not? Let's get to Ken and Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you?
Great, Ken.
So on the whole Shaddur Sanders thing, that's so bizarre. I don't think, I didn't think he was as good as people were talking about him being. So, I don't think it's as big a deal that he slid as far as he did because I just thought I just didn't see it on the tape.
But here's what makes it a big deal, Ken. It's the first time ever that a guy could maybe go in the top 5
quarterback
and then goes in the 5th round.
Quarterbacks always
That's
go the other way. Well, I shouldn't say always. The history has shown us, like, we still have the video of guys like Aaron Rodgers sitting there in that room waiting. But Aaron Rodgers, his ordeal ended at like whatever it was, 22 or 3 or 26. This is Not even. This is the whole day.
The
whole first day was gone. The whole second day was gone, and he's the third day.
He obviously hurt himself dramatically in the pre-draft process with stuff he said. I mean, that seems pretty clear.
No question about it. The other thing for me is I don't know how long ESPN is going to continue to pay Mel Kiper Jr. to go on television and say NFL teams have no idea how to evaluate quarterbacks.
I thought Mel was really misguided with how he presented the Shaddur Sanders situation for one primary reason. He was not talking about how Shaddur Sanders had turned teams off. He kept talking about talent, which is part of it, but he kept not talking about the stuff that teams were turned off by, and which is also part of it. I thought Mel looked foolish.
Just for context, in '94 when he made, he had the infamous run-in with Bill Polian, I think it was.
No, it wasn't Bill Polian. It was someone else from the Colts.
But the quarterback that he was saying the exact same things. NFL teams don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks, and the quarterback that he was losing it over was Trent Dilfer. So just for a point of context.
Here's the other thing I'd say. I thought his point, yes, NFL teams get it wrong at quarterback at times. That is true. They get it wrong at defensive tackle at times. They get it wrong at wide receiver at times. I mean, Jalen Reagor was a first-round pick. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside was a second-round pick. They get it wrong in every position. They get it right at every position. I thought Mel seemed really foolish in a lot of ways this weekend.
Well, I was a little surprised that the Eagles obviously had a higher grade on Makuba than they did on Xavier Watts. I thought Xavier Watts was a better player. Obviously, the Eagles don't agree with me, and they get paid to do that. Day three, the guy that I'm looking at is Drew Kendall, the center that they drafted out of Boston College. Because when I look at this guy physically and I look at him on tape, he screams guard to me, and he looks like he could be a really kind of a dark horse, opportunity to slide in there at right guard, because bigger than centers typically are. The Eagles don't typically go with 6'3" centers, and he's mean. If you put the tape on this guy, he likes abuse.
All right, Ken, give me an answer. Like the Shaddur Sanders slide and everything that went with the whole weekend, what else was unbelievable? You can win Elvis Costello tickets.
It was unbelievable that we shut down an entire country during COVID.
That was a remarkable and unprecedented situation, to say the least. All right, let's listen to Tom Pelissero, because the Shaddur Sanders situation was unbelievable on a lot of fronts. The prank phone call, the whole thing. Listen to Pelissero. John, this is some interesting intel, and this was Saturday morning, prior to the draft resuming with the fourth round. Mm-hmm. So he hadn't been picked in rounds 1, 2, or 3. Pelissero giving you some insight on some of why Shaddur Sanders hadn't yet been picked. Here's what he said.
Philosophically, some teams feel like if you are drafting at the quarterback position specifically, if you think you've got a starter, you take him in round 1. If you're drafting somebody to be your backup, you don't want to do that until day 3. I spoke last night with one general manager who is considering taking Shaddur Sanders today. He pointed back all the way to March 2024 and something that Shaddur's father, Deion Sanders, said on a podcast talking about both Shaddur and Travis Hunter, saying that if they are drafted by a team that they don't want to go to, he's going to step in and pull an Eli, meaning force those players to not actually go to that team and try to get them traded. Throughout the pre-draft process, Shaddur Sanders very much proceeded as if he was dictating to clubs where he was going to go, rather than how the draft works, which is the other way around. And there were a bunch of opportunities missed at the various checkpoints through that pre-draft process. Go all the way back to All-Star season. Instead of going to the Senior Bowl, he went to the East-West Shrine Bowl in his backyard in Dallas. Despite an NFL memo saying if you go to these All-Star games, you have to practice, Shaddur chose not to. At the Combine, it is now well documented some of his formal interviews did not go well. One assistant coach told me in all his years, it was the worst formal interview he'd ever been through.
I mean, that's... that last statement right there.
I wonder what goes into that exactly.
Well, probably arrogance would be my guess.
I'd like to hear more about
that. Well, think of it this way. Shaddur Sanders was on record saying, well, let's play the audio of Shaddur Sanders talking about culture, because I thought this was so misguided. I mean, especially for some of these teams are very successful. Do the Pittsburgh Steelers need to change their culture? No. I think what they need to do is get better players, but I don't think their culture with Mike Tomlin is off base. If I'm Mike Tomlin and Shaddur Sanders is telling me, you got to change your culture. If I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm not drafting him. Here's what Shaddur Sanders said further back.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
I mean, if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm like, no thanks. Don't, because that's not why Pittsburgh hasn't won. Now listen, you can make the case where they haven't won because the quarterback and Shaddur Sanders can be that quarterback. I think his dad really hurt him with this part of it. Really hurt him.
You can feel it at that junction, when he's saying we, when he's using the royal we to refer to him and his dad.
And his dad had like legit top 5 talent to the point where he's probably the best cornerback
that's
ever.
What's different here.
Of course it is.
He's linking himself to his dad, and of course, that's your coach. That is like he's been a great part of this every step of the way, but he was also maybe the most gifted player I ever played against. I never saw someone move that fast in real life until I
wild.
saw Deion on the field.
Right.
Like you can't even conceptualize it on tape. It just doesn't even translate for some reason. Until you see that in real life, you just can't even believe it. He was so amazingly gifted. This Shaddur, he's an accurate quarterback who understands the game and coverage, but he's not gifted like that.
Yeah,
not even close to gifted like that.
Incredible development, obviously, in sports. And we'll see how this one plays out. We're all going to be watching for years to see what Shaddur Sanders has in the NFL. All right, coming up in 1 minute, Elliot Shore Parks with his report on the Eagles, the draft. Obviously, the Birds going to the White House today. We'll get to Elliot coming up in 1 minute. All right, Mother's Day, it's almost upon us, coming up. One of the great days every year. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and, of course, their service. I love their showroom, man. Family and Company Jewelers showroom. It's an extravaganza of jewelry. You got to see it to believe it. It's phenomenal. Awesome. Huge selection of gifts at every price point, and obviously make for all sorts of wonderful options for you to get your mother, your wife, Mother's Day up ahead. So make sure you're prepared. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, let's talk to Elliot Shore Parks, who's on the beat and perhaps already down in D.C. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Super.
So, Elliot, we're going to do a lot of draft stuff with you, but let's start with the White House reality and the visit today.
Sounds good.
So you are going, right?
Correct. Yeah. So the event is at 4:00 today. Not yet in Washington, heading down there soon. But yeah, I mean, barring anything changing between now and 4:00, the event should go on.
And so a couple things here. Do we know if the former players that are no longer Eagles will be there? The Milton Williams, the Josh Sweat, CJ, GJ. What do you know about those guys?
Yeah, so I don't have a list of who's going and who's not. Now, I'm assuming they're invited. So we will see who goes today. And, I think with this today, that's probably one of the bigger stories, right? Like who goes, who doesn't. With some of the former players, you could maybe say they're in their other cities doing their OTAs. Maybe they weren't able to make it. But I do think from a leadership perspective, it'll be interesting to see who goes among the main guys, later today.
And Goedert's another one, Elliot. I mean, they're in a standoff right now over money and, are he and Howie Roseman standing right next to each other down there?
Yeah, no, I agree. That is another awkward part of this. And the Goedert thing after the draft this weekend, I don't know if you guys played the audio or heard it, but Howie was asked after the draft about Goedert and his future. And it was so cold the way he talked about it. It almost makes me think it was like a chess move that they're trying to convince him to take a pay cut to stay. But every indication I still get is that I would be surprised if Goedert is on the team.
Wow. All right. But real quick, before we get to personnel, I want to do a lot on that. What's the protocol for getting in there? Like for a 4:00 event, what time do you start moving into the White House?
It's a great question. So I'm going to get on the train here in a little bit. I left myself a bunch of time. Still waiting to get official directions on how to do that. So
Wow.
I've been to the White House like on a tour, maybe when I was in like 3rd grade, but I have not obviously been there in ever like an official capacity. The team didn't go in 2018. So yeah, it'll be a very interesting day all around for sure.
All right, good stuff. All right, Elliot Shore Parks with us. So Elliot, the draft, how do you think Howie did?
I would say I like the draft. I don't know if I leave it being like, oh my God, they got steal after steal. I think it was a different draft than I'm used to. Going into the draft, there are a couple things that I thought you could really like look at and say, okay, these are the guys they're going to draft. And we've talked about it, like the top 30 visits. In the past 5 years or whatever, they bring guys in for a top 30 visit. There's a good shot they draft those guys. And maybe this is wrong, but from my understanding, not a single player they drafted was in the top 30. They also,
Right.
or was
This
a
year.
top 30 visit, I should say. Yeah, was a top 30 visit. Yeah.
Yeah. What? So, did they give any explanation for that, Elliot? Was that simply a mechanism of they didn't expect these guys to be around at that specific moment? Like that's what I thought initially, but then once you get past the first round, like you've certainly scouted everyone.
So I do think with Jihad Campbell, there's a realistic argument, and I do believe that it's true that they did not think they would have a chance to get him. So
Yeah.
I do understand that one. And the other part of that is, Campbell has to agree to come in for a top 30. So maybe both sides felt, you know what, there's not a realistic shot here, and they didn't do it. But with the other guys, you're right. Now, outside of just the top 30, though, like both secondary guys they drafted are undersized. Ty Robinson is a bit on the older side. The tackle they took, I think Hinton out of Michigan is a bit on the older side. So for me, I think, we'll talk about the players, and there's a lot to like about the class that they got. But my main takeaway from the weekend is it really feels like you could see maybe Vic Fangio's influence on this draft. It didn't feel like a Howie Roseman draft to me. It felt like Vic had a lot of say as to what defensive guys they took. And honestly, that's probably for the better. He clearly earned that right and knows what he's doing.
So speaking of it, the Vic Fangio impact on this draft, is it Smile Mondin? Do we pronounce it like
I believe it's Smile is what I was told, but I'm not great with
linebacker Smile Mondin?
Yes.
Small for a linebacker. Feels like in my era, we would have called him like, okay, he's going to be like a special teams guy, special teams maven out the gates, and then we'll see how he works into things. So is he expected to be the off-ball type? I am now thrown for a loop, Elliot. Every time we see linebacker, I can't trust myself to assess whether he's an edge guy or an off-the-ball guy because of what you did to us last Friday.
So Smile Mondin, I think, is much more of a true linebacker. I don't think he's somebody you will see line up on the edge. And what I like about him is, first of all, next year, I think he can be a really, really good special teams player for this team. He's ultra quick, ultra athletic. And, this isn't a special teams stat, and maybe tackling on special teams is a little different. You'd probably be able to speak to that better than I would. But last year, he had a missed tackle rate of only 5%. And for context, I would have been 3rd best in the NFL last year. And I know that's not apples to apples there, but the point is he is an excellent tackler that's super quick and super athletic. And to me, that just seems to translate over to special teams really well for this team next year. Now, long term, where will he play on defense? He's very raw still. I don't think he's ready to go out there on defense just yet. But Vic Fangio has shown he's good at developing players, as is Nick Sirianni, and there's a lot to work with there with Mondin.
So I'm just wondering what compare the two, Mondin and Jihad Campbell is like. Am I supposed to assume Jihad Campbell is now our version of Micah Parsons? Like, is that what Vic will use him like?
Yeah, so I think that's what they want him to be. When Howie talked on Thursday after drafting him, I don't think it's a coincidence. The two players he essentially referenced when talking about Jihad Campbell was Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter. Now, that doesn't mean it'll be right away. Like Micah Parsons' first year in the NFL, he played over 500 snaps at off-ball linebacker. And I think it was only about 200 or so snaps at edge. And then slowly that number started to change. Less at off ball, more at edge. I think next year you will see Jihad Campbell take snaps at off-ball linebacker. And I think you'll see them get creative with how they use him. But the point I was making on Friday, and I still firmly believe this, is that I think their hope is that, next year, his second year, like the transition is to an edge because of his body type and his skill set. But he still has work to do as an edge. He doesn't come to the NFL with a set of pass rush moves. He didn't take a ton of snaps there. So it's similar to Micah Parsons. But remember, again, Micah Parsons didn't start at edge to begin his career.
Elliot, the safety situation, do you think Sidney Brown lost the inside track to be a starter this weekend?
I do.
Yeah, I did so. I mean, second round pick. That tells me they didn't want Sidney Brown starting.
Now,
What round was Sidney?
Sydney was
I
also
think, right?
no. Sydney, I think was second, if I'm not mistaken.
He was
second or high third. You could look that
I think
up.
he
but
might have
I'm-
been second.
Yeah, you're making me question myself there, but I'm pretty sure he was a second round pick as well. But regardless, he's not the most recent second round pick. And that's
Yes,
more what
right.
matters. And Vic Fangio was not here when he was drafted. So Makuba, you watch him, in the brief time I've been able to watch him since they drafted him, you can see what Vic likes about him. Like, he's very instinctual. He reminds me, honestly, he's like a carbon copy of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I can't speak to the personality, and obviously with Chauncey, a big part of him is his personality. But the two things that reminds me, or three things, I guess I should say, about Makuba with Chauncey is, one, he can go up and play slot if you need him to. Obviously, Chauncey started as a slot. Two, he creates a ton of turnovers. And if you look at the players they drafted this year on defense, they all created a ton of turnovers. But three, and this is the concerning part for me, he was a really bad tackler last year. I think his missed tackle rate, I have it here if I'm not mistaken, it was around 14% or so. I mean, it was bad. It was right there with Chauncey's, what Chauncey had in the NFL. So he is a hard hitter for sure. And you guys, I'm sure have talked about some of the big hits he's made, but Sidney Brown can hit too. The issue is, can you tackle? Like, it's great to be able to hit, but if you're flying by somebody trying to land a big hit, then that's a problem. Now, the tackling on the team improved last year as it went on. So maybe they do get Makuba into the building and he's better at it, but that would be a concern of mine in addition to the size, obviously.
So, Elliot,
Sidney Brown was a third round pick. Third
okay.
pick in
Okay,
the third
third.
round.
Elliot, tell me which of these surprised you more. Both surprised me a good amount. Which surprised you more? That Howie walked away from this draft without drafting a tight end, or that was such a strong roster, he chose to take 10 players and didn't package to move up more like he did in round one, and walks away with 10 players, and there's no way 10 players can make this team?
Yeah, they're both great questions. And I would say this is just pure opinion here. This is not informed or anything, but to me, it just feels like maybe the draft did not go the way they expected. Like, they didn't think Jihad Campbell would be there, and they had to, kind of pivot and go up and get him. The fact that no top 30 visits were drafted at all, makes me feel at least like the guys they thought could be there weren't. Howie talked about kind of, the difficulties of moving around in the draft when you are drafting 32nd essentially in every round. So I do think that when you talk about a tight end, like, did they go into the draft hoping to draft a tight end? Probably, but maybe the board just didn't fall that way. And then in terms of, the bigger shock to me would be they went in with 8 picks and drafted 10 players. Like, I thought for sure they would package picks together.
Yeah.
And they ended up not doing that. So, we can have all of our opinions on what the draft will be like leading up to it. The Eagles can have their own blueprint, but it really is like anything else in the way that, 2 or 3 picks happen and your entire plan for the 3 days changes. So, yeah, I'm surprised though with both of those things.
We haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything much about Antoine Powell-Ryland. The guy was so productive coming off the edge. We talk a lot about Jihad Campbell being our edge guy. Edge. We know edge gets paid the most on the defensive side of the ball. This guy was third in the FBS in sacks last year, and he's sort of like an afterthought. We're not even talking about him at all. What makes him so productive, Elliot?
Yeah, so I've covered a lot of like 6th, 7th round picks by the Eagles in my time. I've never covered a draft pick that had this type of production this late in the draft. I mean, it is insane. His numbers, I don't know how deep you've dove into them, but like last year, 16 sacks and 19 tackles for a loss. That within itself is crazy. But then over the last 2 years, 26 sacks and 34 tackles for a loss. Also crazy. And then this one, honestly, might be my favorite stat of any player they drafted over these past few days. over the past 3 years, he has 9 forced fumbles, and he forced 3 in each season. So it's not like he had some fluky year where he forced 8. Each of the past 3 years,
I saw that. I thought that was
fumbles.
a misprint, Elliot. I thought for sure, they just copied and pasted from the season before. They didn't.
So I still question it as I say it right here, but it's crazy. So you're right. Statistically, he is, unreal numbers. Now, why does he fall? Well, he's viewed as undersized. He's a bit of a tweener, but those are, in my opinion, I'll take a chance on a guy with that type of production. When you're using a 6th-round pick and you compare him to a guy like Cameron Williams, who they also took. Cameron Williams, a tackle out of Texas, he has all the physical measurables you want. He is the best ball of clay you could hand Jeff Stoutland as an offensive tackle, but he was horrendous last year for Texas. And then on the flip side, Antoine Powell-Ryland is probably not the best physical ball of clay for an edge, but the stats are unreal. So I like both those picks for different reasons, and I am very excited to watch Powell-Ryland when camp begins.
Good stuff. OTA starts when, Elliot?
Well, so OTAs are going on now, but they're not doing any football activity yet. I'd have to check when the first time they get on the field is. I've been so wrapped up in the draft, but they're in the, well, not today. They're in the building because they're in the White House, but the OTAs have already begun.
Final thing, Elliot, in that White House today, in the White House, you got one job. Talk to the chief usher. Okay. Make sure he knows to leave a great spot for the future portrait of the Hammer. Okay?
I was going to say, you want me to bring a note? I can try to put it in the oval desk for you.
No,
okay.
Not a note. Just I'll probably be 51, 52. True. Just a very prominent spot on a prominent wall. That's all I ask.
All right, I'll tell them they have some time, but not
and
too
remember,
long,
it has to be pretend, Elliot. A prominent but pretend wall.
All right,
we'll
Elliot.
see if they know you.
Have fun down there.
Awesome. Have a nice
Thanks, buddy. There he is, Elliot Shore Parks. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's play some of the audio of when these guys got the call from Howie Roseman and the Eagles brass that they were being taken. Let's start with Andrew Makuba. He's the safety, and the Eagles notified him on Friday night that they were picking him. Here's Howie and Makuba.
This is Howie Roseman from the Eagles.
Hey, how you doing?
You ready to come to Philly?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to pick you with this pick. Congratulations.
Man, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're excited to have you.
Looking forward to chatting with you tomorrow a little bit more, but go enjoy this night. We couldn't be more excited. Let's go, man. All right.
No doubt, man. Let's do it.
Andrew, congratulations, man. We're patient the whole round, waiting for you, and we got you.
Nah, y'all got the best one for sure.
Best one for sure. I think he's referring to the Eagles team. Best team. I'm on the best team. I'm on the best one for sure. I assume that's what he means.
Did he say you got the best one for sure?
I thought he was talking about
the best
himself.
one for sure.
I thought he said I got the best one for sure.
Oh, really?
Meaning the Eagles, but I could be wrong.
I thought he said you got the best one.
I thought he said you got the best one.
All right.
And yeah.
You guys
That's
might be right.
cool.
You guys might be right.
Might as well tell the owner. You did.
That's what
You got
Brady
the best
did
one.
when Kraft drafted Brady. He said, "This is the best decision you ever made."
Mm-hmm.
That's what Brady told Kraft. All right, let's listen to defensive tackle Ty Robinson. So he's from Nebraska. Played with Cam Jurgens. I think he played with Cam at Nebraska. They know each other. I know that.
Probably did.
Well, Cam's been here what?
Couple of
3 years, I think. So I don't know, but I know they know each other.
Well, I'm sure they crossed over. Cam was, a senior. He was probably a freshman.
Some of these
3,
guys
4
played
years
How
different.
about the dude that got drafted that played 7 years of college football?
Yeah.
7
He's coming out,
years.
he's 24, right?
Oh my God, I don't know what he
he's
is.
the same age as I was when I came out. I mean, I was old.
And you were 5 years in college, right?
I was 5 years in college, but I was also September 4th birthday.
Double whammy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Ty Robinson gets drafted. By the way, I like this Clint guy, whatever his name is, defensive line coach guy. This guy sounds like John Ritchie's kind of football coach. Let's listen to Ty Robinson with the gang.
Hi, what's going on? It's Howie Roseman. I'm with the Eagles. How you doing, brother?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're going to pick you right here.
Awesome.
All right. You're a Philadelphia Eagle. Congratulations. Can't wait to get you here.
Hey, Ty. How you doing? It's Coach
I'm doing
Sirianni.
great, Coach. How are you?
Hey, congrats, man.
Thank you so much.
I got a lot of excited people in this room.
Same
And
here.
I'm sure you guys got the same
Georgia
thing.
Dogs very well.
Let's go, baby. All right. I'm happy for you. Let's get to work. I'm going to put you on the
Same
phone
here,
with
Coach.
our defensive line coach, Clint Hurt.
Big dog, how you doing? Doing great, Coach. How are you? I'm doing awesome. Congratulations to you. Let's get ready to maximize this opportunity. You get ready to kick some ass for the damn Eagles now. You got me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother. All right, man. Congrats again. I'll talk to you soon.
That 3 or 4 seconds might have been my favorite of all the calls. Let's get ready to kick some ass with the Eagles. It's, that guy sounds the way he looks. Because, John, that guy looks. I mean, he's bigger than some of the football players. That guy's a massive.
He looks the part, yeah.
That guy's a big dude.
Yes.
All right, let's go to
massive man.
Joe in Yaden right now. Joseph, good morning, buddy.
Good morning. Top of the morning to all of you.
What's up?
2 things. First, the Phillies. Small ball.
Yeah, there was some.
Small freaking ball.
Yeah, there was some.
Yes, and pitching. Actually got some good pitching, too. And, again, no offense, I think they're not going to make a playoff because, again, the roster is a 30-year-old bunch of players who maybe within 3 years, between now and the next 3 years, that's it. That's all they got. They got to have. What do you feel?
I'm not sure. I think they will. If I had to guess, I'd say they probably make the playoffs, but I feel a lot more shaky about it than I did 2 weeks ago, obviously. I think they're still more likely to make it than not, but they're going to have to work at it. One thing that struck me is the Braves, and I think they took a step back. I think it was yesterday, but the Braves started winning some games. I know they're 7-3 in their last 10, so they're going to be coming up in the standings, obviously. And there's some loaded, teams out west. So the Phillies are going to have to scrap to make the playoffs.
They need to figure out the balance between the small ball and running and finding a way to hit the ball out of the park at the same time. They're just not there yet. But that doesn't mean they can't be a really good team. That doesn't mean they can't get where they want to go, which is the postseason. And then all bets are off. If they get hot, who knows?
Joe, I still lean in the direction of saying they're going to make the playoffs because of the starting pitching. And I know it hasn't been as good with some of the guys this year as anticipated, but it's hard for me to imagine. I mean, especially when at some point you throw Ranger in there and you throw Painter in there
up too. Yeah.
Like, it's just hard for me to imagine a team with those 6 starting pitchers. I'm not talking about Taiwan. The 6 guys that we are proud to have as Philly starting pitchers. I mean, for a team to have those 6 guys and miss the playoffs, that would be, to me, a surprise.
Yeah. Oh, and also, too, regarding John Ritchie, when I called the last time regarding my best player, he's a blue-collar worker where, like, for example...
Wait, who's John Mickey? I don't know who John Mickey...
John Ritchie. I'm sorry, John Ritchie. I'm very hyper. I had my coffee today.
No, it's all right. He said, that's what he said.
He totally said Ritchie. It was clear as day.
Thanks for busting my chops. I very appreciate
truly
that.
hard of hearing.
What said John Mickey?
You got headphones on.
You got your ears clean. You got your wax problem. I really believe that.
Maybe you got to talk more coherently so I can understand.
Okay, I'll try.
No, I'm joking around.
Well, with John Ritchie, my son-in-law played and went to the University of Pittsburgh, and he started as fullback for three straight years.
No way.
Yes, he was that good.
When was this?
Oh God, he's 47 now. So.
Oh man, so he was close to Ironhead Hayward. I mean,
you got it.
Craig Hayward was close to his time there at Pitt, which is amazing.
Gotcha.
All right, he wasn't drafted, but he was a free agent. Chicago Bears picked him up. He was the last cut.
Too bad.
Hey Joe, give me an answer.
Kid,
what was unbelievable, Joe? You can win the Elvis Costello tickets.
Okay, I'm show my age here. The missile, the Cuban Missile issue back then, in the 60s.
Yeah, that's no joke. Cuban Missile Crisis was kind of unbelievable. We'll have to figure out how we judge that one. I don't know. There's a lot to it. 215-592-9494.
Wow, it really was unbelievable, though.
It is. I mean, it happens.
One of the
closest the world ever came to nuclear war.
Yes, you're right.
Cuban Missile Crisis. 215-592-94. You know what cracks me up sometimes, Sean, when people are talking about younger kids and
is that officially
what
the closest that the world's ever come?
Well, I think there's 2. It's considered it's 2. There's 2 that are frequently cited. That's one, and the other was the time in '83 when the Soviets thought we had launched something, or I think it was that they thought we had launched something, and there was that one guy, but it was a misread. And there was that one guy that said, let's not launch. There was that one Soviet guy.
There was the one Soviet guy who was being told, press the button to launch World War III. And he said, wait.
Yep.
I'm not going to do that.
Correct.
Wait.
Let's wait a second here.
Man.
It was kind of like Denzel Washington and Gene Hackman in Crimson Tide. It was a similar, like, are we taking that step or not? Those are, I believe, the 2 times it's considered the closest to nuclear war. What I was going to say is I crack up sometimes, Sean, when people talk about, kids and you got to be careful with what you teach them, like from the standpoint of don't put too much on them and overburden them.
Mm-hmm.
Like our parents and grandparents' generation, they were under desks as like 6-year-olds being told to prepare for nuclear war in school.
That's true.
Like, I think kids can handle a little bit more than sometimes adults think they can handle.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think you're right.
I mean, come on now. With that said, that 21-year-old kid of the defensive coordinator should be smacked.
Yes.
I need someone to answer this question. If you were the parent of the 21-year-old punk that pranked Shaddur Sanders, if you were that kid's parent, what would you do? Because that kid is a jackass for punking and pranking Shaddur Sanders the way he did. What would you do? 215-592-9494. Jihad Campbell and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The basketball world is saddened to mark the passing of Dr. Dick Barnett. The 88-year-old shooting guard with the signature fallback baby jump shot was elected to the Hall of Fame for his 14-year NBA career. That included the 2 Knicks championships. He was also enshrined as a member of the legendary Tennessee A&I college basketball dynasty back in the late 1950s. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Phillies beat the Cubs 3-1 in extra innings last night. Aaron Nola pitched 7 innings, and Jordan Romano pitched the 10th for his second save of the season. The 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, and the Eagles walk away with 10 total picks, opting for defense for over half of their selections, including 6'6" defensive tackle Ty Robinson from Nebraska.
It doesn't take long to put on the tape to like Ty Robinson. He's got quickness. He can work edges. He's strong with his hands. He's got great elite character. He's a Philly kind of player. So again, he was a guy that we really were targeting yesterday at 96. Woke up and was really hoping that he was there at our pick, and that was one we weren't considering trading back from.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather today, sunny with a high of 75. It's currently 53 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports
end up at a team that might be the most perfect team for him to have a shot to play at. And I don't mean like year one per se, although he does. I mean for the next 5 to 10 years. Like, they don't really have anyone that is perceived to be their guy for 5 years from now. So if he goes in there and plays great and seizes the day, he can be the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns for 10 years. Now, they still might be a garbage franchise because they've been a garbage franchise, but like, it's a lot better for him than some of the other spots. I mean, he could have been Jalen Hurts. He could have been the third string quarterback of the Eagles.
Yeah.
Where he'd be blocked.
And that would have been a mess.
But they did take Dylan Gabriel.
But that guy's not the first
got a lot of
overall pick in the draft. Like,
Kenny Pickett's there.
yeah, I mean, Kenny Pickett's
Joe
beat out.
Flacco.
Yeah, he's old.
They brought him in. No, that Joe Flacco has definitely tied us over. You know, he will be a functional quarterback for the short term.
Is it going to come down to
Kenny
Shaddur
Pickett,
and Joe
that?
Flacco? Is that going to be the quarterback competition in Cleveland?
And Watson.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
And
it's actually
Gabriel.
a pretty good spot for him.
It is. I don't
the
understand why
irony.
Pittsburgh didn't. Like, I do understand, but I also don't, because the Steelers still don't have a quarterback.
But you cannot tell Mike Tomlin.
No, and that's the thing.
I'm going to change your culture.
Yeah.
Like you're Mike Tomlin. Your culture needs to change. No, it doesn't.
But Mike Tomlin, you also need a quarterback. You
No,
can't run
that's
out there
right.
with Mason Rudolph.
I agree with that.
So I don't know what their plan is, but
Yeah. All right, 215-592-9494. It really was, of all the draft stuff ever, it was one of the more wild developments we've ever seen. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Bam right now in Upper Darby. Good morning, Bam.
Good morning, crew. How you doing?
Great, Bam.
I want to say Hakuna Matata is the best pick I think is out of there.
Hakuna Matata.
I can't say his last name. That's why.
Oh, I know what you're saying. The safety. That took me a second. I was trying to figure out. Yeah, I
didn't
got
get
you.
it.
Yeah,
You're saying Andrew Makuba.
Makuba, yeah.
Yes, I think he's a good player. I didn't really get to see him play much, but I believe he can be a day one starter. How about you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
They have the need.
Yep.
That's for sure. I don't like the idea of drafting a guy to come in and play right away, but it seems like you're going to see a nice competition with Sidney Brown there and Lewis Cine. Don't forget Lewis Cine. Lewis Cine, another good player. Safety.
You love him.
I actually think he's probably going to be starting early.
Devin, I think he's just
I
screwing
don't.
with us.
Wait,
He's
why?
just-
Why?
It's just John's little inside joke. He likes to do this Lewis Scene thing, and then you
I
fall
feel
for it
like
every time.
show.
Devin, you fall for it every time.
I'm telling you, Lewis Cine's
This
good.
is- This is John's way of trolling. That's all it is.
Is it trolling
Yeah.
or are you serious? I
I'm
can't
serious.
tell.
Lewis Cine is a viable option at safety. If this kid isn't, if Makuba doesn't come along,
What about that
Lewis
Johnny
Cine will be
Wilson
our
guy you
safety.
loved last year? And he would drop every other pass thrown his way. He would clang off his hands. Remember that guy?
he is AJ Brown's backup.
Yeah, and he stinks.
Well, he's on
See,
the
I
team.
can't give John crap for like hyper fixating on these random players because I gave him some pushback for saying Bryson Stott should be leading off like every time we
Right.
had someone
Yeah,
call in
and
about
now
the
Bryson
Phillies, and now
Stott-
Bryson Stott is leading off and he's
Yeah.
doing well. So
He's doing all right.
sometimes it works out.
But he got there in an unconventional way. He got there because Bohm stunk.
Yeah.
And they
He
wanted
got
to
there
get
just-
Schwarber in the
yeah.
middle.
And Johnny Wilson is going to get on the field in unconventional ways too. He's 6'6", 250 pounds, playing
He's
wide
really
receiver.
large.
Hey,
He's
Bam.
going to be out there blocking people.
Sure. Bam, give me an answer for something unbelievable. What do you got?
All right, I was telling Frank back there, I was going to say Allen Iverson, the practice thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a great answer. The practice press conference. It was during the pandemic that we replayed the practice press conference, John, because if you remember, it was at that point the 18 or 19-year anniversary, I guess it was. And I remember we had a whole show because we had no sports to talk about. And it was the 18th anniversary of Iverson's press conference, and we talked about it, and then we played the whole thing. It was wild. And John, this is one of my real regrets in my professional existence. I could have gone to that, and it would have been the first press conference I ever attended, but I chickened out because I was young in the industry. I had gotten to the point where, Sixers said, okay, you're credible enough to come. I didn't feel worthy of being there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could have witnessed history.
I could have.
Chickened out.
I chickened out. I mean, I'm just being honest. I chickened out.
Does it make you feel more unworthy when you think about it in this context?
No, it made me hungry to make sure to not chicken out the next time.
Unworthy at the time.
I did.
Really?
Yeah,
You did yourself a disservice.
I know I did.
That's such a shame.
It is a shame.
What if it was
But-
like the butterfly effect? If you had gone,
Yeah.
maybe it wouldn't have gone down that way.
Can you imagine?
I would have said something. I would have gone on a totally
Yeah,
different.
wouldn't have even talked about practice.
Can you imagine that? That would have been. But the fact that was almost my first press conference was wild. All right. Let's listen to a little bit more of the audio. Some of these guys getting drafted by the Eagles. Let's get to Drew Kendall. So he is the Boston College offensive lineman. Eagles got him in the 5th round. Here's his interaction with the brass.
Drew, how's it going?
It's Howie Roseman from the Eagles. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're going to pick you right here, brother.
You are?
Yeah, we are. Congratulations.
So, thank you so much. I appreciate
Yeah, we're excited. Yeah, we can't wait to get you to Philadelphia. You're a heck of a player, and you're going to fit everything we do. So congratulations. I know you've been waiting a little bit, but hopefully it's worthwhile. I'm going to put on Coach Sirianni and then Coach Stoutland.
Hey, Drew. How you doing? Coach Sirianni.
Hey, Coach.
Hey,
Doing
congratulations.
great. How are you?
Congratulations. You're an Eagle.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I can't wait.
Yeah, we like the way you play, man. Can't wait
Thank
to work
you.
with you.
Hey, buddy, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank
Hey,
you.
all that hard work you did, all that
Yeah.
time you put in, it's
Mhm.
going to all pay off now.
Yeah, thank you.
Now it's time to go to work, okay?
Yep. Yes, sir.
I love Stoutland, man. Now it's time. He buddies him. Hey, buddy. But he slides in there. Now it's time
Well,
to
it'll all
go
pay
to
off.
work.
It'll all pay off now. Now you get to go to work. Now the joy of work comes. No, really, like this is the way you teach it. It really does. It matters that they right from the get-go. Hey, this is our culture. This is our culture of work. We work to enjoy winning. We work to dominate. We work to put ourselves in a position to every single day. We get better 1%. That means we are better than everyone else out there. And we're going to stay 1% every day getting better. So we stay ahead of everyone who's behind us.
Hypothetical situation. Jeff Stoutland's coaching Ben Simmons, rookie year. What happens? Ben's still a
He
bum,
shoots.
right? Nah, he doesn't shoot.
He shoots threes.
Nah, he's gutless. Devin, he would not shot even.
Well,
if,
it's not even an option.
Bobby
to
Knight
not.
could have been his coach. He wouldn't have shot.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know who his
disagree.
coach is now with the Clippers, but he's doing a little better.
Ty Lue, I think. I think Ty Lue's out there.
He's doing a little better out there. So,
all right, let's listen to Kyle McCord. So, St. Joe's Prep, my high school, Kyle McCord, quarterback, had played at Ohio State and then transferred to Syracuse. Here's the moment he gets the call from the Eagles.
Kyle, it's Howie Roseman from the Eagles.
How are you doing?
You know, I think we have an obligation each year to take a St. Joe's Prep kid. So, unfortunately, you're going to be the selection this year. How do you feel about that?
I'm fired up, man. I'm excited.
We're going to pick you right here, man. I know you've been sitting for a long time. We're fired up to have you. I'm going to put Coach Sirianni on the phone. We're going to put the pick through right now. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you.
Thank you.
Hey, Kyle. How you doing? Coach Sirianni.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hey, I'm doing well. I've been following your career for a while and being a local guy, so excited to get you.
Yes, sir. I can't wait. It's going to be a good deal. I'm excited, man.
All right, so that audio is good, but I want to play audio that's even better. This is when Kyle McCord tells his family, because obviously he grows up here, grows up an Eagles fan. The family's Eagles fans, the whole deal. Listen to the celebration when he tells right when he gets off the phone. So the family's videotaping him talking to the Eagles. We just played you audio the Eagles released of the phone call, but let's now get audio from the video of the family recording him. And here's that moment when he informs his family.
You know what team or no? No. The Eagles.
Isn't that cool? Hometown guy. That's good stuff. Really
So cool.
Really, really good stuff. All right, let's get back to the phones. Let's go to John and Manioc right now. Johnny.
Joe, love the show as always, man.
Thanks, pal.
Quit Phil's thing, just when we beat the Dodgers, knocked them off, everyone thought we were great, and then we lost a couple, and everyone thought we stunk again, and then we swept the Marlins, and we were great. So I'm not going to do this to myself. I've seen some Super Bowls now, some championships. I feel a little satiated. I'm not going to live and die with them, but they looked pretty good this year, this week. I still think you need to get someone in the bullpen. You got to get a new closer or something like that. Trade for someone nice. But the Braves, Strider got hurt again. They don't look that great. The Dodgers have a lot of injuries and stuff. It's a long season, so we got to see. But real quick, I'm going to just shift to the draft stuff. I think I couldn't agree with you more, dude. I thought Kuiper, I thought people like Eisen. I thought a lot of these guys really embarrassed themselves here a little bit. The draft, there were people that got drafted that I didn't even hear their name, and they didn't talk about them at all because they kept talking about Shaddur Sanders and how he wasn't drafted yet, for days.
Yeah,
And,
that doesn't bother me too much because they're going to, once you get to the second and definitely the third round, you're going to start doing a lot of that stuff.
I feel like they talk about Sanders more than the number one overall pick.
They did. Well,
remember the number one overall pick? I don't know anything about him. I couldn't believe that. But as far as the Eagles draft picks and some of those recordings you're showing, what ESP was saying, the interesting part about drafting 10 players, I think because for once, and we're not used to this, Joe, the team is actually the place to be and the team that everybody wants to play for. So I think they're bringing in a lot of talent just to hey, we're going to fight and see who wants to be on this team. And I think at the end of the day, the iron sharpens iron. Our team's just going to be better off because of it. It's not something where we need all these players we can get. No, we're going to throw a bunch of stuff at the wall and we're going to see who sticks and makes the team. I love what's happening a little bit, to be honest.
Well, I think that is part of the theory, but I'll just say this. If I said to you on Thursday that between Friday and Saturday combined, you can have, let me add this up here, 7 picks between the 5th and 6th round, or let's just say 4 picks that are in the 4th round, you would have taken the 4 4th-round picks, right?
Yeah, I do think.
And I don't know that the value is equal, but it's probably thereabout. I just didn't expect a team with this many good players to take that many guys when they just can't all make the team. They'll try to stash some guys. You'll get practice squad guys. I get all that, but it just struck me as an unconventional strategy.
You do remember there was a report, anonymous, so who knows, but that there were teams that were not even going to entertain any type of call from Howie. So at the end of the day, this is where when you get the high score, for 5 years in a row, nobody wants to play with you anymore because it's not fun. So there's something to be said about that too, where maybe we're just no one wanted to answer.
All right, John, I need you to answer a question for me. Yeah. So I know you're not exactly old guy. So do you have kids?
I do. I have a young daughter.
All right. But you don't have a teenager yet or a young adult, right? All right. I didn't think you would.
Yeah.
What would you, because John, you're a very sensible guy. We love you as a caller. What would you do if you were the Falcons defensive coordinator and this was your son?
Honestly, I see it as bullying a little bit. So what I would make bullying is you got to make your son go over there and talk to him and apologize to his face. You got to make him go over there and embarrass him, make him walk there maybe or something like that. Go there in front of his whole crew and his entourage and his dad and apologize and say I was just trying to be stupid.
No question.
You need to feel shame. That's the only way.
I think that's really interesting, John, that you put it in those terms, because I agree with you. It is. And that's the part I think that I maybe I wasn't identifying properly. That's the part that's so problematic, that it is like bullying, that it's heaping on to someone who really is in a spiral that not necessarily even his fault, but it's the worst possible scenario that Shaddur Sanders could have ever anticipated. And now you're just jumping on. It's too easy. It's
Well,
graceless what you just
also,
did, kid.
Great advice I had growing up was be good or don't get caught. So it's one thing to make the prank calls. They got caught and they got busted big time. And now you got to man up and show your face.
All right, John,
Hey,
give me
listen,
something unbelievable. You can win the Elvis Costello tickets.
Listen, when I was a young boy, I remember being on a Vermont trip after New Year's Eve to ski, and Nancy Kerrigan got beat with a bat. And it was just the craziest sports thing I've ever seen. I remember the coverage on it where between Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan, it was just such an unbelievable story that they made a movie on it, and it's still hard to believe. But
No, I'm with you.
Right.
Great call,
That's a
John.
great answer.
It is. And the fact that they had to be teammates on the same U.S. team was beyond unbelievable. All right, Devin, if you were, so you don't have any kids.
No. I do have a dog who I consider my child, but no, I don't have any kids.
All right, if this was your, semi-adult kid, meaning a 21-year-old, it's not like an adult, but he's not a 10-year-old. What do you think you would do if your 21-year-old pulled this prank? Matter of fact, let's play the prank one more time and then Devin's answer.
Okay.
Let's listen to this. I mean, I'll say jackass. Let's listen to the jackass call Shaddur Sanders.
Hey, is this Shaddur? This is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints. How you doing? Good. How are you, man? Good. Been waiting on you. Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man. This ain't gonna be nothing to do. Hey, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
What would you do, Devin?
I don't even know. I can't comprehend the anger I would feel, and almost like insult, because if that's your kid, like say you're his dad who works for the Falcons, like he put his dad's job in jeopardy.
He really did.
And like really took away probably some credibility, regardless of what happens. The NFL and the Falcons have said they're not punishing his dad, but it's going to be a smear on his reputation now forever. So
I agree.
I don't know. I feel like honestly, the first thing as a parent, I would kind of look at myself and be like, how did I raise someone who thinks that that's okay to do? Can you ground a 21-year-old? I don't even know if that's possible. I don't even know if he lives at home. So I have no clue.
John, what would your dad have done?
I don't think it's appropriate. I like in today's world.
You cannot say on
I don't
air.
even think I can say. It is a different world. The way that I was raised, it would have been harsh.
Harsh is a good word.
Very harsh.
Yeah, very harsh is two good words. I've thought a lot about it. I don't know, because Devin, you do bring up a point. A 21-year-old, like if the kid's not living at home, and I don't know if he does or doesn't. I have no idea. Well, I guess he's a college kid, and then maybe comes home in the breaks. But like
maybe cut off his money.
Maybe just
they're supporting him.
Maybe
somehow.
just put him in the basement and take the key away and lock him away and just give him a dog bowl of water and then say this is going to be your summer next summer.
The challenge is when you need to have something that you can take away that is really going to hurt.
Take away his phone. Then he can't prank call people anymore.
Absolutely, that works. But then he's got a computer. He's got an iPad. Also, he's got
probably has an Apple Watch.
Yeah, it really is difficult to figure out what is going to hit him and where it hurts the most, because you've got duplicates of everything now.
Like I don't know the answer, guys. I've never been a parent. I just know that for me, I would be remarkably harsh toward this kid. I don't know what that entails, but
that's
something,
right? I don't know that you can be harsh enough.
Can't do it. It's unacceptable. I mean, to say the least. All right, time's yours, and more calls on all these topics on what obviously has been a really busy Monday, coming off a wild weekend of sports, primarily about the draft, but a little bit on the Phillies as well, 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the first sportsbook app where you can bet the Kentucky Derby. And right now, all customers can get a no-sweat Derby bet. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. Just go to FanDuel.com/JONR to get started. The app is super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert to get in on the Derby Day action. I'm definitely not a horse racing expert, but bet America's #1 race with America's #1 sports book. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, for your chance to get a no-sweat bet for the Kentucky Derby. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get a no-sweat Derby bet today.
New and Plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Verified FD Racing account required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Max refund $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tomorrow. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Los Angeles Clippers ended the regular season on a high note, and they've carried that momentum straight into the playoffs. Kawhi Leonard is looking like prime Kawhi, locked in on both ends of the floor. That kind of performance gives me more confidence in this squad. Clippers are still plus 650 to win the West. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com
an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. The 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, and the Eagles walk away with 10 total picks, bolstering the defense with their first 5 selections.
Well, offensively, we have a bunch of starters under long-term contracts, starters who are in the prime of their career, so it allows you to really on the fly get young on that side of the ball, and we needed it a couple of years ago, and I'd say this year's draft, we're open to whatever the board told us.
Phillies beat the Cubs 3-1 in extra innings last night, taking the series in Chicago before they return home to Citizens Bank Park to host the Nationals tomorrow. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Weather today, sunny with a high of 75. It's currently 53 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Scalish. Wow.
You have a
Just ask them.
purple windscreen?
Look at that. You've been in the studio next. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not in the room with you.
Just,
It does stand out.
You should get one,
That is
John.
a gorgeous windscreen. I love it.
Get it.
Well, I went to Westchester, so you know, purple. That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
I love purple's a gorgeous color. I love that.
Get on
I
it,
think
John.
we have green ones.
I didn't know
we
that
have
was
green
available.
WIP screens.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
great too. I mean, just
Ava's got a
better than
bunch in
this.
the inner drawer.
This
We do need to spice this place
boring.
up.
Yeah.
With our show on YouTube, we do need
We do.
pizzazz.
Seriously,
I think
though, Fran,
Ike uses a colored
is this a new
windscreen.
thing that they're doing the colored wind screen? Because
Well,
I've never seen that.
I think Ike has a blue one, and I
Yeah.
saw that, and I was
Yeah,
like,
he does
let me
have a
go
colorful
see if I
one.
can get one.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey, what are you guys doing? You're
I'm
on the
going online. I'm going to
What?
order some
I don't know any
wind
of this.
screens for myself.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. Try to put a bow on the Eagles draft, but let's be real. We'll be talking about it for years to come. But an early evaluation by our audience. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy is your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Well, now's the time. Visit arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, John. Do you like what Howie did in rounds 2 through 7? Yes or no? How do you think people voted?
80% say yes.
84% say they do indeed approve what Howie's done. You know who approves? Not just 2 through 7, but the whole draft. Let's listen to Pro Football Focus. One of their guys talking, and high marks for the Eagles.
Let's take a look at what teams earned an A in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Ravens earned an A for their haul that included Malachi Starks and Mike Green. Another team that earned an A was the Kansas City Chiefs. They nailed their draft with selections like Josh Simmons and Omar Norman-Lott. The Patriots earned an A after they had a stacked draft with players like Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, and Kyle Williams. Another A goes to the Eagles. They crushed their draft, especially by picking up Jihad Campbell and Andrew Makuba.
All righty. Yeah, get the A from PFF.
We crushed our draft.
Although I was thinking, John, that first starting point, the Ravens, Malachi Starks, and
who else did they get?
and Mike Green.
Yeah.
It's the guy Ray loves.
A lot of people are upset over Malachi Starks, but I feel like he kind of started to lose favor in Philadelphia, at least towards the closer we got to the draft. I feel like I started hearing more, well, he's not as good as the tape shows.
Here's my opinion of Malachi Starks. What do you need him for when you got a Makuba? Right?
I agree.
Makuba.
I like Makuba. It's not like I've watched hours of tape on him, but from what I've seen since he was drafted, I think that he's going to be good.
He looks
he's small, but
he
he's
looks like
good.
a player. We'll see how it translates. I really did think 5 years ago, John, when they got Davion Taylor, I was like, look at this guy. He's an animal.
He was.
Then the guy made like
so
2 tackles in his whole
explosive.
career.
He looked different
He
than all
did.
the other linebackers because he was quicker. He was just more side to side, just looked zoomier. And
he did nothing with the
but he
Eagles.
was the
Nothing.
problem. Part of the problem was he was so much smaller than he needed to be. Maybe he just couldn't hold up against the run because he never got to where they trusted him in games on downs that were base.
That was him, and there was the other guy in that draft, Kayvon. Am I remembering this right? It was
Kayvon Wallace?
Wallace. Both of them stunk.
What happened to him?
He just disappeared.
There are always those guys. You know who I hope works out? I'm weirdly excited about Ty Robinson from Nebraska. Because he has a personality, and the more clips I see of him, on the field, I think he's gonna fit really well in Philadelphia. He also has a pet camel who he just seems like an interesting guy. He knows Cam Jurgens.
He has a pet camel, and
he's really smart. I think he's a pre-med at Nebraska, or he was. Yeah, I think he's from the Midwest somewhere.
And
he's really fast and athletic, and he's gigantic.
Yeah.
So I hope he works
All
out
good
because
things.
he seems like a cool guy.
All right, let's get to the phones. Let's go to Neil in Northeast Philadelphia. Good morning, Neil.
Yeah, good morning, morning team. Joe, John, and Devin.
What's up, Neil?
And John, I think you definitely put that Stanford education to use, the 5 years you had because you're very smart.
Thanks, Neil.
About the Eagles draft, John, would you give it an A?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And Howie we trust. I think even though, I think with maybe 10 picks maybe being a lot, I believe, still the special teams could use more work, so you got more special teams player, and Howie does a great job, with the draft, with his 10 picks. So I think they'll make use of it. And I think Fangio has a big influence. I mean, drafting a linebacker the first time since the 70s.
Well, not necessarily if they play him outside, Neil. I mean, I know Elliot and Shil Kapadia both think that Campbell's going to be more of an edge rusher than an inside linebacker. That you're referencing, Jerry Robinson back in '79, the last time they drafted someone that's more classic linebacker type. So
the later round, Joe, like with the linebacker too, that he's more of a natural linebacker, so.
Well, that's what Trot Jr. was last year. He was a 5th-round pick, and he went inside.
Yeah.
And listen,
with the
we don't
Phillies,
know. Go ahead.
Okay, with the Phillies, I got to say Nola came back strong. So that's what we wanted to see.
Yep.
Now call Ranger up. I think they have to make a move for a reliever. And now that they're back home, start getting the bats in gear. Like 10 runs was an encouraging sign. Now they're back at Citizens Bank Park against the Nationals and the Arizona. So you got to get it like in gear and score, average like 6 runs a game.
6
again.
a game would be nice. Neil, give me an answer. What was unbelievable?
Yeah, I think the Bronco following O.J. Simpson, on national TV.
That was unbelievable. That was beyond unbelievable, to say the least. The O.J. chase. You got it, buddy. Let's get to Paul in Downingtown right now. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Paul.
So it's tough with the draft this weekend. I'm real happy with Howie, but that stuff that went on with Shaddur, not only his slide and the prank phone call, but I was wondering, Richie, do you think that there was anything behind the Shaddur slipping that suggested the NFL was sending a message here? I mean, or is it simply related to the fact that his board work was bad and that his pre-draft interviews were bad? Or do you think, the NFL was kind of sending a collective message like, hey, you don't run the show here. This is bigger than you. You're going to sit down until Saturday. Like, you think there was any kind of not direct collusion, but just kind of like, you know what? This kid thinks he's bigger than he is. And despite whatever talent we see, we're going to send him a message, because he came off real poorly in interviews. And from everything I've read, he kind of came off like a guy who thought he was bigger than the NFL.
Well, the way that Mel Kiper reacted to the whole fiasco, it seemed like it was a big deal to him. So he made a much bigger deal of it than I expected. He was so far off base. I wondered if it got a little personal for him, being so wrong. I wonder if that's part of why
I thought Mel
so
dug
upset.
in because of that. So, Paul, here's my answer to your question, because it's an interesting question, and I've thought a lot about it. I tend to think the answer is no. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say I'm wrong, and maybe I am, but here's why I tend to think the answer is no, that it wasn't this pushback on like Deion Sanders. Here's what I think basically happened. When someone has an attitude like people are saying Shaddur Sanders has presented in these private settings,
that the Steelers need to reset their culture for his sake.
For their culture. Do you want that guy to be your backup quarterback?
I wouldn't.
Correct. See, to me, that's the heart of the matter. If you judge
put it like that, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's
really does.
That's why I think he went late. Because if you're drafting the guy to be the starter, you say, well, I'm not digging some of what he's presenting personally to the table, but this guy's going to be our starting quarterback. Let's roll. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are odd characters, whatever, but you roll with it because the talent is this guy's my starter. But if they determine him not to be the starter, then you can see a guy tumbling, because I don't want that guy to be my backup. Would I want that guy telling Jalen Hurts how to be a pro? No. Right? That's absurd.
Yeah.
That's why I think he went in the 5th round.
Yeah, and he does seem to be exhibiting like a lot of his father's worst qualities without demonstrating the better. I mean, as much as we're going to say or could say bad about Deion, he's also the same guy that played 2 professional sports in the same day. That is being there for your teammates. And, he just doesn't seem, I don't know, it seems like he lacks a little bit of that. It's kind of like, I don't know that it needs to be, I don't know that he's just been pampered and catered to his whole life.
Well, that's the thing.
It kind of seems like
Paul,
that.
I don't think he plays like a pampered player. This guy is tough. This guy goes out there and sacrifices for his teammates, and they love him for it.
Okay, yeah. It's kind of hard for me to figure how a guy that isn't a cancer in the locker room and has that kind of tape falls all the way to the third day of the draft, the 5th round.
It's
just something that-
bravado, and the sad
But
part,
it's also
entitlement.
entitlement.
Well, the sad part is that it crossed the line. This was Deion and Shaddur thinking that this is confidence. This is all the teams coming off and thinking it comes off like he thinks he's better than the other players. He thinks he's on a different, he should be treated differently. And that is part of the problem. Like when you show up to an all-star game and you refuse to take part, that's part of that all-star game. That's part of why you were invited. The evaluation process takes place during practices. And you're going to not participate.
Yeah, I would
you
put the
really
whole-
are putting yourself on a different rung.
I put the whole thing under the word entitlement. I think people thought he was entitled.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Paul, I need an answer from you. What was unbelievable?
Well, this is one of the worst sports things I ever lived through. It's unbelievable to me that a city with 4 professional sports teams in the major leagues went without a championship from May 1983 until October of 2008. That was unbelievable.
You're so right, man. It was 100 seasons worth of seasons. Is that a way to put it? 100 seasons worth of seasons?
Mm-hmm.
It was the 4 teams times 4, times 25. I mean, it's 100. It's crazy. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. I'll tell you what I think's unbelievable. The fact that you guys heard that thing as John Ritchie earlier when I heard it as John Mickey.
Yeah, I don't know how you
so
heard John
clearly
Mickey.
Ritchie.
It was very
Yeah, he
much
flat
John
out
Ritchie.
said John Ritchie plain as day.
Well, you know what's unbelievable? Then when I said the John Mickey thing, the guy apologized for calling you John Mickey. Then why do you?
It was a confusing phone call because didn't he say something kind of weird? Like, what did he say about you? Why did he bring up your name?
He was saying that I was his favorite player.
Oh, I guess
he thought
that's
I
not
was
weird.
the most skilled player that he'd ever watched, which makes us realize, hey,
So naturally,
not
Joe's
watching the
like,
same
that
game
could
I'm
never
watching."
be John Ritchie.
Hey, John had skill. I remember watching John play. He was a damn good fullback. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
For as good as JT is behind the plate, he really does have one of the worst eyes as a batter I think I've seen in the last 10, 15 years of the Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, some of the pitches that this man takes, and then some of the pitches this guy swings at, blows my mind. 5 years.
I don't agree with that.
I think he's got a good eye.
Yeah, I don't agree with that call really at all.
Man, you guys are starting to sound like Sixers fans, acting like these late in the draft picks are worth all kinds of value to other teams. We have a bunch of 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. They're really not worth all that much.
Well, look, we'll see. I mean, you get a Kelsey in the 6th round every, 20 years?
If you're lucky.
I mean, you got Wilbur Montgomery back in the late 70s in the 6th round. You got Jason Kelsey in 2011. Trent Cole was a 5th rounder. Brent Selleck was a 5th rounder. Sometimes you strike gold. Most times you don't.
Aaron Nola silences the best offense in baseball, and Joe DeCamera would rather talk about 7th round draft picks instead. Why am I not surprised?
Why are you not surprised? Because we get the NFL draft once a year. We get a Phillies game almost every day. All right, we're going to do a lot on the Phils. Hey, don't you worry, buddy. We're going to do a lot on the Phils. And Nola did pitch really well over the weekend. And with that, Time's Yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, in honor of the Shaddur Sanders situation, which was unbelievable on many fronts over the weekend, we're looking for what was unbelievable. Best answer whoever provides it. We're turning to right now. Whoever gives us the best answer, you're going to win Elvis Costello tickets. Let's move fast. Eric in Middletown. Eric, what was unbelievable?
It's unbelievable to me that on June 12, 1970, Doc Ellis of Pittsburgh Pirates throws a no-hitter against the Padres while under the influence of LSD.
That is, and the fact that he admitted it. Yeah, Eric.
I haven't heard that one. That's pretty unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. Warren in Gwinnett Valley. Warren, what's unbelievable?
I'll go with I'm going to piggyback on that one. That Keith Richards is still alive after all his coaching.
That's a good answer, too. All right, let's go to Rose Allen. Rose Allen, we're moving fast. What's unbelievable?
The Philly special.
You know, it was pretty.
Yes,
it was
it
stunning.
was.
There was
At
no
the time, yeah.
There was no question. All right, we've got to come up with a winning answer here for what was unbelievable. So a lot of good answers.
I thought the Tanya Harding thing was pretty
that one was big. I got 2 circled.
stunning.
I got the Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan thing, and I got Ben Simmons
Yes,
just
thank
wouldn't
you.
shoot.
Yeah.
And here's,
yeah.
and here's why, for instance, it's not the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was very believable. We had 2 superpowers. We were one of them. Both had nukes. At some point, you're going to have, a situation that would rise. Like Cuban Missile Crisis was very believable. Unbelievable as a player as skilled as Ben Simmons in other ways who just wouldn't shoot.
Well, the fact that he
was
wouldn't
afraid.
shoot
He
and
was
then
afraid.
everything else that unfolded after that, where, he didn't want to play and he just like sat out and then, it was all insane.
All right, Fran.
He's still playing.
And
guys.
and the fact that he's still playing now.
He's not going to be playing
it's
much longer.
crazy.
Fran, you were like negative 2 years old when Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding happened.
Yeah, I don't really know much about it. I was going to go OJ Chase, but
OJ Chase is big too. All right, you don't get a vote then, Frank, because you're too young for Nancy Kerrigan.
Oh no, disqualified.
that's not cool.
He says I don't know.
That's rude, man.
How old do you think Fran is?
DQ for youth.
Fran's probably 28.
30. Yeah, there you go.
Righty.
I thought it was crazy that he was 30.
All right, we got to quickly. I would dwell more on
I
that.
thought
But we
he
got
was like 23. Sorry.
we got to move
take it.
fast. John, you make the call. Ben Simmons or Kerrigan Harding?
Jeez, I mean, my vote was Kerrigan Harding, but Ben Simmons is absolutely ridiculous. I'm good with either one. I think Ben Simmons, I despise him. I don't want him to win anything. So maybe we need
All
to
right,
go
you
Tanya Harding.
go Kerrigan Harding. I go Ben Simmons. Devin,
Ben
break
Simmons.
the tie. All right, Ben. George, you've won the tickets to see Elvis Costello. Have a great rest of the day, everyone. Phil's off today. Back at it tomorrow. We'll be talking more about all these things tomorrow. The draft, the Phils, the whole deal. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota.
Sell them for less.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com. Don't
miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. Now that means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PGA Tour is coming to Philly. The Truist Championship will be played at the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to watch the top PGA Tour players while enjoying specialty cocktails, Philly's favorite foods, and a variety of fan activities. Kids 15 and under get in free with ticketed adults, so bring the whole family and enjoy excellence at every turn. Tickets are selling fast, so secure your spot at TruistChampionship.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa. The pros know how to keep your business moving at full speed. All right, folks, my athlete of the weekend goes to Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez. On Saturday, Gino became only the 19th player in Major League history to club 4 home runs in a single game, and only the 3rd to ever do it in a game that his team lost. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys been up. 215-592-9494. What a wild weekend it was. Phillies get 2 out of 3, which I didn't see coming. And, of course, the NFL draft. We got a whole bunch of rookies to talk about, and maybe one name that didn't end up here, but he almost did. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, make sure that, first of all, you turn your mic on. And, just do your homework when you're trying to find out some of these stories. Vet some of these stories that are coming out. You got to vet these stories.
You got to vet. Do your homework. Here's what we did. We did our homework. We watched the draft this weekend. A huge Jihad Campbell and Andrew Makuba, the safety, and Ty Robinson and Mac McWilliams and Drew Kendall and Kyle McCord. Eagles landed a bunch of players who more on the third day of the draft than on the first couple of days of draft. But Hugh, overall, what'd you think? So we knew Jihad Campbell was Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
I liked the safety they took out of Texas on Friday night, Makuba. And then that Ty Robinson defensive tackle out of Nebraska seems like a really interesting player with a lot of skills, maybe get to the quarterback and stop the run. What'd you think overall of what Howie did this weekend?
I think it was a good draft. I think they filled the needs that they had to fill. A lot of people are happy that most of the draft picks were defensive players, which is good. We needed to replenish the ranks. And I think the Eagles did a good job. Give them a grade B.
A B?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad grade.
No, it's not a bad grade at all.
Look, I thought the draft lacked a little sizzle from the Eagles' perspective, but that's okay.
It was a lot going on.
Well, there was. Yeah. I thought it was. I like the players. Like I thought Makuba could be a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson replacement as early as this season, and I think Robinson's going to be a big help on the defense line. So overall, they got some good guys. The developmental quarterback we'll get to later, with some ties obviously to the area back at St. Joe's Prep. Or we'll get to the whole draft and everything the Eagles did over the course of the show, and we'll do some Phillies takeaways. But Hugh, sometimes the story is not what happens, it's what doesn't happen. And the story this weekend around the NFL, and not just for our purposes, was the fall of Shaddur Sanders. I mean, that was the story of the weekend.
Yeah.
Shaddur Sanders, who many people thought would be a first-round pick. I mean,
was projected to be a first or at least a second-round pick, second-day pick.
I think it was strongly thought he was a first-round pick until the last couple of days, and then people said, you know what? He actually might fall out of the first round. And that became we weren't surprised Thursday night when he fell out of the first round. But when you got to Friday night and he didn't go in the second round, and then he didn't go in the third round, and then the draft starts again on Saturday and he's not going, I got to tell you, I couldn't have been the only one wondering what's going on, why did he fall, and then where he's going to land. All right, so there's a lot to react to here. 215-592-9494. Hugh, I want your take on the Shaddur Sanders thing. And after you give me your take on what happened there, I have a question for you. So first, tell me, what do you think about this? Because it's one of the more famous falls in terms of really I've ever seen in the NFL draft, where lots of people think he's a high pick, and obviously most in the NFL did not agree with that.
There's a lot to unpack with this, Joe, and that's the unfortunate thing about it. I've been getting phone calls about this all weekend, and I've been trying to explain to people to the best of my ability. It was just not one thing. Because we've all seen the narratives on the internet and everything like that. And I'll say this about that. Being a guy that has been drafted and knowing how this process works, you try to shed light on this for people can understand. But the unfortunate thing about this situation, Joe, is that whatever camp you're in, whether it's racial, whether it's the football camp, whatever, you're in that camp and you're not listening to anything else, anything that anybody else is saying. Now, this is a fact. There has never been a player that as talented as Shaddur has, whatever he had, a first grade talent or a second grade talent, that dropped this far in the draft. This is the first time that's ever happened, especially when you talk about where he was slated to go and everything, to fall to the fifth round. That's never happened, especially in a position where there's a lot of people that are trying to find a quarterback. That's a fact. I mean, you can go look it up. For somebody that had the type of grade that he had, and, for you to go through the whole draft and people say that he's the best talent available, to fall that far, that has never happened.
It's one of the most famous falls in draft history.
So that's a fact. Now, if you want to be in the camp of his father had something to do with that, there's probably a little bit to that, because they did come off as a little arrogant. He didn't go to training camp. He didn't work out at the combine. There's a whole bunch of things that he did not do.
Yep.
But I'll say that to this, and this is the comparison that I was trying to make last night. And if there's any other quarterback that you could compare him to, please throw that out there. But it just so happened that the quarterback that I was trying to compare him to was Johnny Manziel. Wasn't comparing the numbers that Johnny Manziel put up in college. I was talking more about his cockiness and his brashness. If you want to go to another quarterback, you have Baker Mayfield, who the week before the draft got in trouble with the cops. It didn't stop him from getting drafted.
Yeah, as a player, the cockiness, there's a Baker thing to him.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. So, people automatically assume that you're trying to make it a race thing. No, I was comparing him to another quarterback that got drafted that was considered cocky. Now, if there was a black one that you could compare it to, point him out, and I ought to use that as an example, but that was the one that came to mind. So there's that side of it. And then people talk about his record at Colorado and his completion rate and all that. This is one of those things, people, where you ever heard a thing called the perfect storm?
Mm-hmm.
This was that. This was the arrogance played a part in this. The cockiness played a part of it. I think there was some racial undertones, a little bit of that, but more so it was because a lot of people felt he needed to be humble, so that there's that part of it. Now, what Shaddur has to do, and I tweeted out last week, I said, if I'm Shaddur, I would probably go to Canada. That was probably a little bit over the top. I was a little bit over the top with that tweet. But what he needs to do now is prove that he belongs, which is going to be tough.
Sure.
Because the reality of this situation is this. They about 5 or 6 deep in that quarterback room. It's a lot of damn quarterbacks.
Well, it is.
It's not a lot of reps to get.
Well, they drafted another quarterback in the 3rd round, Cleveland, before they drafted Shaddur Sanders. All right, so I agree with you that there's probably 5 or 6 different things that played a role into this. I mean, some teams probably just didn't think he was great. They thought he was pretty good, but not great. Who knows what the draft process did to him? I don't think he handled it great. He didn't, from what I've heard, because I've talked to friends of mine. And like I said, there's so much stuff to unpack with this. It's just not one thing. Right. It's a combination of a bunch of different things. You throw Deion in there, and whether or not it's actually a distraction, I don't know. But maybe some perceived it was. Maybe look, I don't know what happened and why he fell. Also, there could have been a discrepancy between experts, what they thought, and what the truth was. Sometimes that happens in the draft. Now this was
a huge disparity.
This was wide. Yeah, if people thought it was a 1st round pick and he was 5th, someone was obviously way off, and that was the people we thought knew what they were talking about before the draft. There's this reality, though. As any player falls, Hugh, any player in the draft, teams start looking at him, and maybe they say, well, we didn't love him in the 1st round. We didn't love him in the 2nd, but he's there, right? And even if we didn't love him, it's the 4th or 5th round. And one of those teams might as just well have been the Philadelphia Eagles. Listen to Ian Rappaport on the Eagles' potential interest as the draft unfolded and the Browns jumped over the Eagles to take Shaddur Sanders.
Rich, there have been rumors all day that the Philadelphia Eagles were interested in Shaddur Sanders. Would be a perfect landing spot for him. A veteran quarterback room, a team with a really good backbone, really good culture. Well, the Cleveland Browns just traded over the Eagles. I wonder, obviously they have Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Did the Browns do this thinking the Eagles would take Shaddur, and just maybe? We'll see.
Well, I can answer that. At least I'll give my opinion. Yes, that's why the Browns traded over the Eagles. The teams don't just trade up in the 5th round for the hell of it. They do it because they don't want to lose the player, and they think the team right behind them might take the player. So obviously, the Browns may have thought the Eagles were going to take him. Hugh, as he fell down the board, I know we had a little discussion Friday, 2nd round, but as we got to the 4th, 5th round, did you want the Eagles to take him?
I did, and I heard the same thing. I heard that the Eagles were talking about taking him. I think it would have been a good fit. It would have been a good culture for him to be in, because I think when I talk about some of the things that Shaddur brought to the table, here's the problem with Shaddur and his pops. And this is one of the angles that maybe you might have taken, the people out there listening to you people. Maybe you might have taken it. But his dad is a huge presence in the locker room. He would be his dad would have been a huge presence looming over whatever team was drafted him. The Cleveland Browns, when they drafted him, they didn't look too excited. I know
Andrew Berry looked like he's being held hostage.
And they told you can't really read anybody's face. Don't pay too much attention. Don't read too much into that. But let's be honest. Shaddur Sanders goes in the 2nd round. There's a chance that he might start, or he's going to a team where he's going to be the biggest voice. Say if he went to the Saints and his pops is back there. Kellen Moore just got the job.
Sure.
Deion's over there. He has head coach aspirations.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody.
You think the Eagles could have handled it?
Well, the Eagles could have handled that because, first of all, you're not taking Jalen Hurts' job. Nick Sirianni just won the Super Bowl. So you're not in a position to be intimidated by whatever Deion says or his son.
Right.
So that's that. I think that a lot of these teams that when they passed on Shaddur, a lot of them had that thought process like, well, hell, especially when you talk about the Giants. Now, there's reports that Shaddur didn't test well or whatever. He wasn't prepared. But when you look at the Giants, if they'd have taken him in the 2nd round, you got Shaddur sitting there, as a quarterback, and his pops that coached him is there. They're trying to say that they don't want that heat.
Well, I think that when you run through all the reasons why you probably fell, that's one of them.
That's probably one of the reasons why they don't want that heat.
215-592-9494. So here's where I was at on it. I mean, I thought about it. I mean, and so I'll be honest, I have two minds here. One, like it would be wild if he was here, just
Yeah,
from
for the storyline.
talk show perspective, storyline.
It would have been fun.
He's a huge name. It would have been fun, right? It would have brought attention, a different kind of attention here. But just from a football perspective, I didn't want him, and it wasn't because I was like, I don't want him here. I don't want him on this football team. I don't have anything against him. He's just a football player. But you know this from last week. I didn't see it with him. Like, I wasn't surprised he was falling the first round. I don't think he's that great of a prospect. So I wasn't like, oh my God, this guy's falling. Wow, I need to get him. It wasn't like, because I like Jalen Milroe. That's the kind of guy I wanted him as the backup quarterback. But all right, they didn't get him. But I wasn't banging the table. I didn't want them to do it. And Hugh, for me, it was this, because we kept hearing the same stories about testing and interviews. And I feel like the Eagles could have brought him into their culture. I just didn't view Shaddur Sanders as a player the Eagles would draft. Like, does he fit their culture? Not that they couldn't have handled him, because the Eagles have had you go to Devontae Smith, right? You go to Jalen Hurts. They have had a run of drafting players, Nolan Smith. It feels like they draft guys that are football first, love the game, and are team guys. And those are questions that keep coming up about Shaddur Sanders. Like, can he play a little bit? I think he could play a little bit. I don't think he's a bad prospect. But there seems to be this thing out there that maybe he's not football first, right? That he doesn't love the game as much, or that he's not the best teammate or the best team guy. And I don't know if those are true. I just know the Eagles have done all this to build this culture the last 5 years, and I didn't feel he fit as much as the other guys.
You know what? I look at it like this. Like, I've never met Shaddur. I know his pops. Obviously, we played against him. I look at it like this. I think he loves the game. I think that, this weekend was humbling for him. Very, very humbling, in a way where he probably looks at a lot of things differently and probably wish he would handle a lot of it differently.
I'm sure he did. I mean, in terms of money, he lost a lot of money this week.
Yeah, he did. He did. I think that he could be a good player. I think this was somewhat of a wake-up call for him. I don't expect him not to be who he is, though, at his core. But he might tone it down a little bit. Like, and I tried to tell somebody this weekend, and they were like, he was arrogant. He thought he was better than everybody else. And I told him, I said, I hate to break this to you, but there's not a professional athlete on this planet that does not think that they're better than somebody else. It's just the way that you carry yourself. And for him, his demeanor and his bravado, it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Obviously, because talent-wise, he probably should have went higher than the fifth round.
And that's where you have to ask yourself, because here's what I do know. I remember when I went to the combine, there's a lot of cats that when teams tried to talk to them, they had that same attitude because they had the game to back it up.
Yep.
And that's what you had to ask yourself. Like, you could say that Shaddur wasn't this, that, or third, but there's never been a player who has been as highly touted as him fall to the fifth round like that.
That's why it became the story of the draft, because it was out of the ordinary. And now part of it was he was a famous quarterback, right?
And his famous father, right, and he went to Colorado.
Sometimes players fall, but if it's a guard, it's not a story, right? Like, but this was the most high-profile fall in a very long time. All right, can we hear this before we go any further? So Rap Sheet said the Browns may have traded over the Eagles to get Shaddur Sanders. I believe him. I think that's why the Browns did it. And then Howie Roseman was asked about this, and I found his answer, well, just listen to this, because I think there's a different way he could have answered it, but it kind of left the door open that, they might have taken Shaddur Sanders.
Did you kind of think, like, when Cleveland traded ahead of you, that you guys were looking at Shaddur Sanders? And if you could talk in general, like, are you kind of surprised he was still there in the fifth round?
Yeah, I feel like the best thing for us to do is focus on the players that we brought in here. It'd be a disservice to the players that we drafted to talk about other teams' players. Obviously, we got enough on our own plate to worry about with the Philadelphia Eagles, so we'll stick to that.
Very odd answer. Hugh, do you know how we could answer that question?
Just say
Mac McWilliams
our guy.
Was the pickup we were going to make. I mean, all he had to say was we loved Mac. Mac was the kid we were going to pick with our next pick, and the Browns made a good pick themselves. But, like, he left that door open. He didn't say no, and he also didn't say we were taking Mac McWilliams regardless if he was on the board.
Well, I think that's the beauty of Howie, because he leaves it open so that we can interpret it the way that we want to interpret it.
I'm interpreting it. They were going to take Shaddur Sanders. All right, 215-592-9494. Did you want the Eagles to draft Shaddur as he was falling? Hugh did. I didn't. Kyle, where do you come down as Saturday? Well, it went from Friday to Saturday. It became the biggest story of the draft. Did you want Shaddur?
I mean, I have to admit, I at least thought about it as it was happening.
Well, I think everyone did.
The whole situation was crazy for him to have been falling that far. People were speculating that he was going to be like a top 5 pick. He could go to the Giants, he can go in the first round, and then you were like, okay, well, if he's not going in the first, he's got to be going in the second, right? But to fall that far, you're like, I think I would have been. I think I'm glad at the end of the day that they didn't take him. I was with you. Jalen Milroe was kind of the apple of my eye. I did want him to take a quarterback, but if I'm taking a quarterback, I want a guy that I think has something that he does really well. Like Milroe was a great runner. Like he's coming into this, and you're thinking that he could be faster than Lamar Jackson. Like that's something that I'm like, man, if they could just hone that skill set, and I mean, you could turn him into a pretty damn solid quarterback. I just think, I mean, among a few reasons, like Shaddur Sanders probably adds too many big personalities in his locker room that has a lot of big personalities to begin with. It just feels like it could have been a volatile situation, especially with what was going on with his dad and everything in the pre-draft process. But ultimately, my biggest reason that I didn't want him is I just don't think he's that good. Like, I don't see anything that Shaddur Sanders does really, really well. And I never really thought that, I mean, I didn't think of him as a guy that should be picked in the top 5, even though that was kind of what the hype was surrounding him with the media. But like, I just don't think he's that good of a player. So at the end of the day, like, it really just comes down to that. Like, I think I would have been okay with the Jalen Milroe pick, but at the end of the day, glad that they didn't do the Shaddur thing.
Yeah, so I wasn't banging the table either Saturday, but I would not have been surprised if they did it. It would have been a very Eagles thing to do. The Eagles value the quarterback position more than any other.
Yeah, and he has a chance to grow. And I would even venture to say with the quarterback room, probably had a chance to stick. Probably would have had a chance to stick in Cleveland. See, this is the reality, and this is the thing that most people that got drafted know. Everybody's like, oh, he's happy he got drafted in the 5th round. Dog, him and Shiloh, they probably won't make the squad. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Probably won't make the squad. That's not a lot of reps. When you think about quarterbacks, think about it like this. If we had in a 20-rep day, the starting quarterback getting about 12 of those reps, and then getting most of them, then you got to divvy the rest of them out.
Right now, and they have Flacco, Pickett. They drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round, and Shaddur.
And not only that, when you talk about that quarterback room, that 12 reps, because they probably want to look at Flacco. They already know what Flacco can do. They're probably going to look at 2 gloves.
Yep.
They're going to split those reps.
And the other quarterback they drafted.
Yes,
it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot going on, man.
215-592-9494. For your reaction to the Eagles draft, I like the safety out of Texas a lot, and that defensive tackle looks like he could be a player. But the story became Shaddur Sanders, and the Eagles, at least in the eyes of the Browns, I think, were going to take him there in that 5th round. They jumped over them. Did you want the Eagles to take Shaddur Sanders as he was falling on Friday, and especially on Saturday? Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Middletown starts us off on a post-draft Monday. Good morning, Chris.
Happy put your coat on mothballs day, man.
What's up, Chris?
Winter's gone, Hugh. You can put that coat away. You're good.
I'm good.
I think we're over. It's over now. Yeah, it's May later this week. It's going to be in the 80s. We're good now.
Perfect. We're there. That's what I'm looking at, man. We're beyond that. So I do want to stop because that was the second biggest story. The biggest story that I heard come out over the weekend, Hugh. So I want to take a minute. I want to tell you I appreciate everything you've done for Philadelphia since you returned. I know I'm going to miss you tremendously, but I fully understand, like Billy Joel's song said, that New York state of mind is where your heart's at.
I get where he's going to New York. Man, listen, I haven't. I'm not going to lie. Full disclosure. I called Aaron Glenn.
Of course you did. We know. You don't have to tell us.
I asked him, when I can come visit. He said, whenever you get ready. So yeah, I called. I mean, but this was in my defense. This was before. No, this was before I found out that he was drafted.
No one believes you.
I know, and I told the story, and nobody still believes.
Once a Jet, always a Jet. This guy over here, Chris, it's unbelievable.
I've heard reports that that Hugh actually reached out to Spike and started trying to see if he could make some phone calls for him.
To go to New York? I'm definitely not going to New York.
You want to get closer to Auntie? We get it. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, listen, Hugh, it's only a train ride or a short drive away. It's not that bad. You can make it work. It's close enough. It's not West Coast.
No, it's definitely not the West Coast.
Can we get back to the topic here, which is, can you imagine what the city of Philadelphia would be like with Jalen and Shaddur as the backup? I mean, the storylines. I mean, literally from an entertainment value, and me being a little bit emotional as a fan, that ride would have been a hell of a ride. And then you got Deion behind the scenes being Deion and doing what Deion says and saying things. And then imagine this, sprinkle in a little Nick Sirianni on the top of it. Like, the show would have been incredible. Like, I know poor Kyle. Kyle was hoping he would get drafted because he's not being truthful. He wanted to get drafted because he knew he'd have enough material for a lifetime of programming. I mean, the story would have been just unbelievable.
But did you want him as a football player?
I would take him. I would take him. I think I'm not going to get into it, guys, because I know a lot of people are going to have a lot to say on this. Hugh, I 100% agree with you. It's all of everything that's about to be said today, sprinkled in a culmination of togetherness. Personally, I think it was a lot of total 100% nonsense going on. There's no reason a talent of him that is predicted to be a top 5 falls to the 5th round. That's just there's a lot of shenanigans going on there, and it's not just one thing. I think it's, again, a culmination of it all. So, but let's focus on what we did get. Kyle should be the happiest guy because he got CJ's little brother in Andrew Makuba. And we'll come up with names for this guy. But he's a young version of him. But guys, the steal of the draft was administered by the legend Howie Roseman. Defense man is you because Philadelphia is bringing Jihad J-I-H-A-A-D. Yeah, Philly!
You know, the only reason I knew,
Chris,
he set it up for us, but then he spelled it right because I was looking at.
You were making sure?
List. Yeah. Well, I had the list of the names right.
You got to have the 2 A's in there. You got to make sure you have that. 215.
Good job, Chris.
592-94. It was a defense-heavy draft for the Eagles. They get Jihad Campbell. They get Makuba, and they get themselves Ty Robinson with their first 3 picks. Your reaction to the draft, what the Eagles did, and Shaddur Sanders. As he fell in the draft, did you want the Eagles to take him? Hugh did. I wasn't there. Where were you? 215-592-9494. Did you want Shaddur Sanders as he was slipping the draft? Your thoughts on that? We'll get to some of the stories out there that are coming out now about the Shaddur Sanders situation, why he slipped, at least according to one person with one team. We'll hit that next. Your phone calls as well. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha. After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto? There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture? Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Helzberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Helzberg.com or a store near you.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Experience the difference an exceptionally priced Acura can make at Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com. Remember, nobody beats Elite.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back to Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. As we discuss the NFL draft, nice win by the Phillies last night, and a good bounce back last couple of days because I was in a dark
Jordan
place.
Romano.
Yeah, Romano last night got a scoreless inning. Nola pitched excellent. We'll do more Phillies coming up in a little bit. I was in a dark place Friday, though, when they lost that game, and they bounced back. At least they got these two, and they come home to play the Nats tomorrow, so things feel a little better in Phillies land. The NFL draft, the Eagles go defense early on. But they don't select Shaddur Sanders. As he fell, did you want the Eagles to take him? 215-592-9494. I didn't. Milroe was my guy. That was if we were taking a quarterback, That's who I wanted. And then they got McCord later. We'll talk about him. But if they were taking a quarterback somewhere in the middle of the draft or early, I wanted Milroe. That didn't happen. But as Shaddur fell, I mean, it was on my mind. We were all texting about it Saturday, like, are they going to do this? And then it seems like they were going to. Browns jumped the Eagles. Did you want the Eagles to do it? 215-592-9494. All right, before we go back to everyone's phone calls, let's hear some of what's out there about the Shaddur situation, why people think he fell. Todd McShay, who used to be with ESPN, now he does his own stuff on his own, and he
got the boot. I didn't know he gave.
Oh yeah, he's not at ESPN anymore, but he does a podcast and he's got his own. He's with the Ringer, but Hugh, he heard this story and put it out about the meeting between Shaddur and the Giants and what went wrong there. Here it is.
Shaddur didn't have a great interview with Brian Daboll in a private visit. An install package came in. The preparation wasn't there for it. Got called out on it. Didn't like that. Brian didn't appreciate him not liking it. I've said this before, and it started at the combine, and a couple days after the combine, I don't like saying report. Like, we don't report anything. I shared information that I got that I know if I'm getting it, that information people that are in this business that are really great at their job and talking to a lot of the same people I'm talking to, and probably more. I know more. I was surprised it wasn't being talked about. That Shaddur Sanders, I told you, if you've been following the show from the beginning, I told you there were two personnel people that I spoke to who were in the room during interviews, which means they're key parts of the organization. Let's leave it at that. Two teams drafting in the top 10 with quarterback needs where the interviews did not go well. Not disrespectful, nothing harsh, just felt like the phrase I've been using, and I think it aptly describes it. We didn't get the sense that Shaddur cared all that much about what we thought of him.
So, Hugh, I'm of two minds on that story, okay? My first thought is Shaddur's got to do better in interviews, right? If you want a job, you got to do better in interviews. That's obvious. The second thing is, to me, it's a bad look on the Giants to let that leak out. Like, you're just making him look bad. Like, if say you had a job interview with a boss, right? And you didn't do well. Mm-hmm. The boss doesn't have to go tell everyone how bad you did. He just doesn't have to hire you. And the Giants obviously didn't want him. Whatever. They don't have to take him. It was weird to me that detail came out. It was almost like it was put out there on purpose.
Damage control.
Well, and to make everyone make it clear, we didn't take him because of this nonsense. It's weird.
This is how I see it. It's because at this point, you hear the undertones that are being thrown out there, the racial undertones. We're here. We might as well call it what it is, because that's what I saw this weekend. And now you're getting heat because people are asking why you didn't do this, that, or the third. So now you're trying to CYA and tell people. Now, to be fair, there's been a lot of guys that have been, in those meeting rooms, and they haven't done this, that, or the third, and they still got drafted. That's a fact. Like, you've heard stories of leak Wonderlicks and all that other stuff. I can't remember the quarterback who had a bad Wonderlick test, but it was leaked.
I remember that stuff. Stroud. Didn't Stroud have a tough one?
Something like that. It's one of the quarterbacks, and it was leaked, but he still got drafted. That's why when you hear these certain stories, you got to kind of take them with a grain of salt. Like I've said, and I will keep saying this. This was the perfect storm. This was a culmination of a bunch of different things. And if you're just stuck in one camp or the other, you might be right, but it's not just that one thing.
It was Stroud.
It was
got a very low score.
It was a whole bunch of different things, man. And when, like I said, when you talk about attitude or arrogance, think about it like this, people. And I know a lot of people aren't going to want to admit this, but everything that you know about Shaddur, you were told by somebody else. And that's how you kind of automatically assumed he was this, that, or the third. Now, there are signs where he's arrogant. Like, somebody tried to show a picture. It was Danny Cannell. Threw up a picture where he was talking about how he was unkind to the ball boy. The ball boy was trying to snatch the ball from his brother. Now, I interpret it as like, hey, he taking care of his brother. Like, what you doing? That's my brother. But a lot of other people looked at it and say, oh, that's the reason why he didn't get drafted. But like I said, I could show you video of other quarterbacks that I compared him to that were playing that did the similar thing. Baker Mayfield was planting flags on other teams' home turf, and nobody said anything about that. He's a gamesman.
I think you said it well in the beginning. It wasn't one thing because
it was a bunch of different things,
right? And they added up, and then obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if some teams just didn't like him. I mean, they didn't want him, and they moved on.
And it's something to be said. Now, I will say this about that quarterback position. There's something to be said because we've seen Gruden do it all when he had his quarterback camp.
Yep.
You come into that room knowing that John Gruden is probably at the time was one of the most premier offensive coordinators in the game. You're a little bit humble behind that. Now, Brian Dable, dog, seriously? Like, you mad? Like, he probably saw your offense from what you ran from a year ago and was looking like, I mean, I get it. You're still supposed to respect him because he's
Well, you're trying to, it's a job interview.
Yeah, and I said that tongue in cheek because you still have to present well.
Yeah.
And if you're not ready for the meeting, then that's a red flag right there.
Of course it is.
It's a red flag.
215-592-9494. Look, all this is part of the story that happened this weekend. Shaddur Sanders fell into the 5th round of the draft. Did you want the Eagles to take him? Now, also part of it is there may be some red flags or whatever you want to call it or issues, but if you think the guy is pretty good and he falls to a certain level, maybe there's just value there. I think that's probably what the Eagles were thinking, why they almost took him, according to a rap sheet. All right, let's hear Deion Sanders, though, because this was part of it too, Hugh. It wasn't just the player. It was how much is the dad part of this. Here's Deion. When was this? Back early in the spring during the process here? Deion Sanders on his son on his draft stock.
Have you told him privately who you would like for him to play for?
It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's a couple teams that I won't allow him to play for. This is my profession. I know what's behind the curtain. We ain't got to get back there for me to understand what's not prominent for my son. I'm not doing it.
Hugh, I think Deion's presence has helped his son over the years. Like he's here partly because of who his dad is, right? Like helped him at Jackson State and in Colorado. That didn't help him. I mean, I don't see how that could have helped him when he said that out loud. Because if I'm one of those teams that Deion says I don't want him to play for, well, then there's only 32 teams. You know what I mean? Like you start taking away even one or two, you're cutting his chances off.
Yeah, there's something.
It's not good.
There is something to that. But I commend Deion for being in his son's life the way they did. There's only been 2 examples that I've seen where, the father has been in their son's lives and it has been perceived as being a little bit over the top. It's been LeVar Ball and it was Deion.
LeVar Ball had a run.
Yeah, he had a run, but his one son was LaMelo is doing well. All 3 of them got drafted, by the way. And one of them's a rapper and the other two are playing in the NBA, I think. One of them's in the NBA.
Lonzo got hurt.
Yeah, he played for the Bulls, right?
Yes, LaMelo's a good player for Charlotte.
So it's like when you talk to people, and when I talk to people that I know, and you see that you have 2 fathers that are in their sons' lives be treated this way, it makes you look at it and wonder what's going on. Because you and another example, because again, not race baiting, but I don't have too many examples to go off of. Eli Manning and Archie. Archie guided his son, and there was a clip that they showed the other day where Archie, they told San Diego not to draft him.
Well, they said he wouldn't play there.
He's not playing there. But
John Elway did the same thing.
Yeah, but because his dad didn't want it to look bad on the weekend. They sat there and they held the jersey. They did all the Papa Padre. But at the end of the day, he didn't go there. Now, and I know that some people in the car talking about where Eli was in a different. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing as far as the father being a part of his son's life. Now, I know Deion is over the top. He is. And his son is the same way. But to have a talent like this is where the question needs to be answered for me. To have a talent like that, drop that far, what was it? Like, be honest. That's all I need to know is, honestly, he should at least been a 2nd round draft pick, maybe 3rd. Like he should tell me why he fell so far.
So I to use your example, I'll go back to the phones here. I think Deion misread it, and you bring up a very, very fair point. The Archie thing wasn't that different, right? It's almost
not.
But they knew, I think they knew, he was going to be a top 5 pick no matter what. I think Deion thought he could say what he wanted to say and try to guide his son somewhere, and it wouldn't matter. But obviously, this one wasn't the same, right? You're it's almost like, do you have the cards in poker? The Mannings, the Elway had the cards. Shaddur didn't have the cards. Like Deion, I think that hurt him, unfortunately.
And this is the thing, Joe, that happens every year when it comes to quarterbacks. You get a grade during your college year where, we saw Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, that class. Remember when they came out?
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, I think it was Sam was the consensus favorite at the end of the season. And then as they start to sit down with these kids and they find out about them, then things start to change because they get to know them. Now they're taking them to the lab and they're dissecting their game. Now, I was told by somebody that I trust that Shaddur he wasn't as polished as they wanted him to be. Now, I heard that from more than one person.
Which and that's out there, which means that's probably true.
That's probably true. Yeah. So you got that coupled with the arrogance that he's displayed. We're not going to deny that. And his father being who he is. And a lot of people probably felt like, he's a decent player, but not decent enough that I have to deal with that media circus.
Exactly. 215-592-9490. Let's go to the phone lines here. Aaron in Mount Airy talking Shaddur. What's up, Aaron?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Aaron, what are you thinking?
I didn't think I was telling Kyle. Didn't care to draft Shaddur. This is what I'm pushing back on. This is all I'm pushing back on. When people say, I just don't think he's that good. So explain to me, someone who led in college football completion percentage, but you're willing, Joe, to take Jalen Monroe, who cannot throw the football.
Mm-hmm.
We already dealt with that with Jalen Hurts. And he's still not that great thrower of football. Is that where we at right now when it comes to quarterbacks? I don't care if you can throw that well, as long as you can run. I thought throwing the football is the number one skill for quarterbacks. That's what I thought.
So for me, Aaron, you got to have a special skill. And Milroe has one. I don't know if he's going to become any good. I mean, maybe he ends up like Justin Fields and he's kind of up and down. Maybe he ends up like Lamar Jackson. I don't know, but he's got a special skill.
He'll never be Lamar Jackson.
Well, all right.
Lamar Jackson was a great college football quarterback.
Sure. But I'm just saying there's a scale of with that skill set where he could become. As far as Shaddur goes, I just don't think there's anything special about his game. I don't think he's bad. Like he could
be. Joe.
Yeah, Aaron. But you mentioned his stats. You mentioned his stats. His stats are eerily similar to Gardner Minshew in college. They're like the same player to me.
We can point that out with a lot of middling quarterbacks.
Right, but what I mean is accurate, not a big arm, good college stats. Like Aaron, I think he could become Gardner Minshew, and I'm not trying to knock him. Like I think right now he would take Gardner Minshew's career, considering he was just a 5th-round pick. Like I think he could bounce around, be a starter here and there. That's all. Like so, like I don't know. Like I didn't need a Gardner Minshew.
This is how I'm framing it. Right? Everyone's saying, well, the people who don't like him because of who he is or because of that, you can't speak to people like that. Throughout the whole season, we all knew he was going to the draft. No one said a word about anything. Everyone knew who his dad was. He didn't just get adopted, and everyone knew how he was. Like, this was no secret. And Cam Ward didn't throw at the combine either.
Right.
So Cam Ward also.
And a lot of quarterbacks these days don't throw. Yeah.
Yeah, only the quarterbacks who need to improve their stock. Because Shaddur Sanders, I honestly believe, no later than 2nd-round pick. Based on, because people, they mock the mock draft. Like, well, they don't know what they're talking about. They talk to these people. And that's how they formulate where they think people will be spotted.
So what do you think happened here? What's your theory?
And I don't care that he split, but I'm just pointing out the nonsense that's being spewed. It's all football politics. Listen. I'll put it like this. You know what I'm talking about. In the black community, right? When we feel your energy is off, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, we match your energy. So we don't know how people were coming at him during these interviews because they may have already had a perceived notion about him. So they had they were being very bristly with him. He's like, hold up, I can give her back to y'all. I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
What the kids call it now code switching. I figured that out. Code switching. Yeah, that's what they call it.
But here's the thing. In life, you have the code switch. But some people are like, you know what? I'm going to keep it real 24/7. But that's not how you should operate through life. So we don't know what went through. We don't know what went on in the interviews. And I don't care these flips. I'm just pushing back against, like, when I watched him play, because they showed enough football, he could throw the football. And I've railed against Jalen Hurts since he was in Alabama. I was like, the dude cannot throw the football. He's gotten better. I don't care if you can throw the football. Does he have a great arm? No, but he played in Colorado.
Sure.
And it's funny. People are saying, oh, I don't want him playing in the Meadowlands. But he's okay to play in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is colder than the Meadowlands.
Well, that is true. Aaron, did you want him as he slipped for the Eagles?
No. You know why I didn't want him?
Why?
Because I care about the Eagles. I don't care about Shaddur Sanders, and we're going to talk about him every day. That's why I didn't want him. But I just want people to keep it real. Just keep it real about the situation. We know what heck. The football politics went into play. But he's okay. He's not hurt for money. He's covering.
Oh, yeah, he'll be. I mean, in life, he'll be fine. And look, maybe he'll make it. And Aaron, we appreciate the phone call. As far as how good he is or was, I'm not a scout. I'm a fan. That's all I got for you. All I see is when I watched him, he was obviously productive, Hugh. He was, but I didn't see anything special about his game. He doesn't run much. He takes a lot of sacks. He throws a pretty ball. He's accurate. But like in terms of getting better in the NFL, I didn't like when Jalen Hurts. He brought up Jalen Hurts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jalen had toughness, running ability, leadership. He checked all those boxes, and his arm was good. But it was like they had to refine his mechanics. But you could see like how. It was very clear to me how Jalen could get better. If he worked on his mechanics and became more accurate, there was something there. With Shaddur, I'm not sure how much better he's going to get.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask you this too, Kyle. With what, I don't know how much college football either one of you guys have watched, but given what we know about Shaddur and his dink and dunk style of play.
Yeah, right.
Could he be compared to a Brock Purdy? It now, like the skill, like similar.
Well,
skill
maybe,
set.
yeah. Physically, Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant in the draft.
Yes, and
with that,
go ahead, you finish.
No, but with that being said, he should have probably went a little bit higher than he
for
did.
sure than
you know what I
Mr.
mean.
Irrelevant.
And that's where I think, that's where people are upset. Like I don't know what Shaddur would have been in the NFL as a quarterback, but I do know that quarterbacks are in high demand.
Well, maybe we'll look back at it as this a mistake too. Purdy should have been higher.
It might have been.
I mean, in retrospect, Purdy should have been a first rounder in that draft.
And we've seen people reach for quarterbacks, especially that position.
Yeah.
And people want to justify the thing about he didn't do this, that, and the third, but he was a quarterback in college. And he won games. And that's a position that is at an absolute premium in the NFL.
I think I would just say this, because if you tell me that their best attribute in college is accuracy, that can be a little bit tricky in terms of like how it translates to the
NFL game.
Because you do have like the dink and dunk aspect to it. But also, we use this phrase all the time, like NFL open as opposed to college open. Like there are some throws that you probably get away with in college that you're probably not getting away with in the NFL.
Definitely.
He also had the last couple of years the best athlete in college football to throw passes to Travis Hunter. Right? I don't know what teams thought of him deep down. Obviously, he got picked in the 5th round. But maybe someone could say his stats, and then someone watched the tape and say, well, he threw a jump ball, and Travis Hunter, he grabbed it because he's best player.
And here's another unfortunate thing about the situation with the Browns. He's not going to get the coaching that them other cats get. It's almost going to be impossible.
Well, you brought up Purdy. Purdy got to go to the 49ers with Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Right? Like he had a loaded team around him.
Yes.
Then Garoppolo got hurt and Lance got hurt, and he had Shanahan calling the plays.
He had a guy that was willing to work with him.
Yeah.
It's just going to Cleveland and being the 5th pick in an already crowded quarterback room. You got like 5 quarterbacks in there.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. Hey, Jeff.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Jeff. What's up?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of reasons why this guy fell. But for me, if I'm an NFL GM, I wouldn't have picked him only because I don't want the father hanging over my head all the time. Like as a former coach, like coaching youth sports, there's nothing worse than having a kid that has talent and their parent is on your butt all the time because their kid is this and their kid is that. Like, I know it's way bigger than that here in the NFL, but to me, that was the thing. Like, and first of all, why do we need him? Why would the Eagles take him?
Well, they did take a core. Then, Jeff, I didn't want him either. I wanted Milroe. But to be fair, the Eagles did draft a quarterback, right? They drafted McCord.
I understand that. But that guy flies under the radar. Shaddur Sanders he's right in the middle of the radar.
I know he's a magnet. He's a magnet for attention. I mean, that's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Eagles need it or do they want it? Why would you want that? We won the Super Bowl, and we had a great draft to begin with. Why would we bring that energy to the team? It's unwanted, and it's kind of par for the course that Howie Manziel Johnny Manziel was drafted, and he was a wild card, and of course, the Browns taking over.
I know it's the Browns again. That is ironic, Hugh, that it's the Browns again.
Well, I look at it like this, Jeff and Joe. The Eagles are an organization that Shaddur would be the story for like a day because he's here. and then it would just be another day. It would be another day at the office. Like,
I don't know, Hugh.
You don't think so? Shadur's, I don't think Shadur's antics would have moved the meter like that. We would have talked about him, no question about it.
Yeah.
But it would have been nothing for the Eagles.
So
I
think the Eagles could have handled it, but Hugh, there are some people that are magnets for this. I remember, they're totally different. But Tim Tebow was not much of an NFL player. He was a magnet for attention.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, everyone talked about it, even when he didn't play, he was a backup.
Yeah, you're right.
I would worry that wouldn't happen. What you just said, Hugh, like it would only last for a day. I would be worried that it would go on and on and on and on, and that's my main reason. What did everybody collude to not take him? I don't know. And if they did, I don't think it was. There was maybe racial undertones. We can't deny that. I mean, look at our country. It's kind of the way things go sometimes.
It's just a shame that no matter what we talk about, that's the line that's always the dividing line.
Well,
Crazy.
people, I mean, it's part of it. People think that, whether I don't know if it's true. I don't know what happened. And we appreciate the call, Jeff. So, Hugh, the Deion thing is interesting because I do wonder how many coaches, you mentioned Kellen Moore. I bet there's a lot of coaches, younger or not established coaches, that look
intimidated.
They didn't want Deion, or not just Deion chiming in, Deion taking their job in a year. Like there's a lot of coaches, maybe the Andys, the McVays, they don't worry about that. Or Shanahan, like Deion's not taking their job. But like if you're a young coach who hasn't done anything, and he's not
going there, but like a Ben Johnson or somebody like that.
Yeah, like you're like, do I got to deal with this?
Well, like Brian Dable.
Yeah, that's the one.
That you're dead right. Of course.
Yes. And knowing that they needed a quarterback, the whole wearing the Giants cleats and stuff like that. Yeah.
And he wanted to go. He wanted to go there.
Yeah, he did.
At least we think he did. 215-592-9494. More of your phone calls coming up. As Shaddur Sanders fell in the draft, did you want the Eagles to take him? I mean, there was a real possibility there heading into Saturday that he was going to be an Eagle. Did you want him here? We'll get to some audio from a few people coming up who are very high on Shaddur coming out of this draft, including one of the better coaches in the NFL right now, a guy that's name fits in more with the Reeds and the Harbaughs of the world than he does with the Brian Dables. He liked him a lot. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you could even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with a roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club is proud to bring you the best bargain in the city. $2 Tuesday. Gas prices, groceries, everywhere you turn, prices are up. However, the very popular $2 Tuesdays is still at Cheerleaders. $2 domestic beers, couch dances 2 for $25, and select cocktails are only $2. Join us for $2 Tuesdays, where we give you a high-end experience for a fraction of the cost. We have the hottest entertainers and the best value in the city. $2 Tuesday specials from 7 p.m. to midnight. Every Tuesday night only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shaddur Sanders was supposed to be a top pick, a lock for day one, but then came the missteps. Skipped Senior Bowl, didn't compete at the Combine. Interviews were reportedly a mixed bag. And Deion talked big, but didn't play the game, the draft game. Shaddur's not prime, and quarterback isn't cornerback. Now he's a fifth-round pick, paying the price for a process they tried to rewrite. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The DNA of the Delaware Valley is always with you. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. A draft weekend in the books. The Eagles go heavy defense early, get a bunch of offensive linemen late. We'll discuss the whole class coming up. And now what happens? No tight end here. What about Dallas Goedert? We'll get to that. What Shio Kapadia thought of the second-round pick, the safety out of Texas, who I like a lot. I thought the first three picks were really fun picks by the Eagles. Campbell, Makuba, and then Ty Robinson. And, of course, they get a quarterback later in the draft, Kyle McCord out of Syracuse. And we'll get to maybe something more awkward than the Shaddur slip, whatever the hell that was yesterday morning with Bill Belichick. We'll get to that coming up. But, Hugh, we've played some clips here about some people giving reasons why Shaddur fell, right? People that didn't think Shaddur might be that good, or the dad situation or whatever. Well, how about the opposite of that? Here's a coach, and he's a darn good one, who actually thinks Shaddur is going to be a really good player. Now, he didn't draft him, but he's surprised he fell as far as it. Here's Sean Payton on Shaddur Sanders.
But I think it's hard for any of us to explain what other people are looking. And I saw him when he was in high school, and then I saw him when he was a sophomore in high school come practice on their way to Florida. And so I've had a chance. I've known Deion, and I felt like I grew up watching him play, and he's gonna, like, there'll be this chip on his shoulder, and beware, because this guy's gonna play in this league. And but I think it's hard for any of us to explain what other people are looking for. We focus on what we're looking for, and yeah, I mean, I think it's surprising.
That was interesting. That was probably the most praise I've heard any coach, other than the Browns. Obviously, they took him. Like another team giving Shaddur Sanders.
Yeah, this deep segment was brought to you by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive Bet Match technology to find your perfect mattress.
Would you make a Peyton?
Yeah,
would you make a Sean Payton? What he said? Obviously,
they didn't need a quarterback.
Well, they just took
obviously.
one last year in the first round.
Yeah, and I get it, and it's a lot to unpack here. You know, because like I said, the biggest thing for me is two things. Well, rather, is that I've never seen a quarterback touted that highly go in the 5th round.
Do you think everyone missed it? Like I agree with you, right? I've never seen this either. So why were I'm doing the air quotes, experts, right? Like, why were they so off compared to what the NFL teams actually thought? Because the draft showed us what they thought.
And see, this is where it gets a little sticky. Is because I think that there was some way they want the humbling in a sense. I do believe it was a little bit of that.
Do you think they threw out misinformation then? Like, where did
see? I don't know, because
it's
like
weird.
Like I said, the person that I talked to has his fingers on the pulse of this, and there was some stories out there that he did not interview well.
Right.
Did hear that. But even with that being said, it's a position, and this is the thing that I think people need to understand. It's so hard to find a quarterback that people, and somebody even said, well, they saw the red flags, they didn't want to make the same mistake. Man, coaches have been doing that for years. Look at the history since the Browns have come back about how many quarterbacks have started for the Browns. Just do that. Do me a favor.
You might need all afternoon.
Do me a favor and do that for all those that talk about, well, they didn't want to make the same mistake twice. The Browns have been making the same mistakes at that position for years. So
they
you
have
look
5
at that,
quarterbacks right now.
That's what I'm saying. They've been making that mistake. So for you to sit there and say that his interaction on the sideline with a ball boy was the reason why they didn't take him is ridiculous. Like, there was a guy that we talked about on this air that was in trouble for allegedly, some female stuff. He still got drafted. Now, he went late.
2nd round, yeah.
But he still got drafted.
Yeah, the pass rusher, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what you need to realize. So when it happens to a position that's of need, like the quarterback is, there's no quarterbacks out there. Everybody's reaching for one. If you have one and he has a nasty disposition or whatever, most teams overlook that because he can play. Now, to have the grade, like, you can argue all you want about Shaddur's grade. Never seen a guy, wherever you think he was graded, go to the 5th round. Never seen that before.
If I had to guess on this, and it's just total guess, I think some teams just totally took him off their board, because you make a point that is obvious but right. Quarterback's the most important position. Right?
It is.
So if you thought, I don't really think he's a 1st-round player, but maybe 2nd or 3rd, right? Like, he's okay. He's pretty good. Maybe he's got a chance. Then when you get to the 4th, you take that player, right? Because it's value.
Yeah.
So my guess is some teams, and I don't know how many, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 10, just totally took his name off. So when he was falling to us and falling on TV, but he wasn't even part of their discussion, because otherwise it doesn't make much sense. 215-592-9494. Did you want the Eagles to draft Shaddur as he was falling? Yes or no? The votes are coming in pretty strong towards no. 84% said no. 16% said yes. All right, well, let's get back to the phones here. Then we got to get to We got to get to someone who may have been more upset than anyone, including the Sanders family, that he was falling over the weekend. Let's get to Black Gritty, who's up next. What's up, Black Gritty?
Hey guys, first of all, Hugh, if I go to war, I'm signing you up to be my general, dog. You could go to battle with me any day of the week, brother.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
So I'll tell you what, it's massive collusion. So the call earlier is like, I don't want to deal with his dad. His dad got a full-time job, homie. His dad's got a gold jacket, homie. I'd love to have Deion out here talking to Quinion and Cooper every once in a while, giving them some tips. I'd love to have the greatest of all time talk to some guys on my team when he's got some free time, but he got a full-time job. Secondly, I don't know if Jalen can handle it. I saw him handle being benched for Tua, and then be the first person to go out there and shake his hand, and then go to another school and have 19 different offensive coordinators, and then lose the Super Bowl and come back and win. Jalen Hurts can handle it. His mentality is tough. He did with WIP, Philadelphia, and Nation all day long, so he wasn't worried about it. Secondly, I'm a QB factory. Why wouldn't we want to do it? They brought Michael Vick in here. I don't really care anything about what his attitude is and what's got going on. The drama you had to deal with that, and Philadelphia handled it, but you couldn't handle this kid who rocks a gold chain and believes in himself. Please check yourself. That 85% vote, I know why you're doing it. I'm not going to call you out, but I'm just saying these Mickey Mouse, punk, stupid McDo excuses are just silly and loser mentality. Do I want people to shut? I'm trying to sell some jerseys because I'm securing my quarterback. He's got the George W., the biggest one of all, okay? Get him on the team. And they didn't want him to go to a team with somebody. That's why they, hey, Browns, go out there and go and ruin another quarterback. They got 17 quarterbacks. But you believe that I'm supposed to believe that Mel Kiper, because I know what you're going to talk about, Mel Kiper put his cape on, boy. He was the only man on television securing his job and position. He wasn't worried about losing nothing. You mean to tell me that they got 7 quarterbacks over there, couldn't find one, and they finally had Baker Mayfield let him go? By the way, you talk about Baker doing all the stuff he was doing. He was in 97 commercials, never won a mammy-jammy thing. Had to watch him 22 times a day. But you worried about Shaddur Sanders' attitude. And last thing, for the Giants to be the one to actually put a name to leaking, I saw your interview with Daniels. Dude, your son told you to draft him. A 12-year-old boy told you to draft, and you still missed on him. And you interviewed him, and you put out the clip of that, and you still didn't pick the right quarterback. So I don't want to hear nothing about no interview from the desk about Shaddur Sanders. Now, my GM, Howie Roseman, A++++++. Defense is no longer a luxury. We're out here balling out of control. It's so good to be a Philadelphia Eagles. But all this Shaddur stuff, his daddy got a job. He got a gold jacket. I don't know what y'all problem is. You, let's ride. Let's ride, you. I talk to y'all.
Good stuff, Black Gritty. We appreciate it. Look, do I think the Eagles could have handled it? Yes. The Eagles.
Yeah, they're equipped for that.
Well, the Eagles also bring in. The Eagles aren't afraid of circus stuff. I mean, like, they're not. I mean, they've brought in many players that have had whatever the issue is or whatever the potential distraction is. They do this all the time because the Eagles are interested in talent. I think the Eagles were going to take them on Saturday. I mean, Hugh,
that's what I was hearing. I thought they were. I thought they were going to take him.
Can't imagine the Browns jumping them for Shaddur Sanders for the hell of it. Like the Browns could have just waited to the next pick. No, obviously, the 2 nights went by and no one took him. It wasn't like teams were lining up to take this kid. They jumped over the Eagles for a reason.
I have a theory on that too, because the Browns didn't look like they were too excited to draft him.
The GM felt a little
bad look.
driven.
It looked a little bit like somebody called in a favor.
Do you think the owner said, let's just take him?
Yeah, I think they called in a favor because what Shiloh ended up going to the Tampa Bay Bucks undrafted, by the way, but still, I think somebody called in a favor because they're like, hey man, let's put this to bed.
Well, you know who benefited more than anyone from this? The NFL. The ratings for round 2 were higher than they have been in a long time, 40% higher. Because there was a story. Usually round 2, there's not really a story like a compelling one night to the next. There was this time. And we got some drama on the set. Can we hear this? So Mel Kiper, as our last caller, Black Gritty, mentioned, Mel Kiper was having himself a weekend. He had Shaddur as his best quarterback, number 1 overall in this class, better than Cam Ward, better than Jackson Dart and Milroe and everyone else. So he was upset that Shaddur Sanders was not going, led to, just listen to this back and forth as Mel was very passionate.
This is not about can you play the position. This is about do we want you to play the position for us? That's what this game.
Why wouldn't they, Lou?
Well, Look, that's a whole nother discussion that we've had in many different ways for weeks
I would say
and
that
months now.
It's not one of the toughest quarterbacks you've
But Mel, this isn't this isn't about quarterback traits and quarterback characteristics, personal football character. That's not about this. This is personal.
Has he had an
and we know that it is.
off the field issue? No, he has not.
Mel, you don't have to sell it to me.
No, I don't know what we're talking about here.
You're right. You're right.
Yes,
you're right. But you know what? But Mel, the draft has spoken.
That's right. That's the key, Mel. It's not putting a value judgment on whether those who passed were right or wrong. They did. Yep. So now, whenever you're in circumstances in life, whether you like them, whether you don't like them, whether they're fair or whether they're unfair, you might have to deal with them.
That's
and
right.
now Shaddur Sanders has to deal with
everything.
And for whatever reason, whether he played a minute, microscopic percentage, 0%, or it's a legitimate criticism of the way he conducted himself during the draft process, this was the result.
Yeah.
Now he has an opportunity to answer it. I think yelling at the NFL about it is not.
There's not a quarterback. Boomer Esiason was not happy when he was a second-round pick. Tom Brady was not happy. They dropped. How'd they turn out?
And you know what? Nobody's arguing that
can happen. Race, the NFL has been clueless.
So good
for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. They have no idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that. They say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks. They don't.
You know what my favorite part is?
What's that?
And I think if you're going to be a draft expert, right, like Mel Kiper's built his whole career on this, you have to believe you're right about everything you think. So he believes that the number one quarterback fell to the 5th round. So if he believes that, every GM is wrong.
Well, it was a lot to unpack with that, Joe. And Mel, let me see. Lou was trying to tell him that there was more to it than what you see, but he was trying to be professional about it. And Mel didn't read the room. He was trying to tell Mel, like Louis Riddick was trying to say that when he said it was personal, he was trying to say that there probably is some undertones to this.
Well, for whatever reason, the kid wasn't very liked.
Yeah,
I mean,
he was trying to say there's some undertones, and Mel was like, so what? And Lou was like, hey, man, we still on TV, and I ain't trying to get nobody.
Mel did not care.
Mel was like,
he's number one on my board. He should be gone.
And Lou trying to give him the universal, hey, man, you ain't got to tell me. He tried to tell him, like, bro, I'm black. I know what you're trying to say, but I'm not trying to go there. And Mel was trying to get him to go there. That was uncomfortable, but that's the conversations that, if I'm being honest, I was having all weekend trying to explain it to people. And initially, that was the first thing, Joe, and I kept telling him, I said, okay, it might be a little bit of that. It might not be all of that. It was the absolute perfect storm of his play. Like, if he was touted the number one draft pick in the draft at the quarterback position, there's not a team on this planet that wouldn't have sucked that up.
Of course.
They would have sucked that up. They would have let Deion act a fool or whatever you want to do. But the problem was this, is that Shaddur had the swagger, and his game wasn't where the swagger was, and his pops was who he was, and his pops is the guy that was touted as for an NFL job, and some of the teams that needed quarterbacks were on shaky ground. It was all of that, and the fact that he came in a little arrogant. Let's not forget the NIL money. The man made like $6 million in college last year. He made a lot of money, and so a lot of people probably felt like, he doesn't really need to play in the NFL.
To further your point about if he was a great prospect, teams would have just sucked it up.
Yeah.
I remember when Anthony Edwards was coming out to the NBA, teams questioned his drive, his basketball character. They said he was immature, but he was such a great physical talent. And obviously he's been a great player in the NBA. That he was the number one pick, right? Like Shaddur had physical limitations, and then you throw in that for whatever reason, he rubbed people the wrong way in some of these processes, and he fell. Look, did you want him as he kept falling for the Eagles? 215-592-9494. Aaron is up next on WIP.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, as the Eagles did not take a wide receiver, Aaron, which means you win. You win, Aaron.
Not only did they not take a wide receiver with the first round, the second round, the third round, the fourth, they didn't take a wide receiver at all. And then Mr. Hugh Douglas tried to spin it on Thursday and say, well, maybe they'll take a receiver, tight, and that qualifies for a wide receiver. Absolutely not.
Spin Dr. Douglas doing what he does.
I mean, but we all knew why I was doing that. I mean,
that's right.
And we all said that if they did take a receiver, we'd be. I think no, he's spinning the story because I said if they took a receiver, I'd be okay with it. But I like Jihad. I like the fact that we got Jihad Campbell, and we drafted
I
defense.
make arrangements with or whatnot, but I got to plan a trip to Philadelphia.
He gonna hang out with Kyle? Kyle was all ready for that.
Hang out with you.
Kyle said
we're not hanging out.
Kyle said he is so excited he's gonna take you to his favorite watering hole.
It was the first thing he said when we got in this morning. He can't wait for Aaron to get here.
That's what he told me.
All I got to say when I meet you guys is brothers don't shake hands, brothers hug.
I'm not a hugger. You can say that right now.
Yeah, good luck with that.
He's not a hugger.
The hugs are free, man.
I've done that.
So you guys are gonna make me be the only one that hugs Aaron? I gotta do that.
Okay. We can hang out. We can dap each other.
Talk about Howie and the mad scientist that he is, and just the unbelievable draft that he had. But today, I guess, is a Cleveland Brown Shaddur Sanders Day.
Well, no, it's a should the Eagles have drafted Shaddur Sanders Day?
You know, it's funny that, listen to people talk about racial undertones and all that kind of stuff. I think it's a really, really weak take. I think racial undertones are back in the 70s when Warren Moon, believed in himself so much that he went to play in the CFL to prove that he can be a quarterback in the NFL.
Well, obviously that was a different time, and things were way worse then.
And I'll tell you right now, Aaron, the racial undertones, they're still there. They've just changed the tune a little bit, if you will. The tune has changed.
Hugh, if the racial undertones are there, how do you explain Cam Ward going number one?
How do you explain wait, but let me stop you right. Let me stop you right there, Aaron. Just because they drafted a black quarterback doesn't mean they can't still be racist. See, that's where you get. You misinterpret things. Now, racism can also be you're intimidated by a person the way they act. And that's what I've heard about Shaddur Sanders. He's too cocky. He needs to be humbled. So how do you humble him? You make him fall in the draft. See, this is where when you say it's not racial, it's not about the fact that they took a quarterback number one. Hell, most of the quarterbacks are playing right now are black quarterbacks. They really don't have a choice. The game has changed so much, Aaron, that most of the quarterbacks are athletic. So if you got a statue back there that can't throw, that can't run, you're not going to be a good football team. So that dog don't hunt here. So this is what I'm here to tell you, that when you talk about racial undertones, it ain't always got to be about skin color. It could be about the fact that you feel like, oh, you one of them uppity Negroes. We gonna humble you today. And that's basically what it feels like for most people. So that whole about racial thing, that dog don't hunt here.
Hugh, this has nothing to do with race. This is an entitlement thing.
No, this is not. I'm not saying it has. Listen, Aaron, I'm not saying this has everything to do with race. But to sit here and say that there are not racial undertones to this, you are way off base. You're way off base with that.
Can I give you my point?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a social media thing, and I'm going to tell you something. They're going to talk about Shaddur Sanders for the next 20 years of what not to do when trying to get drafted by an NFL team. This kid wants to be a social media star. He doesn't want to be a football player. His stats in college, his dad was accused of doctoring or manufacturing his stats. All you got to do is, because the NFL is a talent-based business, right? You got the talent. They don't care what you do on the backside of it. You got the talent. You're playing in the NFL. This kid, if you go and watch the Oregon tape and you go and watch the Nebraska tape, this kid put up stats against bad teams. When he played against real talent, he couldn't do a thing. He disappeared. So guess what? He's a second and third round, draft pick to teams. But then he goes and he has his pro day and he doesn't look so great. And then he goes and he has interviews and he looks terrible. And then all he does on social media is talk about how he's legendary. You're not legendary. Your dad was legendary. Your dad was one of the most talented athletes in the world in his time. You are not.
Are you finished?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you something that's a fact. It's factual that a player that has been touted as much as he has, who had the draft grade that he had, has never dropped to the 5th round. So tell me, why did that happen? Because he was on social media being extra. I can tell you who else was on social media being extra. I can tell you a guy right now that ran from the cops the week before he got drafted, and he got arrested, and he still got drafted number 1. You know who that was?
Tell me who it was.
Johnny Manziel. No, excuse me.
Baker.
Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield. Guess what? When Johnny Manziel was out there talking bad to people on the sideline and doing the money sign, guess what? He still got drafted. He went in the 2nd round. So you tell me what it is, Aaron. So what is it?
Look at the tape. Johnny
No,
Manziel
but what I'm saying, I don't care.
Alabama.
He was a one-hit wonder. What did he still get drafted? He got drafted, right? So why did Shaddur do that? Why? Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Shaddur, the only thing that Shaddur has done in his college career was make you uncomfortable because of his TikToks and his attitude. But Johnny Manziel, no, excuse me, Baker Mayfield ran from the cops. Baker Mayfield ran from the cops, and he still got drafted. So you're telling me, I'll let you speak, Aaron. I'll let you speak. Now it's my turn to speak. Yes, he did win the Heisman. And Baker Mayfield also ran from the cops. So what did Shaddur do besides make you feel uncomfortable that he didn't get drafted? Because he was cocky on the internet. Guess what? It's a whole bunch of cats on the internet doing the same thing that he's doing. And they got drafted. So what was it? You tell me what it was then.
It's the talent, Hugh.
And again, just like I told you.
He holds the ball
just like I told you. Okay, Aaron, do me a favor. Go back and look a week before the draft and name me the top 5 quarterbacks in NFL per mocked
Aaron,
that were mocked.
We appreciate the phone. The reason this became such a famous fall and why I think the Eagles were almost going to take him when they did in the 5th round, the Browns jumped him, is because people thought he was going to go high.
Yes.
That's why this is a story. Like, I don't think some of the things Aaron said there was wrong about his game, right? Like I said to you 3 weeks ago, I don't see it. Like, but all right, well, he's an NFL quarterback, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round pick. That all made sense to me. But people thought he was going to go high, and then he didn't. So that's the story here. It's not how good he is. I didn't think he was that good. Do I think he should have been picked for the 5th round? Yeah, he's a quarterback, and usually quarterbacks that have some skill go before the 5th round. The story is why he fell. And I don't know the answer. I know this. The Browns jumped ahead of the Eagles. Did you want the Eagles to take him when they almost did? And when the Browns obviously thought they were going to. 215-592-9494. Ian Rappaport put out there, the Browns may have jumped the Eagles, take Shaddur. Did you want him? Plus, we'll get to a little baseball. Phillies won a series this week. I forgot what that feels like.
A good baseball team.
Yes. And yeah, they did. And after Friday, I was ready to throw the towel in the whole season. But good win Saturday, good win Sunday. We'll get to our takeaways from the weekend next. Your takes on Shaddur. We'll get more into who the Eagles actually drafted as well and what they didn't. No tight end, which was bizarre. All coming up. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and electric care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care tree provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy, they'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tomorrow. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Some
even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega?
When I say more, you say mega. More.
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Goedert Door and Window. Goedert will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Goedert today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GOEDA or visit them at GoGoeda.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Warm and pleasant through the rest of today. I-76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The pitch. Swung on, ground ball back at Romano. He knocks it down, picks it up, flips to first, and the Phillies come back and win the series over the Cubs. After suffering their 5th straight loss on Friday on a cold and grueling afternoon, they come back and win the weekend, taking 2 straight, including tonight, a 3-1 final at extra innings.
Are we back? We might be
Feels
back.
like it.
Welcome. Well, we're back. Oh, the Phillies.
Well,
back.
we're back on the air.
Yeah, we are. Literally. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to the Shaddur Sanders discussion. Should the Eagles have done it? Did you want the Eagles to take him when he fell to Saturday? I know a lot of people did. I didn't, but I thought the Eagles were going to do it. Hugh wanted him. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. But, Hugh, we got a couple victories over the weekend, and I was so down in the dumps on Friday when after the rain delay, they lost that game. The offense was stunk. And I was like, oh, my goodness. Are they going to get swept for the whole road trip in Chicago? And then they won Saturday behind Luzardo. And that one you kind of saw coming.
Your boy Bone had a good hit yesterday, too. He hit one in the gap.
They needed that.
Keep it alive.
They got that run. Trey beat it out for another run there, which there was a huge insurance from Romano in the bottom of the 10th.
Romano.
Getting through that scoreless.
I will say this. I wasn't going to say nothing, but I saw a tweet from Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Jack was nervous.
Jack was nervous. When they came back from commercial last night, ESPN and Romano's in the man, I was like, oh, man.
No, Jack tweeted something. I think it said, they lose a game like this. They're not going to win a game like this. Or something he said. I was like, yeah, Jack's a little nervous.
Yeah, they always lose this
Good
game.
little piece of community service done by Jordan Romano yesterday.
Yes.
He's gaining a little favor.
He's still not out.
He's still in jail.
He's still in Philly's jail.
He's still on work release.
Guilty. Hold on. His ERA, even after last night, is what, like 10 or whatever it is, 12? All right, but Hugh, they get a couple victories. All right, a couple things that stood out for the weekend and a series victory. Phillies off today. Hugh, Aaron Nola, by far his best start of the season.
Yeah. I told you, I still believed him. He just needed to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
He needed to figure it out, man. Gave you 7 strong yesterday.
Look, I don't need Nola to be a Cy Young candidate, but I do need a few of those sprinkled in. And he was really good last night. And that's a good offense. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Really nice night for Aaron Nola. So good night for Nola. Romano
and it was a little warm too, huh?
It was a little bit. We're still kind of chilly in Chicago.
Yeah, but he figured it out. I'm glad
you're still on the weather thing.
Oh, no. I'm just saying he figured it out. That's it.
By the way, Romano's ERA is still 12.19. So let's not
get too early. Hey, pump your brakes. Pump your brakes just a little
bit. Take a deep breath there. But no, good night for him. Trey Turner, who's just getting singles lately, but at least he got 3 of those singles yesterday, including the infield hit. If there's one, can I nitpick one thing from the weekend? Can I just have one thing I need to say?
What you got?
Is Bryce Harper going to wake up at some point here soon? Can I get Bryce Harper to arrive?
He's not been good.
He's hitting 231 with a 793 OPS. Can we arrive?
He's starting to get a little heat.
Well, nobody's hitting for power on the team. It should be starting with him.
Yeah, of course.
Did anybody see the interview last night when they brought up the blue bat? Did anybody see that?
Yes. Yeah.
Why? Why?
Why did ESPN do it?
Yeah. Well, why are we so was I the only person thinking that? We're kind of like a week removed from
the
that.
blue bat was a thing, though.
Okay, I mean, but it wasn't a good. It wasn't like he was raking with it.
Well, no, I mean, I think the takeaway I had from it is if you're the guy talking about name on the front, not the name on the back, and you go do a me guy thing.
No, but
I know it was a week ago, but
yeah, but it's like, why are they bringing that up?
Well, it's the first ESPN broadcast of the Phillies.
I got you, and that was the storyline.
Well, like if you the first month of the season, what are the Phillies storylines?
Okay, I got you. I just wanted I didn't understand.
Yeah, bad is a storyline.
Well,
I didn't understand. I was just wondering.
We have to abolish the on-field player interviews.
ESPN
They're
loves
so
them.
bad.
Yeah,
they're so bad.
I think they tried almost too hard to make it a national game. I understand it is a national game. Like I get it, but it's almost like they try too hard. That's why they're highlighting the blue bat, the national interviews. Yeah, I don't need them either. But Phillies win last night, and a good night for Aaron Nola, which absolutely was needed. They get 2 out of 3. So I'm taking a sigh of relief on the Phillies. Deep breath. Open a series at home against the Nats tomorrow, and then Diamondbacks this weekend.
The tomato can.
No, the Nats actually have been
They've
playing.
been winning a few games. Didn't they beat the Braves?
They beat the Mets yesterday. They came back.
The Mets. Okay.
The Nationals come in at 13-15, so they're not.
By Hughes' criteria, the Cubs are a tomato can.
Tomato can.
Everyone's a tomato can.
I mean, it just fits my
narrative. If the Phillies beat them, they might.
It fits my narrative.
All right, Phillies. That's tomorrow.
I got an agenda.
Yeah, well, that we know that. You can react to the Phillies with us. Big victory. I liked what I saw at Nola, and I need Bryce Harper to wake up. I mean, at some point here. 231 with a sub 800 OPS is by his standards.
Not good.
No, it's not good. I mean, I need it to be better. I need to start hitting the ball over the wall. 215-592-9494. Are your take on the Phils after the weekend? Nola getting a series victory here. And look, it still was a bad road trip. I mean, 2-4 stinks, but at least they got out with a couple and didn't have a disastrous road trip And, of course, Shaddur Sanders. Did you want him on the Philadelphia Eagles as he slipped? I'm sure a lot of people did. And quite frankly, I thought the Eagles were going to draft him. I mean, I was.
That's the rumor I was hearing. I heard that he was close to being an Eagle, which I thought would have been fun. It would have been fun.
Well, it would have been.
It would have been humbling for him. I mean, you're going to get listen, I don't care who you are. When you come in the NFL, man, you're going to be humbled. And I think he would have been with the process. Like to somebody say he's not his pops. He's not, but he has the bravado and the attitude that his dad displayed.
It actually creates more of an intrigue around him right now than if he got drafted in the second round. Then it would have been like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, so what is he going to do now?
Right. Like now that he fell to the 5th, is he going to make it or is he not going to be good?
I will tell you this, man. And I remember being told this when I was going through the draft process. If you're a first-round draft pick, you got a couple years to figure it out. Second-round draft pick, you got the less years. Third, fourth, fifth, it's a little bit tougher. Of course. Because now you're playing the numbers game. And, hopefully, I don't know how it's going to play out for Shaddur. I really don't. But knowing what I know about the draft it's not great. Being drafted in the 5th round it's not guaranteed you're going to stick.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
a position, they got like 30 quarterbacks in the quarterback room.
And is it like a QB graveyard of a place right now?
He's a Brown.
Yeah. He would have been probably better off here.
Yeah, of course.
So I got some damn good coaching.
Yeah, like here,
and he'd have got
Kansas
some reps.
City, LA, San Francisco, like places that have good coaching and good infrastructure. Yeah, then he better have more of a chance. We'll see. Big V's in Mount Laurel. What's up, Big V?
Yo, what it do?
What's going on, man?
Big V, what's up? All right, we got to put that. We got to take that phone.
You got that, man. You need to go ahead and get that cricket fix,
Big
man.
V, we got to take a deep breath there. Let's go to Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
What's up?
What a great Monday, man. The Phillies pulled it off. You know what I'm noticing about the Phils? Like once they get a big lead, right? They just start, trying to knock it home all the time. Just stick with the script. Keep getting hits. Because I've been noticing like a few games when they've been up by a whole lot of runs, they just stop, doing what they was doing to get them runs in. You know what I mean? I think they need to just keep sticking with the script because, like, we know our bullpen is not really, still suspect a little bit. You know what I mean? So we want to keep knocking runners in as much as we can. I'm liking how they was fighting through all this, man. I like just like what you were saying, Hugh and Joe. Like, yeah, Harper, he got to come alive. But like I said, man, they starting to warm up. June is going to be the time where we're going to really heat up, and we're going to start lighting these teams up, man. And just keep doing what you're doing, Phil. Stick with the small ball. Keep hitting. Keep getting on base and keep bringing runners in.
You know what? I'm with you. I want more wins like this weekend. Good pitching by Lazard. No, I do need a little more big ball, though, Will. I mean, the small ball is fun, but like...
Yeah, you want some yayas.
I need some home runs at some point here.
Yeah. I agree. But we should do it, right? I think, you know what? It would have been good if the Eagles would have got him. You know why? Because Jalen been through the same thing that he's going through right now, early, right? So that would have been he would have been a good mentor for him. You know what I mean? He'd have made him into the player that he needs to be, not that he wants to be. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is, he got a little flashy, he got a little arrogant, but hey, who don't get like that? Who don't feel as though they one of the best players in the world? You know what I'm saying? And with the race card, I hate talking about it, but listen, we can't keep dismissing this, man. Like, we can't keep just overlooking this. Like, it needs to be addressed, and hopefully it will one day. You know what I mean? Because this guy, he do have talent. I don't know if he's as talented as a lot of people think. Well, we'll see. But when you starting something like, and what I want to say real quick, Deion, he should have let him know this from the get-go because he already know how the business is. So he should have, prepped them for this. And the whole time it's nothing wrong with being yourself. You shouldn't let nobody change you. But sometimes you just got to do what you need to do to get in first
But they say code. The kids say code switch. You got a code switch.
Bill, well, I think, and it's interesting because I think in a lot of ways, we appreciate the call. A lot of ways, Deion helped his son, right? Like Deion was his coach.
He's groomed him for this moment.
I do think he may have misread the situation. Like I remember the stories when Deion came out of the draft, and I think Deion told teams he wouldn't meet with some of them because
he did,
but he knew, and
because he was going to be drafted high.
See, I think this is where to me Deion had a mistake. That Deion was such a great athletic prospect that he could do that until I forget what teams it was. It was a long time ago. I'm not meeting with you because I know I'm going to be a top whatever pick.
Man, listen,
and he was good enough. Now Shaddur wasn't. If all these stories are true, they misread it.
Didn't match, and it rubbed people the wrong way. This is where, if I can help some folks out, this is where people feel the way that they feel, because when you talk about it, and the first thing that a lot of people say when they say, "Well, I didn't like the fact that he had legendary written up on his thing," wasn't Johnny Manziel, and I'm using him as an example because he's another guy that was brash. Didn't he have the money sign? Didn't he patented the money sign?
Yep.
What's the difference? See, that's what I think people get. This is the problem. When you talk about race, people get offended because they automatically think you're trying to play the race card. Nobody's doing that. We're pointing out discrepancies that are obvious to us that nobody wants to talk about.
So let me ask you a question. And this, you brought up Johnny. There's Baker. There's Shaddur, right? They're all different, but there's something about their person.
They were flashy. They were over the top. They were loud and boisterous.
Do you think, regardless of what they look like, if I just give you a blank slate for a quarterback, is that something you think teams like in a quarterback or don't?
I think there's a fine line,
Okay.
Joe. I think there's a fine line because of, you want the face of your franchise to be, you want him to be confident. And you hear, you remember a few years ago when it was Chris Sims and John Gruden, and he was like, "You got to bark that call out in the huddle." As a quarterback,
you got to be the lead, the alpha.
You have to be the alpha. Right. You have to have that alpha mentality, and Shaddur has that. I think that what has happened is that, like I said, a perfect storm. His play, his lack of being prepared, the fact that his father is who he is, and his arrogance, all of that played into all of this. It's just not one thing. And I know a lot of people want to glom onto this, say it was racism. It was all of that. It was all of that. Because if you look at the Manning family, they did the same thing. It was just more quiet. But they told you from the gate that Eli wasn't playing in San Diego.
And the Elway thing, same thing.
And they did that. It's just that when Deion did it and he was being loud and over the top, that rubbed some people the wrong way.
So the other thing for me, and look, Hugh wanted him. I didn't particularly want him as he was falling. I thought the Eagles may have taken him. One thing that stood out to me, and Hugh, we had that report from Jake Glazer last week, right? Teams are starting to now, and that's not just injury concerns. It's not just off the field. It's also, do you love football?
Yeah.
And I'd never met Shaddur. I don't know him. I just watched him on Saturdays like you did. I could see why some teams may have wondered, does he love football? Because he seems like he likes the spotlight. Maybe he does love football. I don't know. I know this for the Eagles. They have drafted players here the last 5 years or so. They love, Devontae Smith seems to me like all he does is football. Right?
That's it.
Jalen, all he does is football. It hurts. You mentioned Cooper DeJean when you've talked to him. So that's
it's where, that want to, man.
Yeah, that's where I thought he didn't really fit in the way the Eagles have drafted players.
And that's fair. But here's the thing, and this is the question that nobody can answer, because I'm bringing fact. This ain't got nothing to do with his dad, anything like this. There has never been a player that had the grade that Shaddur Sanders has had in the NFL. Go back and look it up, people. If it's a first-round grade, second-round grade, whatever it is, there has not been a player in the history of the NFL that has fallen that far. So now you have to figure out for yourself what it was. Regardless of what he did in college, regardless of what you want to compare his stats to, there has not been a player in the NFL that had the grade that he had as a player. The best available player on the board at the time dropped to the 5th round. Show me one.
Well, that's what made this.
That's what makes this
interesting.
This is what makes this so, controversial, because you can pick whatever you want to say. He wasn't that good of a player. They still gave him a 1st-round grade.
Which means the story's not over. Like, now it's either going to be one of the greatest draft drops and then a great career that follows, because maybe he is a good player, right? I mean, that's possible. Some people thought he'd be a high pick. Or it's going to be all the things that are like all that we're hearing now is like, oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, let's go to Big V and Mount Laurel. What's up, Big V?
Yo, man, what it do?
Big V, what do you got for us? What are you thinking?
Well, first of all, good morning, you.
Good morning. How you doing, man?
Joe, I'm glad that the Phillies won because you're not being hyperbolic. And Kyle, I'm off speakerphone. But
congratulations for once in your life.
Yeah, once in my life. Okay. Well, listen, first of all, Hugh, irony for me today is someone calling in, arguing with you that there are no racial overtones, and every point he made had a racial overtone.
Well, I mean, we're trying, we're trying not to make it that way, Big V. But I mean, okay. I get where you're coming from.
Well, it's a Big V. Before you go on, I'm not going to tell anyone how to feel about the story. I mean,
because you feel how you feel.
You feel how you feel. I just give you my opinion, and you give yours, and Hugh gives his, and we have a discussion.
Okay, let's look at the racial overtone of NFL quarterbacks. White quarterbacks, they want them to be arrogant. They want them to be the alpha. They want them to be Joe Namath, guaranteeing everybody a championship. Black quarterbacks, they want them to be humble and, okay, everything is fine. I got a great pass in there.
Big V, before you go on, you say, I think for the purpose of this, can you just give your opinion? Don't say they, because you're including a lot of people.
You're painting people with a broad brush.
Just say what you like. Because I'll give you my perspective. I didn't like Baker. I didn't like Johnny Manziel. I'm not the biggest Shaddur fan. I like a quarterback that is football first. Like that, I like Jalen for that perspective. Like I love that about him. So we all have different views, and you could come from a different place with the same view.
Yet when Jalen wasn't doing well, you were one of the biggest people being hyperbolic.
Because of his Big V, because of his play. I've never criticized Jalen Hurts' demeanor or the way he approaches football. I love that about him. He's football first.
Oh, by the way, congratulations. You finally got to say something negative about Harper or Harper needing this pickup. I'm glad you're working on that.
Well, when he doesn't play well, I say it. Big V, have you not realized this by now? When the players don't play well, I criticize them. When they play well, I mean, this is I'm the easiest one to guess what I'm going to say. Like if the guy sucks, I say he sucks.
Yo, I'm not shooting shots at you.
I know. Well, go ahead.
A little bit.
You kind of were, but I love you anyway. Go ahead, Big V.
A little bit.
Okay, I love you too. But no, I mean, you look at the numbers that he did and how Shaddur produced. And listen, it's not easy being coached by your dad, and he still did it at a high level. Yet he comes out fifth. It wasn't a simple fact of, people saying, oh, they forged the numbers. It's a simple fact of, people saying, you're an arrogant piece of crap like your dad, and I can't take down your dad, so I'm taking you.
So did you want him here, Big V? Bottom line.
Of course. I would love to have him here.
Joe didn't know what to do with that.
Well, I mean, I want to know if you want him here.
Joe, breathe, brother. Take your blood pressure medicine, man. I don't want you to blow your top.
I just want you to get to your final point here.
Yeah. Final point, I wanted him here. I thought it'd be a great addition to the Eagles. I thought that with the Eagles coaching staff, they could have really developed him, and he's been a wonderful replacement for Jalen.
Replacement?
Yes, replacement. Like Jalen's not going to, play forever.
Well, okay. I mean, I get that, and that's why I brought up Jalen Milroe last week. But that implies you think that Shaddur Sanders has that kind of ability. I mean, not just Jalen Hurts is to decline at some point down the line. You think that Shaddur's got that kind of ability?
I think he's got some wonderful athletic abilities, which he would be a wonderful contribution to continuing on the Philadelphia Eagles dynasty.
All right, well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what he does in Cleveland. Big V, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, that's part of it too. Like some people don't even. He's one of the more polarizing players I can remember in a long time. Not just off the field, on the field, because there are some people like Mel Kiper was screaming all weekend. He's the best quarterback in this draft, and then you get some people like.
He wasn't.
Well, some people didn't even think he was even that good. Like he'll barely be a backup in the league. He's a very polarizing player for different reasons.
Yeah. And I would say this. People need to listen to the conversation that's being had and stop being so sensitive when you hear trigger words, because nobody's on here saying that race was the only motivator in this decision. But I do feel that it played some part in it. It didn't play everything. And y'all need to quit being so sensitive when somebody that looks like me talks about it, because obviously I'm coming from a perspective that you don't understand because I am black and I have been through this process. So you might not agree with what I'm saying, but give me the grace to listen to what I'm saying before you get all defensive and go into your little silo and start yelling and screaming, talking about why are we talking about race? Maybe you should start paying attention to the conversation instead of putting your head in the sand or putting your hand over your ears and not wanting to hear about it. Because there ain't nobody trying to say it was all of that. But there was a reason why he fell to the 5th round. He had a 1st to 2nd round grade. So in your mind, I know it's hard for some of y'all to do, but think about it from that perspective. If he was touted as a number, regardless of what he did in college, if he was slated to be a 1st or a 2nd day pick, he fell to the 5th round. Start there and then work your way back. And then you tell me what you think it is. I know it's hard for some of y'all to do because y'all the same cats. When I gave you all the clues, you still said noodles. So use your mind a little bit and listen. Quit being so sensitive about this conversation. That's the problem. Nobody wants to have this conversation because it makes you feel some type of way. Well, you should feel uncomfortable because he fell for a reason. So tell me what the reason was.
Well, and that whatever the reason was, and you said it to start the show. To be fair to you, and I think maybe some people miss that. People tune in at different times. You said to start the show today, it was a lot of reasons. Probably
it was a bunch of different things.
You know, I think use this phrase. It felt like a perfect storm happened this weekend.
It was a perfect storm. Yeah. Like I had friends call me that don't care anything about the draft. That asked me, "What do you think happened?" And I told them honestly. I think it was a bunch of different things. And whatever you think it is, it might be a little bit of that.
You know how you know this was a huge story? I have the grandma test.
Mm-hmm. Grandma called you.
Well, no, I saw my grandmother this weekend, and she said she didn't remember his name, but she said, like, what's going on with that quarterback? No one took him yet. And she was talking about Shaddur. Like, it's a huge story. It was this doesn't happen very often where a quarterback people think could go number 3 goes in the 5th round. Did you want him as he slipped? I thought the Eagles were going to select him. It wasn't what I wanted. I wanted Milroe as the backup quarterback here. I think that could be something special. But did you want him? Hugh did. I wasn't into the idea of drafting him, but I thought the Eagles were going to do it. 215-592-9494. All right. We'll get to a position, along with your calls on this, that we all expected the Eagles to address in this draft, and they didn't address it. Why? And what it means for the one guy that's still on this roster at this spot that we all know about. 215-592-9494. You'll hear from Howie next. More on the guys the Eagles did pick. And Shaddur, did you want him as he slipped down the draft board? It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Let's talk about bacon. Not just any bacon. Let's talk about Hatfield bacon. From classic hardwood smoked to sweet maple brown sugar, even extra thick cut and applewood smoked. Every slice is packed with flavor. Top your burger with it. Level up your breakfast, or you can just snack straight from the pan. No judgment from me. Treat yourself. Grab some Hatfield bacon today and taste the difference. Head to simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane. Available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers. South Jersey's diamond destination.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Experience the difference an exceptionally priced Acura can make at Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com. Remember, nobody beats Elite.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Listen, Mom loves anything you give her for Mother's Day, but what she really wants is a call or a visit. Anything to feel close to you. And a digital picture frame from Aura will go a long way to making her feel closer to you. Help Mom miss you less by putting the power of technology to work. Aura Frames was named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter and featured in 495 gift guides this past year. I absolutely love it. There's no doubt in my mind my wife Janet is getting one of these things. She loves pictures so much. I know she is going to love this product. So the next time you need to call your mom, you can also send her a new pic of you from that trip that you were telling her all about right from your phone. Aura has a great deal for Mother's Day. For a limited time, listeners can save on this perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver mat frame. That's AURAFrames.com. Promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Bill Belichick won't talk about girlfriend Jordan Hudson. Ask him and you get the classic death stare. Personal matter, next question. But scroll her feed, it's all there. Photos, captions, and it's obvious she's involved in his new gig at UNC. It's classic Belichick. Try to control the message, even when the message isn't his to own. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Access Sports Radio 94 WIP and podcast content together with the free Odyssey app.
On a Monday.
Happy Monday, guys.
It's not even a Thursday. Friday's a long way away.
I heard I triggered the you people.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
That'll be all right.
can I just say this?
A little wild in there.
Can I say this? Hi, my name is Hugh. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings.
Everyone will be all right.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings.
And by the way, all the people were like, Kyle, say this. Kyle, say that. No.
I'm sorry.
Everyone's going to have their own
Leave me the hell alone.
And listen, I am the drunk. I'm looking at right at the camera. Look, I'm the drunk uncle at the barbecue. Sometimes we got to have these uncomfortable conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all need to get out y'all feelings, man, because, I mean, this ain't Major League Buddies. What'd you say? This ain't Major League Buddies?
Finally, you say it.
This ain't
After all
Major
these
League
years
Buddies.
of us telling you
y'all,
this is
y'all
not
will be
Major
all
League
right.
Buddies.
Y'all will be, you're a little butthurt right now. You'll be all right. It's only Monday. We got a whole week. Just buckle up.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on, that's for sure. 215-592-9494. Buckle up for a week. And I mean, I
tried to tell you.
Yeah.
When we came in this morning, I asked you
if you thought it was going to be a calm week around here. You
I said,
wrong.
do y'all really want to go here? I said, hey,
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
Well, you know me. Do I really want to go to this topic? Yes, it's a good one. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. And I wasn't for drafting Shaddur. I didn't think the Eagles should do it. I thought they were going to. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. We'll get back to all the Shaddur stuff. And did you think the Eagles should have taken him? I think the Browns jumped the Eagles because they knew the Eagles were going to take him. But Hugh, as we went through the draft here, right? So, and we'll react more as the show goes on to some of the guys they did actually take. We know they didn't actually take Shaddur Sanders, but you look at the Eagles draft, right? You see a linebacker, Jihad Campbell. You see safety, Andrew Makuba, defensive tackle, Ty Robinson, the corner, Mac McWilliams. He was the one taken right after Shaddur. The Mondon Jr., the linebacker, Drew Kendall, McCord, the quarterback, Hinton, the offensive tackle, Williams, the offensive tackle, and edge, Powell Ryland. You notice I didn't say a certain position. You notice there was no tight end.
Tight ends.
None.
They're just trying to figure out what they're going to do with Dallas.
Well, yeah, he's still here.
Sorry, by the way.
Yeah.
Right, what
How
happened?
about the Mason Taylor thing?
Oh, no, I'm all right, man. Listen. No, I am, because I thought about it this
Because
weekend.
you're going up to Jets camp for practice. Don't lie to
He's
everybody.
about to return to his roots.
I know.
I mean, that might happen.
He's going to get a free sweatshirt, see his old friend Aaron Glenn, and say, "Hey, Mason, how's your hand?"
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
it doesn't. I thought about it long and hard this weekend, man.
Yeah, you'll be there.
But long and hard. Yep. The
when I said it, I was like, "Damn, I can't believe."
Could you
I
imagine
said
how
that.
Mason Taylor would feel if like Hugh Douglas is up there like trying to start a conversation with him? He's like, "What are you talking to me for?"
I'm not going to do that. I was going to go regardless. I'm going up there because I'm trying to get back. I mean, you can't forget where you
get
came.
a free hoodie. I mean, come on.
He said I wasn't. No matter everything you're talking about, I never denied.
Yeah, you didn't.
But as far as the auntie is concerned, no, I don't think that ship is sailed.
Okay, well,
she's out of my league, man. I thought I'd never say that, but she,
Really?
did you see her podcast? What she's talking about?
Well, I didn't listen, but I saw a headline.
Yeah,
that's a
every
lot.
day. Every day, Joe. I'm too old for that now. Like, listen.
Are you?
Listen, I give it the old college try, but let's be realistic.
At least you're being honest about yourself.
Listen, I like my naps. I like to take naps. She's Energizer Bunny.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
Yeah, and as we found on a Friday, back to back at this age is not as easy as it used to be.
Ain't that?
It's not what it used to be.
Back to back.
All right, so we know also with all this, Mason Taylor goes to the Jets. Fannin Jr., that was the kid from Bowling Green.
Yes,
He went to the Browns, which actually is where Shaddur is. Bring it all together. And then in the first round, Loveland went to the Bears, and Warren went to the Colts. So, Hugh, a lot of the tight ends sort of flying off the board around the second round. The Rams got one, and then by the time the Eagles got on the board again, they didn't take one, and they didn't take one the whole draft. Let's hear Howie Roseman on not addressing the tight end position this weekend.
Surprised you didn't end up with a tight end, and what kind of factored into how that laid out?
Yeah, again, just trying to be as true as we could to the board. Every time that we had the opportunity to pick, we were looking at the board and really trying to reflect what that work to put those grades in really should be reflected in the outcome. So we didn't want to kind of drop down at some points. There were some points where it was close, but it was never at the time we were selecting the best player.
All right, so Howie gives you the GM speak, the best player, board, all that kind of stuff. But here's the issue. If they're not going to keep Goedert, and it doesn't seem like they're going to, although he's still here, well, they didn't get a tight end, right? All we have is Calcaterra. So let's hear Howie on the Goedert situation. Because they didn't draft one, could Goedert come back? Here's Howie and the way he spoke about Goedert the other day.
Dallas is part of the team, as we speak. Obviously, as we go forward, we're going to continue to address things on this team. And right now, nothing further. Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that. But
Hugh, trying to get that money right, trying to figure it out.
What's so fascinating about the way he speaks about him is as if he's not under contract. He's on the team. Like, he talks about him like they hope to figure this out. He's on the football team right now.
Well, he's being as transparent as you can. There's a money issue.
Totally.
That they would like to resolve. I think, see, I'm not a capologist, but you could extend him and bring his cap number down.
You could. Yep.
But I don't think they want to do that. I think that
they want to take a pay cut.
Yeah, and I don't think Dallas wants to take a pay cut. And they want him to be here. Right now, I feel like Dallas has all the power. Like, they obviously don't want to give him extended years, but they don't want to cut him either.
So I actually see it a little different. I think they're doing him dirty. The longer they hold on to him, so they just went through free agency where they didn't let him into free agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
So teams used their money.
Mm-hmm.
Now the whole draft went by. The Browns drafted a tight end. The Colts drafted a tight end. The Bears drafted a tight end. So all those spots are gone now, right?
Yeah. So you're looking at it if they cut him.
They're squeezing him. So if they just hold him, right, and we get to June, how many teams are desperate for a tight end in June that will pay him more than them? So my view is they're squeezing him until he just says, all right, I got no other options. No team will pay me more. I'll just take your pay cut. I think they're squeezing this guy.
Yeah, but if he stands on business, it still puts the Eagles in a bad spot because if they cut him,
then they don't have a tight end.
They don't have a tight end, and he could go. Somebody will probably sign him.
But for more than he'll get here?
Well, now it's the principality of the situation. It's the principality, Smokey. It's more like, do I go back to the Eagles after knowing what they just did to me, or do I just go somewhere else?
Right.
You might not get the money that you want, but it might be just on principle.
It reminds me a lot of what they did this to Ertz at the end, and then they brought him into the next season. I think he came into training camp with bleach blonde hair. It was a really odd thing.
Yeah, he was
the last
rebelling,
Ertz year here was weird.
Raging against the machine.
Yeah, and then he didn't seem happy, and then they traded him at the deadline that year after a Thursday night game to the Arizona Cardinals, and he's played 4 or 5 more years and is still a good player. But I just feel like without a tight end in the draft, it's harder on Howie to just cut him. I mean,
it is
harder.
But hopefully, I don't know. I would think that they would at least be having some type of conversation with him to let him know what they're thinking. And you don't say nothing about a guy like that. You don't give him a glowing endorsement and then, do him dirty on the back end. I don't see that.
I still want him here. I haven't changed my mind the whole time. And if they had drafted the Fannin kid or Mason Taylor,
then it makes more sense.
Yeah, of course. Then you're like, okay, you got the next guy. You can move on. I don't view Calcaterra that way. 215-592-9494. For your thought on the Goedert situation, Eagles don't draft a tight end. For all the good things they did in this draft, and we'll talk more about the class coming up, Hugh, they didn't get a tight end, and they didn't get any sort of interior offensive lineman. Now, maybe one of these tackles can play inside, but that guard position, they lost Becton, and now what do we have? Steen and the Kenyon Green
And there's
kid?
still some moves that can be made.
Yeah.
You're going to probably bring some young cats in that didn't get drafted. Undrafted guys. So there's still some moves to be made. And then, as you know, when training camp comes around, or we go through this process, guys will be cut, and they'll probably pick somebody up. So they're just waiting to see.
Those are the 2 spots, though, that I expected them to draft something, guard and tight end, and they didn't do either. Bruce is in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
Kyle, Joe, Hugh, and the crew.
What's going on,
Bruce?
All right. What's going on? What's going on? Hugh, look, you know what? I got to thank you for some clarity on this whole thing with Sanders, because you said some things about Johnny Manziel and other quarterbacks that I did not think about, because on the first my first take was initially that it was all the buffoonery between him and his dad that cost him. Now that is definitely true, but then there's the racial component. I think that some of that is in place. No, we're gonna put you in your place, and we're going to show you, because this was epidemic, as this has never happened before, and it was a power move. And I think that there is some of that. That same standard was not applied to him. Anytime you had somebody running from the cops, but he still got drafted, there's something wrong with that. So, but with that said, I think the big lesson with the whole Sanders thing is that, number one, they made mistakes on projecting his confidence, and they made mistakes on it made it look like they were shunning the process. You didn't play any games in these
all of that,
events,
all of that. All of that, Bruce.
So there was a number of that, but let's not forget the racial piece. There's a tinge to that when you do that comparison and contrast. So I just wanted to say thank you.
I think we found out, Bruce, and this we kind of knew this anyway, but it became more clear. The NFL would much rather a player have made a mistake off the field, like potentially criminal, or just had a bad moment or two or whatever, than they would arrogance or personality issues.
Yeah, because it's like you're bigger than the game.
Right.
It's a little bit of that.
Let's not forget the irony of this. The Eagles drafted Jalen Carter. I'm not saying Jalen Carter's a bad kid, but he had an off the field. There was a moment that was obviously concerning, right? Like what he was part of,
and he still got drafted.
And because two things: one, he's a great talent, and Shaddur is not. And the other part is that doesn't bother teams as much because they figure, okay, mistake doesn't have to mean that's who you are. But I think the personality thing, people think that's who you are. The NFL. The personality that rubs people the wrong way more than getting in trouble.
Yeah,
it does.
Oh no, it definitely does. And I think but here's the crazy part about it, right? At first I was like, not no, but hell no. But what the thought entered my mind yesterday that the Eagles could take him.
Yep.
And I would have been probably unhappy about it, but I would have sat back and read the tea leaves. I said, you know what? He probably would have been a good fit here because, number one, we're a championship caliber team. They wouldn't have put up with his daddy's foolishness. And look, you're going to sit down over here in the corner and shut up, or otherwise, or we'll treat you like Purdy and get some value out of it. Maybe if you did get some play time, and then ship you off for a draft pick. But I think what would have happened, right, if he did wind up on the team, is that he would have latched on to Jalen. And Jalen would have pulled him over to the side and did some mentoring, and it could have probably turned out to be a beautiful thing. And Deion would have been the biggest sounding board for the championship Eagles when we win that next Super Bowl. I mean, it could have turned out to be, something amazing. I mean, when you really think about it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I wanted to get in a quick Phillies point too. And this was about Turner over the weekend. When he missed that ball and cost that pitcher, 19 extra pitches.
Yep.
This is something that we need to look out going forward. I'm trying to be optimistic about the team improving, but I'm telling you, Turner's play, they're going to have to do something about that because it's the way they allow those players to have their way when their skills are going down and they're not making any critical calls. I don't want to see too many more errors like that from Turner.
I agree.
Because it's going to eventually cost us. It's going to cost us either getting into the playoffs or a championship.
Totally, Bruce. I thought, and Bruce, good call. We always appreciate it. I thought the first couple weeks of the season, Turner had been better at shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
He's regressed here the last week or two. He had the play on, was a Friday where he didn't get the tag down. I mean, the ball is right there. I don't know how he doesn't tag the guy. Then Saturday, he was a disaster in the field. He is not a very good defensive shortstop. We've known that since the day he got here. He's got to hit a lot. If he hits a lot, we'll deal with it. But they're lucky his defense didn't cost him more this weekend. He stunk out there this weekend defensively.
But when you look at the weekend as a whole, though, I mean, I think it was mostly about the pitching that we had this weekend.
Yeah, well, Nola and Luzardo were really good. Yeah, I mean, Trey's defense did not cost them the series. It just wasn't good.
It's still concerning.
Yeah, I mean, for that tag on Friday, I don't know how he doesn't get that tag. And the ball beat the runner by 3 feet, and somehow he tags the air. Zoe in Bluebell's up. What's up, Zoe?
Guys, good afternoon. I'm pulling my hair out over here because I'm a little bit crazy about everything.
Okay.
The Phillies are pretty much got me on edge every game I watch, and that's I feel like we're spending so much money on Trey. We're spending so much money on Bohm. We're at a point where it's, I almost feel like we got to blow it up. We got contracts we can't move. We're in a position where, like, if we just skate along and keep doing this 500 thing, we're just going to get bounced in the first round of playoffs again. So something's got to give. Hopefully they get hot. You know, you get a little bit, feel a little bit good about the pitching last night. And hopefully they'll get hot and somehow, some way, we start pulling through the increased value of these players and then maybe be able to move them. But I don't know. But that's not the main reason why I call. I want to talk about Sanders. I truly, truly believe we should have taken him. And the main reason why is risk versus reward. It's like, if you can grab him in the fourth or, early fifth round, it's like, what are we really losing? It's like a gamble. It's like hitting on a 5-pick parlay. It's okay. If he doesn't work out, then we ship him off. Or if there's conflict, it seems like everybody's more concerned about conflict that he may have with Jalen being there or media circuits and everything else coming in. I don't feel like that would be a problem for the Eagles. I mean, we did well with Michael Vick, and I'm sure 85% of the people didn't want us to have him.
At least, if not more.
That was very, very polarizing.
Oh, my goodness gracious, yeah.
So we can obviously handle it from that perspective, from that point of view. But I think the main reason, and I don't even know if it's a blackball, collusion, or whatever it is, but it's almost like everybody's talking through all 32 teams, and everybody kind of knew they weren't going to take him. For whatever reason, I don't know. We could go back to the Colorado. People say, oh, he's too boisterous. He's too cocky. He's too this and too that. But still a good kid. Still stayed out of trouble. Still kept good grades. No real reason why you would not want to have him on your team, especially in third, fourth, early fifth round. I think if we would have picked him up, Jalen could have been a good mentor. And if you think about it, last season, everybody was hammering Jalen the first several games of the season, maybe the first 5-6 games of the season. And even if it wasn't for Saquon and us running the ball, we might have hammered him the whole way through the season. So is it really that bad of a thing to have somebody who could be a capable backup there just in case?
It's not. No, theoretically, Zoe, it's not.
And that's the thing.
I wanted, for the same reasons you're saying, Zoe, I wanted Milroe. Like, he was the guy I pegged as maybe that guy, and obviously the Seahawks took him in the third round. But your theory or your idea that if he could become a good player, it's a value pick. I agree with your like that thought process, and that's why I thought the Eagles were going to take him, Hugh. Like, when we got to Saturday morning, I was like, they're going to take him.
Yeah, and it all looked that way, and it's so. And you're thinking about it in the right way, because I think because of the climate that we're in, people always want to pick one or two things and say it's that. But the bottom line is this: the guy could play, whether you agree with the stats or his dad was padding the stats or whatever. Good kid, should have been taken on at least the second day, at least the third round. And that's the thing, that when people look at that, they want to point out the fact that he was arrogant or whatever. If that's the worst thing that he's done in college, was be a little cocky, when you have guys that have done other stuff that is way worse, that's not a bad trait to have. You can tone that. You can say, hey, young buck, you need to probably tone that down just a little bit, because you're coming into the NFL. You need to tone that down. But to sit there and say he didn't get drafted because he was cocky and arrogant, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy to me.
It doesn't make any sense. But you know what? Thinking about the college time that he had there, if you think about everybody who watched this, because obviously Colorado just blew up after
his dad got there. Sure.
And you think about it, everybody at that point either loved him or they hated him.
Yeah, well, very strong opinions on the player, and that's why this became the biggest story. Zoe, we appreciate the call. I think Zoe said something there, Hugh, that really there's a lot of different things going on here with this player and this situation, and it is one of the more dramatic draft falls in the history of the NFL.
Only time it's ever happened, Joe.
And it almost led. So, but here's where I think is what the most interesting part is: the split on what kind of player he is, because we've seen it. You said a million times. If a player is projected like with great talent, they get like he brought up Vic. Why did the Eagles take the chance on Vic? Because Michael Vick
because he could play,
special talent, right? And obviously his career went off the rails, and he went to prison and all that stuff that we know. But he still had special talent in his body. But the point he made is a good one. If you think he had that talent, then you should just take him because it's a value pick. But half the teams, I bet, just from what I have gleaned, half the teams didn't think he was that good. So I can understand if you don't think he's that good, and there's all the 10 other things we mentioned, I could see why a team is like, I'm not doing
this. And that's where I try to tell everybody, it is not just one thing. It was a bunch of different things. Now, some people want to push one narrative or another. They want to push that more, but I sat back before all of this happened. And like I said, I asked people, okay, what do you think it is? And everything that I brought up in the conversation, do you think it got anything to do with his dad?
Yep.
Said yes. Do you think it has to do with his play? Some of that, yes. What about his testing? He wasn't prepared. All of that played into it. So to sit here and say that a person is wrong for thinking this way or that way, that's not right. Because everything that you can say about this kid has played a factor in this happening.
Well, and then the other thing, to go back to, you mentioned one of the things is his play. Some people could point out his numbers. He put up good numbers.
Yes, he did.
He produced.
And he completed the football. Yeah. You could go back and go through any draft, and you can find somebody that played that position that probably didn't have a great completion rate, but they still drafted him because, again,
physical skills.
That's the one position that you're always looking for. Like somebody talked about Russell Wilson was a late round draft pick. Russell Wilson wasn't projected to be a first round draft pick. No. Somebody said, well, Tom Brady should be mad about the way he was picked. Tom Brady wasn't projected to be a number one draft pick.
His name wasn't mentioned on the broadcast until he was drafted.
Aaron Rodgers was upset because he failed in the draft, but he still went number one. Like people don't get mad because you can't see what we're seeing. I got drafted. I know how the process works. I know for a fact that when I was going through my draft process, guys, we'll be walking down the hall and somebody say, going to the scout, say, hey, I'm from so-and-so team, we want to talk to you. And they'd be like, when are you drafting? Oh, I don't need to talk to you. You're not going to be there when I get picked.
Not you.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I talked to everybody named Mama.
I know, because
I came from a small school.
Right.
But those cats from them bigger schools, they was like, dude, you drafting 12. I'm not going to be there at 12. I ain't got to talk to you. And they would do that.
Yeah.
So to sit there and say that he's being arrogant, man, everybody has done that, especially if you know you're going to be a high draft pick. That's a part of the game.
For sure. This hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco. Our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. As he fell, did you want the Eagles to draft Shaddur Sanders? We are sitting at 86% no, 14% yes. All right. We'll let you hear what Howie said about all the defensive players they took. And Sheil Kapadia this morning on one of the more interesting players the Eagles took over the weekend. I like this kid. I think he's going to be a good replacement for someone we lost. 215-592-9494. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The pick is in.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Talk about it here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
When it comes to surgery, the tiniest details make the biggest impact. At Virtua Health, Our highly skilled surgeons operate the world's most advanced surgical robots. With incredible precision and accuracy, we're able to make smaller incisions that lead to less pain, fewer complications, and faster recoveries, so you can get back to the moments that matter. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Get your hats ready, New Jersey. Saturday, May 3rd. It's Derby Day at Cheerleaders, New Jersey, starting at 2 p.m. Catch every thrilling race live on all their screens while you sip on refreshing $12 mint juleps, courtesy of Maker's Mark. Don't miss their fabulous Entertainer Derby Hat Contest. Plus, everyone gets a special horse ticket giveaway for even more chances to win awesome prizes. It's the Derby, Cheerleaders, New Jersey style. Don't miss the excitement, the drinks, and the fun. Saturday, May 3rd at Cheerleaders, New Jersey.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Do not miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine the bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. So get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it. Wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
we can be twinsies,
to,
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, guys with us. 215-592-9494. Spent a lot of time on a player the Eagles did not pick in the NFL draft, but they almost did. They almost did. I think the Browns thought they were going to take Shaddur Sanders. We didn't come down on that, but let's talk about what they did do, which is a whole lot of defense. Howie Roseman on all those defensive players taken early this year and in the last few drafts.
Over the last 4 years, 10 of your 13 picks in the first 3 rounds have been defense. Turned the whole defense over since 22. Why that kind of emphasis on it, and how do you like where you are defensively now?
Well, offensively, we have a bunch of starters under long-term contracts, starters who are in the prime of their career, so it allows you to really on the fly get young on that side of the ball, and we needed it a couple of years ago, and I'd say this year's draft, we're open to whatever the board told us.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
don't have to because
go ahead.
I don't have to.
Yes, you do. Offense,
y'all see
defense,
it. Y'all
luxury,
see it.
necessity,
Hey, listen,
crap.
Y'all see it. I just be sitting on here dropping dimes, man. I be dropping gems like I'm a point guard.
This is a
I try
joke,
to tell y'all, and he said it. He basically said what I've been screaming the whole time, but he said it in such a nice way, y'all. He made it more palatable for the people.
So this is spin. Is this just spin stuff?
It's not a spin.
Well, I could spin it the other way, saying that they've used 10 of the last 13 high picks on defense because that matters.
Well, it matters because it helps with the narrative. They're cheaper.
Well, they are.
They're definitely cheaper
now.
That's
until they have to pay them.
And then when they have to pay them,
they're going to let them go because it's a luxury.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Jalen Carter, Quinyon, Cooper.
I see, this
thing could flip in 3 years.
I feel the pushback.
Very fast.
There's only one guy that you identify on this team. Now, they have some good players. I'm not taking away anything from Quinyon or Cooper DeJean. But when you look at this defense and you say the guy that you got to have on that defense, it's only one that you have to have. Huh? All the rest of them are interchangeable.
No.
Jalen Carter.
Quinyon is interchangeable?
First of all, let me tell you the numbers. Why? Let me tell you why the numbers.
After they just paid him
let me tell you why the numbers bear out me saying that. His snap count alone, and he's the most out of all the positions that when you start building a team, you want to start from the trenches.
So you're right on the snap counts, but Quinyon and Cooper play a lot of snaps.
Oh no, they play a lot. They play a lot of snaps.
And
they play a lot of snaps.
Say they're interchangeable.
They play a lot of snaps, but like I said, if I'm starting my team, the only cat that the first cat that I'm taking is Jalen Carter, because off of Jalen Carter. But what I'm saying is off of Jalen Carter, I can put a bunch of different cast members around him.
Sorry, so the way this is played out,
defense isn't going to be as good.
I would say this right now. Your theory from years ago is working for you right now, right? But
that hurt you to say.
No, it didn't. But a day, I've been sitting on this for weeks. A day is coming in the next few years where the rubber is going to meet the road.
The rubber's going to meet the road.
And they're going to have to decide, do we keep Quinyon, Cooper, Nolan, maybe the Jihad Campbell if he's the real deal? And if they keep those guys,
it's going to flip.
They're going to have to get rid of some of the older. At that point, they'll be older, right? Like AJ. Obviously, the linemen are all young, but they're going to have to make decisions, and one or two or three of the offensive guys won't be here anymore.
Here's the thing, though. If you go to a couple more Super Bowls, win a few more, does it matter? Like, say if we go back this year and the year after, it doesn't matter?
So are you saying if this flips and defense is not a luxury, does it matter?
Well, no, I'm saying if it flips, that just means that my take stood the test of time.
No, it didn't.
I mean, it did. Because this is how
it just means you had it conveniently timed.
No,
yes,
I mean, because I have vision.
Stood the test of time.
No, I have vision, and it also. But see, here's the thing, and it's the reality of it that you just can't wrap your mind around.
We don't have the bandwidth.
you catch it on. The NFL is cyclical. It changes every 10 years. So if it goes back to the defense, then you guys will be right. But right now, it's my room.
Okay, it's interesting.
At least acknowledge it.
Well, so
because that's the NFL in a nutshell.
When it comes time to have to pay Quinyon, Cooper, et cetera, guys not named Jalen Carter on the defense, you're saying they'll do it?
It all depends on what their numbers look like during that time.
And it depends on how good they are.
Yes, because right now we know for a fact Jalen Carter has to be paid. That's a fact. The other guys, they had a good rookie campaign. We'll see what happens this year. Now, if they come back and they duplicate that, then that's a different conversation. But as of right now, only cat that's getting paid on the defense is Jalen. Zach.
And Bond. There is a way for everyone to be right. You know what this is, right?
What's that?
So, what have we had this discussion today about getting a young quarterback, right? 3 years from now, there is a way they could keep most of the offensive guys and most of the defense
Get a
guys.
new quarterback.
If they had
then quarterback is a luxury.
Well, hold on, but
It's hard to find a quarterback.
Luxury though, if they're not paying him.
How did the
Yeah,
the Niners have such a good roster 2 years ago?
Because they didn't have to pay the quarterback.
Right. Like, now I'm not saying they should do this.
Luxury.
They can do this, but I'm just saying, like, we both could be right if they drafted a young quarterback.
See, let me tell you what.
That's
the 49ers,
that's the way to make the money work.
Let me tell you what the 49ers are dealing with right now. Brock Purdy having the success that he's had.
Well, no, he wants money.
And he
wants money.
He about to get
Well,
paid.
it's a fleeting thing. You get a few years.
He about to get paid,
Sure.
bro.
Well, that's why they got rid of Debo, and they moved on.
Because they got to pay.
Yep.
Yep.
And they won't be good.
My Purdy takes just marinating a little bit.
Everyone's got
talent.
I love we all have these
We all have
takes
agendas.
Just
We all have
marinating.
it. We all have it.
We're just stirring the pot of our own takes until it's time to serve that meal. All right, one more thing from this weekend. We didn't spend much time on it today. Obviously, on Friday, we were excited about Jihad Campbell. And we know today we've been debating what they didn't do. But their highest pick since we last spoke was the safety out of Texas. Sheil Kapadia was on this morning with the morning show. Listen to what he said about Makuba, the safety out of Texas.
Most interesting thing to me with Makuba is that he's only 186 pounds, but he plays like he doesn't care that he's only 186 pounds. I mean, he throws his body around. Now, really, that is a concern a little bit in the NFL, where you say, hey, if you want to say this isn't going to work out, if you look into your crystal ball and say, hey, it might not work out, I do have some concerns about 186 pounds with his style of play. But, man, he survived it in college at a big-time program, and so he's a really fun player in that respect. The versatility is interesting. You know, I've heard people make the comp to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and I do think play style, that's a good one. There are some mixed reviews about him when he's asked to cover slot receivers. You know, is he shifty enough? Is he athletic enough to do that? He didn't do a ton of that last year at Texas. Like I said, he did it previously. Is he going to be able to bring that versatility to the NFL? I think that's another thing that he has to prove.
I think he's a free safety. When I've watched the highlights, Sheil was talking about the nickel type of stuff in the slot. I think he's a center field free safety, goes and gets the ball with interceptions. What do you make of what Sheil said? So he plays like he's bigger, but he's only 186 pounds. And he kind of was hinting at the idea of, can he hold up physically? He hits.
I'm watching as we talking about him. He just came up and he hit a tight end. Looked like, who was the quarterback or the tight end with a decleater? No,
I'm a fan.
No, he can hit. Like, he can hit. He reminds me a little bit with his size of Timmy Houck. Remember Timmy Houck played here from was it? Well, not Minnesota, Wyoming. One of those small. Like, he played. I think it was a Cowboy or something. Wyoming. I think it was a Cowboy, but Wyoming Cowboy, I think. But yeah, he comes up and he lays the wood now from that safety position. It just all depends. Like Sheil said, you kind of worry about him and his size, but I tell you who else was considered a smaller safety that when he got in the weight room and it started lifting, he was a big dude. Brian Dawkins was not that big of a safety, but boy, he'll lay that thigh out on you. Not saying that he's Brian Dawkins, people, not saying that. I'm just saying Brian put that thigh out on you for a little dude though.
He had 5 picks last year, which, I mean, that's one of the things when they traded away Chauncey for no reason that I was annoyed about. Like, that's a playmaker they lost. This kid looks like a playmaker. 5 interceptions last year. Let's hope he holds up physically, and maybe he'll get bigger, like you said. Here, the one thing that I think now I'm most looking forward to at camp, like with battles, is him against Sidney Brown to see who's going to play safety. Because I didn't feel...
Sidney's a hitter, too.
He is. But I didn't feel comfortable with Sidney.
He gets injured.
And he gets lost sometimes in coverage. You in on this kid?
No, I am. I'm looking at the hit you had on the quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like you're in on Makuba. I'm in on Makuba. I like that pick. All right, 215-592-9490 for your phone calls on all this, the draft, what they did, what they didn't do. I am surprised they didn't get a tight end. Goedert's future still up in the air. And, of course, Shaddur Sanders. Did you want the Eagles to take him as he fell down the draft board? Audrey in South Philly. Hey, Audrey.
Hey, guys. Hey, no, I didn't want Shaddur Sanders. I think they did the right thing. I think that was media driven that the Eagles were even in with that. As soon as I put on the 4th round, they were saying it could be the Eagles that might want him. So that was more of media. The Eagles pick was in as soon as Shaddur Sanders was picked. The Eagles pick was in right after that. So if the Eagles had any inkling in trying to get Shaddur Sanders, they would have been scrambling around. He still would have been on the clock. So that was media driven.
Oh, so you don't think hold on, Andre,
no,
you don't think they had interest in him?
Nope. They didn't want. They had no inklings in wanting him.
Why do you think the Browns jumped them?
We are the world champions.
That's true. That's true.
We don't need that. We don't need the headache. We don't need the circus. We don't need that stuff here. I think he dropped because he deserved to drop. When you come in there, these companies are billion-dollar companies that you're going to interview them for. This ain't no jalopy job that you're going and interviewing for. You're going in front of people that are worth billions of dollars. That you need them more than they need you. And he went that out there. It's not the Giants' fault that he interviewed bad. I think Dable did the right thing and let teams know exactly how he was. So teams knew.
Audrey, I disagree there. So like,
why should somebody get stuck with a guy?
Well, they don't have to. But I disagree with you on that, Audrey. If someone goes in, you know what? Never mind. You go. I'm done. Audrey, if someone goes in for an interview and doesn't do a good job, obviously they shouldn't get the job. I mean, anyone that he gave a bad interview with or meeting with, I am not surprised they didn't take him. That's fine. But to go and tell everyone, to go and tell the world about it, feels a little immature to me from the coach.
He was good enough, like Manziel and
Manziel wasn't anything good.
Manziel stunk. Just like everybody else did. Everybody would have overlooked if he was that good. His daddy was that good. He's not. He's not his daddy.
Well, he's not. I mean, his dad was one of the best players of all time.
Oh, I know he was.
Yeah.
But it's Sonny Boy isn't.
All right, Audrey. We appreciate the call. There's a lot going on in that phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a lot.
I mean, it was.
You know what we're going to grab here? Let's get Kevin says giving us an agent's perspective. Kevin is up on WIP. What's up, Kevin?
How you guys today? Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you, Kevin. What's up?
So I wanted to speak from an agent perspective. I've been listening to a lot of calls. I've listened to you guys for a long period of time, and I just kind of wanted to explain how a lot of these things work behind the scenes. If you guys give me a few.
Sure.
I've represented NBA basketball players for years. There's probably people that know my name. So the first thing is mock drafts. I just wanted to explain how mock drafts work. They are people's opinions. In 2025, there's a lot of clickbait. These things are driven by individuals. There's no agents drive mock drafts. There's been instances where a small-time agent can pay a mock draft X amount of dollars to put a guy onto a mock draft. Mock drafts are exactly what they are. They are people's opinions. They are not, they're designed for entertainment purposes. NFL teams are not spreading information to these mock drafts. So when you see a player fall in a mock draft, it's because it's exactly what it is. It's a mock draft. The second thing I wanted to share was how this whole interview process works. And Hugh might be able to relate. As an agent, we would prepare our players prior to meetings. We would hire former GMs who would do all the background research, and we would prep them. We would prepare them on how to answer certain questions. So case in point, let's just say the Giants who drafted number 24, whatever the number was. A lot of times a team will say, hey, if we were to draft you at this number, how would you feel coming into our organization knowing you were going to be a backup? We would tell the player to say, hey, while I am a competitor, I know that it's going to take me time to learn how to play, and I'm not ready now. So my best way to help a team is to be the quarterback of the scout team and help this defense be the best that it can and win a championship. Even though I feel like I'm ready, that's what I am willing to do. It doesn't take away from his confidence, but it's the answer that they want to hear. So conversely, if another quarterback says, well, I feel like I'm a starter and I don't want to be a backup, that team might take them off their draft board simply because he does not fit into their plans. Do I think Shaddur is better than Kenny Pickett? Absolutely, I do. But Kenny Pickett went to a team where he may have walked in saying, I understand I am going to be a backup for a year to 2 years. Jackson Dart may have said, I am willing to be a backup for Russell Wilson and for Jameis Winston for 1 or 2 years. That's sometimes why players drop in the draft. It's not always simply because of certain situations. This was a very unique year. We had 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round last year.
Right.
Not every team needed a quarterback. So there were instances where he was going to drop for different reasons. And remember, and Hugh can probably attest to this, he didn't have an agent. He was not prepped and prepared the same way, despite who his father was, on how to answer certain questions. We would always prepare our clients on exactly how to answer questions, and we could also manipulate the draft process. I've had instances where I have literally told a team, do not draft my player. I would rather him go undrafted, and we can pick the team that he wants to go to undrafted, than be a 42nd pick in the second round, where there's partially guaranteed contracts, where there's G League contracts. There's so many things that happen behind the scenes as to why players fall. It's not always as clear cut because there are a lot of things that a lot of moving parts. Hugh, do you agree with what I'm saying?
Yeah, there are a lot of moving parts. But as far as being humble in a meeting, I don't think that's enough to say you're willing to be a backup. I don't think that's enough for you to drop to the 5th round, though. I don't think that's a red flag.
Well, no, it's not, and that's why I didn't use humbling. There's a way that you can say I'm a competitor, but if me being I've had first round NBA draft picks who were in the green room, and the question that was asked is, if we draft you in the first round and we have to send you to the G League, and they would say, listen, I'm a competitor, but if I have to go we knew what to tell them, what to say. It doesn't take away from their confidence or anything, but it does impact the team's thing. Michael Penix went number 8, knowing he was going to be a backup. Does Michael Penix go number 8 if when he answers the question, he tells them, I only want to go to a team where I can start? That may alter their team's whole draft process and how they do it. Do I ultimately think that Shaddur sliding past a certain round had a lot to do with the team saying, do we want the headache of drafting a 3rd round guy who everybody's going to think is a starter and wants to have him start, and now we have to look over this in the case of a new coach in New Orleans? I just think there were so many things at play. And lastly, before I hang up, I do sometimes think that race comes into play. And I think the better example was Lamar Jackson dropping to the end of the first round and people asking him to play wide receiver. I think that was a very, very accurate depiction of how race plays into the NFL. I just thought here, while it absolutely may be, and I'm an African-American agent, I think a lot of this, him not having an agent, you had Drew Rosenhaus at a certain point in your career. I think Drew Rosenhaus would have had him prepped a lot differently, i.e. Shiloh literally hiring Drew Rosenhaus the moment that he went undrafted. So I just wanted to kind of give a different context from an agent's perspective and how things are manipulated and so forth. And I appreciate you guys.
Well, we got it, Kevin. We appreciate you making the phone. I do think, and he laid it out with the role of the agent. I do think for as much as Deion's presence and obviously the coaching, right? He was his coach at Jackson State and at Colorado. As much as it helped him get to this point, I do think it probably hindered him once the process started.
No question about that, Joe. That, like I said, this is not just one thing. And I know some people like to just focus on one thing, but that's not it in this situation. And, just like the lady called and was talking about his arrogance and things like that, that's not a reason not to draft the player. That's not a reason. When you talk about all these other things that people have done and they still get drafted. I hear what you're saying. And it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I was telling you about a clip I saw the other day where somebody asked him about going to the gas station and getting snacks.
Yep.
And he said, I don't get gas. I drive a Cyber Beast. That rubbed some people the wrong way. But the bottom line is this. However you feel about Shaddur Sanders, if you're being honest with yourself, you feel that way because somebody told you that. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. When he was in college and we got closer to this process, you started hearing stuff about him being arrogant and cocky. But before that, he was this great young quarterback, looked like he's going to be a number 1 draft pick. And then when the narrative changed and the stories came out that he was cocky, now none of us know Shaddur. We just know what we've heard about.
Sure.
Him.
Actually, we missed this. There was a tell as the last week went on that he was probably going to slip. Now, I don't know if anyone could have guessed the 5th round, but this stuff started coming out.
That's what it,
you know what
Joe,
it was?
It always does. It's always like that.
It was teams, obviously whoever's had loose lips, right? And telling people in the media this stuff. They were justifying why they weren't about to take him. Yeah,
because,
that's what it was.
Listen to the draft. Remember when the whole Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold thing. And nobody knew who they wanted to take. And everybody thought when Baker got in trouble that was going to be the sign to show that he wasn't going to go.
Darnold,
got drafted. Still got drafted.
You know what the ironic thing is? And this goes back to Mel Kiper, that the NFL doesn't know what they're doing. Baker went 1 and Darnold went 3. The best quarterbacks in that class were Josh Allen at 7 and Lamar Jackson at 32.
Yes, but all of that did not deter them from taking Baker. That's the thing that I think people are missing, is that everything that nobody's sitting back watching all these games. Everything that we're told about these young quarterbacks is because somebody else told us. Somebody told us that Shaddur was a malcontent. And then it didn't make it any better that when you see him on draft day, because people want to look at, he's talking about legendary. That's his brand. Just like when Money Manziel came out, he had the Manziel, the money sign. He's getting, these kids nowadays are media savvy, and they're doing everything that they can to monetize their brand before they get in the NFL.
Look, they all have brands. When we were at the Super Bowl, Travis Hunter had a whole setup for his podcast.
He did, and nobody said anything about that. He went to Adidas because Adidas gave him a contract for his little brother. That's why he didn't go to Nike.
Now, I do think it's a little different when it's a quarterback's like they're held to a team first. So the wide receiver can kind of do his own thing. Like Darius Slay can have a podcast. Parsons, quarterbacks are held to a different.
But you remember, like back in the day, you probably don't remember this, Kyle, because you were too young. But the quarterback club, it was Boomer Esiason, Dan Marino, and it was 2 other quarterbacks. But they had their own little thing, and I remember it was a big deal because the NFL was trying to break it up. Because they had the whole quarterback club on lock. It was the 4. John Elway was one of in the quarterback club, and it was somebody else, but it was those guys. They had it on lock, and NFL they broke that thing up because they were monetizing everything. But yeah, everybody comes in with their own brand. It's just that for whatever reason, when Shaddur brand happened to say legendary, people automatically, he's being cocky. He's not his daddy. He's not his daddy, but he's his daddy's son.
Well, that's for sure. We found that out. 215-592-9494. All right. We'll talk about whether or not the Eagles should have taken Shaddur Sanders as he fell. Did you want him? Did you want the Eagles to take him as he fell down the draft board? But let's talk about the quarterback they did take late in the draft, Kyle McCord. What Nick Sirianni had to say about him coming up. I thought it was interesting to me listening to Sirianni give his reasons why they liked Kyle McCord, because McCord was a productive quarterback in college, St. Joe's prep kid, but not obviously a different kind of quarterback than, let's say, Jalen Hurts. He's not like Jalen Milroe. He doesn't run that much, but I just thought it was interesting, like what Sirianni wants, like his first thing he wants at a quarterback. You'll find this interesting. 215-592-9494. We'll hear from Sirianni on Kyle McCord. Your phone calls on all this, what the Eagles did, what they didn't do, and did you want Shaddur as he slipped down the draft board? It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really 2. One is Meineke and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More Mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something Mega got more Mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega? When I say more, you say Mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Mega! Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Get ready for Cinco de Mayo with Total Wine and More. Your cocktail central. From margaritas to cervezas and tequila, we've got everything you need for the perfect fiesta. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly. B21.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't have anything in the NFL. That's why it made sense for the Giants to trade back in the first round to take Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart. This wasn't a great QB draft, but to New York's credit, it didn't give up much to move up. Smart teams take lots of shots at this position. Yes, the Giants have Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, but they deserve credit for being aggressive at the one position that makes all the difference in the NFL. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Pause. Rewind. Or go to any part of your favorite WIP show with Odyssey Rewind. Only on the Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. We discussed a lot today. The quarterback the Eagles did not select Of course, that would be Shaddur Sanders. I wanted Jalen Milroe, but I lost that out on Friday night when the Seahawks took him in the third round. Shaddur goes on Saturday. They trade over the Eagles to get him. A lot of people think the Eagles were going to make that pick. Can we hear, before we talk about Kyle McCord, just quickly, rap sheet on Saturday explaining that Browns trade? It sure sounded like the Browns thought the Eagles were going to take him.
Rich, there have been rumors all day that the Philadelphia Eagles were interested in Shaddur Sanders, would be a perfect landing spot for him. A veteran quarterback room, a team with a really good backbone, really good culture. Well, the Cleveland Browns just traded over the Eagles. I wonder, obviously they have Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Did the Browns do this thinking the Eagles would take Shaddur, and just maybe? We'll see.
Well, I think they did, and I think the Eagles were going to take him there. Did you want him as he fell? 215-592-9494. Hugh, they did take a quarterback, though. His name was not Shaddur Sanders. The Eagles selected Kyle McCord at
St. Joe's Prep, right?
St. Joe's Prep.
Yeah, local kid.
Then Ohio State for 3 years before transferring to Syracuse last year. Hugh, before we hear from Sirianni on him, he put up some huge numbers last year. I'm looking at his stats right now. He led the NCAA in passing yards, 4,779. He led in yards per game. And I didn't realize this till now because, when they do the Heisman Trophy ceremony, they just invite 3 or 4 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kyle McCord had the 10th most Heisman Trophy votes last year. That I didn't know until just a few minutes ago. So I think he's an interesting player that I think could develop into a backup kind of quarterback, right? They have Tanner McKee for 2 years. Would you be shocked if a year from now they like this kid and they ship McKee off for a draft pick and he's the new backup?
Maybe.
I would.
I mean, listen, being a backup quarterback in the NFL is not a bad job.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a couple $1 million, get the whole clipboard, and probably get 10 to 15 accrued seasons in NFL. It's not, and at some point you might get an opportunity to start.
Well, and for the Eagles, as we know, it's been a very important position over the years where the backups come in and won a lot of games for them, including a Super Bowl at one point.
Yeah, and if Hugh gets to talk to him for 5 minutes, he'll end up being the
fall
Eagles'
in love
future.
with him.
I can't wait for the Players Lounge, Kyle McCord.
I feel attacked.
Well, you know who will feel attacked? Tanner
that?
McKee when you come in here and you say, actually, the new future is Kyle McCord.
You just fall in love with everybody, don't you?
Well, you
sucker for love.
You did fall in love with Tanner McKee after you talked to him. All right, let's hear from Nick Sirianni yesterday. Eagles wrap up the draft press conference. I thought it was interesting how he framed why McCord is a good prospect.
You talked about the board sort of handling things, but you did add a quarterback, which is a little bit of a surprise to some people. What did you like about Kyle?
Yeah, what you see with Kyle is just his mind works very fast out there on the out there on the football field. He makes good, quick decisions with the football. Accurate passer. Led the country in passing yards this past season. But what really stands out again is just how quickly he moves through progressions and how quickly his mind works. And so really excited to work with him.
You know what I found interesting about the way he framed his attribute, Hugh? Look, Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, right? They win a lot of games for him. But that's the one thing we always talk about Jalen needs to always do well.
To speed the game up.
Get the ball out.
Or process faster.
Right. And it seems like they like McCord. Now, I don't know physically if McCord is good enough, right? He's a 50.
He gets the ball. It sounds like he gets the ball out of his hands quick.
That's why they liked him, which tells me that is the way they want this offense to function. And sometimes Jalen does it well. Sometimes Jalen holds on. Now, Jalen can run, so you have that aspect of it where he knows he could use his legs.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, I think this kid could come in here and be part of this thing. So they don't take Shaddur, but they take Kyle McCord out of Syracuse. You clipping that spot where
I thought the most relevant thing he said
in
that entire interview
was
what you see with Kyle is just his mind works very fast.
Yeah, can we dump that? Get it out. Dump it. He's going to use that on us all the time.
Mind works very fast.
Because it sounds like
Kyle is just his mind works very fast.
Kyle McCord, not Kyle Quinn. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Joe in Jersey's up. What's up, Joe?
It's Black Panther. How you guys doing?
Hey,
what's up,
Joe.
man?
What's
How you
going
doing?
on?
Good. So, Hugh, I just want to bring something into focus here. It's important that you had a conversation and you went back and forth with the other guy.
Yes.
He was looking at it through the eyes of a non-black person. You're looking at it through the eyes of a black person. So when a non-black person hears racist, the first thing that comes to their mind is, what do you mean racist? We drafted all these black quarterbacks. We drafted Williams, Young, Daniels. We have a black Super Bowl quarterback. But what you're saying is, and I don't think this message is getting through, if it was a white quarterback that acted the way Shaddur Sanders is, they probably would have held their nose and probably drafted him in the second or third round. Am I correct?
Yeah, something to that. That's what, like, and unfortunately, Joe, we only have so many examples of a quarterback that's similar to a Shaddur Sanders. Baker Mayfield, who happens to be white, and Johnny Manziel. And I think that, here's the thing. We've gotten too sensitive about having these conversations. And everybody gets all up in their feels because they feel like you're trying to, I don't know, incite hate or whatever. It's not it. It's just that's the way that I see it, because I see all these other examples and it's not the same thing. It doesn't look the same to me.
Let me throw one more in before you make your point, Joe. Hugh, we were trying to think of quarterbacks that had some cockiness to them, right?
Yeah.
Johnny and Baker. I don't know if he was ever as vocal about it, but I always felt like Cam. But when he was young,
Cam was cocky.
Cam had a cocky, but Cam was physically a monster. So no matter what anyone thought of him, he was going to be the best.
The year he was dabbing on everybody and went to the Super Bowl, he brought people the wrong way.
But he was a great talent.
He played well.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, Joe.
I'll tell you, I'll take Tanner McGee over him. I love this kid. I think do people watch the games here? Like, when people call up, do they watch the games? This kid, I think this kid is such a sleeper that we don't need. I think Howie knows what he has. I really do. And Stu, I want to make a little funny comment, because we got a little bit of this thing in here.
Yep.
I'm going to make a comment as a white man.
Yes.
A white man should never wear a green or purple suit. You look like an absolute fool.
Are you talking about the Campbell kid? The Campbell kid out of LSU?
He wore a green and purple suit.
A white guy cannot. Listen, tell you something. You look at this guy.
You saw Will Campbell, right? That's what you're talking about? Will Campbell?
Will Campbell looked like the Joker. You can't wear a white. Listen, you could take Seth Joyner, you could take Shannon Sharp, you put him in a purple suit, a green suit, any color suit, they're going to look great. You put a white guy in a purple suit, you look like a clown. You put in a green suit, you look like out of like a Marvel comic.
He did kind of have a Joker villain look to him. I kind of see it.
Well, I think it could have been whoever. They probably could have been Taylor. He has drip though. Like, looking at, like, this ain't his first rodeo.
Oh, he dresses.
He dresses provocatively.
Mm.
Yeah, he got drip.
So, guys, the reason why I called today, I listen to the show all the time. We drafted, I got to look at the draft, right? And I love the two tackles they drafted in the 6 rounds. Hinton, his father was a phenomenal football player, and Cameron Williams. I think Stoutland is going to mold these guys. Two of these guys are going to come out and be a really good player. I won't be surprised if they become the next starting right tackle or swing tackle. I think those were great picks in the 6th round. No one's going to talk about it. They're going to talk about the guy in the 1st round, the 2nd round, the 4th round. But I think those were great picks.
Well, the Cameron Williams one really caught my attention, Joe. He is 6'5", 330. He's a really good athlete. I don't know why he fell that far, but he's only 21 years old. I think he's one, Joe, good phone call. Stoutland can turn him into something. I mean, Hugh, I always think when they draft offensive linemen late, I always think there's a chance with this organization. They turned Jason Kelsey, a 6th-round pick, and it helped him become a Hall of Famer. And Jordan Mailata was a 7th-round pick. I mean, Hugh, do I know if either of these 6th-round offensive linemen are going to be anything? No, but there's a chance one of them hits. I mean, Stoutland is that good at turning these guys into players.
Yeah, and I think that they're counting on that. With the way that they coach, the good coaching staff that they've amassed, they're looking at some of these young draft picks, these late-round draft picks. They're looking at them to be contributors to this team this year.
I heard Howie yesterday saying they look for traits, right? It's not like how good they were in college. Like, do they have something in their bodies that Stoutland can mold? And obviously, at least with the Williams kid, physically, 6'5", 330, there's something there physically. Macho in Kensington. What's up, Macho?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Macho. What's up?
Good, man. Another day, right? So I just want to comment on the Shaddur thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he dropped because he's kind of trash. I don't think he really, in college, 9-4, but he only beat BYU, 17th ranked. I don't think his competition was all that good. And then just probably got that stink that even though his dad played for Dallas, I just think he got that stink from Dallas too. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that star that spotlight on him.
Is that
So
what it
that's
is?
just-
Well, I mean, here,
Yeah.
Macho, but I don't know if people around the country feel the same way. You think people care that his dad played for the Cowboys?
No,
No,
I
if he
just
could
think
play,
that
he
it's
could
just
play.
the spotlight, all the attention.
Well, I mean,
American team thing and all that.
Yeah, I think this. If he was a better prospect physically, I think he would have been drafted higher. I think that, and then you add in everything else, and whether it be this bothered people, the tape, or the dad, or whatever it was, then he fell down the board.
How about the combine though?
He didn't participate.
Yeah, but I actually think
What you hiding?
that's a small part of it.
Well,
because a lot of quarterbacks don't throw at the
If I
combine.
had my time to shine, I'm a shine.
But
I'm not
here's the
gonna
thing.
hide.
Here's the thing, Macho, and I hear what you're saying, and that might be true.
Yeah.
And this is what goes on with this situation, is that even when you say he played lesser competition. Macho, I went to a D2 school. I went to a Division II school, and my competition was nowhere near some of the competition that other guys played against. I still got drafted in the first round. So
but you're a big dude, and
no,
you're a little
but listen to what I'm saying though. I'm not saying you're wrong in your take, but there are many examples of guys that have played in lesser conferences. Hell, Carson Wentz played at North Dakota State, and he still got drafted high because it doesn't matter if you could play, you could play, and that's the thing that people can't wrap their mind around because he had a high round grade, and he was still, even when he went the 5th round, he was still projected as the best player on the big board. So that's where, for a lot of people, it just doesn't add up. Now, you might be right, because that's the argument that people been giving. Oh, he was trash. He still had a high enough grade to be drafted higher than he went. So now you have to ask yourself, okay, what's the reason? And it could be a number of different things. It just doesn't have to be one thing.
Right.
It could be a number of different things.
It probably was. And Macho, can I give you an example? I think the issue here isn't that he got drafted in the 5th round. It's that some people thought he would be the first
Higher
pick.
than that, yeah.
Like, some people brought up his stats today. I'm going to give you another quarterback. This was 7 years ago. Hugh, ready for this comparison? I'm going to give you size and numbers, and I'm going to tell you they both played in a conference where there wasn't much defense played. Okay, maybe they weren't playing the greatest competition. Quarterback 1 was 6'2", 216 pounds. Okay, Shaddur is quarterback 2 in my example. He's 6'1", 215. Same size. They're basically the same size. The first quarterback 7 years ago had a 70% completion, 4,779 yards, 38 touchdowns, and finished 5th in the Heisman. Had a heck of a final season in college football. Shaddur, 74% completion, 4,134 yards, 37 touchdowns. So they both lit up a conference that wasn't that great. They're both the same size. They both had great last years of college. The guy I'm talking about is Gardner Minshew. Like that's when I look at Shaddur, I think he's a Gardner Minshew type of player. He could play Gardner Minshew could play in the NFL, right? Like no one doubts that. I think Gardner Minshew might have a 15-year career. The difference is no one said before that draft Gardner Minshew was going to be a first-round pick, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't a story. But I kind of see why he wasn't a high pick, just like Gardner Minshew wasn't a high pick. The question is, why did he go from being, people thought, the 2nd or 3rd pick in the draft to the 5th round?
See, and that's the thing that a lot of people have issues with. And like I've been saying all day, it's not just one thing. And I know people are focusing on one thing or another thing. It's just not one. It was everything. It is a little bit of everything when you look at it. He was cocky. I am not denying that. When he sat there and he talked about, I'm the ultimate cheat code and things of that nature, that might have rubbed people the wrong way. But what I know about the quarterback position and how many teams covet that position and are looking for one, still should have got drafted on the first or the second day. Should have got drafted.
Let's go to Ken in Cinnaminson up on WIP. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
What's
Good,
going on,
Ken.
man?
The Browns stole your tight end.
Yeah, they did, but obviously the Eagles weren't looking for a tight end. So again, it helps to be in the room to make predictions about what a team's going to do. But he's going to be a good player. And one name I haven't heard mentioned from the Eagles draft, Drew Kendall, the center they drafted out of Boston College in the 5th round. I watched that guy's tape, and he screams guard to me. So this kid could wind up being the right guard. He physically, athletically, he looks to me like a guard, and he's mean. So just keep that guy on your radar screen, because I know we're talking about the tackles.
Yep.
Obviously Hinton's got some pedigree from his father, and I think Williams just didn't start enough games. So there's just he's just raw. He's just a big physical raw kid who they can mold. But on this Shaddur Sanders thing, Hugh, I can certainly understand why you and other people might feel the way you feel about this. The NFL is not necessarily blameless over the years in terms of this issue. I mean, just look around the league at the paucity of black head coaches. And, again, there was 6 or 7 head coaching vacancies in the NFL this past offseason. And, the vast majority of them were filled by white guys. So it's understandable why somebody would feel that way. So it's wrong to just invalidate it and say that can't possibly be it. But, you made a comp earlier in the show to Brock Purdy. And I will tell you, and I watch a ton of college football, so I'm not coming at this from complete ignorance. When you put the tape on Brock Purdy at Iowa State, I see, Shaddur Sanders is very similar to him in a lot of ways, from the physical traits and the attributes and the way they play the game. And Brock Purdy was exceptionally productive at Iowa State. And knowing what you know now, and you go back and put the tape on from Brock Purdy at Iowa State, you could question, well, how did this guy wind up being Mr. Irrelevant with other quarterbacks taken ahead of him? I don't think there's any question that part of Shaddur Sanders, kind of journey here is the fact that he's Deion Sanders' kid. So, Deion Sanders put that program in Colorado back on the map. And obviously he did it with some really talented guys. And also, it benefited Shaddur Sanders. If he wasn't Shaddur Sanders, if he was some other nondescript quarterback who you didn't know who he was because you didn't know who his father was, and he was just another college quarterback in Big 12 who had some respectable numbers and was productive, I don't think it would be as shocking that he didn't go until the 5th round. The other thing to keep in mind is that there's only so many teams that are even looking for quarterbacks in the draft, right? And you've got where he's ranked amongst the quarterbacks in this draft is relative to just the quarterbacks in this draft. So when you look at Cam Ward, who probably would have been the fifth quarterback drafted last year, if that high, and you look at the quarterbacks that are coming out next year, and it's projected to be a really strong quarterback class next year. And, you don't know until it plays out, but right now it's projected to be a really strong quarterback class next year. There is a draft next year. And if there's only 2 teams that are looking to draft what they think is a starting franchise quarterback this year, and there might have been 3, but there's not a lot, then once you get past the first couple of rounds, it's really just a matter of, what's he going to add to your team? And, if Kyle McCord, I thought Kyle McCord was a better quarterback than Shaddur Sanders, just watching them play this year. If you would ask me during the season, watching the college football season, I would tell you Kyle McCord's a better player than him. I would tell you Will Howard's a better player than him. Both of them went after Shaddur Sanders. But, Kyle McCord, knowing that he's coming in, under the best of circumstances to wind up maybe as the 3rd quarterback, maybe he's a camp arm, maybe he's a practice squad guy, when you're down in that territory, if you're talking to a guy who is telling you, I'm not about doing that, it makes it real hard to bring that guy into your building. And I don't think he's a bad kid. I really don't. And I would not want a quarterback who doesn't feel highly confident in his own skills. But if it's not matching what you see for him, it's understandable why a lot of teams would just say, well, we'll just wait till next year. There's going to be a good quarterback draft next year, and we'll just wait till next year. So there's so much that goes into it. But like I said at the outset, it's understandable why some people might feel the way they feel, because the NFL has a history here, and it's not great.
Yeah, and you're right, Ken, and I appreciate the back and forth, man, because like I was telling my daughter and her friends, because people were calling me, I was like, it's a bunch of different things. It's just not one thing. And you have, like, you can't say it's not this or that when you see certain patterns, but you can't say that was the only thing. And that's the only message that I've been trying to relay. So it, for me is this. Don't try to, not you, Ken, but don't try to tell people that know what it looks like to them what it isn't. And that's what a lot of people are trying to do. You're trying to tell people that knows what it is when somebody crosses the street or when somebody clutches their purse, they feel some kind of way. You're trying to tell me something that I feel in my spirit that I've been groomed to feel this way my whole entire life. So for you to sit there and tell me it's not this or that, and then give me the reasoning because they drafted a black quarterback, that dog does not hunt for me.
Yeah, good call, Ken. There's a reason why this story resonated with so many people.
Yes.
And Ken made a lot of good points there. One of them was part of the reason it's such a big story is his name, right? If his name, if we didn't know who he was, right? It was just the same player, same stats, same height, weight, combine, all this stuff. It's not the biggest story in sports this weekend. It's who he is. I mean, that we all have an opinion on Deion for the last 30 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe a lot of people maybe didn't like him as a player because he was so great and he killed the Eagles. Obviously, you respect his talent. He's one of the greatest football players we've ever seen, whatever. But that's part of it. There's a reason why so many people have a strong opinion on a Colorado quarterback. It's just who he is.
Because they see, everybody, however you feel. If you feel he wasn't that good a player, you're probably right. If you feel he was a little bit arrogant, you're probably right. If you feel that there has some racial undertones to this, you're probably right. That's the thing. It's not just one thing. It's a bunch of different things that happen.
Also 32 teams. So each team may have had a different reason.
Yes, but and we're seeing it, and everybody's talking about a travesty and all this other stuff. It's not just one thing. It's a bunch of things.
Well, now the cool part is he gets to go and write the story the way he wants. Now, you made a point earlier, and it's totally true.
It might be kind of tough, though.
Yeah, he's a fifth round on the Browns.
With about 30 other quarterbacks in the room, dog.
But hey, if he's that good, he'll play.
He'll figure it out.
I mean, it's not like the other quarterbacks.
I tell you what, though, and this is the first thing that you probably need to do. If the narrative is out there that you're not coachable or you are not a student of the game, you probably need to get that playbook and be in it. And when you need to overcorrect in this. If this is what you want, you need to overcorrect. You need to be, when questions are asked in the quarterback room, you need to be raising your hand. You need to change the narrative because you have the power now to change the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to every story of a late round quarterback that makes it, they all have a common denominator. They're the hardest worker. You
need to you could change the narrative.
Yeah, now. Like how Russell did it, or Brady, or whatever, whoever you want to pick. I mean, there's a reason for it. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls on all this. The Eagles draft, what they did, what they didn't do. Did you want Shaddur as he fell down the board? We'll get to what I hear is a very mild and calm.
Very, very tame.
Rational, you people today?
Nobody in there that needs to take a deep breath.
No, I can imagine. But listen, tell them. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. I'm asleep good at night. And y'all can be in your feelings all you want.
All right.
A lot of feelings.
That's what happened today. All right. Plus, we need Hugh's take on something that came out over the weekend. This actually might have been
for this all day.
This might have been the wildest NFL television moment of the weekend. It wasn't Mel Kiper in tears. It wasn't Shaddur Sanders in the 5th round. It was whatever the heck is going on with Bill Belichick and that young lady friend of his. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tomorrow. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. On the diamond today, we love the under 8 total in the Tigers-Astros matchup in Houston. A great pitching duel between Jack Flaherty and Ronald Blanco. Flaherty allowed just 2 runs in his last start, while Blanco allowed only 1 run in his last appearance. On top of that, these are the 2 best pins in the AL, with each bullpen posting an ERA under 3. So we're going with the under. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Goedert Door and Window. Goedert will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Goedert today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GOEDER or visit them at GoGoedert.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there.
That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a good way to end the show today. That's all you need. Just some love. Everyone just needs some love. Just have some love.
They'll be all right, Kyle. It'll be tomorrow's a new day. You'll probably have some other stragglers that probably feel some kind of way about today, but sometimes you have to feel uncomfortable to get past all of this. Yeah. Get past your own insecurities, dog. Because I'm secure. I'm very secure.
What do you think's going to be more angry people today or in 2 days if Bryce keeps struggling and I tell him to wake up? And
Well, I think everything goes in spurts. So the people
bring
that
out
are
your magic wand.
Yeah, everything
Bryce,
today.
Turner, get him out of here.
They'll be all right today, and then we'll be mad about something else tomorrow.
Well, that's what we do.
That's how it usually works.
That is what we do.
My favorite are the ones who are, well, quote unquote, done with you, Douglas. About 3 hours ago. Still in the chat, listening, commenting.
Hey, listen, dog.
I
Listen. Can I just speak to those people for me? Because I like to be honest. I haven't looked at none of your responses, and I'm probably not. But you'll be okay, dog. Like whatever you're feeling right now, it'll go away. You'll be all right.
Yes, it will be. All right, so we'll get to you people, at least a tame version of what Kyle can come up with in the YouTube.
Kyle's been back there looking for some tame comments. He couldn't find not a one.
But first, so I think the song we came in with this segment could go for 2 things. All you need is love just to calm down. But also, Bill Belichick obviously needed some love. He found some. Her name is, what's her first name?
Jordan Hudson.
Jordan Hudson. Yes, that's her name. So Bill Belichick was interviewed on CBS this morning. I believe it was CBS this morning. And they put out some behind-the-scenes view of this interview. First of all, if you haven't seen this yet, Bill Belichick, who usually dresses pretty slovenly, he had a shirt on with holes in it, so he looked like he
didn't care.
He didn't care. But Jordan was at the scene of the interview, like on the set, and apparently she was kind of conducting how this thing should go. Listen to this part because I don't know, guys, this is pretty awkward stuff.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No. It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
All right, so Hugh, they've been together a year plus when the story came out, and we were told they met on an airplane. This was they put that story out there, pretty public information. They were sitting next to each other, and they struck up a conversation, and away you go. It seems like that'd be easy to just recount that fun, cute story, but they didn't want to do that, which now opens up the can of worms. Why aren't they talking about that? You got any thoughts on the whole Jordan Belichick thing?
Like we've had a pretty trying day, Joe. Do you really want my thoughts on this?
When I ask you, yes. That's a reason.
First of all, and I've always said this, and I say this with all due respect, women are smarter than men. We are not that bright. There's been so many different examples of men that you perceive them to be in a position of power, but they're really not. This is what this kind of feels like to me. There's a lot of detail that I could go into, but I don't think it would be kosher on this show.
Okay.
But it's obvious that it took a year for her to, manipulate him or put him in a position where she's his everything. This Buddy was out there taking mermaid pictures when he was out there on the coast with a fishing outfit on and she was in a mermaid gear. he's. I would not be surprised, Joe. This is me recklessly speculating, y'all, that in the next couple of months there comes a story that he has been estranged from his kids since he's been dating an old girl. Would not be surprised. When you look at that, when I saw the video of him and he's sitting there, and this is the unfortunate thing about it. Coach Belichick has not changed the way that he looks since he's been coaching, but for whatever reason, in that picture that he looked like he was a shell of himself.
He looks like he's being held against his will and
Yes,
hostage. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I got some thoughts on that, but boy, I tell you, it's something about. Listen, I tell you what, man.
Yep.
I'm gonna say this, Kyle.
You gonna self-edit this thing?
Undefeated. Undefeated, and most people know. You know what I'm talking about. Undefeated, and he's in a chokehold right now.
So Bill's fighting a losing battle. Is that what you telling us?
Hey, Joe, back to back.
Oh boy, here we go. There's no way.
He going back to
At
back.
his age?
He going back to back every day.
No.
At his age? Come on now.
Hey, man. Hey, we've all been at some point in our lives, we've all been there with somebody. I'm just saying, he's in a stranglehold.
Bill, blink twice if you're being held against your will.
He's in a
When she stopped the interview and oh, we're not talking about that. Who are you? He's being interviewed.
She got that thing, got him in a chokehold.
Are we worried about Bill's safety?
I mean, he's not worried about it.
Well, obviously not. But he also might
not publicly, at least.
No.
Blink twice.
No,
Bill.
I know everybody's at work, but just that little snippet, just go look at this man's face. He looks happy and content. Whatever she says, he's okay with. Dude, did you see the picture? He walking through, he looking like the old man that he is. And she had on the equivalent like a little halter top and looked like she had on some Heelys.
Yeah.
You know them Heelys? she was running around in some Heelys. He don't care.
It's gone from it's kind of weird to that's really weird, whatever's going on.
No, he's estranged from his kids in about 6 months, guaranteed. Before the season starts.
I wish
his
Bill,
kids gonna be talking about we ain't heard from Pops. We ain't heard from
I wish you the best of luck, Bill. That was I'm telling you that. How would you rank the awkwardness? Should Shaddur sit in his party waiting to get drafted? Mel Kiper melting down on television for 3 days.
Nothing could beat Bill.
I don't know.
No.
Bill with the holes in his shirts being held hostage by Jordan Hudson.
This is what I need to find out.
No.
Dog.
That's his whole shtick.
I need to find out
But
where
on
they
CBS
met.
this morning,
I need to find out where they met, dog. Because she obviously.
There's some theories on the internet.
You think they went on the what's that? Bumble? She met him on Bumble?
Well, something. I don't know if it's that or
OnlyFans.
There we go. That's probably.
We're maybe closer to that.
But
one.
if she's on OnlyFans, though, somebody gonna find that. That's only a matter of time. If she was OnlyFans, they gonna find that. It's only a matter of time.
That's true. Yeah, the internet's pretty damn good.
The internet's about to do their homework because that was odd that she's like, we're not going to talk about it. And you know what she inadvertently did when she did that? She made people, the sleuths, they're going to find her.
Yeah, well, look, you're the single guy of the three of us. Why don't you go home? You do some research. We'll have another great day tomorrow.
That happens? The algorithm goes crazy for a few days?
I definitely started looking. I did look her name up, and I was trying to find, but it's, I guess at this point, they've been dating for a year, so she scrubbed that OnlyFans. I need a PI. I need a private investigator to find that if I really want to
go. You know what? The Midday Show could use our own private investigator, just for anything, for our own investigations. Get a professional on the hunt here. Speaking of professionals, Herb in the Northeast. What's up, Herb?
Be our PI.
Yeah, sure. What's up, Herb?
Herb
going once.
Is he investigating? He heard that you might be on OnlyFans.
Herb went right there. Herb, be careful, buddy. Matt in Delaware. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Matt, what's going on?
Not much. First thing, this is my first time calling in since Hugh's been on the show, and I'm going to say, Hugh, you've been one of my favorite players ever since I started watching the Eagles. I'm glad I get to listen to you every day.
Oh, this didn't go like I thought it was going, but I appreciate it.
Oh, he's a fan. Matt, what's up, buddy?
Was a fan.
Two of the draft picks I wanted to talk about that I think might be big impacts that were drafted later. I really like that Ty Robinson D tackle out of Nebraska, and if you guys heard anything why that Antoine Powell fell all the way down to the 6th round, because I think he's going to be a big player too.
So
Maybe
I haven't
the,
heard why, but you look at his production in college, and it does seem a little bit bizarre that he fell. I'll tell you what, man, I agree with you on the Ty Robinson kid. I mean, I heard this morning when Shio Kapati was on the morning show that he had more quarterback hits than any defensive tackle in college football last year. Think about that for a second. Mason Graham was the 5th pick in the draft. Walter Nolan was 16 or whatever he was. Derek Harmon was 21. To get a defensive tackle that had the most quarterback hits in college football, that's pretty good to get him where they got him in the 4th round.
Oh yeah, and then I saw that he ran his 40 and 4.8.
He's an athlete.
Pretty fast for a 6'6", almost 300-pound guy.
I also saw, did you see this, Hugh? A comp, Ty Robinson was the defensive tackle that they took from Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said he looks like a polar bear standing up. Look at that picture right there.
He is a big dude.
He looks like a polar bear.
He
looks like a polar bear standing up. Man, I think he's going to have an impact because I think they're pretty light at defensive tackle, right? After Carter and after Davis, they don't have, and Ojomo, they needed somebody else in that D-line. So I think Robinson's going to play a lot.
Yeah, I think he's going to be just like how Ojomo was like the past year or two, come in, maybe a few plays every game, but I think he's going to make a real big impact for us.
Yeah, well, and we know they like to rotate here. Matt, we appreciate the phone call. Man, Ojomo's going to have more of a role this year, so that means they need someone else to back him up. Yeah, and then I saw some highlights. The Robinson kid, Nebraska would bring him in as a fullback on short yardage, like by the goal line. He played fullback and he was the lead blocker. So if we lose that tush push, is that happening soon? I think they're going to vote.
They go back down there next month, right? Yeah, they go down there next month.
Maybe Ty Robinson's our fullback on short yardage. He's the answer. He's the answer to all the problems here. Is Herb ready to go here?
Supposedly. He said he was in the 7-Eleven getting himself a Gatorade.
What are you getting? Coffee, Gatorade? What's up, Herb?
What's up there, Joe? I'm getting ready for my game. I got Alney today against Lincoln High School.
All right, that's a big one. That's a big one, Herb.
Well, if they throw like they did on Friday, then it's a good game, you know?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, Kyle was at that game. He loved it. It was a good game. Herb, what do you got for us today? What are you feeling?
Well, Douglas, you're the man, Douglas, because I seen you play a long time ago.
Back in the leather helmets.
Back in the day. I could say 3 or 4 different words to, that's why you got drafted in the 1st round. Okay.
Well, he was fast.
But
he was productive.
Yeah,
short arms, though.
To T-Rex
I
on.
think the Eagles had a great draft. They picked the players. They lost some players, but they got those players back in the draft. Now we'll see how they work out in the mini camps, training camp, and the games as they go. But I think we're going to be fine. As far as all this talk about Sanders, this and that, put it to sleep. We have basically 3 good quarterbacks on the roster. If something happens, we got. I believe in McKee, and the other guy is a good quarterback.
Kyle McCord from St. Joe's Prep.
Yeah, McCord. He played at St. Joe's Prep. He got the state championships. He played with some of these players, Trotter and these other guys. When they just drafted in the 1st round, they know. And
when you know. I mean, I get that.
So this kid, he played at one school and put up numbers, and then he went to Syracuse and he lit it up at Syracuse. The key is we got the MVP. Our number 1 quarterback is the MVP, and
he was the Super Bowl MVP.
He's been to 2 Super Bowls in 4 years. Okay. Let's get that in our heads, okay?
Get it in your head, everyone. 2 Super Bowls, actually 3 years, 2 Super Bowls in 3 years.
Jalen Hurts is the man. He's the MVP. Stop about all these other guys. These other guys.
You get that through your head, Hugh?
I'm with you.
2 Super Bowls in 3 years.
Two of them things.
They come in and play. If Jalen can't play, it's an insurance thing, okay?
Yep.
You understand? Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, all these other scouts and all, they bring in You know,
Jeff Lurie a scout?
More competition just in case, whatever. It's fine. You know, who knows? You don't know what's going to happen with these 31 other teams. They could lose a quarterback and
you trade him.
They come knocking on the Eagles' door.
Like we did with Sam Darnold and A.J. Feely and Kevin
some
Cobb and everybody.
The
Kenny
biggest
Pickett.
thing we got going is 2026. We got 11 picks as of the other day. 11 picks in the first 5 rounds.
So you're ready for next year's draft?
You understand what I'm saying?
Nope.
Okay. So we're stockpiling. We're stockpiling. That's what Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman do.
Darn right.
They stockpile.
You got it, Herb. We got it. You got to always say you got to have picks ready to roll. Herb, good phone call. All right, Herb's got a game to today. You guys going? You guys going to the game?
No,
I'll be there.
Oh, I'm going to my son. I think my son got practice today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that.
Hit some bombs.
Yeah, I'm gonna try see what he's gonna do with that today. We're probably gonna start doing some road work, trying to run around the track a little bit, get his wind up.
Yeah, but if you hit home runs, you can jog. You know.
Yeah, I know. I use Cadillac. We can't. He's too young for that. Though. We trying to do this the right way. Yeah, we trying to be humble and get him right, so that when we get drafted, Dad won't be a distraction.
No. I need Harper hitting moonshots when he plays for the Phillies one day and Cadillac around the bases. I love it.
No, he's definitely not gonna do that.
That'd be awesome. All right,
definitely not.
Let's check in with you people. See what they're up to today. I'm sure all in a good mood.
people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
So as expected, a lot of people very happy with Hugh Douglas today. So much so, we got to see that caller Matt that just came on said he was a big fan of Hugh.
Yeah.
Someone suggested that he might have been a plant by us.
I think it was right.
Yep, just to skew the narrative because nobody could possibly be that big of a fan of Hugh.
If it was as easy to get plants, I would get them every time people are angry with me. We don't do that.
It's not that easy.
Not that easy.
Also, I need people to stop yelling at me about not being able to get through the phone lines. Like, they're busy. I promise you, I'm not afraid of any of you. Not ducking any of you.
Oh, are you getting that? You ducking the smoke?
Yeah.
I mean, what smoke could they possibly see? This is the thing, people. Y'all need to understand. I'm giving you my perspective and opinion as a black person, and I'm willing to bet that none of you that are mad at me are black. So it's okay for you to feel the way that you feel. I am just telling you why it looks the way it looks to me. So you'll be okay. You might not agree with my opinion. That's fine. I'm gonna sleep good at night, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna go on with the rest of your day calling me mean and hurtful names. But it's okay.
Well, as evidenced by the callers we got today, it's very easy to have a civil and normal conversation.
It's easy to have, but most people don't want to have it because they don't want to talk about something that we as black people been dealing with our whole lives. But it's cool. That's what I'm here for.
Actually,
to make you feel uncomfortable.
For the most part, I was proud of our callers today. And there was like a few that with some real good back and forth disagreement, but it ended fine. Like I actually think people, for the most part, there's no right or wrong. Like when Hugh says defensive luxury, that's why we yell at him because he's wrong. No, Kyle and I didn't yell at you today because there's no right or wrong to this. It's how you feel.
It's so many layers to this story, and people just want it to be one thing, but it's not. I'm sorry, it's not just one thing.
Right, and if every one of us had to write down a list of reasons why we think this kid wasn't taken to the 5th round, we'd all have probably similar things. Maybe you'd rank him different, but there's no wrong answer. It's not like when Hugh called the Ravens tomato cans, he was wrong. That's
objectively incorrect.
That's wrong.
Tomato cans, tomato cans.
So yeah, some people maybe just a little bit of a deep breath.
Yeah.
You are, Hugh, looking like a big ass bumblebee today.
I agree.
I got that before, but it's a Public Enemy. Hey, you know what? The right shirt for the right day, Public Enemy.
Oh, you planned that.
I did not.
And that's why he came here and he said, we're talking about Shaddur or I'm leaving.
No, it's just ironic that I had the Public Enemy shirt on today, and you see it. You see the old school Public Enemy?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Speaking of shirts, we got headshots tomorrow. You know about that?
Yeah, I was told not to wear. I got to wear like a collared shirt.
Not the Reverend suit like last time.
No, I can't wear Reverend.
You know that was a good bit by you.
Yeah, that was a lot of rules they were giving us for this.
Yeah,
headshot tomorrow.
can't wear white.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's out.
So I got to wear a collared shirt.
Oh, I thought that was just me that can't wear white because they were afraid I'm going to blend in.
So we often get a lot of repeat lookalikes for Gilio. We got the Powder, Dr. Evil, a unique one that we got.
Oh, what did we get today?
Well, we got Sith Lord.
Sith Lord,
which I could see it a little bit.
Is that your favorite one?
Yeah, Sith.
Sure.
Sith Lord was
Darth
the most
Maul.
unique
That's
one.
Darth Maul, right?
Well, he was. I mean, Palpatine.
Okay, yeah.
Darth Vader. They were all Sith Lords. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I see Palpatine the most. If you wore a hood and it covered your eyes.
Yeah, I
and
can see
especially
that.
when you're dropping some of these heated takes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Like the Sith Lord of WIP radio.
Yep.
And this is my favorite one, probably the most lighthearted of all of them. Hugh's just mad today because he still thinks defense is a luxury.
Yeah, because I think that was the person that kind of understood where the conversation was going and understands that there's no right or wrong in this because you feel the way that you feel. I'm pretty sure, when Ike and those guys come on, he's going to have a different take than mine. We all see this differently, but that's not to say the way that you see it is wrong. And I think that's where you got to get out of your feelings and realize there's a little bit of everything in this Shaddur Sanders story. It's not just one thing. It's not. And there's too many examples of guys that have done less or done more that still got drafted. So I think that's what we have to look at first. It's not about just one thing, people. It's okay for it to be a bunch of different things, but it was something.
Yeah, well, obviously. And now the part that's interesting for me is where the story goes from here, right? If he flames out and he's not much of a player, or
then you're right. If he flames out, then the
NFL was right.
The NFL was right.
And if he turns out to be a really good quarterback, there's going to be a lot of teams that look back and say,
we should have took him.
Or we will say, look, how did that happen? Like, it'll be unpacked for years to come. It was fascinating on Friday. It was fascinating on Saturday. It remains fascinating today. And we also have the backdrop, and I know one caller said they didn't believe it. The Eagles were interested in him. According to a report, they may have picked him when the Browns traded over them. So that makes it even more interesting. Music City Mike up on WIP. What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, how we doing today?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike, what's going on?
I just had some questions. Just your thoughts first on on the defensive tackle that we got. You think he's going to be able to step in and fill that need there? He looks like a monster. I think a polar bear.
You talking about Ty Robinson?
Yeah, when he
the
stands
Nebraska
up,
dude, that's a big dude. You know what? I got a friend of mine that worked at Nebraska. I'll ask him about it.
Yeah.
When I get a chance. I didn't even think about that.
Mike, I didn't realize how productive he was. I mean, he had 7 sacks and he had 11 quarterback hits. So he can get to the quarterback, it seems like.
No, that's awesome. I'm excited about that. We addressed that
because I was looking at the Antoine Powell kid.
Can he play?
He looked like he got some moves about it.
I'm also pretty excited about the center out of Boston College. I feel like he has some really good tape too. So maybe that's like I heard another caller earlier say that maybe he's the right guard we're after, or maybe we're moving some of those tackles inside. I don't know. The one thing about quarterbacks really quick, I am a Florida State fan. Not going to be want. Don't change teams. But I had to watch Kyle McCord whoop on us a lot. That kid is good. He's very good. I'm excited about that pick for sure.
Well, he took off, and that happens because I thought he struggled at Ohio State. I don't know if it was the pressure of and we appreciate the phone call. He wasn't great at Ohio State, McCord, but when he went to Syracuse, he blossomed. That happens sometimes. A lot of these quarterbacks, they change schools, they go somewhere else, and
they get opportunity.
Yeah, and they figure it out, and that is late bloomers, and maybe McCord is that. So hopefully he works out for the Eagles. All right, that is enough for us for today for a lot of reasons. Yep, that's all. Take a deep breath. It's only Monday. We got 4 more days now.
Hey.
We'll have fun tomorrow with a lot on more of this stuff. And the Phillies will start a new series where hopefully with a winning streak continuing. Nats in tomorrow. Off night tonight. Afternoon show is next. I'm sure those guys have a lot of thoughts on what could have been, what may have been, maybe what should have been with the Eagles. And sure, you guys have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds!
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
When you combine highly skilled surgeons and the world's most advanced surgical robots, incredible things can happen. At Virtua Health, this technology in the most capable hands provides unmatched precision and attention to detail, leading to fewer complications and faster recovery times. Because there's nothing better than getting back to what you love. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Experience the difference an exceptionally priced Acura can make at Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com. Remember, nobody beats Elite.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'll bet you mom is the best gift giver in your life. She always gives most thoughtful, meaningful gifts. And that wrapping, that ribbon curling, top notch, right? So give the moms in your life an Aura digital picture frame preloaded with decades of family photos. Aura Frames was named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter, and it's easy to see why. There is unlimited storage, so you can add as many photos, videos, and funny memes as you can find. And it is so simple to set up. Just plug it in and share away.
She will feel so close to you, and you'll cement your place as the best gift giver in the family. Win-win. Dudes, I'm telling you, the technology on this product is incredible. Mom will love it. Aura's got a great deal for Mother's Day, too. For a limited time, listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver mat frame. That's AURAFrames.com. Promo code ROME. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Philadelphia Eagles only had one pick last night. They took linebacker Jihad Campbell at 31. But you could see their fingerprints all over the first round. Philly GM Howie Roseman is famous for building inside out. Focus on the defensive and offensive lines, and good things happen. 8 offensive linemen, 8 defensive linemen. Teams are building in the trenches. And I think it's because they want to be like the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh my God, weekend's over already. It's the WIP afternoon show. With Ike and Spike and Fritz, here we are on a beautiful spring Monday. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
Hey, man.
What?
Get Hugh Douglas out of here,
Oh,
man.
dude, we can't get him out of here.
Seriously.
Yeah. Guy's doing a show during the commercial break right here.
Brother Spike?
Yes.
Been a good weekend. We're back to Monday. Short weekend. I tell you, it was over with pretty fast. Ready to dive in to the newest members of the Midnight Green family. Phillies managed to win a series out there in the Windy City. Jackie Baseball. Don't rush it, but we're almost back. We're almost back. Holla at your boy.
We sure are, pal. That was a big weekend. I treated yesterday damn near like a playoff game.
Yeah. It's been a real roller coaster for you this season with the Phils. Real roller coaster. Big show, as always. Mike Mayock joins us at 4 o'clock to go over the draft, our draft expert. We sent Elliot Shore Parks to Washington, D.C. as the Eagles are visiting the White House. So we have our own embedded reporter in D.C. Elliot.
Most of the Eagles are visiting.
Yes, some of the Eagles are visiting the White House, but Elliot is for sure there.
He's there.
He's there reporting. So we'll have Elliot joining us at 3. Oh boy, it is a big show. Now, you mentioned we have a bunch of new members, or at least temporary members of the Philadelphia Eagles, as the Eagles took 10 players over the weekend. You know, walking away from it, we talked a little bit on YouTube, on our YouTube show on Friday about Jihad Campbell. Walking away from it, Ike, what was like your big takeaway from the Eagles draft this year?
Well, here's the thing I love that they did. They stayed heavy on the defensive side of the ball. Listen, they added some offensive depth with some guys late in the draft, backup quarterback, offensive lineman, fine with that. But it seemed like, you know, we thought the defensive side of the ball, the number 1 ranked defense this past year to the defending Super Bowl champions, was hit pretty hard when you talk about the amount of talent that left. And so they have to replace that. And you're not going to hit on every player that you may have in there initially to replace that talent that left. So you got to give yourself more of an opportunity with more guys to potentially fill those roles. And so you have a higher success rate in selecting those replacements. And that's what they did. They went for some young guys that are more cost effective. I like what they did. Obviously, you pick up Campbell late in the first round. We know about the talent prior to he falls for whatever reasons, whether it's injuries, whether he's a tweener, meaning people don't know where to necessarily fit him at as an off the ball linebacker or an outside rusher. I think the Eagles envision what they want to do with him, so they couldn't pass up on the talent. Mabuku out of Texas, the second round pick.
Safety.
The safety. I'm not going to tell you I don't like the pick. I'll tell you that I'm still learning about the player. I've seen him, right? Plays at Texas. We know he played at a prominent program. They were in the playoffs. I think were they in the Final Four? I think they were in the Final Four.
You're
this
asking
year.
the wrong guy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm really just talking out loud.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had a very good football team. He certainly plays bigger than what his measurables say. It'd be interesting to see how much of that translates to the NFL. Is he a slot guy? Is he truly a safety? Some people think, CJ wasn't that big, so he kind of fits that sort of mold. I do see a lot of similarities there.
Is it ball hawk like CJ is? Seems like, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not going to tell you I don't like the pick. I'll just tell you that I'm intrigued by the pick. One pick I do think that was very underrated, that I think we're going to wind up liking, is the kid out of Nebraska.
Ty Robinson.
Yeah.
Yes.
This kid,
defensive tackle, 24 years old.
Yeah.
From an athletic standpoint, seems like he's a great athlete.
That's what I was going to say. His athletic ability seems to be off the chart for a man that size. Put him next to Jalen Carter, Moro Jomo, like those type of guys. We'll see what he's going to be moving forward. And he's actually playing a position where he could come in and contribute in his rookie year, being a rotational guy. So we'll get into some of the other guys. I feel overall, like they added some young depth, right? We'll see what these guys ultimately turn out to be, but I think they've added some young depth. And here's the best thing I love about it. Most of these guys are from big programs, big-time programs. SEC, Big Ten, big conferences, played against great competition, whether it was in practice every day or in conference play every week. So I like that part about adding that to the roster.
215-592-9494. What was your biggest takeaway from the Eagles picks this weekend? I don't profess to be, of course, some draft expert.
Mel Kiper?
I'm definitely not Mel Kiper. We'll get to that later too. I'm definitely not Mel Kiper, but. And I don't even really watch college football, but from an Eagles perspective, the entire draft was just like, my biggest takeaway is that it was weird. I thought the whole draft was weird. I thought them using their first pick for an off-ball linebacker was a little weird. Definitely not what the Eagles do. The fact that they didn't take one player that they had a top 30 meeting with, not one in the entire draft.
It's
weird.
That one is a little weird.
It's just weird, right? Yeah. They don't take an edge until the very last pick they have in the draft, and you could argue that was maybe their biggest need going into the draft. I mean, we're talking about defensive secondary and edge, and look, you can say Jihad Campbell is an edge. He's not an edge until he's an edge. He's an off-ball linebacker right now. They take a 5'10" cornerback, before an edge in the fourth round, before Swinson went. Yeah. This whole offseason has been weird to me. The way they've been talking about it has been weird to me, and the draft was weird to me. So I'm not here to say it was a bad draft. I don't know if it was a bad draft. It's almost impossible. They got A's from everybody, A's and B's from everybody. It's impossible to say whether it was a good draft or a bad draft until we see, if they play, especially somebody like me who's not an expert on any of these players. I can just tell you that from what I've seen from the Eagles in the past, compared to what they did here, it all just seems a little bit weird to me. It seems a little bit out of character, and it's strange. Now, paying a linebacker was out of character. Paying a running back was out of character. All these things that the Eagles did that was out of character seemed to work out last year, right? But this draft seemed a little bit weird to me. All right, 215-592-9494. But we do have a next question today. By the way, I also want to say, I love the quarterback pick. I like that they take Kyle McCord.
Well, I mean, one of your YouTube
number
big
2
board guys.
YouTube big board. The guy is. You can trade Tanner McKean now because we have our backup quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years. 20
draft picks next year, so I don't know if we need that.
Well, to trade him for, I don't know. You're gonna need to trade him for something at some point. But the fact that it took Kyle McCord, I was very happy with. It is Jay Leno's birthday, and before Jay Leno was a late night host, he was a stand-up comedian, a really good stand-up comedian, by the way.
Yeah.
And so, for next question today, we're going to ask you your go-to stand-up, all-time stand-up.
All-time
All-time.
stand-up?
Jack, do you have an all-time stand-up?
I do have an all-time stand-up, but
all-time.
But
what?
I think this guy's going to eventually be on the Mount Rushmore of comedians.
Oh, really?
And that's Shane Gillis.
Oh, he's not going to be on the Mount.
I don't care. He's my favorite comedian of all time.
Of all time?
Yeah, it's not even close.
I was going to say, what the hell? What Mount Rushmore is he on?
Yeah.
Jack's Mount Rushmore.
I've seen him seen him twice, and then I saw him do Saturday Night Live, and it was the same act over 2 years, 3 times. I'm a little worried about him.
Shane McGillis?
Shane Gillis. You'd recognize him.
Shane Gillis?
He's from Richie's hometown.
Yeah.
Richie's hometown.
Yeah, mechanics.
Shame? Like Seamus?
I feel like we're in that Step Brothers scene right now. Shane.
Pim?
Yeah, Pim. Shane Gillis.
Like Shane, S-H-A-N.
Yes, like Shane McMahon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shane Gillis. So Jax is
Shane Gillis.
Yeah. Gillis.
Not Shane McGillis.
No, not McGillis. Just Gillis. Yes.
Nailing it.
Yes.
I'm out on him.
Wow, you don't know who
I have no idea who it is.
Okay, all
I have
right.
no idea. I'm going Bernie Mac.
All time?
Yeah.
Number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's a GOAT.
I mean, he's probably not the most mainstream or popular guy. You can go with some other guys.
He's legendary
But as far
for
as
sure.
Me,
Yes.
my guy,
Yes.
number 1, Bernie Mac, baby.
My number 1 all time was Norm Macdonald. And I love Norm. Norm may be most famous for the Saturday Night Live Weekend Update.
Oh yeah, OJ.
Dirty work, of course. But Norm Macdonald is a stand-up.
Fired for.
I was a what's that?
He got fired for all the OJ stuff.
He did. Yeah. And then they brought him back to host like they did with Shane Gillis, by the way. Fired him. And then I got to see Norm Macdonald once at Helium. He ended his set with a 20-minute joke with no punchline. Everybody was just staring, and I was dying laughing the entire time.
I never got like as a kid, right? Growing up, people would tell me about Norm Macdonald, like hilarious.
The best.
Didn't get it.
Oh, right.
Now, as you get older, you understand Norm Macdonald.
Yes, of course. He did a final special that I think is on Netflix, but he passed away a couple years ago. But he did a final special during COVID at home in front of his computer. So the entire 70-minute special is just him talking to the screen with no audience, no anything. And it's an amazing thing. So me, Norm Macdonald. All right, 215-592-9494. Your one takeaway from the Eagles draft. Ike likes the defense. I think it's all weird. Tom in Wildwood, you're on WIP. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. It's an honor. Yeah, I heard Hurts isn't going to the White House. And, yeah, I'm a big Trump guy, but, like, I'm totally cool with him not going. Like, he's totally free to do that. And, honestly, I like what Barkley said. Just, like, you know, just keep it traditional. And, like, he went golfing with Obama, and then, like, everyone's freaking out because he golfed with Trump. And it's just, like, it's the president, you know? But, you know, he's totally cool. He's still my QB1. I love Hurts. It's just he's free to do it, and that's what makes America so great.
There you go, man. It's America, right? He can do what he wants to do. So there you go. What'd you think of the draft?
Oh, I loved it. I loved that defensive tackle from Nebraska. My buddy's a Cornhuskers fan, and he said that guy is like, yeah, what Ike said, freak of nature. And I don't know. I would have liked to take Shaddur over the QB we got, personally, but
Cal Allard. Is it Allard or Howard? Who's our quarterback that we got? Cal McCord?
McCord.
What did I say? Cal
Allard. You thinking Drew Allard?
Drew Allard?
Yeah, Cal McCord.
Another ass quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Nah, but I thought it was a good draft. I don't know. They probably really trust Jalix Hunt. That's the only reason I can think of.
For not drafting an edge? Yeah, well, that's a lot of trust for a guy that went to the Houston Christian. You know, and I thought he was good last year, but man, that's like.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Yeah.
The Eagles have put they put their draft philosophy to the test this year.
They really did. They really did. There's a lot of faith in Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. Yeah. So he mentioned Shaddur Sanders. Yes. So let's talk about that for a second. So the Eagles are sitting there. It's the 5th round, and there's at this point, Ian Rappaport has started talking about the fact that there's rumors that the Eagles may take Shaddur Sanders, quarterback factory. Here's what he said, actually.
Rich, there have been rumors all day that the Philadelphia Eagles were interested in Shaddur Sanders, would be a perfect landing spot for him. A veteran quarterback room, a team with a really good backbone, really good culture. Well, the Cleveland Browns just traded over the Eagles. I wonder, obviously they have Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Did the Browns do this thinking the Eagles would take Shaddur, and just maybe? We'll see.
Wow.
Well, I can tell you we'd have a much different show today if they had. So let me ask you this, Ike. The Browns don't trade up, let's say. Let's say Shaddur Sanders slips to the Eagles in the 5th round.
Yeah.
2 questions. 1, do you think the Eagles would have took him? 2, do you think they should have took him in that situation? should have taken him?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I'm going to believe the reports that are out there, yeah, I do believe the Eagles certainly were interested. I don't know why those reports would be out there.
Sure.
If they weren't.
Would you have wanted him to do it?
No. So that's I'm giving you a two-part answer there.
Okay.
Yes, I believe the Eagles may have had some interest in drafting Shaddur Sanders. No, I'm happy they didn't. I'm happy that they did not draft him. I'm happy that the Cleveland Browns jumped in front of the Eagles to draft Shaddur Sanders. And there's several reasons why I would say I'm happy about that. Hey, let's start with I don't need the headache of talking about Shaddur being here and potentially overtaking Jalen Hurts as a starting quarterback. So I'll just say I don't need that headache.
Did you just wink at the camera?
No, I didn't wink at the camera. I'm being honest. Let me take my glasses off so I can let them see me.
I would have strangled me by 242.
Yes, I don't want to have to deal with that. I didn't want to have to deal with that nonsense on a regular for the next several years. And B, I just think it's more than what it's worth. The hassle and the distraction is more than what it's worth to us. I'm happy Shaddur landed where he landed in Cleveland. I think he has a legitimate chance to win that starting job out there in Cleveland. When you look at that quarterback room, he was not going to win the starting job here, nor should he be a starting quarterback here. And with his persona and everything that comes with him, again, it would be, we're not going to ask questions about Cal Allard or whatever. What is his name?
Kyle McCord.
Whatever his name is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Local kid, went to St. Joe's.
It's all right, though. He grew up a Jets fan.
Listen, and he's from South Jersey. Listen.
Did he?
Despite all the talk about local kids in this area, Philly, shout out to Philly. No disrespect. I'm just saying,
St. Joe's prep kids.
South Jersey is holding it down.
A little bit.
These are South Jersey kids that went to prep.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
At least you got Tyler Phillips out of here.
South Jersey holding it down. I don't need the headache. I don't need the headache. We don't get the headache with this kid that we would get if Shaddur Sanders was here. So I'm happy he's not here. I believe the Eagles did have the interest because they think they are a quarterback factory and they can overcome everything.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I'm glad Cleveland jumped in front of us. Because Shaddur was never going to play here.
Look, and I know people will take this from me the way that they're going to take it. Of course, I would want them to take Shaddur Sanders because if your whole thing is going to be value, if we're going to look and say that the reason that they took Jihad Campbell is even though we don't take linebackers in the first round and blah 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 blah, but you got a top 10 grade on him, and that's why we took him because we didn't think he would be there. Well, Shaddur Sanders is I didn't think he would be there for of all time, the number one.
Yeah.
And look, if there is one place with a sturdy culture where you can maybe rebuild his value, maybe he ends up being the backup quarterback here and you flip him in the offseason for something else, even if you never think he's going to be the starting quarterback here, I would hope. Who knows? You talk about the circus. Who knows if there's been any humbling based on what that happened? Who knows if he comes into camp realizing that maybe the way he played it beforehand isn't the way he plays it moving forward. Maybe they rehabilitate his image. He certainly played well enough in college football to be a top a second round pick.
He should have been a higher draft pick.
I just think from a value perspective, and I know people are going to think that this is the anti-Jalen thing. It's not an anti-Jalen thing. It's like from a value perspective, it's a rare opportunity to get somebody at that point. You're really just filling out lottery tickets.
That's
tickets.
What they saw.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were to believe they were truly interested, then that's probably what they saw.
Yeah. And look, the last time we drafted a quarterback when it made everybody crazy, we ended up winning a Super Bowl with that guy. So I'm not saying that and I know it was a hassle and I know we go back and it was crazy, but it ended up working out, right? And you have a quarterback who 3 months ago we were talking about maybe was the top pick in the NFL draft is sitting there in the 5th round. I think you do it. We're never going to know what would have happened. We'll never get a straight answer out of anybody from the Eagles, whether it would have happened or not. But I think if he was sitting there, I would have taken him. Jack, what would you have done?
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all about value.
Yeah.
Now I totally understand it from I would not take him in the 2nd, 3rd. maybe even the fourth, but it's the 5th round. I mean, seriously, who would ever?
You thought they were going to take him in the 4th.
Well, I would have done it. I mean, I maybe would have done it. It's not anti-Jalen at all. Would never. But it's just at some point he was viewed, like you said, as a first-round pick, no doubt about it. You rehabilitate the image. Maybe he gets humbled being in a strong quarterback room like the Eagles have with a strong culture, and you get the best version out of him. And the reality is, I mean, Jalen has been banged up, so like he has had to miss time. God forbid he went down for an extended period of time. Tanner McKee is fine. Kyle McCord stinks. And
Kyle McCord does not stink.
And
Kyle McCord does not stink.
He wears Mark Sanchez's number because he grew up a Jets fan.
What's
that tell you?
He was the probably the second best quarterback in the draft, Kyle McCord.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, he was probably the second best quarterback in the draft. Yeah.
But I think it would have been a no-brainer.
All right.
No-brainer.
215-592-9494. Big takeaways from the draft. Ziggy in the Lehigh Valley. You're on WIP. What's up, Ziggy? Ziggy.
Come on, Zig.
Ziggy Stardust. All right, let's go to Mike in South Jersey. Mike, you're on WIP.
Hey, Spike, how you doing?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Where it was a weird draft. I don't dislike it by any means. It wasn't what I expected. Like we all came into that saying they have 20 picks the next 2 years.
Yep.
And they're going to move some, and they take 10 guys. So I don't dislike it. I think they're trying to hit on what they've been doing. I think they're valuing quantity over quality. And I think that they trust their scouting more so. I mean, they trust their coaches between the defensive side of the ball, having Fangio and these good positional coaches, and then Stoutland. Like 9 out of the 10 guys will be under them, besides McCord, the steal of the draft, if you ask you and Elliot.
Yes, sir.
But overall, I'm satisfied. I think they chose a lot of guys early who they think have a chance to start or at least make a big impact day one. And then later on, they tried to find those gems. Like the last 2 picks they made have some of the highest upside. So I don't think it was a bad draft. I thought it was interesting. The part that I found probably most weird was we still don't really have an answer surrounding Dallas Goedert.
Yeah. Mike, next question. Give us your favorite stand-up comedian, Jay Leno's birthday.
I'm not huge on stand-up. I'll just go with the classic and say Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle's a great one.
Oh,
there you go.
Classic.
The Dallas Goedert thing, I told Elliot when he first said that they were going to trade him for a draft pick. Nobody's going to give you a draft pick for Dallas Goedert.
Nope.
Rube said it on Thursday. The guy he's a good player, obviously, but he is injured a lot. He's due $14 million. There's no way he can get that on the if they cut him right now. So if you're another team, what are you trading a draft pick for? I still think he makes the most sense on the Eagles as opposed to any other team. Go back to him and say there's no money out there. He's making 14. Will you take 9? Will you take 8? And have him on the Eagles this year? I just think it makes the most sense for him and makes the most sense for the Eagles. The Eagles didn't draft the guy either.
Yeah, something tells me, you say 8 or 9, something tells me that's much higher than what they want to give him.
They want to give him 5.
Or
4, right.
Because 8 or 9, he probably says, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Something tells me the Eagles wants to give him somewhere around 3 or 4.
It's just they don't have an answer there
no
either.
More than 5.
They don't have they've Grant Calcaterra,
I agree with you. I totally agree. And I think Dallas, he knows that either the Eagles are going to have to come to him with a good number or they're just going to release him. And from his viewpoint, well, if you're asking me to play for 5 or less, then I'll just cut me.
And I'll go get 5 somewhere else.
I can go out and get 5 or more somewhere else, maybe with incentives or what have you, based on catches, number of games played. Like he may be able to get a 1-year deal with somebody in the right situation where he can get a bigger deal next year. So he's like, well, go ahead and cut me if you're going to cut me.
Yeah, the trade part of it was always weird to me, though, for a draft pick. A guy his age who's injured as much as he is, making as much money as he is.
Yeah.
It never felt realistic to me that they were going to get a draft pick.
That you were going to get anything of value anyway.
No.
Yeah.
It just didn't make any sense to me. All right, 215-592-9494. What was your biggest takeaway from the draft? And would you have taken Shaddur Sanders if you were the Eagles sitting there? Coming up at 3, Elliot Shore Parks embedded in Washington, D.C.
What's going on down in D.C.?
Yeah,
He made a trip. The Eagles it looks like they're about to arrive at the White House.
Oh, and where do you see
So
Elliot?
do we have?
See tiny little Elliot anywhere?
Is this? I'm asking a legitimate question. Is this live coverage? Like, is this? I don't know. Is this a big
I think
deal?
it's on TV. Yeah.
Is it like
Were the Dodgers? I don't think the Dodgers were on TV when they visited. I don't think so.
Sure,
Well, it's baseball,
C-SPAN's
though.
probably
It's
putting it
baseball.
on.
This is the Eagles. This is football.
Oh yeah.
Well, if it's live, are we allowed to put it on
they
the
may have
radio?
brought the Dodgers there during the damn in November and December.
Oh,
Nobody
right.
even knows.
Right.
They were there 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's my point exactly.
All right, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It is beautiful outside. Spring is finally here, which means your dog's going to be playing outside all the time, right? You might probably need some new toys. Dogs and cats rule. Make sure that dog has a new ball to play with, right? Make sure you got that rope, tug on the rope outside with the dogs. They're going to be outside all the time. They need new stuff. Dogs and cats rule, all 7 locations. That's where you go. And by the way, while you're there, ask somebody who works there about natural flea and tick prevention because your pets are going to be outside more. You may not know anything about natural flea and tick prevention, but that's why the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule is the absolute best. The lead dog, George Perenni, makes sure all 7 locations are staffed with people who can answer those questions. And when it comes to pet nutrition, there's another thing you probably have questions about. You're busy. You don't have time to Google all this stuff. And even if you do, you're not going to have the answers. Well, the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule is educated. They are patient. And they're going to have a better answer for your pet than you're going to have for your pet. And as far as pet nutrition, that's all top of the line stuff. Whether it's kibble or the fresh diets, the raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, all that. There are 7 locations, as I mentioned, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
From mock to reality.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Welcome to Philadelphia, Rook.
Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man.
The Eagles play here. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's on.
Wawa's new 2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's 2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
WIP Worldwide. Just download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Seal.
No, I don't know. Is that why he always says the Commodores?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where he gets it from.
Never a doubt.
It's Lionel Richie.
Well, wait, what does Hugh say?
Well, it says the Commanders.
Oh,
the
Commodores.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Lionel Richie?
Yes. You know Lionel Richie dancing on the ceiling.
Lionel Richie. You kidding me?
Dancing on the ceiling. How about
Hello,
American Idol?
American Idol.
Yeah, he's in the later
he's
season.
the judge on American Idol.
Not when I watched.
Of course I know.
Yeah.
I'm talking about him.
Oh, right.
No, this is actually sad. You want to know the first time I ever heard of Lionel Richie? Is that stupid show with his daughter and Paris Hilton?
Yeah. Paris and Nicole.
Paris and Nicole.
Oh, right. I forgot about Nicole Richie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awful.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. What would your reaction have been if the Eagles had drafted Shaddur Sanders in the 5th round?
No!
The two options, happy and understanding or upset. Where do you think it is, Ike? Where do you think the poll is? And what do you think the number's at?
65 upset.
He's back. 63 upset.
Nailed it.
How many do you think, of the people that are saying that they were upset now, how many of them would have talked themselves into it by the time the show was on the air Monday at 2 o'clock?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
You think it would have made them mad?
Well, I mean, here's my thing. I think people would have felt like it's an unnecessary distraction to the starting quarterback. That's what I believe people's initial reaction would be when we are comfortable with who's going to be the starting quarterback moving forward. The last thing we want is quarterback controversies or what have you. So I would think coming off the Super Bowl, taking a guy like Shaddur Sanders, I'm not saying people would have been outraged over it. I just don't think people would have saw it as a good thing. They would have saw it more as a distraction to the starting quarterback than anything else.
It certainly would have taken a generally quiet Super Bowl offseason.
Right. They would have been right, by the way.
You think it would have been too much of a distraction?
Yes.
Do you think Jalen would have been distracted by it? Because I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. But winning the Super Bowl helps. So you almost get that. You get a sense of I'm good security.
Yep.
Versus Wentz, who quote unquote wasn't a starting quarterback when they won the Super Bowl. So the fan base is already split on whether it should be you or somebody else. Then you bring in a cooler young quarterback that the locker room likes. Like that, it's a different atmosphere. So I don't know how many people. This locker room is already, I believe, the majority or 100% Jalen's locker room. I don't know how many people would have been in favor of this being a distraction to the team.
And then, so you, as putting your former player hat on for a second, so you see what happens to Shaddur. You hear all the stories about him. If you're a player on the Eagles and they draft Shaddur Sanders, like what goes through? Like, is it just curiosity? What goes through your mind about the kid if they had drafted him?
Well, I think the league, from a player standpoint, was rooting for Shaddur. The majority of them, listen. I'm not going to tell you his personality, the confidence, the cockiness, Sanders, all that may not have rubbed some people the wrong way. And I could totally understand why it would have. But I think the majority of players would be rooting for him. Problem is you're coming to a team where they can't root for you to be successful.
Right.
We already have a starting quarterback.
Right.
So that's why I said going to Cleveland is a good position for him. You don't have an incumbent starter there. You don't have this big name there to where it seems like it's an uphill battle and he's never going to get a chance to play. Falling to Cleveland, which would have been good for him in the second round, with one of the 2 second-round picks they had, the third round before they took Dylan Gabriel. Like,
it does make you wonder how much they actually wanted. They certainly had chances to take him. He wasn't even
he was there.
Yeah.
So I think people feel good about that situation. But being here, it's almost like you come here and you're stuck behind the Super Bowl MVP. Like you're in the league, but you're not really getting a chance to play.
I actually think on some level what happened to him might be good publicly, because I think it has changed. I think there were a lot of people that were not rooting against him, but weren't necessarily rooting for him beforehand, right?
Because people that were rooting against him.
Yeah.
You can bet on that.
There were some.
Yes, of course there were.
But I think
I've seen him on Twitter.
I think what has happened to him now may put more people on the side of rooting for him, because he became a sympathetic figure over the weekend, which there was none of that before. So I think at this point, I think fans might be rooting for him in a different way. I think players might be rooting for him in a different way. And depending on how he handles this, I don't know. I think he has an opportunity now to sort of like reintroduce what people think of him because of what happened to him over the weekend.
Yeah, I gotta, maybe my view is a little different on this, Spike, than some other people's. I'm tired of the pity party with Shaddur Sanders. Like, enough is enough. It's like the pity party with Bronny. Like, shut up. Like, enough is enough. Shaddur is gonna be fine, right? He's drafted now. Now he gets to prove how good he is. Like a lot of people have to do.
Right.
I came in the league, had to prove who I was.
Well, and all he has to do now is beat out Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel.
You feel me?
Really? Yeah.
Well, my point is that whether you're a first-round pick or you're a seventh-round pick, you're in the NFL. Prove what you are. Forget about the talking, cameras, dad, persona, chains, collar, all that nonsense. You're in the league now. You earn your stripes in this league. And there have been plenty of guys that have been drafted late that went on to become starters and earn their spot in this league. I think of Kirk Cousins, who got drafted in the fourth round after RG3 got drafted number 2 overall. I would say Kirk Cousins had a better career than RG3. So, like, if you're good, you're good. I don't need to have a pity party for Shaddur Sanders, who grew up with Deion Sanders as his dad, who got every opportunity to play dad ball. Dad coaches you. You get to be the quarterback. You get to make mistakes and still stay in there as a starter, because dad is the coach. So there are plenty of other guys that have worked their ass off that don't get a shot in the league or have to come in here just in a tough spot the same way he is and earn their keep. We on that. The one thing I'm happy he got drafted. But the pity party for Shaddur Sanders that's been going, Mel Kiper ought to be embarrassed that nonsense he pulled Friday and Saturday because he had Shaddur as his number one pick. By the way, you don't give a damn about Shaddur Sanders. It's all about you had him number one on your draft board. So this makes you look bad for your scouting evaluation. Crying all weekend. Really, are we crying for Shaddur Sanders? And I like the kid. And if he's successful, great for him. But this pity party stuff from guys I know that get it out the mud, that they try to make it into the NFL and have to do it the hard way. Shaddur's cool. Shaddur's fine. The guy made $4 or $5 million a year in Colorado. You feel me?
Right, yeah.
And the NIL deal. He probably made more money already than he's going to get as a 5th-round draft pick.
So why do you think he fell the way that he did?
Because he isn't humble. There's no humility there. And when you get in this league and you play that position and you walk in the meeting rooms with coaches and you have this persona like you got it all figured out and you're the savior, they don't necessarily want to touch that. And he's not the first. He's not the first and he won't be the last. That's why we have these job interviews. Right? I thought I was a bad you-know-what too. But you don't go into a meeting room saying, I am that, and you better draft me, or you're going to be sorry you don't draft me. Bro, you went 13-12 in Colorado. You didn't beat a real opponent in your time at college. You played at Jackson State and Colorado. You didn't play in the SEC. You didn't play in the Big Ten. You didn't dominate college football. Humble yourself a little bit.
It probably
humble yourself a little bit.
It probably didn't help having Deion say that there were teams
and I
that
love Deion.
Yeah.
Deion didn't help the situation. Pull it back, Coach Prime. Pull it back. You did a little bit too much. You're not playing. He's not you. He can't be you. You were Deion. He's not Deion. Come in with a little more humility and work for your status. Having a camera crew follow you around, all that type of stuff. A team, think about this, Spike. A team has to think about, do I want that? If I'm the Eagles, do I want Deion? I want Shaddur Sanders showing up with his brothers, with a camera crew. My own damn starting quarterback doesn't do this, but the backup quarterback is doing this.
Deion may be talking about you at a Saturday press conference after a Colorado game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing in Cleveland. My boy ain't playing.
Right.
You don't want to deal with all that. Now, if you were great as a player, then you'd be worth it. That's the other thing, because we've seen bad character get drafted early, but they were worth it from a talent standpoint. Shaddur, humble yourself, little bro. Come in and work. Stop all the circus and pomp and stances around you. Put your head down and grind it out like most NFL players do. This is a business league. These are grown men that take care of their families. Come in and humble yourself. This ain't the Deion Sanders show. That's all I'm telling you, Shaddur. That's what or you'll be doing YouTube shows out of the league.
Right.
That's what you'll be doing eventually. You'll be out of the league doing your YouTube shows.
But the league certainly said that. It's up to him now to decide whether the message is received or not.
And I like him.
Yeah.
But you got to stop with all the nonsense, bro. Actually do something first, and then all the other stuff can come behind it.
215-592-9494, talking about the Eagles draft. What is your big takeaway? And then talking about Shaddur Sanders as well. Anthony and Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Ant?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the Eagles drafting Shaddur didn't make any sense to me. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because, you think the Eagles draft him, Jalen Hurts get hurt, or he has a couple of bad games, who's everybody going to want? Shaddur Sanders. All the fans are going to be screaming, we want Shaddur. And it's going to start a whole big controversy there. Now, I read something the other day. It said Shaddur is actually he's actually getting the better part of all of this, because at the end of the day, he don't got nothing to prove anymore. All the quarterbacks that were drafted before him have everything to prove. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, I think Shaddur has a lot to prove right now. I don't agree with that at all. Yeah.
I mean, if all these quarterbacks were drafted before him,
Right.
they have everything to prove. They had to prove why they got drafted before Shaddur Sanders.
Well, he has to prove, you when you agree, Anthony, he has to prove that everyone made a mistake by not drafting him. So he wants to prove that he was more than a 5th-round draft pick. He wants to prove that he was worthy of being drafted number 1 overall.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with that. But at the end of the day, he has at least a year to sit behind, to have the second row, the third row.
Yep.
Every other quarterback, they might jump in straight to a starting role, and they have more to prove right now.
Yeah.
So I think Shaddur got it. I think Shaddur got it. I think he got it good right now. Actually, sit back, learn what it takes to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And sit back and learn from somebody. These other quarterbacks got to start right away.
Anthony,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, Anthony, give you favorite stand-up comedian of all time. Jay Leno's birthday. What do you got?
Oh man, I got to go with Bernie Mac.
Yeah, but there you go. That's 2 for Bernie Mac.
What, we're letting somebody take somebody that's already taken? I mean, you already took Bernie Mac. You got to take number 2.
I said Bernie Mac, Anthony.
Well, we can't just be everybody voting for Bernie Mac.
Well,
it's overwhelming.
All right, somebody's off the board. They're off the board.
I loved him, Mr. 3000.
That was one of his worst movies.
You don't remember it?
I do. I saw it. Yes.
Flick.
I think I got it on DVD.
It was a tough watch.
It was.
I watch almost every baseball movie besides The Natural.
I don't think I've seen this. What is the movie?
Oh,
It's
you
called
never
Mr.
seen
3000.
Mr. 3000?
No,
He
I've never seen
retired
that.
with I think 2996. Or
It was the Brewers, right?
Well, he had over 3,000 hits, and then they went back, recounted it, and he needed
yes.
four
So it
more
went
hits.
to like 296.
Yeah.
Oh, so he had to go back in the league as an
Yes.
older guy, get the 4 hits.
Yeah, to get back to 3,000
with the
hits.
Brewers. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was old. Like he was older. Yeah, he was retired and everything.
I like the premise though.
Yeah, well, it didn't hit.
Yeah.
Well, because what's the Tom Selleck movie? The kind of a similar vibe to it.
That's Angels in the Outfield.
No,
right?
no. That's with Donald Glover and
That's Danny Glover.
whatever.
Danny Glover's a lot older than Donald Glover.
Well, he's Donald Glover's
Two
son.
totally different people,
Yeah.
too, by the way.
Yeah.
Is Donald Glover his son?
He's a tap dancer.
Donald Glover?
Isn't Donald Glover, didn't he rap too?
Yeah, he's in Atlanta.
He's a rapper?
Yeah, Childish Gambino.
Yeah.
Maybe he has multiple things he does.
No,
I
yes.
thought he was like a dancer.
He's like a stand-up comedian. He's an actor, and he's a
Donald
comedian.
Glover's not a damn comedian.
He is a special on Netflix. Now, I don't know if it's any funny.
Are we talking about the same Donald Glover?
No idea. We could be talking about 2 different
He's
Donalds.
definitely Childish Gambino. He's definitely a
100%
rapper.
Childish Gambino.
Okay.
Donald Glover?
Yes.
We are nailing
I
today's
bet.
show.
Look. Yeah. This is what's going in the Hall of
This is
Fame.
top tier.
Yeah.
No, but no.
Let me make sure I'm talking about the same
Wait,
person.
is it Mr. Baseball? Is that the Tom Selleck movie?
Might have been.
Mr. Baseball, that's it.
So Danny Glover's Lethal Weapon.
Yes, I know
And
who that
Angels in the
is.
Outfield.
And Angels
with
in
the
the
guy
Outfield.
from the Back in the Future where Elliot incest movie.
Michael J. Fox?
No, the guy, crazy guy.
Oh, Crispin Glover.
Yeah.
Another Glover?
No, I don't think so.
It's Crispin something. All right, 215-592-9494.
I'm
Marcus,
thinking, was that Savion Glover I'm thinking of?
A lot of Glover talk.
Marcus in North Philly. You're on WIP.
You thinking of Savion Glover?
That's who it is. That's why I said him. I'm thinking of Savion Glover.
Can I get my comedian out of the way? It's Eddie Murphy, the greatest of all time.
Classic.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
it definitely has an argument for greatest of all time. And Delirious
All right.
and Raw, I think, is the greatest stand-up movie of all time.
I think Raw is the greatest also. Delirious was a 7. Raw was a 10 plus.
Yeah, and Raw was like a sensation. I mean, people were going to see Raw in the theaters. I mean, Raw was...
It was the first of its kind.
Yeah.
It was the first of its kind. Now, I hear everything you're saying about Shaddur and how he needs to humble himself.
Yeah.
Spike, I don't agree with you when you say that this should be good for him, because what happened to him and the way it happened shouldn't happen to no player coming from college into the NFL. As far as he was not the 7th best
quarterback in the NFL draft.
No worse than third. No worse than third.
Okay, but Marcus, you're saying shouldn't. What does shouldn't mean? So let's.
I think what I think happened is they got together, colluded. They don't like to use that word, but colluded to keep him. Like, you know what? We're going to humble him. We're going to do what Ike said needs to happen to him.
Yeah.
We're going to humble him. We're going to keep. Then they gave. All right, Cleveland. You know what? What the hell is Cleveland? Excuse my language. What is Cleveland picking a second quarterback for in the draft? You know what, Cleveland? You can pick him.
Hold on, Marcus.
He's probably going to beat out Dylan Gabriel.
Marcus, when you're saying they colluded, so you're saying every football team got together to teach Shaddur Sanders a lesson. Meanwhile, over the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, they have taken player after player after player with records and character issues and why? Why would they do that? If a team thought that Shaddur Sanders would be more of a plus than a minus, they would just take them. This league is not baseball. I mean, I don't know. They've league,
taken guys with character issues.
Hundreds of them.
Yeah.
The Eagles have.
Listen. Character issues is different than him. I just said, character issues is different than him coming in thinking he's bigger than the game.
Right.
But that's character.
Character issues. But those are two different things. You're talking about Jalen Carter, who was in a
off the field stuff. Yeah. Off the field stuff. Yeah.
Did that.
Yeah.
That's completely different things, right? So what I'm saying is that he's the first that really came in doing that. And got the dad who had the platform, who told the media, I don't need you to like me. He has that same bravado, and I understand he's not Deion.
And he also said, hold on, his dad also said there were certain teams he wasn't going to let him to play for, and they shouldn't draft him.
Arch Manning.
What? Yeah, hold on. Where's Arch Manning?
Eli Manning. You mean Eli Manning, right?
No. Arch Manning told them that Eli's not playing for this team.
Oh, you mean Archie Manning? Archie Manning, yes.
Not Arch. Archie Manning.
Archie Manning.
Yeah.
So did he, Spike. So.
Yeah, and Eli Manning was a much better prospect than Shaddur was, which just shows that, I guess Shaddur is a bad combination of good but not great,
not a dominant
and
player.
Not worth it.
Yeah.
And what I would go back to, and I know he was a first round pick, but after he was a first round pick, take Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow was certainly capable of being a backup quarterback in the NFL for years. He wasn't a starter, but could he have been on a roster? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But team after team after team after team decided not to put him on the roster because he wasn't worth the circus. And I think what happens is you get to a level where if you are, the other thing that I brought up was the circus.
Yeah.
Man, you got to be worth the circus.
Yep.
And Shaddur was a bad combination of good but not worth the circus. And I think that's why he dropped. I don't think there was collusion. I truly think, and they said this over and over the weekend, when you start getting second through fourth round and you're talking about quarterbacks, you're looking for a backup. And nobody wants Shaddur as a backup because it's too much trouble for a backup.
And appreciate the call, Marcus. No, you're right. What teams are had to decide, and this is actually why I'm surprised. The Eagles must have viewed this, if I were to believe, and I do believe it, so I don't have to constantly preface this by saying it, but if I were to believe that they were interested in him and Cleveland jumped in front of them, I'm surprised that they thought it was worth the headache. But they obviously did at least consider it.
Yeah,
they considered it.
I go back and forth on whether I'd be surprised if the Eagles did it and not surprised if the Eagles did it.
They would not have been surprised if they did it. They're a value organization.
Especially the value thing.
The value thing, yes. But I do understand the hassle part of it. So I would.
Yeah, but they're one team I think we could trust them to be able to handle it.
Well, and that's the thing. That's what they would say. They would say, we have the culture that could handle this.
Sure.
And
Deion would get. I think Deion would at least understand it. I mean,
Deion. Yes, I agree. I think this is an organization Deion would back off and respect.
Well,
the fact they just won a championship, what they've done with Jalen here,
and it would be hard.
He would make a big deal here.
It would also be hard for Deion to say my boy should be starting.
Yes.
in Philadelphia.
I agree, and that's why they probably thought
we can handle it.
It could be handled here.
Man, we were so close.
I was right there.
So close.
Why did the Cowboys?
Even though I'm like, yeah, you guys maybe could handle it in NovaCare, but me,
I got to take the calls.
Me here at the radio station, I can't handle it.
We can handle it, Ike. We can handle it.
Stay strong.
Stay
Ike.
strong. Take the call.
Actually, the third string.
215-592-9494.
Plus, I've already etched myself as a Tanner McKee guy.
Yes. Well, now you got to become a college. Is that why you're not knowing McCord's name? Because you're a Tanner McKee guy?
We get it. There goes Ike, dividing and conquering.
We will battle McCord and McKee all through training camp.
I'm waiting for it. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up next, our embedded reporter in D.C.
He just tweeted out a video of himself in front of the White House.
Oh, Elliot Shore Parks live from D.C.
He got clearance. He got clearance.
Interesting he made the trip.
It is. Wow. You think Elliot's going to get himself on any signal chats while he's out there? Yeah, all right. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Spike and Friends.
Oh, man. All right. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free.
When it comes to Mother's Day gifts, pretty candles and mugs, she's seen them all. This year, rather than something pretty, give her something pretty amazing. A moment to relax and recharge at Hand & Stone. Right now, get $20 off a massage or facial gift card, or $40 off when you gift both. So no more mom gifts. Visit your local Hand & Stone or purchase at handandstone.com today. Offer valid at participating spas. Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Wrexham, the Welsh soccer team owned by actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, just became the first English club ever to earn promotion in 3 consecutive seasons. They are now one humongous step away from the Premier League. If this was a movie, they wouldn't be moving up so fast. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, there it is. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. For the first time ever, the WIP Afternoon Show has our own embedded Washington, D.C. reporter.
Some say political correspondent.
Political correspondent, Elliot Shore Parks. How you doing out there, Elliot?
I'm doing good. I'm here standing outside of the West Wing, I believe. I was just in the press room. So, putting my college degree to work, I guess.
Wow. There must be a part of it.
College degree? Where your college degree from? Temple?
Temple University, yeah.
There you go. He could have gone anywhere. He chose Temple.
That's the one that accepted me.
It must be pretty cool just to look around and say, hey, I'm reporting from the White House.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It is a nice day here in Washington. It's cool to see all the reporters. I think the last time I was at the White House, I was in like 3rd grade and I took a tour. So it is definitely, cool down here to be here. And so the ceremony starts at about 4:30. At that point, until then, we're just waiting. But, I think they're already here in the White House. So.
Okay, so you're waiting out. So I guess what is the setup? You're waiting outside. What are they shuffling you around from place to place?
What are you doing, man?
Yeah. Do you get yelled at by the press secretary, by Karen Levitt, the press secretary? Like what is happening out there?
Yeah, so I'll just say this: it's no joke getting into the White House. First of all,
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Probably spent about 2 hours trying to get in. So I have made it into the grounds, but no, I mean, it's on the south lawn. So as of now, all the media from Philadelphia that's here are just waiting in the press room. It seems like the Eagles players, I saw Jeffrey Lurie, Julian Lurie is here. A few players already that you can see in a picture is Lane, Mailata. It seems like Dallas Goedert is here. So as of now, we're just waiting like an hour until they bring us out. And at that point, I would assume, Trump will give a speech, and I think the Lombardi Trophy will be out there.
Wow. So we got the news that Jalen Hurts is not attending today, and it said Jalen Hurts and other, prominent Eagles. I think I saw the line. Do you know who else may not be attending today? Have you heard anything?
So I do not know who is going to be here and who is not. Like I said, there was a posted picture on Twitter of what seemed like a lot of the players that are here already. And, I did not see like A.J. Brown. I didn't see Devontae Smith, but we will find out, at 4:30. So, Jalen not coming is obviously definitely newsworthy, though. Jeffrey Lurie was asked back at the owners' meetings in April, if players could not come if they wanted to. And he said, absolutely. He said he doesn't view it as a political thing. So, I think each player or member of the staff will decide themselves if, they want to be here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't force somebody to go do something. If Jalen or whomever that decides not to go to the White House, they'll eventually at some point have an opportunity to answer for that themselves as to why they aren't there. Listen, taking a trip to the White House, it is a great honor. When you think about it, and you don't always listen. I don't know how many. I never won a championship, so I never got a chance to visit the White House as a champion, whether it's college or professionally. Although my daughter and I, we did get a chance to visit that White House on the outside a couple years ago, but not inside.
You were not inside.
Yes, I was not inside the White House for a tour. So it's a great opportunity. And for those that took advantage of it or taking advantage of it, it's great for them. But like I said, the guys that aren't there, I'm sure at some point they'll be asked and they'll get a chance to explain why they chose not to be there.
Man, you know what? It's America. If you want to go, you go. If you don't want to go, you don't go. And everybody's happy with the decision that they made. I do think there is something cool about saying that I succeeded so much in my field that I got invited to the White House to celebrate it. I would not begrudge anyone for making the decision to go as well.
Hell, I believe I would have been there I would have gone just to say I was inside the White House.
Right.
I mean, that's me.
And I do think it's worth noting that, they did, when they won the Super Bowl in 2017, they did not come then. So, you do wonder if you're Jeffrey Lurie, you've won 2 Super Bowls, who knows how many, if you'll win another one or what, the next opportunity you'll get. So I think after passing in 2017, you have to wonder if he was like, you know what, like, this is something I want to experience. And that's probably why he doesn't view it as political, because he did pass on it before, but you don't know if he'll get another chance. So that's my guess as to why, he's here this time.
Yeah. And I'm sure, listen, it's a, being a champion doesn't come around often for most sports franchises, universities, whether it's male, females. So getting a chance to go there, although, listen, we know you can go to the White House if you sign up for a visitation of the White House or whatever, but that's different
than being invited.
That's what I'm saying, being invited and really going as a team, as a championship team. Like, that's the real cool part of it, and getting that photo as a championship team. That's the thing you kind of want to take advantage of, I guess.
Now, Elliot, the players who are no longer on the Eagles also invited as well. Yes. So Darius Slay, all those guys, and it might be
everybody on the championship team.
It might be one of the last opportunities as a team to be together in a team setting.
Yeah, and so in the photo, the only photo we've seen so far, the players that are here, it does look like Mekhi Becton is there. Obviously can't confirm that until 4:30, but obviously he's not with the team anymore. And I would say too, in terms of the players being asked, because they are in OTAs, I would assume sometime in the next week or so, we'll get a chance to talk to players at the NovaCare.
Yeah.
And without question, Jalen Hurts will be asked about it. Without question, Saquon Barkley will be asked about it, because Saquon at this point, I would say, is a high profile player that has decided to come, and Jalen has decided not to come. So yeah, I think they'll be asked about it at that point.
Saquon was there a day early.
Yeah, Saquon on Marine One, flew on Air Force One, and played golf. Look, Saquon's done
taking full advantage of his status.
Saquon's entire offseason has been about enjoying the fact that he just had the greatest running back season in NFL history and won the Super Bowl. Saquon's been drinking and going wherever he's invited, and like, God bless Saquon for having that perspective. When are you ever going to have the opportunity to do this again?
I agree.
So, Elliot, so here is you are Eagles Insider of the Year, 2025 Eagles Insider of the Year. You're embedded in D.C. You are at the White House. If you are given a chance to ask a question of President Trump, do you have a list of a couple of questions you're going to ask?
Well, I'm open to suggestions, but I would say the two that I would ask if I had an opportunity to ask him a question. One would be, I just got to know what he thinks of the tush push, the NFL trying to get rid of it. It seems like a guy that would have an opinion on that. And then also, and I, in all seriousness, I will be curious to see if he addresses this today when he speaks. Like, the team didn't come in 2017 and now they're here. Just wonder what he thinks about that. But something tells me, despite my Insider of the Year status, I will not be getting to ask Trump a question today.
Well, dude, I've watched a lot of those press conferences. It's just about yelling it out first. You just gotta, if you've ever watched one of those press conferences with the press secretary or Trump, that it's always just a bunch of people yelling and one of them getting called on. Yeah. So my advice to you, if the opportunity, you just got to yell your question. You got to go,
I will say, if that is the situation, I'm positive I'll get one in because no one's beating me in one of those. Being raised in the Philadelphia market, I'm used to yelling to get my question in. I would be surprised if we got anywhere close enough for that to happen. But hey, you never know. That's why I'm here, just in case it does.
Just don't choke, all right? If you are in that situation.
No, the dog, he ain't choking. He's not choking.
Yeah. What if we see?
Ready to go.
What if the quote is, President Trump was asked by Tim McManus, "What do you think about the tush push?" You'll never live it down.
I know you would love that. Yeah, I know you would love that.
I would love it. You're my guy. I want you to win.
I would say this, E. I don't know the list of questions that you have there that you want to get out, but make sure if you're going to get one, it's got to be quick and to the point.
Yes.
Quick and to the point, something simple for him to answer. Tush push might not be a bad question there, but I'm just saying, simple and straight to the point.
How about this? Do you think Jihad Campbell is an edge or a linebacker?
Yeah. What do you think of Kyle McCord being number one on Spike's big board?
Number two, but yes.
Oh, sorry, number two. Okay,
number two. Yeah. And are you one last thing before we let you go, Elliot, because we will check in with you after the festivities. Are you still sticking? So I went, I spent some time this weekend watching YouTube of a lot of the Eagles, draft picks. You're still sticking to this whole thing where Jihad Campbell's an edge, right? Not a linebacker.
Yeah, that's because it's not my opinion. I think that's why they drafted him. I think they view him as an edge. If they thought he couldn't play edge, he would not have been the first round pick. If he was strictly a stand-up linebacker, they would not have selected him at 30 or 31. Now, look, we will see where the snaps distribute this year is, but by next year and part of this year too, he will be playing edge. They wouldn't have wasted a first round pick on an inside linebacker if they didn't think he could play edge.
So I hope he can play edge.
Correct. Yes, they hope he can play edge.
Do you think he can play edge?
So I keep thinking about, honestly, what Ike said when we did our YouTube show on Friday. And what do you want me to, it was a good point.
That's good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That while I think they want him to play edge, they draft him to play edge, he is very raw as an edge. But he's also very raw as an inside linebacker. He's only played that position for 2 years of his life. The rest of his college career and then high school too, he was an edge rusher. So he's actually, in some ways,
Allen Iverson was a quarterback in high school. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Well, because I think, what I'm saying is he has not played inside linebacker a lot, and so
but he's played it more than he has edge.
Not in his life. He's played it more recently.
In his life. I'm here to tell you, in high school, it doesn't really matter. In other words, he's probably the best athlete on the field. They just put him where needed. But going up against competition where you have to actually be good at your particular position because you're going up against higher competition, he's primarily been successful as an off-the-ball linebacker. He's played that more than he's played any other position. High school doesn't matter. You're the best athlete out there on the field. They just put you out there wherever they see fit. In college, they put you where they think you are best suited, where you are your most productive. And in college, he's played more off-ball linebacker than he has as a rusher.
Right. But I guess I think he will take a good amount of snaps at inside linebacker this year. But I also think they view this as a pick for an edge.
Agree.
But also,
I agree.
But also,
no,
like,
I agree with you, honestly.
Right.
I just think you're going way over the top and pushing the edge rusher aspect of his game.
So, Elliot, are you willing to say it's a failed draft pick if he's still playing inside linebacker in 2 years?
I mean, look, it depends how good he is. Obviously, if he's outstanding, but yeah,
Sure.
I think the Eagles would view this as not kind of becoming what they wanted it to if he's not playing edge a fair amount of snaps, if not full time, in a few years. Because again, in Howie's press conference, he mentioned Micah Parsons. Micah's rookie year, he played over 500 snaps at stand-up linebacker, right? But now, obviously, he barely ever plays that position. So
Yeah.
I think they
Because he's not very good at it.
Correct. Yeah. Well, that's certainly part of it. Now we'll see if Jihad Campbell is.
So
good
let me
at it.
ask you this.
Also-
Let me ask you this. So when Jihad Campbell says the two linebackers he has studied the most and sort of mimics his game after is Michael Parsons and Fred Warner. One guy is a rush guy. The other guy is not. Right?
Yeah.
You would agree with that, right? So you would agree. So if I were to ask you, and I'm just trying to get you to understand it's okay if he is a Fred Warner versus being
sure,
Michael Parsons.
But the difference is in terms of how Fred Warner is used.
Yeah.
Fred Warner only goes after the quarterback as a blitzer. He's never
Yes.
an edge rusher.
Yes.
So I think they want to try him at edge, but also really quickly, just to paint the picture here, there is some type of emergency press conference going on behind me. Everyone
Get
is,
over
like,
there.
ran over. It's not Trump party look, but like, it's just
Who is
funny
it?
that
Who is it?
I can't tell.
Is it Marco
I can't-
Rubio? Who is it?
It's not Marco Rubio.
Okay.
But it is funny because
Is it
I'm
JD Vance?
I'm yelling about whether Jihad Campbell will play edge or linebacker.
Yeah, we're trying to get you to yell on the White House lawn.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah, well, you're getting close, trust me.
Yeah.
And, I wonder how long until they're like, all right, buddy, you guys can discuss that back in Philadelphia.
Well, if
But-
you get to question 3, you got to ask Trump if players should be able to bet on themselves in professional sports.
That's a good one. If college athletes should be able to play
As long as they want. Yep.
Could be
All right,
another
Elliot.
good one. Yeah.
Elliot, here's the last thing I'm leaving you with. I believe in you. I want you to get the question in.
Get it in, E.
I only use McManus to drive you harder. So I need you to get the question in. All right,
Yeah,
Elliot.
I think we know why you use Tim, and it has to do with that, but I don't think it has to do with me.
Wow. All right.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. There he is. Elliot Shore Parks, our embedded reporter in Washington, D.C.
Do you guys understand where I'm coming from with the Fred Warner?
Yes.
Michael. It's okay to be Fred Warner.
It's fine.
Arguably the best inside linebacker.
Would die if he's Fred Warner.
Exactly.
You kidding me?
Like that's not a bad thing. And Elliot is right. The only time he usually rushes the passer is through blitzing.
Yes.
Well,
Or third down.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's sort of what Campbell did in college.
Yes.
That's what he did in college.
I just need to pin Elliot where he is. So when this guy is not an edge in 2 years, because I'm watching him this weekend. I was like, well, this guy's a linebacker. That's all I thought watching.
I totally agree with you. Now, I understand Elliot is probably being told that the Eagles ideally would love if he can develop into an outside rusher.
Right.
I get that. That's not what he is.
Well,
right
and
now.
also, okay, last thing on this. Well, not last thing, because it's the Eagles' first round
Yes,
pick.
a first round pick.
Yeah. It is,
Well, and we're trying to get people to actually properly evaluate him when watching him develop.
well, that's what I'm trying to get through is that like we have people saying, oh, he's an edge. I'm telling you, when you watch him play in college, he doesn't play it, but he also doesn't look like it.
doesn't look
Physically,
natural at
he
it.
doesn't look
Yeah.
like it. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess where I'm at is if Elliot was like over the top on what a great pick it was because he believes he's going to be an edge, not because he thinks he's a great linebacker.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Is that he was great. If he was not going to grade it an A if
it
we're
was
just
an regular off the ball
linebacker.
Yeah.
That's all right.
We got to stop all the circus and popping stances around it, all right?
Yes. You hear that earlier?
Yes.
Yeah. 215.
I wrote it out there.
Yeah.
Stop
215.
all the circus and popping stances around you.
Circus and pomp and stance. 215-592-9494.
Wake up in there, man.
Yeah.
I would argue I did.
Angelo in Southwest Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Ange?
Israel. What's happening, Ike? What's happening, Spike? What's happening, Fritz?
Wait, are you Israel or it says Angelo on my thing? You're Israel?
Israel from Southwest.
Oh, that's Jack.
All right.
That's
I
Jack.
thought I heard Angelo.
Yeah, that's
not even close.
That's why the delegation is
Why you over there
suspect of
messing
you.
with me?
Yeah.
Over here in Israel. Stop all the circus and pomp and stances around you.
All right, is.
Asked me, and I'm like, no, not Angelo, Israel. I got a new number, not Angelo.
Okay. All right, is. What's up, man?
So y'all are my go-to guys.
Yes.
I added Ike, I think, on Twitter and Instagram because I believe, you know what I'm saying, what the previous caller said. I think it's a cahoots against Shaddur. I really do. And it's like, you know, and another caller said, like, what has this kid done? What is the character issues that this kid done? You know, so is it that you mistake his confidence for arrogance? Because that's what I really think it is, because there's no off-field issues with this kid at all. How is this kid on the big board as the number 2, which he's my number 1, but the number 2, we're going to go by all experts, the number 2 quarterback that falls to the 5th round? How is that possible?
Well, first, here's a couple things, Israel. First thing I would say is he doesn't have to. There are different kind of character issues. You're right. No bad off-field stuff. No arrests. No, this guy did this. None of that.
Kid, yeah.
Yes, but they did. If you listen to McShay said his interview with the Giants went horribly, and they questioned whether he was coachable. So here's the issue: is yes, 4 months ago he was a top 3 pick. But even 2 weeks ago, or even last week, there was talk about him slipping into the second round. The issue is that once he slips into the second round, is you start getting like, what are we drafting here? And do we really want a hassle of a guy? We want, when we're drafting second round and on, we don't want a guy who we're worried about is going to listen to what we say. Yeah. We don't want a guy who's going to be a hassle. We don't want a guy whose dad is going to be doing press conferences and this, that, and the other. I know you're saying that the teams got together and said, we're going to show him. I don't think that's how teams think. I think if a team has an opportunity to get better by drafting a quarterback who they think is going to be their franchise quarterback, they're going to take him. Yeah. They're going to take him. That they have nothing to gain. And the other thing I would say is the upside to who he is and his whole persona from a financial standpoint for the team is enormous. If they thought of him as the best quarterback in the draft, none of this stuff would hold him back.
Right. It certainly wouldn't have held him back to the damn 5th round.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
This kid has done nothing, and I mean, yes, he has not played against SEC talent. He's done nothing but gotten better and better and better and better. Well, and he showed his toughness on the field with no offensive line. He's an accurate quarterback. The kid's a leader. Yeah, you may not like his character and his bravado, but he's a leader of men. They treated Jalen Hurts the same way, but just in a different way. And I'm telling you, this kid is called by God, just like his father was, and he's going to be successful.
I hope he's successful.
Yeah, listen.
I'm not saying, like, I hope that he shows the league that, okay, when it's time to get the bag, pay me, because, again, you took me through all this. I'm not a 5th-round quarterback. You know, if I'm a backup, I should be a 3rd-round. You're darn near a 6th-round where you're on a practice squad. He's darn near a practice squad player getting drafted at the draft capital. He got drafted at. I hope he charged the league out the bazooka. Because this ain't right. This ain't never happened in NFL history. Never.
Never. Israel, here's the thing. I appreciate the call, man. I understand people are frustrated with this thing. I get that. He should have been hired in a 5th-round draft pick. I think we all can agree with that. But here's also what contributes to teams falling out of love with you. All right. It's one part is on the field. They watch your film, they watch your footage, they see what you do, the competition you do it against. That's one part of it. Well, the other part of it is, and more importantly, at this position, I think that's the part where people are minimizing. It's not a linebacker. It's not an offensive lineman. It's not some cocky wide receiver or DB where you don't have the same amount of an impact on the roster and other players as you do at this position. So who you are as a leader, how you conduct yourself, your studying habits, your football intellect, all these things matter when it comes to the quarterback position. So I say all this to say what you started to hear over the weekend was that Shaddur didn't interview with teams well. Meaning when he had to sit down with these coordinators and head coaches and they take him through the interviewing process, I don't know what questions they asked him. I don't know if they asked him to get up to the board and draw certain plays or figure out certain in-game situations based on this, and he wasn't prepared for it. But you're starting to hear that type of stuff. So when that happens and your skill set isn't necessarily overwhelming or eye-popping, teams are going to say, well, hold on. He doesn't have a cannon for an arm. He isn't quick like Lamar Jackson or whomever. He doesn't have the biggest physique to size or what have you. And you got to worry about the off-the-field stuff. And now you're going to tell me from a leadership standpoint, as a young player coming in, do I want this coming in and this is supposed to be the guy? Teams, and here's the other thing, Spike, real quick. If there's only 5 or 6 teams, maybe even less, they're even looking for a starting quarterback, you don't have as much wiggle room as you would if there were 8 teams looking for a starting quarterback.
That's the other thing, is as you're going through the draft, as you're watching it, you're like, well, that team doesn't need a starting quarterback like that. And that's when it gets into teams looking for a backup at that point.
Right.
And he is not who you want as a backup. They want a backup quarterback.
It's like having Cam Newton as a backup.
It's just like, it's too much.
Yes.
Right? The same thing I was saying at Tebow.
Yep.
You just think, not worth it, not worth it, not worth it. And the other thing is, like, you say he's confident. Well, he doesn't throw at the combine, doesn't work out at the combine. If you're so confident, you have an opportunity to show people that you should be there. I don't know. He
didn't do enough to dispel a lot of the things people had heard about him through this process.
Absolutely. I agree with that. 215-592.
But he still can.
215. Yes, he has an opportunity
He still can.
You're going to be in the NFL.
Yep.
215-592-9494. Talking Shaddur Eagles. We have Elliot embedded at the White House. We'll get any updates. He said he was there next to an impromptu press conference.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
That sounds great.
Yep. He didn't even know who it was. I was asking who it was. He didn't know who it was. All right. And Phillies, they won a series this weekend.
Jeez,
yes.
Who cares about Shaddur?
Yes, we'll talk about that next as well. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with a player performance trends. Now, that means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time for you to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank, supporting local communities since 1868.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with a roasted chicken burrito bowl. or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
For New Year's, I wanted to try Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications everyone's talked about. I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text DATE to 200-300 to get started this New Year's with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic for 80 to 90% less, 100% online. Don't wait. Text DATE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now you can listen to all your favorite teams, stations, shows, and even podcasts.
Wow!
All on the Odyssey app.
Bernie Mac do this song? No, he didn't. Shane Gillis release a pop hit like this.
Yeah, even, within the first segment, we got Kyle Aller, the Eagles drafted from Iowa. Couldn't figure out Shane or Seamus McGillis.
Yeah. I don't want to be clear. I love Shane Gillis.
What about Pop and Circumstance?
Yeah, dude, you've been on fire. Today.
Yeah.
Is that you have that neuro gum or
Yes,
no?
yes.
We took the day off of the neuro gum.
I love Shane Gillis, but you putting him on the
I just think we'd
Mount
be friends.
Rushmore.
I think we'd
ridiculous.
Be yeah, similar. Similar styles of humor, I guess.
Yeah, well, his humor is paying him millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, and this is paying me in water sandwiches.
Never mind. I was going to ask what type of humor is he?
You would like him. He's funny.
Blue? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's funny. Funny dude. Right. Definitely funny dude. Definitely. I saw him at Radio City, and then I saw him at Wells Fargo Center. Sold out Wells Fargo Center. Big deal.
I always say somebody.
What?
I know.
You always see somebody.
Yeah, I like going to see somebody.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wow. This obviously is. I just called my dad.
Growing up,
and I'm
did
like,
he get you in?
Yeah, I'm like, could I have $1,000 for the best tickets,
Oh, yeah,
Daddy?
they're out there.
Yeah.
I seen Sinners.
It's okay, right? You saw it, right?
Yeah.
It's just okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you go to the theater?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Got you in a theater. Huh?
How about that?
You must have been bored this
Okay,
weekend.
true or false? The first 80 minutes of it, you're
I
like,
wasn't by myself though. Yes.
oh, all right.
Oh, well, it's good to hear.
First 80 minutes of it, you're like, what is this? Right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell it.
It's just like a little hype, a little overhyped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's because
all
there's
right,
no
thank
good
you.
movies anymore.
No, there are lots of good
but not
movies.
hyped movies. Like Oppenheimer, I think is the last hyped movie.
Well, that movie is awesome.
Well,
let
sure.
me just say this.
Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yes.
I understand he's a young actor.
Yes.
The acting part of it,
he's okay.
Yeah.
You don't get all the circus and pop and stands around him?
Yeah.
Listen, he's good looking. I get it. Women love him. I get it. The depth with the acting.
See, here was my thing, right?
He's still Wallace from The Wire.
That's a tough one to shake.
Here was my thing with it, right?
Wallace, yes.
He's playing twins, right?
Yeah.
But he plays them exactly the same. Like if one twin was like all braggadocious and the other guy was just shy, I would get it. But they just seem like the same guy.
Yeah.
All right. It was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it, but it wasn't
my
like
wife wanted to go see it. We went and saw it. We saw it. It wasn't bad.
No.
Just it is.
That's what I tried to say. Thank you.
I'm good on Michael B. I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm good.
All right. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark. That feels good. Thank you.
Denzel.
Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. How would you grade the Eagles draft? A, B, C, or D? What do you think the voting is
A,
here?
B, C, or D? It's probably B or C. I would say probably B. Right? Most people feel good. I don't know. I didn't get the sense that everybody just love the draft. So I'd be surprised if the majority was. I go majority B, and let's go 54% B.
Dude, you're back.
I'm back.
53.5% B. Now 35.9% A. Those people are lunatics.
So A is second.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
A's a little okay. And then C 7.9%, D 1.8%. You know who gets an A for this weekend? The Phils. That's right.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
I mean, jeez.
Brought to you by ringthebellbook.com.
Ringthebellbook.com. You can pre-order your copy now. They'll be out in June.
Next five orders get it signed by Kevin and Jack. Free shipping.
Yeah, free shipping, of course. Maybe Ike will sign it. Who knows?
You never know.
Like it that day.
Nope, not. You keep playing these drops, you definitely won't be getting any autographs on these books.
Well, many people are wondering if the circum and pop and stance around the book is really worth it.
Stop all the circus and pop and stances
All
around
right.
you.
Wow. He's leaning in on this one.
funny because I heard it the other way when I said it.
Yeah,
that's how it happens. Yeah.
So you were rolling when it happened.
I know.
And I heard it, and I was like, I wonder if Jack heard that. And he heard it. I didn't have to say anything.
Yeah, he hears everything.
He hears everything.
Even when I'm not paying attention.
Yep.
Sometimes you slip up. So
Big
obviously,
win. Big win.
Yeah, last night. I mean, everyone was asleep in my house. I was almost ready to parade down the streets of Westchester.
Yeah.
No idea how much I needed that win last night.
In the ninth, I texted Jack. I was like, they got to win this one. They got to win this one.
Well, first off, they never win that game.
No.
A game where it's 1-1 late on the road with extras.
Nope.
They never really mess around.
They
and win
lose
that
3-2 like they did to the Mets.
easily. And you can explain it away. I think last night, if you were on the positive side, you say, well, Noel's shoved. So, who cares that they lost? It's more important they got Aaron Nola back, but they won. And Aaron Nola looked brilliant. I mean,
he was awesome.
I know Ike's gonna love this. He had the cutter work on the outside corner, and then bang, backdoor two-seamer that was able to surprise some of the right-handed hitters. It was a beautiful plan. And when he went up, instead of being in the middle of the zone, he was out of the zone, which is great, changing the eye level of the hitters, and then goes back down with the curveball. When he gets a little too curveball heavy, that's when he starts giving up the bombs. You know what I mean?
Well, because he usually misses in the zone, like high. And they hit 100,000 feet. Yeah, home runs.
Guys just sit on the curveball. It's a great curveball when they're not sitting on it. And last night he didn't do that. So maybe a new plan. Also helps his fastball is up like 3 ticks. All of a sudden he's back up to 93. So
warmer weather.
Yeah, he's a warm weather guy.
It was freezing last night, but that's okay.
Didn't look freezing.
In Chicago, it was cold.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Eye test wise, it didn't look freezing.
Sheisty's Friday.
Friday, everyone was wearing the hoodies under but not a huge fan of that.
Pooh Sheisty's, and you guys have
I have no idea what Pooh Shiesty is.
Yeah,
I know that's what they call it these days.
I'm usually better than Jack on this, but I don't know Pooh
Yeah,
Shiesty.
no, we're just trying to keep our delegation.
Yeah,
where we usually are. Yeah,
are those knickers? Pants?
The pullover ski.
Okay. Not even close.
All right.
Lazardo also shoved again, which is beautiful to see. But arguably the other thing besides just Nola last night, some good developments in the bullpen. Jose Lazardo or Jose Alvarado.
Right. Get back to your guy.
Well, Alvarado's been good for now 4 or 5 more appearances.
Alvarado was hitting 100 last night. They fell off the strike zone. And Jordan Romano said on Last High Host podcast, download it wherever you get your podcast. We're buying Jordan Romano stock. And for good measure. Oh, he was tipping, like I told you. He was tipping. They figured out the tipping. He's up to 98 yesterday. Slider, that one he threw, almost disappeared off the screen. Fired up about Jordan.
I got a real question.
Great.
Yeah.
When you say he's tipping, how is it that you know he's tipping and he doesn't know he's tipping?
Because sometimes they have their tells and they don't know until they do the video camera work on it and break down what the tipping is.
What was the tipping?
I think it had to do with his glove. Like sometimes you flare it open for certain pitches. You keep it tight if you're really trying to grip a baseball.
Well, the Mets last year had a guy in the dugout basically washing for these things. Like it was his whole job.
Tipping's that's basically all Kevin Franzen, and the reason why he was in the league for as long as he was. He's only there to tip to find out if guys are tipping.
Wow.
Took a shot at your own guy, man.
I know. He's in town. Nationals are up. Nationals a little frisky. They've won 3 straight series. Took 2 or 3 from the Mets over the weekend. So not exactly your pushover, Nats.
They need 2 out of 3. They need to win 3 straight series. Oh, they play 4?
I think it's the 4-game series. Or is it 3-game series?
No, it's a 3-game series.
Definitely a 3-game series.
Yeah, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the Diamondbacks Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Nervous for the Diamondback series.
Well, you should be.
Perpetually nervous.
They got to win 3 straight series. So Cubs series, they got to win the Nat series, and they got to win the Diamondback series.
And then they have a nice little stretch of like Pirates,
but then,
Rockies.
Yeah.
And then some other crap team right after that. So
the Cardinals again?
The Cardinals are in there.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Cardinals, Bob Nightingale yesterday. The Phillies, among other teams, are keeping an eye on Cardinals closer Ryan Helsley, but they do not want to put Andrew Painter or Aiden Miller in the deal. Of course, he's a unrestricted free agent after the year, so he should not cost those guys. But he's a traditional closer, up to 100. So he's sick, but again, it's April 28th.
Right.
And you're not trading for him until July. So I don't really get the point of the report. Of course, they're interested. And then this last thing here, I want to talk about Bryce. So one Bryce-related thing from the weekend is that he talked about Kyle Tucker and how he's one of his favorite players in the league.
Great.
Laying the groundwork for the offseason.
All right.
But the real thing with Bryce, and this is a trust tree.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
Like, it just...
1 hit this road trip or 2?
I think he had 2.
Okay.
I can't tell if he's in between swings. Like he's getting breaking ball to death, and he's not adjusting very well to it. He's like missing breaking balls. He's chasing more than I think I've seen. But also like it's not high quality. Like he's walking, but not the highest quality of bats. And I hope that there's nothing going on with the back. Like that's the first thing I think about is like, is he having back issues? So we're monitoring the Bryce thing.
He just doesn't look confident up there to me. Yeah.
No. Yeah. So we'll see. File that one away though.
Yep.
Speaking of good at bats, Kepler's at bat was in the 10th last night.
Oh, big walk.
It was a big walk.
Now, how are you?
He was 0-2, right? I think he was down 0-2. Or was it Trey that was 0-2? Who was somebody was 0-2, battled back for a walk. Maybe it was JT?
No, I don't think it was JT.
Somebody.
What was the live cam in the Eskin household when Bohm swung at a 58-footer on a 3-1 pitch?
Dude. Now, that was a big fly ball in the 10th, by the way.
He was, but he had his second walk of the year in the game last night, which is good to see. But when he swung 3-1 at a 58-footer, I was like, what are you looking for? What are you looking for? But it's okay.
Well, don't worry. Don't worry. His defenders tell me he's still on pace for 15 home runs. He's got 0.
Perfect.
He's on pace for 0.
I have nothing to say.
Dude, 6'5". The size of Jordan Mailata. Hit a home run. Hit a home run. You play third base. You're 6'5". Hit a home run. All right. Sorry. 215-592-9494. And Phil's off tonight, but back on tomorrow night, 6:45 first pitch against the Nats. Chase in New Jersey. You're on WIP. Chase. That's what Bohm did. He chased. Robert in Harrisburg. You're on WIP. What's up, Robert?
Yeah, no, I don't understand. You get it confused. Some of the greatest pass rushers that terrorized the league came from the linebacker position, not from the edge. Lawrence Taylor and just recently Clay Matthews of the Green Bay Packers. They terrorized the league from the linebacker position. You don't have to put your hand down on the dirt just to get after the quarterback. Some of the greatest players. Lawrence Taylor.
They have in the league right now, the value on edge rushers versus the value of off-ball linebackers, it's just not the same. You can be a great off-ball linebacker that gets to the quarterback, but the way that the league is now, it's not that anymore. You know, it's just not. It's not LT, it's not Derek Thomas, it's just a different thing now. He can be a great player, a great linebacker. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between him playing linebacker and occasionally getting to the quarterback on a blitz or a third down passing play and playing edge 3 downs. That's all. And at this point in his career, the video that I watched, he looked like a natural linebacker. He can be a great linebacker. It's just, to me, like Elliot saying they drafted him as an edge and that's why it's a great pick. Okay, then we'll see, because that's not what he is right now.
Okay. All right, if you say so. But
yeah.
Like I said, Lawrence Taylor, man, he made his bones from the linebacker position.
Absolutely.
He went to the Hall of Fame.
Yes, but it was 40 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You take care.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I would you be okay if he was Roquan Smith?
Sure. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like this idea that if he's not this pass rushing linebacker, somehow this wasn't the pick. I just disagree with that. I got to start looking at linebackers differently. This is Vic Fangio's defense. He just turned a guy. Think about this. And this is why I think Elliot is misguided here. Even though I think his heart's in the right place, but he's so tunnel vision that it's painful at times. We just saw Zach Bond, who we all viewed before he got here as a guy who rushed off the edge as a situational player / special teams
That's
guy.
what we thought we were getting. It's what the Eagles might have even thought.
Yeah, that's what he had been.
Yeah.
Until Vic Fangio got a hold of him. Vic Fangio just turned him into an all-pro linebacker and got him paid. And it wasn't because he was primarily rushing from the outside. That's why I'm saying to myself, this could be your Zach Bond replacement. This kid is only 21. Zach Bond's 27. Let's say he plays 3 more years. He plays his contract out. Say the Eagles don't want to pay him again when he's 30 or 31. Well, now this kid is just 24. Now he steps in there as your ultimate player. I'm sorry, I enjoyed watching Zach Bond play linebacker this year.
He was awesome. Yeah.
Awesome, right?
Right.
Playmaker all over the field, coverage, a run defender, blitz sometimes, tackles for losses. He was all over the field. That's how I envision this kid.
I also think there's a possibility that if the league continues to sort of drift back into running for a little while, let me see if this makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
And with more mobile quarterbacks, because I was working on a take, right? And I'm thinking about these speedy, smaller edge guys, right? Which are taking over the league, even the great guys. But what happens is they all go sort of like wide to get there. And what it does is it leaves this, first of all, from a run perspective, it's not great against the run. If you're not an edge setter, you're only sort of going one speed to get to the quarterback.
Yep.
The other thing that happens is like it leaves this part of the field, this middle part of the field open. Now that we have more mobile quarterbacks, it almost leaves an opportunity for those guys to go if there's more of these edge guys. And I just wonder if Fangio even values like that kind of edge that we're thinking about. Those Abdul Carter, Dallas, Micah Parsons,
yeah.
like whether that, because BG always kept talking last year about setting the edge rushing as a team, and I wonder if those guys are able to thrive in Fangio's defense, and maybe with where the NFL is there. By the way, it's why I think that guy Mikel, what's his last name? Williams went up so high. He's not one of these guys.
He's more of a pass rushing end. He's more of a TJ Watt,
right,
on the end of a line,
right,
as an outside linebacker. And a lot of those guys are built differently. We bring up Michael Parsons, and I know we only focus on Michael Parsons' ability to get after the quarterback and those things. And I get that. That's primarily where he makes most of his bones. I don't know if Michael Parsons lines up at the beginning of the game as an outside rusher. I had to watch Dallas a little closer for me to see exactly how they use Michael Parsons every down. I don't see the Eagles using this kid the way Nolan Smith has been used, the way Jalix Hunt has been used. Those guys have been primary rushers their career. Like Nolan Smith was primarily a rush edge at Georgia. This kid played a lot of off-ball stack linebacker, and he could blitz at times. For me, I don't know where he's going to play at. I'm sure they'll get him out there, but it really all depends on how Vic Fangio sort of uses him in the scheme of it all.
We talk about Zach Bond a lot, and we haven't talked about Nakobe Dean because he got hurt at the end of the year. He's not going to be here. That guy had a great year too.
Yep.
It's not just Bond that had a great year. Nakobe Dean had a great year. By the way, when Nakobe Dean went out, Oren Burks played well too. So like there might be something about this defense, that position right now, the way football is, that they might even value a linebacker more than they valued a linebacker before.
Yeah, in this defense. For sure. I think it was last year when that was Vic Fangio who talked about the importance of linebacker in his defense. You got to be smart. You got to be physical. You got to be versatile. Like all those types of things. To your point about Nakobe and even Oren Burks, they were more of the stationary linebacker, meaning they didn't do all the different things that Zach Bond did. Like he could move Zach Bond around where he wanted to use him.
Yeah, well, you look at the Saints game. Zach Bond was on the line of scrimmage half of the Saints game because of, they wanted to make sure they contained that running game there, and they use Zach Bond that way, too.
As the extra edge guy.
Yep. All right, coming up next, our draft expert, Mike Mayock. We will
We'll talk to Mayock about Shaddur.
We will. We'll talk to Mayock about Shaddur, his what he thought of Mel Kiper Jr.'s meltdown, what he thought of the Eagles draft.
Seriously.
Yes.
Yeah, Mel.
See, you didn't get to watch Mel on Thursday night
because of what you said Thursday night. I watched him Friday night.
It was out of control. I kept saying that on Thursday night. I was like, is anybody else watching this? All right, Mike Mayock joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
That me?
It is.
That is me.
Stop. Hair loss. Right?
That's pretty good.
There you go.
That is. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Now, did you know hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning. Now, Glad Hair has you covered with cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes. They help you keep the hair that you already have and help you bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. It's that simple. Make sure you visit gladhairmm.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. By now, you know that Shaddur Sanders fell all the way to the 5th round. The second quarterback taken in this draft by the Cleveland Browns, his new team. If Shaddur wants to succeed, there's no point looking backwards and complaining and feeling slighted. His success, his future, is about proving he deserves to play in the NFL. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Joining us now, I think we can officially say our official draft expert, that is Mike Mayock. Mike, thank you for joining us for the wrap-up.
My pleasure, guys.
So I guess just a general big picture take on how you thought the Eagles did this weekend.
I liked pretty much just about everything they did. I think we anticipated philosophically they had to go defense. They did. The first 5 picks were defense. Like usual, they kind of get the steal of the first round with Jihad Campbell, who I had going number 9 to New Orleans in a mock draft. He's today's futuristic off-the-ball inside linebacker. They got a safety who can also play nickel. They got a couple of laboratory pieces for Stoutland University, who are very talented kids in the 6th round. And Howie pulled off a classic Howie move where in the 3rd round, pick 96, they traded down twice. They went from 96 to 111. That's 15, 16 places. Effectively half of 1 round is what they traded down, and it netted them 3 extra draft picks, 2 this year and 1 next year. So I thought it was a typical high-level Eagles draft.
You mentioned Jihad Campbell as an off-ball linebacker. There's been some conversation about his future, whether it's at edge or whether it is at linebacker. What do you see from him moving forward?
Yeah, when I say he's kind of a futuristic guy, I think given what offenses do today, the proliferation of wideouts, athletic tight ends, 1 and 2 back sets, there's a variety of different things you've got to handle. And there are just so many different sub-defenses you can have. When you get interchangeable pieces that can do more than one thing, there's true value attached to that. So this is a guy that your base defense can sit and play off the ball linebacker. He's got great speed. He can play pass coverage, both man-to-man and zone. I'd like to see him a little heavier coming downhill and in heavy run game stuff. But he can also stay on the field in all your sub packages, and maybe that's where he's going to be his best. He can rush inside on the A-gap. You can put his hand in the dirt and put him outside at the 9 technique and let him play a defensive end or a 3-4 outside linebacker. Does he need to develop as an edge rusher? Yes. He didn't do that primarily at Alabama, but when he had the opportunity, he took advantage, and he did. That's what he was in high school. So I think for a creative defensive coordinator, and that's what the Eagles have, there's a real opportunity to use this kid and develop him in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I love the fact that he loves studying guys like Fred Warner as a linebacker. And I tell you, Mike, if he can beat Fred Warner, I'd be more than happy with that with this kid.
Yeah, and Fred went in the third round, I want to say. I
Mm.
mean, this kid has every bit. He's got as much or more talent than Fred Warner, and now it's just about A, staying healthy because he's had some health issues, and B, applying himself to the best of his ability. And I think Vic will get it out of him, Mike.
Safety out of Texas. Is it Makuba? How do you pronounce that?
Makuba, I think.
Makuba?
Drew Makuba, right?
Drew Makuba. I can't say I saw a lot of him play down there in Texas. Although, listen, Texas plays in a lot of big games in the SEC. They've been in the playoffs the last couple of years. He's played in big games. How do you like that pick, and where do you see him sort of as a safety at this level as well?
Yeah, it was interesting because he spent his first 3 years at Clemson, and I'm not even sure he had an interception at Clemson. And then he transferred to Texas and had 5 picks this year. So they got him around the ball more. He translates as a free safety and nickel. He's got experience at nickel. He even played a little corner, outside stuff at Clemson. So he's a guy with a lot of versatility, finished with the ball in his hands 5 times this year, which I think is a big deal. I think when the Eagles go to camp, they'll line up with Blankenship and probably Sidney Brown at strong safety. But this Makuba kid ought to push both those guys. I think he's more of a free safety. But the cool thing is, and I think what Vic will appreciate, is both Cooper DeJean and this kid have the ability to play multiple positions. Makuba can play free safety and nickel. I think Cooper DeJean could play all 5 positions back there at a fairly high level.
Mike Mayock with us now. Mike, the quarterback factory struck again. The Eagles took Kyle McCord, one of my favorites in the 6th round. What did you think of McCord?
See, this is where I have to be honest and tell you that even though he's a St. Joe prep kid, I did about 130, 140 kids on tape, and he was not one of them.
Oh, okay.
So when I don't see a tape, I don't talk about a kid. I saw him on TV. I'm excited about him in Philadelphia because of his background at the prep, but I can't really compare him to what you need to hear.
So, can I just go back to Campbell one second? And this goes back to something you told us when we were first talking about the draft. You were saying when all the teams get the same medicals and everybody looks at them differently. So what we heard was that Jihad Campbell was slipping because of the shoulder issue, a labral tear in his shoulder, had surgery. It doesn't seem to me, hearing about that surgery, that would cause that sort of drop. Is there any insight you can give as to why that sort of thing would be such a red flag?
There was a late conversation that went around the league about a knee issue also.
Okay. And it seems like he had a scope in 23, I think.
Something came up again.
Okay.
Last month of the draft about his knee. And I can tell you, when I was with the Raiders, like we would, depending on the doctor, a doctor might say you're meeting with the head coach and the GM, and you've got your doctors in, and you're going through all the red flags. And a doctor might say something like, at most, you'll get 1 contract out of him. He's got a chronic knee. Or, that's a common thing you might hear from a doctor. Okay. And then a GM and a head coach have to sit down and say, well, wait a minute. I can't, by the way, I can't say how many times I've heard that about a player. He's got 1 contract in him and he plays 10 years in the league without a problem.
Right.
Okay. But your owner sits in a lot of those meetings, and you do have to be very cognizant and aware that if you draft a kid that technically has a problem that your doctor identified and he gets hurt year 1 with a knee and never plays again, and you took him in the 1st round, he's going to look at you as the GM. So you've got to be very aware of all that stuff, but the Eagles obviously looked at it and said, it's not a problem for us, and we've got the infrastructure that we believe in.
So, Mike, the biggest story of the weekend was Shaddur Sanders' slide from, I would say, 4 months ago. He was thought of as a top 3 pick, and then he ends up sliding to the 5th round with the Browns. A, what did you think of him going into the draft? And then B, Can you give us some insight as to why you think he slid the way that he slid?
So from an evaluation perspective, I did a lot of tape on him, 23 and 24. I had a similar grade on him that I had on Bo Nix a year ago. And I was probably low on Bo Nix. I had a second day grade on him. Okay. I had a second day grade on Shaddur. I had a second day grade on Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. Okay. And typically kids get elevated, quarterbacks get elevated because of the need throughout the league. So that was my evaluation. Potential starter, day 2 pick. When he didn't go in the first round, I thought for sure he would go with 2 or 3. I wasn't in any of the meetings. There's a lot of innuendo out there, and I can't jump in on either side because I've never met the kid in my life. I do know when you look at a situation where there's a lot surrounding him, just like I look at a Tim Tebow years ago. You know, Tim Tebow, if he was going to be your starting quarterback and take you to playoffs and all, you'll put up with the circus surrounding him. But as soon as he wasn't a starter anymore, nobody wanted to deal with that, right?
Yep.
So I don't know to what level that occurred, but I think a lot of teams would look at it and say, what do we want to deal with here? And again, I've never met the kid, so I am not going to take any shots there whatsoever. I thought he was a second day pick.
Yeah, Mike, I had mentioned earlier that it's one thing to go through the evaluation process of the game footage. You've talked about that, the stuff you see that they did throughout the season. Then you have the gym shorts Olympics at the combine, right? You do that part. But then there's the getting to know the player, the evaluation, the sitting down in meetings, communicating with him, getting to know him a little bit personally as much as you can in as short a time as you can. How often does that sort of turn or change the perception of a player? Regardless if it's, and I would imagine it's more important for a quarterback because of the position he plays and the impact that he has. But how much does that change once a GM or coaches get a chance to sit down and meet a player face to face and talk with them, and whether or not that can turn an organization sort of away from a player?
Yeah, the game tape should trump all, with the caveat that the quarterback position, like you just said, it's really critical. If you're looking at a kid that potentially is the face of your organization, your head coach, your offensive coordinator, your quarterback coach, your owner want to get to know this kid prior to taking him, especially if you're using a first or second round pick. You want to know who this kid is. You talk to you do all the homework you can possibly do. And again, I can't tell you what kind of impression the kid did or didn't make when he got inside buildings, but I can tell you that those impressions are really important, especially to coaches. And coaches look at it like, you're the guy that we've got to get the most out of to make our team better. And are you going to live in that building? Are you going to grind? Are you going to be able to lift weights with the offensive linemen? Are you going to be able to get the respect from everybody in that building and lead us? And that starts with little simple things. And and again, I don't know anything about Shaddur, but if a coach doesn't like a presentation, whether it's on a Zoom call or in your building or wherever, that can hurt a kid, I think, especially at that position.
Yep.
What do you make of, and I don't know if you watched it live, and I'm sure you've certainly seen the clips. Mel Kiper Jr.'s sort of reaction to his slide was something that I've never seen on television.
I've never seen anything like it before, Mike. I swear I've never seen anything like Mel this weekend. I've never seen it, and I watch the draft every year. And Mel has had his moments over the years. I've been watching the draft since the early 90s, so Mel has been around for a long time. I remember the Vince Tobin stuff. I remember all that stuff. I thought this weekend, Mike, my goodness, he was in his personal feelings over this Shaddur Sanders thing.
So you guys know my background, and I did the NFL Network version of that 20 years almost. So I'm loyal to my guys there, and I watch them. But
Me too, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
I watched NFL Network too until Spike told me about Mel.
Yeah, Ike was doing the show on Thursday night, and I was home watching ESPN. I told him on Friday, I was like, dude, you got to see Mel Kiper with this Shaddur Sanders thing. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah.
It's hard because it felt like he took it personally. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yep.
And when you're doing that job, you can invest a lot of time and effort, and kind of him going off in the entire league, not knowing how to evaluate quarterbacks and all that. It, on one hand, I understand you get frustrated at things, and he's been doing this for a long time, so I give him a lot of respect. But I just thought he kind of went off the deep end, and it went on for way too long.
Yeah.
Mike Mayock with us. Mike, one more from me. The Eagles did not draft one player that they brought in for a top 30 visit, which was strange. Do you, like, as a former GM, does that feel out of the ordinary to you?
The people don't really understand the 30 visits are kind of, they're a gamut of different types of players. It's not the top 30 players on your board or even close. It's usually guys that you have medical questions on, off the field questions on. Sometimes guys you don't think are going to get drafted that you want to recruit as undrafted free agents when the draft ends, and you want them to know you're interested in them prior to it starting, in addition to some of the guys you might take up top. So it's a little surprising that none of them got drafted, but I certainly wouldn't see it as a major aberration.
All right, Mike. Well, we appreciate the analysis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there was no real emotional meltdown from you here, but maybe we'll check in next time. Maybe next year you'll have one.
I really appreciate you guys. Thanks.
All right,
Mike.
thanks, Mike. There he is, Mike Mayock. Why can't I get my mouse?
I mean, I can appreciate, and again, I'm like Mike, I watch more of the NFL Network stuff than I do ESPN. But you drew my attention to the ESPN footage, so I definitely checked it out Friday night, and he was still going all Friday night.
It got worse.
Yes.
It got worse. Yeah.
I mean, he literally was like, the NFL ought to be ashamed of themselves. They don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks. I'm like, well, Mel, they do get some of them right.
Right. He was just naming the guys they got wrong. And then Reese Davis just being basically like, dude, shut up. Yeah. It was wild.
Yeah.
All right.
But I will say this. I think Shaddur actually landed in a good spot for him to have a real chance of winning the starting job. Maybe not coming right out of training camp, but like there isn't a whole lot on the roster right now in Cleveland where you're like, yeah, we got our franchise quarterback here.
Well, what was interesting is they drafted Dillon Gabriel in the third. They were definitely drafting Dillon Gabriel.
They listened to you.
You know.
Hold on. Spike said a 5'10" lefty. That's
Well,
27 years old.
Well, look.
Sign me up.
Look, man, Mayock had Bo Nix wrong too. So just mentioning. But they were definitely drafting him as a quarterback room backup quarterback. That's what they wanted. Yeah. You know, like Dillon Gabriel is not the starter there.
Right.
Joe Flacco is almost 40 years old. Deshaun Watson's never going to play again. Kenny Pickett has tiny hands.
Yep.
Like Shaddur Sanders,
Super Bowl champion,
the Super Bowl champion, Kenny Pickett, but he still has tiny hands. You know, he's got a chance to
go prove it.
Right.
Like you got a shot. Like it's not like you. That's why I come in here. You're not going to beat out Jalen, or it's not likely you're beating out Jalen Hurts to be a starting quarterback. Like you can actually win the starting job in Cleveland.
Sure, yeah.
You can win the starting job in Cleveland.
I'm surprised the Cowboys didn't take him. I mean, I know that Dak, I get it.
It's already a circus there.
I'm with you, yeah.
But like, it's such a Jerry thing to do. It's not like the Manziel first round thing that he's begging for them. It's the fourth round. You tell me, like Jerry, who is obsessed with that team being in the news.
Right.
Yeah.
Surprised he didn't take it just for content.
Well, but that is a team, by the way, that Deion. Like, if you think about hassle, if you're Jerry Jones, you know who's going to call you constantly about your.
Did they interview Deion?
I think they were talking about
right.
it.
There was talk, and then they both, I think, publicly said that they weren't interested or something like that. So, 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey man, I hope Jack gave y'all the message. Hey, I'm actually in the seat of the crime right now. I'm talking at a conference up in the land in Cleveland, and they hyped about Shaddur up here. They putting up their.
Oh, I bet they are, considering what else
Yes.
they have on the roster.
They putting up their watch and everything.
Yeah.
But look, man, I've been in and out. Listen, first of all, Elliot, I gotta address some stuff. Elliot, you riding too hard, dog. You up here talking about the guy might not live up to the potential if he ain't an edge rusher. Like, wasn't Zach Bond drafted to be an edge rusher? Like, so Zach Bond ain't no good story because he playing middle linebacker. Like, what is this guy talking about? Like,
Yeah.
like I don't get he fought too hard on the sword. Like, if this dude come out and he Fred Warner, shoot, even if he Roquan Smith,
Exactly. Yes.
like that's a hit. I don't know. I don't like. I feel like with the Eagles, they put a lot of hits at the edge rusher. Like they signed a little, the Uches and
Ojulari.
Ojulari. They drafted a 6th round dude. Elliot told me, Jalen Tuck supposed to be the next Brandon Graham. He left Nolan Smith. So why would we want a guy, who why would we want a guy that will not play? Like, you know what I'm saying? Based off what he's saying, I would love Zach Bond and Campbell in the middle. I give the draft a good B plus. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The second round pick, Makuba. A lot of people saying he's too small. He remind me a lot of Tyrann Mathieu. Tyrann Mathieu was a nickel, small guy. Hit hard. You know what I'm saying? So I get a draft good B plus. I'm not going to overhype it. I like the first 2 picks. I like the Ty Robbins pick. I just think this team didn't address the cornerback position. Like, I'm not high on Keely Ringo. I'm sorry. I might be wrong about him.
You don't like the 5'9" guy they took in the 5th round, Mac McWilliams?
He's more of a nickel. And
That's Avonte Maddox, man.
Yeah.
And listen, as quiet as it's kept, I know people don't want to hear this. This team might think about playing Cooper DeJean on the outside. I mean, I know we don't want that, but it's like when you sit here and look at what they do, they draft a nickel corner. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what, we're gonna find out if they put him out there. We're gonna see if he can play out there.
Won't be quite as exciting a White on the outside, I don't think. I don't know. He doesn't look like he has the speed to play outside.
He ran a 4.43, so I mean, that's playable on the outside. But you draft a guy like Keely Ringo in the 4th round. This dude been sit. He wasn't even the backup behind Isaiah Rodgers. Isaiah Rodgers was the backup. So you think they just gonna hand him the job? And let me address Spike real quick, because
what did I do now?
I always gotta address him. Let me tell you this dude, Kyle McCord, right? Let's talk about these ACC quarterbacks. They put up that. You look at a guy like Daniel Jones, right? You look at a guy like Trevor Lawrence, right? You look at a guy like EJ Manuel. Like, when you play in the ACC, it's not great competition, so you put up a lot of yards. Elliot said Kyle McCord didn't play with a lot of talent. Boy, he left Ohio State, right? Like a
lot of talent there. Yeah, it was a lot of talent there.
Ohio State, he left because he had a down season, and they told him he wasn't guaranteed the starting job next year. So he bounced, and went up to Syracuse. Matter of fact, he committed to Nebraska, and then when Raiola went there, he left there, and then he committed to Syracuse. But this dude don't want to compete. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
Oh, that's BS. Wait, hold on. Right. No. You're talking about, no. You're talking about college football now. No, these guys transfer all the time. Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we can't say that nowadays. Yeah, they all transfer.
These guys, if they're not going to start, they leave. That's what happens.
All I'm saying is this dude play with talent.
He can play.
Player.
He can play.
But he ain't better than no Tanner McKee. I mean, he might be better than DTR, but he's not the third or fourth best.
But here's the thing. Yes, he is. But here's the thing, Corey, is that Tanner McKee's only got 2 years left before they have to pay him. So he's going to end up being he's going to be the next Tanner McKee. Tanner McKee.
You act like Tanner McKee going to get a top deal.
He's going to still start somewhere.
Yeah, we're extending Tanner McKee. How much? 6 years?
I mean, like I said, like Kyle McCord. Like, listen, everybody that's a Buckeye fan, and you supposed to be with us. I thought you was with us.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Corey. Is that obvious that we were talking last week? I don't watch college football, and maybe I have to pick a big program team because Syracuse is where I graduated. I'm not watching ACC football. I got to watch big football. And we were thinking about maybe me cheering for Ohio State. You have to approve that before that ever happens.
If you root for the ACC got 2 hits. You got Mike Vick. You got McNabb. That's it. All the rest of them dudes garbage. So come over. If you want
Matt Ryan.
That's cool.
Phillip Rivers.
Matt Ryan, okay. But like when you come, if you want to root for Ohio State, you got to be all in. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Will Howard better than Kyle McCord, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Stop it.
And he's from a better town.
You know what I'm talking about?
Hold on. Where did Will Howard go?
What's that?
Well, he's from Downingtown.
No. I mean, what school? What team drafted him? Yeah.
He got drafted by Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh. Okay.
Yeah.
4 picks later. Hey, all I know is one guy changed, and we won the chip, baby.
Look,
one guy out, the guy in.
Corey, you said I have to be. I'm in on one particular thing, and that is the tape. I am loyal to one thing, the tape. And if you want me to be more loyal to Ohio State than the tape, that look, I'm a tape guy.
I'm gonna go ahead and start this for Ike and Jack. You know what I'm saying? And you might be on this too. You know what I'm saying? This year we're gonna play out. AJ Brown do a little contract, all that, play that out. 2 years, we gonna get Jeremiah. You know what I'm saying? That's what we gonna do.
Oh man.
2 years, we gonna get AJ, listen, they were talking about
how the hell we gonna get Jeremiah Smith, man? We're not gonna be bad enough to get him.
Hey, everybody talking about trading AJ for fourth pick. Hey, that's the year we're gonna talk about it.
Corey, yeah, next question today. Give us your favorite stand-up comedian.
Hey, Marty Marr.
Martin Lawrence.
Oh, Martin Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Martin Lawrence was awesome.
Martin Lawrence, yeah.
Martin Lawrence was awesome.
Yep, Martin Lawrence had some good stand-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably go Eddie, Martin. Well, my top is Bernie. Bernie is my top.
Yeah.
Eddie, Martin. Then it's one other one I would. Oh no, it's already been said. Dave Chappelle. That's probably my top 4. There's some other good ones there, but that's probably my top 4 right
You
there.
wouldn't have Pryor before your time a little bit?
I put Richard Pryor before those guys.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't get to see the best of Richard Pryor.
He's an OG. Without Richard Pryor, those
Richard
guys don't
Pryor's
have
with the Red Foxes of the world, those guys. Yeah. I just mean the guys we grew up watching.
215-592-9494, talking Eagles draft. Shaddur, maybe sprinkle in a little Phils if you want to talk about Phils
The
are
Toy
hot.
is still one of my favorite movies.
What's that?
The Toy.
Oh, The Toy is awesome. Now, you want to talk about movies that don't really age particularly well? You watch The Toy.
The Toy.
And you're like,
yeah, you can't. Yeah.
He
bring a large black man.
Yeah.
To the party.
Yes. I mean, they bought the black guy.
Yes. Yes.
But the Toy
you think
is
of the concept. Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, that might not fly today.
It's still very funny, but you have to realize when it was made.
Yes.
All right. Coming up next, we'll find out what
about that part.
Yeah. A little bit.
All the Toy.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Howie did talk about Dallas Goedert, who did not get traded. Sounded a little bit different.
Doesn't sound good for Goddard.
No, he was a little. Well, whatever. We'll play that for you next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Oh, it's me. Well, I'm gonna. You know what you should draft? No, I just got excited. You should draft new windows and doors with your house with Gaida. And I'm gonna tell you about the price they're gonna get you, and that's amazing. I'm gonna tell you about the financing, and that's amazing, and how it's gonna help your house. But the process when you call 1-877-GO-GAIDA is amazing. From the no obligation in-home estimate, when they send somebody out to your house, you can learn about the new windows that you're going to get in your home. You can learn about the amazing insulated front door that you're going to get in your home and why it makes such a difference. You're going to feel so much more confident after you have those conversations when you see the difference. They're going to give you 20% off every window and every door when you go Gaida right now. So, and you can start your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 3 years. So this thing that you've been waiting on doing in springtime, that's when you take on these projects. They're going to do it cheaper, do it with no money down, do it with interest-free financing. All of it. Now is the time to go Gaida. It's a limited time for this offer, and there are restrictions. So what you want to do is do what I did. Call 877-GO-GAIDA. Get that free, no-obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Phillies?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega!
Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets. Fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We will have an exclusive report for you at 5:30 from the White House lawn from Elliot Shore Parks. Will he get a question in? I'm cheering for him. I need Elliot to take this step. What a moment it would be for him to ask Trump about the tush push.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the quote he's going to get?
I know.
Come on, Elliot.
Man.
We need this out of Elliot.
It'd be big for Insider of the Year points.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I think whoever asked the best question today has to go to the top of the list.
Absolutely. I mean, we didn't do because we had the Phillies game. We didn't have the power rankings last week. But somebody asked a question today, like, I don't know, somebody like Tim McManus gets asked a question. He'll go right to the top of the list.
Let me just say.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the video.
Yes.
It's kind of spanning the crowd and pretty much everybody that's there from the Eagles and the team. That does not look like a full team there.
No.
And as a matter of fact, it looks like every assistant coach is there, which actually helps fill out the picture.
Oh, really? You have the wide view
Well, no,
of the
just
picture.
the video is spanning through it. And I'm like, these aren't players I'm seeing. Some of these are coaches that I'm noticing or what have you. And Jack, correct me or not, it looks like there may be 20 players there.
Yeah, I think less than 30.
Oh, really? I'm sure we'll get the report of, now that they can see, now that they're all up there, I'm sure we'll get the report of who was there and who wasn't.
Now, Trump did just say that he hopes they keep the tush push.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Ah.
I don't think it was asked by anyone. I think he just impromptu said it.
I wonder if somebody slid that to him there to make sure he gets that out there publicly.
Yes,
He's in favor of the tush.
He was complimentary of Jalen Hurts, who is not there today, but he said he had a great season. Legendary performance after legendary performance. So.
Being a legendary, the legend of Big Dom continues to grow.
Yes, as he was called out specifically. Dominic, as he was called.
I can't wait to text him.
He full named him.
I got up there and said words.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened?
The security
Team
guy called
security?
him? No, I don't think so.
Now, do you think Trump's going to address that he picked the Chiefs to win the game?
Oh, so did Elliot, didn't he?
Forgiven him for that.
Yeah, right.
They may have already forgiven him for that.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jeweler. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Is the movie Sinners overhyped? Wow.
Stick to sports.
Yeah. What do you think
Slow news day?
What do you think the response is, Ike? And is the movie Sinners overhyped?
Yes.
They say no.
Oh.
52.1%.
I was going to say it's about 50-50. I was going to say
50-50.
it's about, because you know what? It is a little overhyped. It's not a bad movie, but
good, but overhyped is what I was saying.
And I hate when that happens because it sets up my expectations going into the movie.
And then when you don't say it's great, everybody says that you're hating it.
Yeah.
On a 5-star thing. So I have
now Renee liked it. She's also a Michael B. Jordan fan. And I let that go.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, she liked it, and I was more or less like,
I also thought
it's not a bad movie. It's not bad.
The music scene made me feel like I was watching Broadway. Like
it had a little bit of that to it. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so.
Yeah, I had a little bit of that to it.
I gave it out of 5 stars. I gave it 3. I feel like it is a 3 out of 5 star movie.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 3.5. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
215-592-9494. Lou in Denver. You're on WIP. What's up, Lou?
Hey, what's up, guys? With the Shaddur Sanders thing, I'll knock that out real quick. I would have probably taken him in the 5th round. I would have been okay with it. I mean, just as a flyer, I think I saw some games this year being out here in Colorado. I thought he was tough and accurate. Good value at 5th round, but you know, I don't care really that much, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would have been, can I tell you this, Lou, from I don't know if it changes the franchise one way or another, right? But from a how the offseason feels perspective, this was a major fork in the road. Because if Shaddur Sanders doesn't go to the Browns there and gets picked by the Eagles, let me tell you what we are talking about from today, April 28th, until they kick off. It is Shaddur Sanders. Like that, it would
Oh no!
Well, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing or indifferent, but I can tell you that the conversation around here would have been a lot different today.
Yep.
The idea of Jihad Campbell being an edge or a linebacker wouldn't be something we talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get all that. I think it just would have blown over once the season started. Jalen Hurts is definitely Super Bowl MVP. There's no controversy. Although what some people might think, there's just no controversy, even if he has a few bad games. So
that's all it takes.
I would have personally done it, and I think they did jump up to because they thought the Eagles were going to get him. But bro, he's getting hit from all different angles, and the funniest one, and he brought it on himself. He wants the attention. That's fine. You got to take both sides of it. I was at Monster Jam. Do you know what Monster Jam is? The monster trucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
I took my 6-year-old son. And it was fine. We were having a good time. And then they do these big jumps. And the announcer goes, wow, he was in the air longer than it took Shaddur Sanders to get drafted. I was like, bro, I'm dead right now. This is crazy. So overall, I give the Eagles an A-. I thought they were going to pick Jihad Campbell. I'm glad they did. He's a versatile player. Same thing with the safety. It looks like he's versatile. He's going to be a little lighter side, but he's going to play that center field position pretty well. So overall, the one thing I will say that I'm surprised is they didn't take a tight end, and it sounds like they're just trying to trade Goedert, which I still just don't get. He's a top 5 when healthy tight end, and we're vying for a Super Bowl this year. So I don't know if Howie has some tricks up his sleeves, but what do you guys think? Are you surprised they didn't take a tight end?
Yeah, considering the feel going into this thing, Lou, was that they're moving on from Dallas Goedert. And we sort of got a sense that maybe they wound up getting a 4th or 5th round pick for him or something. For that not to happen and the Eagles to not move on from him at any cost, I say figure out a way to come to a happy medium and he should be back here. Like, it's not like we have a better alternative in place.
Yeah, Lou, give us, because we're actually going to play what Howie said in a second. Okay. Give us your favorite stand-up comedian for next question today.
Well, I do stand up as a hobby. Come out and see me in Denver. Controversial, but I really love Louis C.K. Look up the fat woman MRI zoo bit, and you tell me what you think.
Yeah, I mean, Louis C.K. is an all-timer.
That's an all-timer.
Yeah, I mean, he got in trouble, whatever. He's an all-time stand-up comedian. This is what Howie was asked about Dallas Goedert after the draft, and here's what he had to say.
Dallas is part of the team, as we speak. Obviously, as we go forward, we're going to continue to address things on this team, and right now, nothing further. Dallas is a heck of a player, heck of a person. Certainly don't want to do anything publicly where we're discussing anyone's business, but have so much respect for him. Been to 2 Super Bowls together, and obviously would love him on this team. You always love having Dallas on this team, but we're not there right now on any of that.
So I actually think that was a before and after cut. So I think the first thing we heard was what he said before, and that was Dallas is on this team. That's all I have to say. Then after the draft, he was definitely more complimentary of Dallas Goedert, a heck of a player, a heck of a person, so on and so forth. I wonder if this is all sort of public negotiating in trying to get Dallas Goedert to take less money by making it seem like they're going to trade him. I'm with you. There becomes a certain point where a player is worth more to you than it is for you not to have him. I don't understand how the Eagles, how they are constructed right now, are a better team without Dallas Goedert. That's what I can't figure out. They're a better team with Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert had some huge plays last year.
Yeah.
Injury issues aside, whatever. He looked like he still had plenty of football left. And in that, after he came back from the injury, I would say Dallas Goedert looked as good as he has, in the last few years, in that last run of games there.
And he's good in the run game. He's a very underrated run blocker, which a lot of our tight ends that we have, Calcaterra, and those guys are pretty much just pass catching tight ends. They aren't as good of a run blocker as Dallas is. Yeah,
I just don't understand.
Yeah, it's hard to say who's sitting in the catbird seat here because if you're Dallas Goedert, he's certainly, although I would imagine, listen, he probably knows he's not getting a new deal from the Eagles. So he's probably sitting here saying, well, ball is in your court. This is what I'd be guaranteed if I'm here this year on the roster. Now it's up to you. Now, you don't put me in a position where if you release me, all the money is dried up. But that's not me. Like, normally when you get, in other words, if Dallas was looking to get out of here because he's unhappy with his contract or what have you, I think we would hear more of that side of things.
Yeah, we're not hearing anything
We're not
from
hearing
the Dallas
any
side.
of that. Like, Dallas Goedert is just basically here.
Right.
Right. I'm sure he's not happy that his name is being dwindled out there and the team won't make a commitment to him. But as far as him, he's not making any type of public demands or anything of that nature.
Mm-mm. Yeah, there hasn't been any leaks that Dallas doesn't want to be here.
Right.
Dallas isn't going to renegotiate.
He wants to be here.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown. You're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Good afternoon, man.
What's up, Chris?
What up, Chris?
Guys, I just want to share a few observations that I had from the weekend. Touch on a lot of these topics you're talking about. Spike, first of all, on Thursday, I did see Mel melting down on TV, and I was getting concerned that even the hairpiece was going to fall off. Like, he was going ballistic.
Yeah.
And I literally to the point where, like, he was taking it so personal. Like, I really was waiting for him to get it. Like, he was more angry than Deion.
Seriously.
Deion looked fine.
Yes.
I was waiting for Mel to be like, I feel like he's my son. Like, it was, I don't know what was going on with that. Like, that just, there was a lot of bizarre things about that draft, but I don't know what's more bizarre, the sliding or the Mel Kiper outrage.
I know what made me feel more awkward, and I didn't even see it Thursday night, Chris. I saw it Friday. Mel Kiper made me uncomfortable Friday.
Oh, he made everybody uncomfortable. Yeah.
It was bad. It was bad. And then, Spike, again, we're 2 for 2 here. I share your gut feeling with our Philly boy Bryce, because as a fellow busted backsman, I wonder if he's hurting, because that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, now they just played in Chicago, and the weather was like, with wind chill, was in the low 40s, which is,
not good for the back.
Not good for the back when you got a bad back. But I'm concerned about that. But guys, I have a more serious question as I watched Alec Bohm trying to plod around the bases. And this seriously hit me yesterday, and I thought about it. So I'm going to ask you guys, who do you think is slower? Spike with his plastic hip, Joe DeCamara with his flabby groins, or Alec Bohm?
All right, let me just tell you, I would beat DeCamara, and it's a ceramic hip. I would beat DeCamara in a race. I have no doubt in my mind.
Sounds like a new challenge.
Yeah.
So you're finishing second in this race? You're not last.
No, I would not finish last.
last.
I wouldn't beat Bohm. Bohm's a professional athlete. He's young.
He's still slow.
Yeah, he's very slow. And 6'5". I got little stubby legs or whatever. But I would beat DeCamara. There's no doubt in my mind I would beat DeCamara in a race. But that's not up to me. That's up to Jack at this point.
Well, listen, when you're throwing out challenges to DeCamara, first you got to back up your other challenge that you ducked out of because, not doing the push-up.
Yeah, we still haven't seen those yet.
I'm fine now. My back's feeling fine. I can do it whenever you want.
Yeah,
Tell me whenever you want me to.
Pulling out that dual sword, all right?
All right. Look, dude, I have no problem. I can do the push-ups.
And while we're on it, before I give you my answer, can we please get a damn pause after all that tipping we were talking about? There was a lot of tipping.
It's called a big dose of ghee.
Wait, about the what? Tipping. Oh, tipping.
Guys like to be stroked.
Oh. Well.
No pause.
No pause.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a verb, though.
I mean, I know you're all blue chewed up around there. But come on, guys. Lock in.
All right, Chris. Give us your favorite stand-up.
I got a man. He gets no respect. That's Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, Rodney Dangerfield, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really. Rodney's stand-up was okay. I like Rodney as a character more than a stand-up. Yeah. And Back to School,
Back to School classic.
You've never seen Back to School.
No.
You got to see.
I have a lot of respect for Caddyshack.
Oh yeah, of
that's
course.
right. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's, like Don Rickles is a better stand-up comedian than Dangerfield, right?
Yeah, I like Don Rickles. Yeah,
Don Rickles is very mean, different kind of stand.
That's a different stand.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Don Rickles was mean. Jack, you got to see Back to School. Back to School
Is that with Rodney Dangerfield?
Oh yeah,
You might like. Yeah, it might stand the test of time.
Triple Lindy. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a
An
great.
80s comedy.
Yeah, it's a great one. Back when comedies were comedies. Oh.
He hates our 80s movies.
Let's see how this goes. Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP.
Hey, what it do, fellas?
You got 5 seconds.
What it
do?
First things first, I'm sorry.
There it
for
is.
What I said last week.
Okay.
You guys, the numbers don't lie. Have a great show.
Thank you.
The best media city in the country.
Yep. All right.
What numbers have
Love
you
talking
seen?
to you guys.
Yeah, is he on the
Are you
inside?
on our emails?
Yeah.
What's up?
No, I was wondering. Never mind.
Never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah. But you're right. The
I
numbers
just
don't lie.
wanted
Right.
Yep.
I wanted to say, like, no other city competes with us. We get national headlines every year about things that go on at 94. So I love it, and I know that I said things last week that weren't true. So
There
I
we go.
apologize again.
All right.
Good
Apology
job.
accepted. We're putting it behind us.
time's a
Okay.
charm.
There
Yeah.
you go, big man.
Yep.
Behind us.
Well done. Well done. It's
Still-
behind us for sure.
Still Foxhole. So
Okay.
we're good.
Well, maybe.
So I came to talk about this weekend. I went 0-for-7, surprise, or however many picks we had.
Wow.
But
Shocking.
I think that we did cook with our first round pick. Our second round pick, there's mixed opinions, but I like the kid a lot. We drafted a lot of guys who have a lot of ferociousness and play with a lot of physicality, which I love for our team because those guys go 100 miles an hour and are very coachable. I like Campbell. I'd like to see him play off ball a lot. And I like, Makuba.
You're the draft expert.
Yeah. Makuba.
Yeah. I'll call him Hakuda Matata. Same thing.
Well,
But,
it's not the same thing.
I made that joke earlier.
Yeah.
So-
Have a little respect.
He has a great knack for the ball, decent makeup speed, and I think
Is he reading
can
off a
make
list?
a big impact for years to come. So I like it. I like what Howie did, and looking forward to seeing training camp in the spring and just develop it over the summer. So
Amazing.
There he is. Well, you went 0-for-7, but what grade do you give the Eagles draft?
right now, as of today, I give it a B+. I'd
Okay.
like to see Ty Robinson. I'd like to see him start eventually in the passing downs a lot of the time. So if he can get good production out of him and maybe a late round draft guy, I think it could bump up to an A.
All right. All right.
All right.
There he is. Okay, Andrew's final draft report of
Amazing.
the year. Most
That was better than
importantly,
Mayock's.
no. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you don't think so?
Nah. Well,
You
maybe
can't wait
number
for
two.
training camp to see how the guys are going to do.
Yeah, close number two. Close number two. I'm glad that he started the. He was in my head. He had 7 seconds to say I'm sorry.
No,
and he got it out there
fast.
Yeah, right away. Right away. He understood.
He's learning.
Yes,
It's good to see.
Yeah, and then he proclaimed himself back in the Foxhole.
Sure.
It's like, well,
the only losers there are the listeners.
what? Oh, that he's back being a Foxhole guy. Oh man,
got him.
All right. Okay. Well, okay. You can take shots at Jack now. That
Yeah,
you're
we're back.
by the
Now
way.
that you're back in the Foxhole.
Yeah. Jack, the top 5 is coming up, and the people at home are wondering what is coming up in the top 5. I love it so much. What does he have in store for me?
Sounds like you're lying. But the people who had the worst weekend.
A
lot of things happened.
Really? A lot of bad stuff?
Yeah.
Any surprises in there?
No, I mean, not really.
Okay. All right. Just good stuff in there.
Once you get the names, you'll realize they had a bad weekend.
They had a
Exactly
bad
right.
weekend.
Exactly right.
All right. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Friends.
Hey, golf season is back, which means I have to get my swing ready for the Surfside Invitational coming up in a couple of weeks at Ramblewood Country Club. Now, there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than a Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka. Now, in light, no, it's light. That's right. Refreshing, made with real premium vodka and real brew tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, plus no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The pick is in.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Talk about it here. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2000.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
What's up, baseball fans? Go Yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense reminds you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sportsman and sponsored by Napa. The pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. The Cleveland Browns quarterback room is well fascinating. Sean Watson will probably never play another game again for the Browns. Joe Flacco took the team to the playoffs 2 years ago and now is back. Kenny Pickett so far has bounced around the league and is a failed first-round pick. And then you have two rookies in Dylan Gabriel and Shaddur Sanders. Let's be real, out of those five signal callers, the only one I have real appetite to see play come 2025 is Shaddur Sanders. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where even anti-socials, hello, fuzzy sock puppet, can get social. Whoa. Follow Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We have our own embedded reporter in Washington, D.C. at the White House for the Eagles visit. We will check in with Elliot Shore Parks in about a half an hour, but we have more important business to get to right now.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5. So a lot happened this weekend, of course, in the sports world. And a lot of people had bad weekends. But who had the 5 worst weekends? We will get to that now. Number 5 is me and Walk.
Whoa.
Yep.
Why?
Yep.
Had a bad weekend?
Had a bad weekend.
5th worst weekend of all?
Of all time.
Wow.
Yeah. Saturday, went to my good buddy's. His kid is the 3rd birthday and a 1st birthday. So a birthday party for young kids. Great.
Sure.
So fun.
Wait a
Love
minute.
that. Yeah.
Was his 3-year-old and his 1-year-old born on the same?
They're born in April. So they're getting them
okay.
both out at the same time.
Okay.
He's from Long Island.
Oh.
He's a Mets fan.
Okay.
And while I was in the other room, Walk was in the playroom, they handed him a Mets pillow and snapped a photo of him in the Met with the Mets pillow.
Oh, no. Hold on, man.
That's going to be used as blackmail. So I got out in front of it, posted it over the weekend, said, look what they did to my beautiful boy. Because I didn't need that picture showing up saying, was that at your house?
He got out in front of it.
Had to get out in front of it.
So true. You know that's why he did it.
Yeah, of course. Wait, did you have to drive to Long Island for this?
No.
Oh.
He lives in Warminster now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Driving
So-
to Long
I was
Island
going to
is
say that was the bad part of it.
yeah.
He drove
Driving to Long Island is horrible.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the worst experiences of my life is driving to Long Island.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we burned that photo, but had to get out in front of it in case there's any allegations.
I think that photo needs to be put on a T-shirt by somebody.
Let's not put
Taunt you.
Let's not put Walk's face on a bunch of t-shirts.
Yeah,
all right?
well.
Thank you. The 4th person or people that had the worst weekend is WIP.
What?
He was right there. Shaddur was right there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they could have drafted him in the 4th. They were about to draft him in the 5th. And now what are we going to talk about? Phils are great. They're back. Who cares? You know, there's no melting down. Right back in the World Series conversation. And the Eagles, like, they're just boring. I mean, what a boring time to be an Eagles fan. Win the Super Bowl. There's no controversy. They didn't give us anything this offseason. They drafted boring. They did nothing in free agency. Twiddling our thumbs until training camp?
Yes.
Oh, we're going to have to do some serious heavy lifting this summer.
Boring. No, earn that big paycheck you get in there now.
Well, listen, you guys, you two are bigger than me.
That's true. Well, I don't know for sure, but I would assume. You know, I'm not going to lie. This morning, I was like, when are we doing top 11? I started looking. I was like, wow, that's not to the end of June. I mean, they really look, me to you, the Eagles,
Yeah.
You really could have done us a favor with Shaddur Sanders.
Dude, you don't even know. I'm sitting there. I ain't even bothered texting you two because
you knew what we were thinking.
Well, yeah. And I'm hearing these reports that the Eagles are interested. I'm like, oh my God, they're going to draft him.
Yep.
I actually thought they were going to draft him.
It was so perfect.
Yeah.
So perfect.
Yeah, I mean, when you do this job, you start thinking, I'm going to be honest, you start thinking about the teams you want them to win, but you think about this other thing is like, well, we got to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
From a talk about it standpoint, the Shaddur Sanders thing is friggin' gold. It would have been gold.
Damn it, Howie.
For weeks. The top 11, somebody would have had Shaddur in their top 11.
Somebody would have.
Yep.
Think about your team partner one time.
Oh my God!
Time.
Can you imagine Giglio talking about Shaddur? Oh,
City would not be able to.
I'd even listen to WIP. That's how excited I would be. I would listen to the radio.
Tell us how great Shaddur looks at training camp.
Oh man, he's taking shots down the field.
Yep,
Jalen's thinking and dunking.
Now, the Delaware Valley is going to have to deal with Elliot and I being on the same page on Kyle McCord, and that's going to be very annoying. But it is nothing like it would have been if we had Shaddur Sanders.
Well, especially he can't play.
Yes, he can.
Thanks.
He doesn't.
And he's a Jets fan.
Who cares?
Oh, no, he's a Jets fan?
Yes. I tried to tell you.
He loved McNabb when he was a kid. I saw the video.
I saw the picture.
I saw the video.
He had one photo of it in a McNabb jersey. Fine. He's a Jets fan. And he wore 6 because of Mark Sanchez. Talks about the 2011 AFC Championship game. Look it up. Google it.
Wow.
2011 AFC Championship game, he was like 8.
Perfect time to be a Mark Sanchez fan.
No, it was 14 years ago.
That's kind of when the Eagles were starting to dip a little bit.
Just saying, a divided household he grew up in. Jets, Broncos.
Well, that's not his fault.
Jets, Broncos.
Well, but okay.
I'm just telling. He's from South Jersey.
Hold on.
Parading around Captain Philadelphia.
Hold on. But here's the issue. If he's 7 years old and one of his parents is a Jets
just because
fan,
you're a Knicks fan,
was a Knicks fan. Look, give the kid a break.
Yeah, I can't hold it against him.
What was he when he was a teenager? What was he when he was a
Pickett,
teenager?
Kenny Pickett's a real Eagles fan. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Kenny Pickett.
You didn't even buy that.
No, I didn't, because he got the 4th and 26th year wrong. I thought it was like 2005. It's 03, Kenny.
Did you see?
I think Vinny Curry might be the only true Eagles fan that grew up an Eagles fan.
We couldn't get Corey Clement.
We know Corey was a Cowboys fan.
Yeah. Did you see Jackson Dart said his favorite athlete growing up was Derek Jeter? Okay. He was 8 when Derek Jeter retired, and he lived in Utah. Your favorite athlete growing up was
Derek Jeter's been retired that
since
long?
he was 9. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Derek Jeter retired in 14. 14. Yeah. Come on.
I guess that was a decade ago.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Third person who had the worst weekend is Bill Belichick. What a weird interview.
Holy cow.
Dude.
So first off, talks about how he didn't mention Robert Kraft in the book at all.
Well, let's talk about first off. He shows up to this big interview with a sweatshirt with a giant rip on the front of it, which was weird.
Very strange. Very strange. And then this interaction with his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, just very, very odd.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
Since when the hell she get to call the shots?
Well, so they said
interrupting the interview.
So I read that the reason they included that in the interview is because it happened several times that didn't even make the final cut.
Right.
So they wanted to show that at least it happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing about her is that the way she's operating, it's like she's done this before or something. It's like, how does she come in and become this?
Oh yeah, you mean she ain't some sort of innocent Johnny come lately. She's somewhat up to snuff as far as what's going on.
Well, how is she on the field, like, calling shots, and she's in the and by the way, how could you have met that we're not talking about? What are we talking? Like, what the hell happened?
Well, they probably met. Who knows?
Well, they said
maybe
they met on
online.
Didn't they say they met on a plane or something?
Well, I think she was a cheerleader.
Is that what it was?
that what it
Maybe
was?
was the team plane on the way back. I don't know.
I don't.
Oh, she was a Patriots cheerleader?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think you're making that up.
Easily could have been making that up.
Oh,
yeah,
goodness
I don't
gracious,
think
man,
that's
you know I
true.
run with
Well, I
everything, man.
they said things with confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's a relationship.
It's weird.
Well, yours definitely weird because he's 72 and she's 24.
But somehow it's even weirder.
Well, she's probably embarrassed how they met because it probably looks bad on her part. You think? Well, she's the one who jumped up quick to say we're not talking about that.
All right.
Yeah, Bill Belichick didn't say it.
I don't want to get canceled, but is it possible that she was a paid date?
Yeah.
That became his girlfriend.
I was going to say maybe it was OnlyFans, but I know that's not a good choice right now, Unc.
No,
yeah,
but
because he out here acting
well, if it was
wild.
OnlyFans, somebody would know her OnlyFans. But if it
Well,
was,
that's true.
if she was like an escort, I'm
Escort.
not like accusing anything, but like maybe.
Hey, man, each is his own. She's
yeah,
grown.
yeah, whatever.
She's not being held against her will.
No.
And she certainly seems like she
is enjoying it.
Well, my thing is, she doesn't seem like she's just here. She walked on the practice field to give him something.
Yes.
2 weeks ago. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's not, I'm in the background. I don't want to be noticed. No, she's out.
I've been watching sports
out there.
my whole life, and I've never seen anything like that.
Belichick in the book called her his creative muse. So you got that. Like,
What's
she's in
he
there.
creating? He's a football coach. He's not he's not writing songs or
You gotta
doing
think about it.
paintings.
He might have seen some things the last couple of years that he did not know was out there. She's young. He's not. I'm saying.
Things have changed.
I'm just saying she may have enlightened him to some things that he just didn't know about.
Yeah, and she's allowed to do whatever she wants now.
Oh man, 24, 25.
We're not talking.
We're not
about
talking about that.
Yeah.
The second person that had the worst weekend is Jeff Ulbricht's kid.
Oh my God!
I mean,
Jeff had the worst week.
Well, Jeff had a bad weekend.
I was trying to imagine how mad. By the way, Jeff Ulbricht is was he defensive coordinator of the Falcons, and his son saw Shaddur Sanders' phone number. That's the story on his iPad, and then made the phony phone call to Shaddur Sanders that he was the general manager of the Saints, and then posted that. His son was sitting next to the
That's
kid.
how stupid they are.
And they posted the video on the internet.
Yeah, because unless you actually get caught and get the publicity out of it, what's the purpose?
What's the
of
purpose of
it?
doing it?
You feel me?
Yeah.
Like they could have let that go. They probably would have gotten discovered because the NFL said they were investigating. So eventually they would have found out where a call came from. But they post the video because they want the publicity behind it.
I'm just thinking, how mad do you think Jeff Ulbricht is when he finds out?
Oh, he's hot.
That it's who? It's
I know it's not my son. Yeah, like what?
Like if I was that kid, I would lock myself in my room for the next 10 years.
He's hot.
Yeah.
I'll say this. It's the reason why Shaddur had that phone as an only coach's phone for the weekend.
Right.
Because people make these prank calls every year.
All the time.
Yeah, it happens
really?
every year during draft time.
Ah.
Yeah. And that's why I said Shaddur. That's why he was like, well, nobody has this number. This is not even my real phone number.
Right.
This was strictly for the draft.
Yep.
So he's like, only coaches have this number.
I got prank phone called back in 2011, first day of recruiting. You know, it happens to the best athletes.
Did you really?
Yeah, like my teammates blocked the number and said, like, this is University of Maryland. And I was like, hell yeah. And then Bloomsburg.
I didn't get prank called. We didn't have cell phones.
It's a little
back
different.
then.
Yeah. I had to get beeped.
But also told people don't call the house. And people still called the house wanting to know.
If you
First of all, y'all got cable, I'm assuming. Did you see me get drafted yet? So you don't have to keep calling here asking.
Were you a prank phone call kid as younger? Or were you too young for it?
Somewhat.
Oh, I was.
Of course you were. Yeah.
You mean you made a prank call?
A lot of them. No, I didn't call anybody on draft day. You know.
But if you had a number, I bet you would
Well,
have.
back in the day,
Could have got you some numbers.
I mean, I was growing up in the Jerky Boys era. I mean, the phony phone calls were it. Before caller ID,
I called WIP.
As a prank or just?
Yeah, well, it wasn't a prank. It just wasn't me. Meaning it was me, but I didn't call as me.
How many times would you say you did that?
Once.
Okay.
Did you raise your voice or deepen it?
Well, here's the thing.
Hi, this is
I wasn't a popular player at this time. So we're talking 2000 maybe. This was Glenn at night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I called Glenn at night. Yeah, I was arguing about basketball.
Nice.
Somebody I wanted to call up. And I gave just a dumb name. I don't even remember the name I gave. But
Levi?
I don't know. I don't even remember the name I gave. I just gave a name and gave some town. And the best part was, I think Glenn was irritated with the question that I didn't really get a back and forth. It was more or less, he took the call. I said what I wanted to call about.
And he thanked you and
he
moved
thanked
on.
me and hung up on me real quick.
Yep. That happens.
When I was working at YSP.
So that must have been a bad call, right? If he hung up on me that quick.
Yeah, I would say so. Well,
ready
the
to move
nights, the nights you need calls anyway.
Oh, yeah.
When the Kid Chris show was on YSP, they used to do this thing where they would call radio. They would all call a radio station and fill up the lines. So every time they would go to one of the calls, it was another phony. So they did it to Glenn once.
Yeah. See?
Yeah. And it freezes the host.
Night guys, man.
Yeah, it freezes the host because then you can't go to any calls anymore. Yeah.
I did it at night. I was too nervous to do it during the day because I thought somebody may
recognize
hear
you.
the voice. Yeah.
Maybe a coach hears you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you call WIP? Like this was back still on 610.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's still AM days back then.
Yeah.
But the person who had the worst weekend, you guys have mentioned it, is Mel Kiper.
Yeah.
I mean, could not handle it. And here's a little snippet of Mel not being able to handle Shaddur Sanders' slide.
I think yelling at the NFL about it is not a quarterback. Boomer Esiason was not happy when he was the second round pick. Tom Brady was not happy. They dropped. How'd they turn out?
And you know what?
Nobody's arguing that can happen.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
times they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks? They don't.
Clueless for 50 years.
They don't know what they're doing when they're talking about quarterback.
There's a lot of good quarterbacks, man.
Yes, they've picked a lot of them. You could actually say that somebody picked a quarterback late actually did a really good job. You know, the Patriots did a good job drafting Tom Brady, right?
Clueless.
Poor Mel.
Man.
I saw people online being like, well, he can't come back after this. Let me tell you.
Oh, sure he can.
Yeah, people
saved his career. You kidding me?
Yes.
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Everyone's talking about Mel Kiper.
Yes.
He had to take and stuck to it.
Yes, absolutely. What were you going to say? Stake to it?
Stick to it. Yeah.
Dude, Mel Kiper's been yelling for years during draft week. This is his time of the year.
Can you imagine if Shaddur Sanders is awesome? Mel Kiper.
Mel Kiper is coming back with a vengeance.
The victory tour.
Yes.
Oh my God. Shaddur Sanders wins Rookie of the
I had
Year.
this kid #1 on my draft board.
Yeah, you're going to see more Mel than you've ever wanted to see.
Yeah.
This hour sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors. That's right. With no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Godfried in Camden, you're in WIP. What's up, man?
Oh, good morning, my brother, and good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yes, but I just called about Sanders, man. And I can tell you that Sanders, God bless Sanders. That's what he said. He pray every morning. The only one who gets something out of this is Deion Sanders. Because he figured that he is a man. And I know he's a man. But the problem is, he can't do what the man didn't do. You still remember that your pigment is still black.
Uh-oh.
And you're not going to get through until when everything became one. And as I can tell Ike, I see Ike losing his mind about this. But Ike, we are still, pigment is still what it is.
Black, yeah.
The pigment is still what it is. And Deion Sanders is the only man who's going to the bank. And the son lose $20 million. That's nothing. What Sanders get, Deion Sanders get, is more than $20 million because he tests the water. He said he was going to test it, and he tested it. And all happened that he realized that we are still black.
Yeah. That's probably the only thing I can understand.
We are still black.
Yep.
And what you're going to say, we're coming like we are driving down in Muncie, Pennsylvania, and realize that you are not in Philly, you are black.
Jack, I'm going to kill you.
Yep.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I get it.
You get it? You get it right?
Yes.
So don't lose your head and go on like the lick you in the head with a kitchen sink. Just be nice and realize that we are the world. We are the people.
Yep.
We can't change this thing forever. You understand?
Yep.
Because God, he said, Deion Sanders say pray on it. So as Reggie Wright paid us, God say must go to Green Bay.
Green Bay.
Was there a kitchen sink in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm throwing the water out.
A kitchen sink.
Oh.
Don't throw the baby out of the bathwater.
I listen to Ike.
Yes.
But Sunday morning I listen. This was what started the show.
Sunny.
And in the living room.
Yeah,
Sunny Hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's a question he asked. Everybody have their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
My opinion is just simple. The only man who wins is Deion Sanders. He don't lose.
All right.
You understand me, brother?
Yep. We're not going to even get your stand up.
Yeah, no.
Better get out of here while we can.
Jack. What's up? I mean, yeah, you had to know.
Let's see how you guys would handle it.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Mike
understood the gist of what he was saying.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. You are
How you doing?
the black thing.
Yes.
Yeah. What's up, Michael in Havertown? You're on WIP. What's up, Michael?
First off, I want to say you guys have the greatest show on the planet.
Thank you.
Hands down.
All right.
Appreciate that.
All right. We'll
From a
take it.
Cowboys fan, interesting.
Yeah. Well,
That's right. That's right.
takes all kinds.
But listen,
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed. Super Bowl champ, MVP, and he doesn't go to the White House, man. That just rubs me the wrong way. That's not cool. You know what I mean?
No, we don't know what you mean.
Yeah. A lot of the players
tell you
didn't
what I
go.
mean.
AJ didn't go.
what I mean.
Devontae
You
didn't
represent
go.
Philadelphia.
BG didn't go.
Philadelphia Eagle fans. You know you're making it political when you don't show up. That's my whole point.
You know what though?
Well, how's he making it political?
Yeah.
Because you know it's gonna come down because it's Trump. Everybody knows that.
But
Come on.
here's the thing, Michael, is that the guys who did go, people, if they want to make that political,
Yeah, I was gonna say, what does that
You know,
say?
Saquon went, and people are making that political too. It's like that's what's unfortunate is that whatever anybody does, people make it political. So
No, I agree. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate, but he is the MVP. He is the star.
well, as long as
That's the whole point.
he shows up at the game, like
Yeah.
I could really care
I
less.
understand.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't have no hatred, bro. I have a whole bunch of love for the guy, man. He's amazing. But I'm just saying, it's just he shows out the whole picture. Like you're a representation of the whole team. You know what I'm saying? You are the man, MVP. You can't take that away from him.
Right.
And you know.
Yeah, well, it's what it is, Michael. Yeah, I appreciate the call. I really just can't get riled up about the guys who go or the guys who don't go.
I agree.
To be honest with you, I feel like we've spent so many years getting so riled up about this, and it's just a waste of all of our energies. To be quite honest with you, I've other stuff to worry about.
Perfectly put.
Yeah,
It's a waste of a lot of energy.
It's just like I see people getting so mad at Saquon for going and playing golf, and then people getting so mad at Jalen and AJ didn't go, Devontae didn't go, BG I guess didn't go. Is like whatever, you know. We all
respect the guys who made the decision to go.
Sure.
As much as I respect the guys who decided they didn't want to go.
And,
like it's not our experience; it's their experience.
That's how I feel about it too.
That's where I look at it. Like, yeah, they don't want to go. They don't, it's their experience. I probably would have gone. I'm just being honest with you. I probably would have gone.
Well, you were talking earlier about you don't know how many chances you're gonna get to have the experience of being not just going to the White House, but being invited to the White House to be celebrated, regardless of what you think of whoever is celebrating you.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know.
And you can go and enjoy the experience of being in the White House. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Everybody doesn't necessarily have to do whatever that makes you uncomfortable or what have you, but going with your teammates and enjoying the experience, I don't think it's a bad thing. And the guys who decided they didn't want to go for whatever reason, that's their choice.
There's just so many years where this happened, and
Yeah.
like it just happened, and
It's
that was
every
it.
year. It happens.
Yeah.
It just so
Yeah.
happens with us because we
Yeah.
won this year. It happens every year.
I just want to go back to everybody relaxing a little bit more. Relaxing a little bit more. That's it. Yeah.
And by the way,
Yeah.
there, I'm sure, have been times throughout the history of the presidency, been guys that didn't go.
Right. And we didn't even know
They
about
didn't even know about
Right,
it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Speaking of which, we do have our own embedded reporter, one guy who did
He's
go.
there.
That is Elliot Shore Parks. We will hear from Elliot. We hear he's in the Oval Office right now, checking in from the
still
Oval
there?
Office.
He's getting taken out.
From the White House
Don't
lawn.
say they didn't kick him out yet.
No. Elliot Shore Parks joins us next. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's beautiful outside, and it's beautiful and sunny. But before you know it, it's going to be hot. It's going to be scorching outside, and you're going to have your windows closed. And unfortunately, if you haven't replaced those windows in a long time, your energy bills are going to be through the roof trying to cool your house off because it's not keeping the hot air outside. Just go, Goedert, because March is a perfect time. It's not March. I'm sorry. It's spring. It's April. The spring is a perfect time to make the decision to replace those old drafty windows and doors before the summer comes along and all that hot air sends those energy bills through the roof. You call Goedert. You get 20% off every window and every door. And what's going to happen is your energy bills are going to go down and your comfort level in the house is going to go up. And your home value is going to go up, all because you made this great decision. Now, I mentioned 20% off every window and every door when you go Goedert. But start your project with no money out of pocket, zero, no money down, and up to 3 years to pay it off without interest. Think about this. No interest, energy bills down, comfort level up, value of your home up, no interest for 36 months, no better time. There are restrictions, and the offer is good for a limited time. What I want you to do is call 877-GO-GOEDER. That's right. Get your free, no obligation in-home estimate, or go to goguida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies kick off a 3-game series against the Nationals tomorrow. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2020.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Two of the best in baseball will face off this weekend in a 3-game series. Los Angeles will head to the East Coast to play a resurgent Atlanta team who started off the season sluggish. Some of the brightest stars and biggest names in baseball will be front and center as two of the titans of baseball clash in another early season test. Who will come away with a win this time? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS top safety awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS top safety awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Philly sports on the go. Download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Vetted political reporter Elliot Shore Parks reporting live from the White House. Elliot, did you get a question in to President Trump?
They didn't let me anywhere near President Trump. I'm not surprised. Yeah, didn't
You
get that
coward.
close. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's dodging the big questions from the Insider of the Year. So
Oh, that's a bummer. So where were you stationed as it all went down?
yeah, so it took place in the South Lawn. The Washington Monument was behind us as the speech was given. He walked down from, I believe, the Oval Office, I think is where the players came out of. I was probably, I don't know, maybe 50 yards away from him. And, you know, I would say overall, I don't know if you guys aired the speech on WIP, but like, it was a pretty tame speech. I would, you know, for all the thoughts of, you know, should they go? What could he say? It was pretty tame. I would say the highlights are he did say he thinks the NFL should keep the tush push. Nick Sirianni thanked him at one point for that. He called out Big Dom. Sounds like him and Big Dom hung out last night, and he gave Dom a hat to wear. So we'll see if Dom does that. And
by the way, everybody going after Saquon. Let's see him go after Big Dom. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I would also say, you know, I think with these events, the big story is who's there, who is there and who is not. And I would definitely categorize attendance as low. AJ wasn't there. Devontae wasn't there. None of the notable Georgia guys were there. It was really just Saquon, the offensive line, Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship, and that was kind of it. Oh, Dallas Goedert was there. Dallas Goedert was there. Mekhi Becton flew in for the event.
Oh man, yeah, Big Beck ain't gonna miss out on this, man.
Nah, Becton loved it, man. Becton was
he enjoyed his year here.
Yes, yeah.
I would also say that without the practice squad guys, that stage would have looked pretty empty. Like there was a lot of practice squad guys took advantage of the opportunity to do this. So mostly coaches and practice squad guys and Saquon, I would say.
No Isaiah Rodgers, no Nakobe Dean, no Zach Bond. I'm seeing
no
him.
Zach Bond.
No
yeah.
BG. Yeah.
No BG. Yeah. So yeah, just the starting offensive line and Saquon to me were I guess Cooper would count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cooper, don't forget about the exciting whites, man.
Yeah. What about Jahan Dotson?
Trump didn't forget about him. He
Yeah.
shouted him out.
Yeah. Looks like Eli Ricks was there too, based on his Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eli Ricks was there. Yeah. Jahan Dotson, I don't believe Jahan Dotson was there. Jake Elliott was there. Rick Lovato was there.
It was.
Practice squad guys.
It did seem. I'll say this. It did seem festive up there. Everyone looked like they were having a good time. Howie looked like he was having a good time. Everyone. It looked. As you mentioned, you said it was. What's the word you used to describe it? It was pretty tame. The entire thing felt pretty tame.
Yeah. He shouted out Howie Roseman at one point. He went over and shook Jeffrey Lurie's hand. He was walked out to the event by Nick Sirianni and Lane Johnson. They gave him a Trump jersey at the end. They had both of the Lombardi trophies there. But I would also say, you know, I talked to someone afterwards who works at the White House, and he said there's a lot of Eagles fans at the White House, like a lot of people that work there, Eagles fans. And you could see that because there were a lot of like Eagles hats, Eagles jerseys. Someone yelled Dallas sucks at one point. So, you know, James Seltzer was
at the White House. Somebody yelled Dallas sucks.
Yeah, someone yelled Dallas sucks at the White House. Vince Papale was there in terms of celebrity sightings, I guess.
No.
Was he selling books?
He was not. No.
Okay.
He was not.
How did Vince Papale get there?
I don't know. The all-century special teams player.
Yeah.
For now, wait till the next century.
Yeah.
Get our boy up there.
Well, he should have been there on the first one, but
That's exactly
I digress.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Elliot, how would you say the experience was for you? This is your first opportunity reporting live from the White House.
You know, I got to say, the White House is pretty cool. And it was very, very white. Like the house itself.
What do you mean by that?
White.
You talking about who was on stage or?
No.
Who was in attendance?
The color of the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Just to
the
be
reporters.
Clear. And with the sun, you know, the grass was very green. It was a nice day, I would say, at the White House for sure. It was a cool event.
Now, was that your first visit to the White House?
So I feel like I maybe went in third grade and I don't remember it. But it
yeah,
was
we had a trip in grade school at one point. Yeah, it was we went to the not in the White House, but outside the White House in the Smithsonian, I think we went to. Yeah. While you were, where were you at that time?
Yeah.
Where was I at?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Elliot.
Man.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
well,
it's over now. Now the next thing's a ring ceremony, and then I guess they finally put the Super Bowl season behind them.
Elliot, we didn't get a chance to ask you about this, but how much were you, as a content creator, salivating at the potential opportunity for the Eagles drafting Shaddur Sanders?
I already had a graphic made and a whole set of tweets ready to go.
Oh, really?
I was ready. Yeah, I was ready if they were going to do it. Look, I would say if I were them, I wouldn't have done it. If I was Jeffrey Lurie and Howie turned to me and said he was going to draft Shaddur, I would have overruled him. Like, I would not have allowed that to happen. But from a content creative standpoint, yeah, I mean, it would have been the biggest story in the NFL probably. I'm sure Trump would have talked about it today, honestly, had they drafted Shaddur.
Well,
Shaddur.
Yeah. Well, Caroline Leavitt earlier today took the press secretary took credit for the Browns. Said that Trump tweeted about it, and then they picked him. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, 4 rounds later, but yeah, he made it happen.
Yeah. All right, Elliot. Well, get home safe.
Yeah, man.
Great job today.
Appreciate it. Yep, appreciate it. Talk to you guys later.
There
All
he
right,
is.
brother.
Potential Eagles Insider of the Year of 2026, Elliot Shore Parks. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. What would your reaction have been if the Eagles had drafted Shaddur Sanders in the 5th round? Happy and understanding or upset? 65.6% say upset. How about Elliot saying that if he were Jeff Lurie and how he said he would do it, he would have overruled him and said no.
I'm actually shocked at that from Elliot, considering he likes this type of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, he's a changed man, though.
Yeah, he's
the best interest of the organization is now Elliot.
Is that what he's
tagline?
He's got worms coming out of his ears, his eyes.
It's called a big dose of D.
The guy is
a lot of worms.
He is the most wormed up reporter there is right now.
I got it. Yeah, we may need to have some sort of intervention with E at some point.
I know.
When it dies down. Yeah, because
maybe during Elliot
can
week.
we really deal with this if this is what it's going to be like all the rest of this year?
I said to him the other day. I said, "Are you like a fan now? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
What's the where?
Like,
who
what are we
is
doing
this?
right now?
Well, and I understood when I confronted him about it. I thought he made a good argument. Look, this is a good time to be positive. They've done the right thing, so on. But it does feel like his ability to be objective about something
That's the word.
is
Like
gone.
he's lost his objectivity.
Like
man.
he takes every move they make and finds the positive angle,
side in it, yes.
which is possible, but it doesn't. Now, maybe this is the problem that he doesn't know what he actually thinks about anything. You know, I don't know. It's tough right now. It's really tough to take what he says seriously.
Yes, he's put me to shame.
Yes.
Like, I consider myself Mr. Pro Eagle. He's already trumped me. No pun intended, but he's done moved past me already.
Compared to him, you're like me.
Negative Ike.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Justin in Tennessee. Justin, you're on WIP.
What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's up, Justin?
Justin.
Oh man, it's been a day. Man, I'm telling you what, that one call that was something new. I mean,
that was something different. Yes.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we've heard Herb and we've heard what was that other fella, Richard, that used to call?
Yeah, we lost him. Whatever happened to Richard?
I don't know what happened.
Richard than
with the voice.
Lansdale. Richard and Lansdale.
Yeah.
See, I think he actually has changed his name to David in the Northeast. That's my theory. Yeah.
I don't know if I remember him.
Richard was like the I forget what the movie that everyone compared him to. Was it Men in Black, I think?
Oh yes. The guy who
the sugar water guy.
The sugar water guy.
Yeah, so there's him. I don't know if you ever, but I think Richard changed his name to David in the Northeast because David in the Northeast sounds just like Richard. And I think he's doing a bit. That's my theory. That's my theory.
It's a good bit if he is. It is. Man, going back to the draft, dude, I'm telling you, with the first round pick, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I think this guy's going to be an off the ball linebacker. I really do. He has the potential to be like a Micah Parsons type.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I said, he's not done that for the most of his college career.
Mm-hmm.
And the safety that blindsided me because they hadn't like Spike said to Mayock, nobody they drafted they had a top 30 visit with. And that blew me away because, like, you can even look at trades. Like, guys they trade for, they usually have a top 30 visit with. And, real quick, while it's on my mind, Mike Mayock is the absolute best.
He's the best.
I love that y'all brung him back. I told Jack that back of this. Love Mayock. I wish NFL Network would hire him back because I love watching NFL Network draft coverage. It's 10 times better than ESPN and Mel Kiper Crybaby. I mean, he was crying like a 3-year-old that put his pants on the playground when he messed up. I mean, it's terrible. It's atrocious. And then Reese Davis putting him in his place. Love that.
How about
Absolutely.
that? They never see Reese Davis get upset. He got Reese Davis upset.
Yeah.
Reese Davis was madder than a wet hen, boys. He's like, come on. I mean, what are we doing here? And the thing, I mean, what pissed me off the most about all the Mel Kiper stuff was when he finally did get picked, you had 7 players get drafted, and they were still talking about Shaddur Sanders.
Right.
And
Yep.
they took that moment from those kids that were picked. One of them was our guy from UCF, the corner that got drafted.
Yes.
Dude.
Talk about those kids.
Dude,
I mean,
when they picked Jackson Dart, he spent the whole time talking about Shaddur Sanders. It was so weird.
It was awful because, I mean, yeah, it sucks that Shaddur, who everybody thought was a first-round pick or a second-round pick, and he's dropping like a rock. But this is these kids' moment as well, you know, and you're pooing on their moment, and it's not right, in my opinion. I mean, I get it that he was upset, that he was so wrong, but, hey, you know, I mean, opinions are like buttholes. We all got them. You know what I'm
man,
saying?
that's another one.
All right, there you go.
But anyway, I started to say something else because, you know, Doc Rivers is as Chuck said, but anyway, I caught myself.
How about Doc? Down again, 3-1.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, he done.
This is where he thrives.
Yeah, he's deader than 4 o'clock.
No one ever talks about the game they won in this series.
I'm going to say it slow so we can all pick it up.
But I think we need to get the Jamaican contingent back up on this show. That's a nice start.
Yeah, Godfrey.
Yeah, Godfrey.
Yeah.
Pigment
Good
in the
job.
kitchen sink. And
Yeah, that was
A lot of reaction to that caller.
oh, really?
Yeah, online.
I bet
And
it
text
was.
messages. Yeah.
I agree with Jack, guys. My son Owen, he went and seen Shane Gillis Friday night down here in Knoxville. Had an absolute blast. He said it was amazing. I know, you know, Ike probably ain't going to like him, but my favorite all-time comic, probably George Carlin. But anyway, I'm going to get off here.
Oh, George Carlin?
Listen, I love
Yeah.
you, boys. I mean,
Carlin's
All right,
goat.
Justin, love you, buddy.
Carlin's goat
Yeah.
level. Yeah, he's
George
with
Carlin.
Pryor. He's
Oh,
with Pryor.
Or
One
was
of
he
the
trying to
OGs.
say I wouldn't like Shane
Shane Gillis.
Gillis?
Yeah, I think he was saying you wouldn't like Shane Gillis.
I wouldn't like him?
You'd like
You
Shane
don't think
Gillis.
so? Yeah.
Shane Gillis.
Funny is funny.
Yeah,
Never
he's
watched
funny.
Stand up with Ike, you know?
Shane Gillis is just funny, I think.
I think so.
By the way, the Mayock call, I got to give Jack credit. It was Jack, I believe Mayock was Jack's idea to have on every week.
Once we got ditched by Lombardi.
Yeah. It was I think we upgraded.
I totally
Definitely
agree.
upgraded.
Look
Yeah.
at that mess that Lombardi's got down there. With
Oh,
the
yeah.
24-year-old.
Yeah. I guess maybe if we had a young girlfriend over here,
You know what?
Lombardi would stick around.
Mike Mayock's my creative muse.
I'm just wondering, can Bill Belichick get out of there?
I think we were going to say if he can still,
No,
get it up.
no. Can he, we got solutions for that.
Yeah.
Can he get out of UNC
For a pro job?
or
Oh.
retiring before somebody on the football team
Oh, yeah.
is with the girlfriend? She's 24.
Yep.
How far? She's not that far removed from those students anyway.
Can I don't
know it's gonna happen at some point.
I don't have a lot of self-confidence, but I'm telling you, if I was 70 something and had a 24-year-old girlfriend, you know what I wouldn't do? Bring her to a college campus at a football team.
Like, what are you thinking, Coach?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
It's
not.
only a matter of time.
Yes. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Especially when he gets hunkered down in there with the film.
Ugh.
Think he's
Grinding
paying
up
her any
tape, yeah.
attention?
Yep.
She's young.
Maybe
All
they'll
right,
just
let me
go
stop right there.
Maybe they'll just go 0-11 and he'll just put all of his focus on the girl. Brian in Lafayette Hill, you're on WIP. What's up, Brian?
How you guys doing today?
What's up?
What's up, Brian?
Hey, you know what, fellas? If I have to watch Johan Rojas not be able to make a punt one more time, I am going to scream. They're giving the guy the job. The job is his by default. March can't get a hit.
Well, Marsh is
Now,
hurt.
I understand that, but I don't think they'd be dying to get a guy that's over 30 into the game. It's amazing situational hitting. He can't put a bunt down.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
And
Well, then he bunts in the wrong time later.
Well, and then how about that fly ball he let drop right in front of him again?
Oh my God, he calls everybody off and then
he called Castellanos off and the ball just drops right in front of him. Yeah, I think he's probably got the highest batting average on the team too.
Yeah. That's the best part.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Brian. Thank you for the call. Their outfield situation. Now Kepler started to hit a little
he's
bit.
heating up.
Yeah.
Last 12 games, he's batting heading into yesterday, he was batting like 360.
Well, he's hitting the ball better though. I mean,
Good at bats.
Yeah, good at
Big
bats.
home run Saturday.
Yep.
3 for 5.
Yep.
Still Keplered up.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Caller, my answer to today's next question is Chris Rock. Jack, oh, he's great in the Fast and Furious movies. Ike, no dummy, you're thinking of The Rock with Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage. Spike, Sean Connery came to my 9th birthday party.
There it is.
Alex in Lancaster.
That was spot on.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. Definitely a good one.
Party.
By the way, the guy from Back to the Future is Crispin Glover.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Huh?
Nah, that's going back 3 hours. It was another Glover.
More Donald
Glover. Glover.
Yeah. Well, it was Donald Glover to Danny Glover and then Crispin Glover.
Don't forget about Savion Glover.
And Savion Glover. What's next?
What about Lucas Glover?
Who's Lucas Glover?
That's a golfer.
Okay. All right. What's next?
Please, for the love of God, stick to sports. Every famous Glover on the planet.
Look.
Hey, man.
Jack and I were right. Donald Glover is a rapper.
Yes.
Childish Gambino.
Yes.
Which I did not know.
Yes. So,
Yes.
Ha! Who's in the delegation now? What's next?
I love when Ike asks pitching questions. Reminds me of a crazy night after a Phillies game in the early aughts. It was me, Kevin Millwood, Jose Mesa, Randy Wolf, and Ike Reese. Ike disappeared with a gal from the dance floor, and while he acted like he didn't know what it was today, he sure knew what tipping was that night. Come on! Tornado Shapiro.
Nothing gets Ike like Tornado Shapiro jokes. They're like a cheat code to make Ike laugh.
Come on.
Come on. What's next?
I'm not saying Elliot doesn't understand the concept of an opinion, but this was an actual exchange on the show. Spike, are you still sticking to your edge opinion about Jihad Campbell? Elliot, well, that's because it's not my opinion. It's just what I think. Mike in Havertown.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of a kind.
That's what an opinion is. Elliot.
He is special, man. He is special.
Oh, we have an hour with him tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah, full hour.
All right. We're doing edge versus linebacker for the full hour. I'm just going to get him to admit he's just a linebacker. It's okay. All right. What's
It's
next?
okay to admit
It's
it.
okay. It's all right. What's next?
Hold on. Is that the training camp stats guy? Donald Trump at the White House.
I'm really disappointed he didn't get a chance to ask a question.
I know.
Well, here's the question. Did anybody get a chance?
I don't think so. I think he just gave a speech.
Right. Just
Oh,
got
really?
out of there.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they have lunch with the president or something? Or I don't know. What is the visit?
I don't know. Saquon was there for 2 full days. Probably had a bunch of meals, seemed like. And then Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship. What's next?
I thought Michael B. Jordan was perfect. Renee in South Jersey.
Text line.
I bet. So Elijah went with us.
Yeah.
My son. You know,
The Sea Centers.
sex scenes in a movie still are uncomfortable
With the kid.
when you're with the kids, man.
Yeah.
No matter how old they get, I guess.
Oh, yeah. And there were a couple.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's